Originally, Wu Wei was a young man devoid of systems, golden fingers, or any reincarnation, an utterly unremarkable individual. He had prepared himself to wholeheartedly rely on his father's not-so-mighty leg to secure a comfortable life. In this era, where everyone could become a lord, each person had the opportunity to awaken their lord's heart and venture into the boundless void, embarking on their own path of lordship amid the myriad realms of existence. Wu Wei, who had initially intended to bask in the privileges of being a second-generation rich kid thanks to his father, suddenly found a chaotic pointer emerging in his mind, just before his awakening. From that moment onward, Wu Wei embarked on a joyous life where he could choose whatever he desired. High-quality talents? Selected. Heroes? Top-tier civil and military officials. Mythical beings she could select at will. Yet, Wu Wei felt a tinge of inadequacy in striving for the highest accolades, as it seemed somewhat disrespectful to the top heroes of the domain. However, when faced with the choice between a pure succubus and a seductive angel, Wu Wei found himself in a quandary. This is truly a difficult choice. Only a child makes choices. I want them all. Chapter 1. The Era of Lords. At the altar of sacrifice in Luyan City, two middle-aged men were engaged in casual banter behind the altar. Old Yao, your child is quite impressive, remarkable talent, and diligent, reminiscent of your own glory days. Unlike my son, alas. Old Wu, do not be so pessimistic. Perhaps Wu Wei will awaken a blue or even purple lord's heart during the sacrifice. As long as he has a good start, even if Wu Wei is somewhat lazy, his future achievements will not be lacking. If the quality of his lord's heart is subpar, then it would be better to comfortably inherit your territory. Though they spoke thus, both men understood that the quality of a lord's heart bore no relation to external factors. Rather, it was somewhat tied to the individual awakening a talbite, to a limited extent. While Wu Wei's lazy disposition might render the probability of awakening a high-quality lord's heart negligible, it cannot be deemed entirely impossible, just exceedingly slim. Standing beneath the altar, Wu Wei was unconcerned with his father's thoughts. His father, Wu Jiang, though not a peerless powerhouse, was certainly capable of ensuring Wu Wei could live a comfortable life. Having traversed into this world after a laborious death on a construction site, Wu Wei had firmly resolved to live a stable life as a second-generation heir, merely awaiting his fate. Upon entering this world of immense potential, Wu Wei had initially harbored grand aspirations akin to those of illustrious predecessors, though not necessarily to become the pinnacle of power. At the very least, he yearned for longevity. Alas, dreams remain dreams. Who among the youth does not believe that top-tier universities are easily attainable? Yet, most awaken to reality as they age. For someone like him, of decent lineage but lacking a system or golden fingers, should fortune not favor him in the forthcoming moments, the best course of action would be to lean entirely on his father. Though not proficient in transmigration, his rebirth skills were commendable. That it was not that Wu Wei was content to lay idle, but rather that his strength was insufficient for a direct confrontation. Not only was longevity improbable, but early demise was also a likely outcome. While most in the square were focused on the altar, Wu Wei found little interest in the vibrant hues emanating from the awakening of the Lord's heart. Instead, he was engrossed in the sudden appearance of a pointer in his mind. This pointer had appeared without any forewarning, tapering to a point at the top and broadening at the base. Though its color was difficult for Wu Wei to define, it appeared black, yet within the blackness, various other hues could be discerned. He unconsciously recalled a popular saying from his past life, colorful black, which seemed to aptly describe this pointer. Wu Wei felt an undeniable sense of fortune approaching, convinced that this pointer was, more likely than not, his golden finger. However, without any system prompts or information, he remained oblivious to the pointer's true purpose. Luyan 3rd Middle School, Class 2, Wu Wei. Atop the altar, a young man clad in a white robe and wearing a cap spoke clearly, his voice, though not loud, resonating throughout the sacrificial square. Wu Wei stepped out of the line, preparing to ascend the heavenly staircase like a T-18. With a youthful visage accentuated by a languid aura, he was not conventionally handsome, yet he possessed a refreshing charm. After traversing the 81 steps of the heavenly staircase, Wu Wei stood before the young man. The latter executed a hand gesture and stepped aside, gesturing for the youth to enter. Upon entering the altar, Wu Wei steadied himself, gazing at the altar adorned with mysterious runes, eager to discern their meanings. Yet, as the young man began to recite the sacrificial incantations, the runes quickly became obscured. Before Wu Wei's eyes appeared a colorful wheel. At its center was the chaotic pointer that had materialized in his mind prior to the sacrifice. Gray and white occupied over 80% of the wheel, while the remaining segments were predominantly green, with a small portion blue, and diminishing amounts of purple, orange, and gold. Movement count. 1. The wheel was devoid of vibrant lights, and instead displayed a series of black characters. Though Wu Wei had been an average student, he understood that such a colorful wheel was unlikely to manifest when awakening a lord's heart. Moreover, the color segments corresponded precisely to the quality of the Lord's heart. Gray represented an inferior quality Lord's heart. White denoted a common quality Lord's heart. Green indicated a fine quality Lord's heart. Blue signified a rare quality Lord's heart. Purple indicated an exceptional quality Lord's heart. Orange symbolized an epic quality Lord's heart. Gold represented a legendary quality Lord's heart. During the awakening of a Lord's heart, most individuals received gray or white hearts. If they did not encounter significant fortunes throughout their lordly endeavors or possess substantial luck themselves, they were likely to languish throughout their lives, with ascension to immortality remaining a distant dream that a select few might obtain green or blue Lord's hearts. With favorable circumstances and personal diligence, becoming a formidable figure was not outside the realm of possibility, yet achieving immortality remained a slim chance. As for the remaining three qualities of Lord's hearts, Wu Wei recalled his teacher's rhyme. Purple makes it hard to ascend. Orange makes it easy. Gold guarantees ascension. Gazing at the wheel before him, Wu Wei noted that the probabilities of the various colored segments aligned almost perfectly with the qualities of the awakened Lord's hearts. Could it be that the quality of my Lord's heart depends on my own choice? Then wouldn't it be better to randomize it? As a quintessential underdog, Wu Wei had given up any hope regarding such matters. Wait a moment, the wheel indicates a movement count, yet it doesn't specify I must spin it. Could it be that I can? Suddenly, Wu Wei felt a surge of excitement. Today is the day I turn my fortunes around. Let me see if there exists a Lord's heart of a higher quality than gold. Wu Wei began to meticulously search the wheel for any such indication. Before his eyes could tire from the strain, he finally discovered an area of an entirely different HUIT was astonishingly identical to the chaotic pointer he had encountered. The gold segment on the wheel was nearly imperceptible, while the area he had found, matching the pointer's color, was nestled between two gold segments. Wu Wei estimated that this colorful black segment occupied less than 1% of the gold segment's area. Had it not been for the wheel's ability to magnify, he would have never located it. Having identified his target, Wu Wei controlled the pointer, gradually maneuvering it toward the colorful black segment. As the pointer came to a steady halt, a dazzling black luminescence flickered briefly upon Wu Wei before transforming into a radiant white Lord's heart, which materialized in the palm of his hand. The white Lord's heart exuded an ethereal mist of various hues. The majority of this mist surged toward the pointer nestled within Wu Wei's mind, vanishing into obscurity as if it had been swallowed by the sea. Only a few reluctant wisps merged with Wu Wei's being. Meanwhile, the outside world remained blissfully unaware of these extraordinary events. Shrouded as they were in the blinding white light, that Wu Wei sensed a profound metamorphosis within the very essence of his being, an ineffable transformation that resonated through both body and soul, bestowing upon him a sense of elevation. Cradled by the white radiance, Wu Wei gently descended onto the altar, opening his eyes to behold the luminous orb in his palm, rendered speechless. A nearby young man cast a glance at the color of the orb in Wu Wei's hand and, maintaining a tranquil demeanor, remarked, "A Lord's heart of ordinary quality. There is no need for remorse. You may descend now." Wu Wei waved toward his father and, with a playful grin, stepped down from the sacrificial altar, seamlessly rejoining the ranks. Chapter 2. The Chaotic Pointer, Awakening. Wu Wei initially believed that although his mother had passed away, his father was still alive, and he had no beautiful younger sister. Over the past decade, he had seen no signs of any extraordinary destiny. Crucially, he bore no deep-seated grudges, and his father's strength was quite formidable. This configuration was far from that of a typical protagonist. After years of anticipation, Wu Wei had grown indifferent. He thought he was destined to be just another face in the crowd, yet he could still live as a second-generation heir, coasting through life without any particular grievances. Such a journey of transmigration was certainly not something to complain about. It was a far cry from his previous life, where his father's reckless entrepreneurial ventures had plunged their family into overwhelming debt, forcing him to traverse every inch of the nation, from the southwestern plateaus to the northwestern deserts. Immortality, unfathomable power. Such attributes were either innate or could only be attained through defying fate at the moment of awakening. If one lacked both, there was no point in hoping for them. As for wagering his life on an uncertain future, Wu Wei would never entertain such folly. He was not in dire need. In this era of advanced feudal lords, both spiritual and material conditions were abundantly rich. Merely engaging in simulated reality games could allow Wu Wei to live a carefree and joyous life. However, the sudden appearance of a pointer in his mind disrupted his plans for complacency. Wu Wei pressed the heart of the Lord into his forehead. In the next moment, a virtual information panel emerged in his mind. Territory, Lord, subjects, descend. Though Wu Wei had long prepared himself for a life of ease, as a diligent student, he was still familiar with the fundamental knowledge regarding lords. Territory, Lord, and subjects were abilities derived from the heart of the Lord, allowing for a more effective grasp of territorial affairs through data and information. Meanwhile, descend served as a portal to the boundless void, marking both the beginning and end of the Lord's connection to the territory. Wu Wei opened territory, eager to discover why he had clearly selected the area of the colorful black wheel, yet the result was the white heart of the Lord. Territory, unnamed. Belonging Lord, Wu Wei. Level, 1. Territorial area, 2,020 square meters. Territorial buildings, Lord's Cottage, Level 1. Territorial fence, Level 1. Number of subjects, 0. Territorial trait, effortless governance. Before descending into the boundless void, the area, buildings, and subjects of all lords were fixed. A square territory of 2,020 square meters. With 2 territorial buildings, a cottage and a fence, and 0 subjects. The most significant difference lay in the territorial trait. Effortless governance. Quality, ordinary, upgradable. Along with the lords and territories level. Positive trait 1. I govern effortlessly, and the people thrive. Subject quality, talent level 1. Enhances the probability of summoning high-quality subjects. With all attributes at 100. Positive trait 2. The ruler governs effortlessly, and the ministers excel. Hero quality, talent level 1. Enhances the probability of summoning high-quality heroes. With all attributes at 100. Random trait. Universal renewal. Buildings undergo a random transformation upon upgrading, potentially ascending or descending in quality. Negative trait. In action, certain actions may adversely affect the attributes and efficiency of your subjects. Excessive interference may even lead to a transformation of positive traits into negative ones. Inaction does not equate to idleness. Rather, it signifies prudent restraint, a clear mind and keen insight, along with the ability to recognize and appoint the right individuals, are the true responsibilities of a ruler. New territorial traits may emerge with the elevation of the Lord's level and territory level. Introduction. Territorial traits serve as a guide, indicating what should remain untouched, perhaps aligning with your intentions. Wu Wei, upon perceiving his territorial traits, couldn't help but twitch his lips, although his performance was mediocre. To assert that this is a white territorial trait is a grave insult to his understanding. Typically, white territorial traits are merely enhancements of little consequence, such as marginal increases in food production, and the values are generally modest. In contrast, his own territorial traits can evolve further, boasting 2 positive traits that are even more preposterous than the enhancements of a purple territory heart. Wu Wei recalled his father's purple quality, Lord's Heart, which featured a significant trait, a 10% chance to elevate the quality of summoned heroes by 1 level. Now, considering his own, it guarantees a 100% elevation in quality, with even greater chances of summoning high-quality heroes, not to mention the enhancements for his subjects. Moreover, the potentially detrimental random traits and negative traits were practically non-existent for Wu Wei. The random evolution of territorial buildings could be flawlessly managed through pointers, while the exploration of negative traits would have to wait until Wu Wei ventured into the boundless void. As long as he could avoid the adverse influences of negative traits, Wu Wei believed his territorial traits started at a minimum of golden quality. The sudden turn of events rekindled a fire within Wu Wei's heart. Although he had indeed contemplated a life of leisure, an unexpected opportunity bestowed upon him by some divine being would not be taken lightly. Let us not speak of gambling. Purchasing a lottery ticket for 2 coins, with a top prize of 5 million and a minimum of 0, is true gambling. If the lowest prize were 100, with no ceiling on the highest, it would signify that the god of wealth had favored you. While the god of love might be disregarded by many, surely no one could refuse the god of wealth. Wu Wei pondered whether his recent actions following the awakening of his lord's heart exhibited any anomalies. As far as he knew, this world was inhabited not only by celestial beings, but also by entities beyond them. The white light that illuminated the altar earlier should provide him with sufficient concealment, he hoped. Just as Wu Wei envisioned his future, a plump fellow approached him, excitement radiating from his countenance as he patted Wu Wei's shoulder. Brother Wei, can you guess what quality my lord's heart has awakened? Wu Wei looked at the deep green shimmer lingering on Jin Youqian's forehead, genuinely happy for his friend. Although deep green might seem somewhat ominous, it is undeniably powerful. The number of lords who awaken a lord's heart of green quality or above constitutes less than 10% of all lords. The deep green hue represents the pinnacle of the green quality of the lord's heart. Within the same quality, variations in color can indicate the nuances of talent. A deep green lord's heart is commendable, indeed. However, it is imperative to fully integrate the lord's heart swiftly. Having an entire green entity atop one's head may not bode well. Jin Youqian observed Wu Wei, who had been deep in thought with his eyes closed, seemingly undisturbed by his awakening, and momentarily assumed that the White Lord's heart had disheartened him. Preparing to offer some consolation, he noted Wu Wei's spirited banter directed at him, which suggested that all was well. Subsequently, Jin Xiaopeng pulled Wu Wei aside to a more secluded area, unveiling the Lord's panel to showcase his deep green territorial traits. Merchant of the Void. Quality, excellent. Positive trait. The hostility of intelligent beings in the boundless void towards your territory diminishes, while their desire to trade increases. Degree scales with territory and lord level. Random trait. When you engage in exploration and arrival, in the boundless void. Your chances of encountering tradable entities increase, degree scales with territory and lord level. However, the trading entities may range from orderly angels to unreasonable malevolent deities. This is splendid. Jin Xiaoping. With such territorial traits paired with your eloquence, you are destined to become a merchant traversing the myriad realms. Wu Wei genuinely appreciated the potential of this territorial characteristic, recognizing its growth potential and synergy with Jin Youqian's abilities. Don't just focus on me. Let us take a look at your traits, Wu Wei replied, not minding Jin Youqian's enthusiasm, akin to peers exchanging college application choices post-exams. The only distinction lay in the necessity of maintaining secrecy regarding high-quality traits to evade the machinations of cults and foreign assassins. As mere minnows in the grand scheme, one white and one green, they were hardly worth the time of cultists and foreign killers. Wu Wei concealed the first two positive traits and the evolutionary aspects on the panel before allowing Jin Xiaoping a glimpse. One random trait and one negative trait were certainly acceptable. At least they surpassed simple numerical enhancements significantly. As for the negative trait, it should hardly affect you, Brother Wei. Jin Xiaoping analyzed with fervor while playfully winking at Wu Wei. Orange. Could it be that someone awakened an Orange Lord's heart? Both Wu Wei and Jin Xiaoping were drawn to the astonished voices emanating from the square, while in the void, a gaze was firmly fixed upon Wu Wei. It can only be said that Wu Wei remained blissfully unaware of the heights he could reach in this world. Chapter 3. Orange Lord's Heart, Assassination. At the very moment the orange glow illuminated the sacrificial altar, a black veil enveloped the altar, simultaneously thwarting multiple attacks and binding the assailants in place. The figure standing before the veil was none other than the Lord of Luyan City, the one who had just made the first move. Each time a lord's heart awakens during the sacrificial ceremony, all high-tier combatants within the city come forth to witness the event. The ceremony of observation is merely a fade. In truth, the purpose of these elite warriors is to safeguard the exceptional individuals who awaken high-quality lord hearts, ensuring that these prodigies do not fall victim to the treachery of human spies, corrupted by alien races and cults, before even participating in the novice trials. Wu Wei recalled his father's words, stating that the Lord of Luyan City was indeed a being of celestial caliber. It appears that the status in the main world is remarkably elevated. In a typical lesser realm, a celestial being's full exertion could even shatter the world itself. After the Lord departed with the student who had awakened the Orange Lord heart, a message imbued with steady joy lingered in the sky. The others remained to continue their observations while the awakenings proceeded. Once the Lord departed, the crowd below could no longer contain their fervent curiosity. It seemed that the one who had awakened the orange quality Lord heart was from our class. Specifically that stunning girl from Class 1. Not just seemed. Indeed, she is my goddess, Li Xiaoming, the belle of Class 1. I have been watching her ascend the heavenly ladder. It must be her. What quality Lord heart did you awaken? A mischievous friend inquired. White, why? Aren't you also white? The difference is merely a shade deeper than mine. Oh, you must take the opportunity to gaze upon your goddess as much as possible in the coming days. Otherwise, you two will be from entirely different worlds, and it may be difficult to meet again. The distinctions between light white and deep orange are akin to the gradients of light green, green, and deep green. Before the friend could finish speaking, he was already embroiled in a playful chase with an embarrassed and infatuated high school boy. The surprise of awakening an Orange Lord heart rendered the higher-ups in the viewing platform indifferent to the lively student crowd below. What was once a solemn altar of sacrifice erupted into chaos. The last time an Orange Lord heart emerged in Luyan City was 8 years ago, and it was also a girl. 8 years have passed, and she may have surpassed many of us by now. However, that is not certain. The path of a lord relies not only on talent, but also on fortune and temperament. Amidst the myriad discussions, the awakening ceremony continued. With each purple Lord heart that was awakened, a protector would escort the individual to the Lord's mansion. By the conclusion of the awakenings, 1 orange and 7 purple Lord hearts had been awakened. Yet, apart from these high-quality awakeners, nearly 3% remained unawakened. These unfortunate souls are destined to remain estranged from this grand epic, although they will not be coerced. Their most favorable fate lies in accepting the official arrangements to marry and procreate with others of their kind. As long as they bear children, contributing to humanity, the authorities will ensure their sustenance until their final breath. Despite a lifespan of merely over 100 years, they will enjoy sufficient safety on Earth, where the era of lords boasts an astonishing array of entertainment. Should they possess a genuine desire for the extraordinary path, these individuals may also commence their cultivation through the rewards of procreation. There are indeed those who, despite failing to awaken a Lord heart, still ascend to become celestial beings. However, the difficulty of this path is magnitudes greater than that of becoming a lord. In the span of a single day, the fates of individuals can diverge in ways unimaginable. In the Wu household, Wu Jiang was scrutinizing the lordly characteristics of Wu Wei, who, akin to his earlier presentation to the chubby lad, had obscured a portion of the information. This concealment was within the bounds of the rules. In the primary realm of Earth, Wu Wei harbored no concerns that anyone could transcend these regulations to uncover the hidden details. It was not Wu Wei's intention to deceive his father. Rather, it was the nature of his purple quality Lord's heart that allowed him to summon heroes with a 10% chance of elevating their quality by one tier. Not only would he undoubtedly enhance his quality by one tier, but he would also assuredly augment his innate talents by one tier. Additionally, he would increase the likelihood of summoning high-quality heroes, all while boasting a full attribute score of 100, and crucially, remaining at the white tier, which is upgradable. This phenomenon was indeed challenging to articulate. Even he was perplexed by the circumstances surrounding the pointers in his mind. Wu Jiang, observing the lordly characteristics of Wu Wei, remained silent as he retrieved a standard altar barracks and an abundant supply of energy crystals from the lordly space. Upon entering the novice trial, aside from the territory's inherent dwelling and fencing, only 2 territorial structures could be brought along. Any lord aspiring to progress significantly in the novice trial would invariably carry these 2 buildings, which were also provided free of charge by the state. While Wu Jiang would not claim vast wealth, he had a modest fortune and chose not to take advantage of the state's generosity. After all, his son was still a mere mortal, dependent on sustenance, and he was not prepared to send him into the novice trial to subsist solely on energy crystals. Furthermore, the quantity of energy crystals permitted in the novice trial was limited. His son, despite his lack of scholarly pursuits, still remembered that the allowance was merely 1,000. And possessing more than that would mean having the means to acquire, but not to spend. The remaining space in the lordly domain was filled with provisions, water, and other essential supplies, as such items were unrestricted in the novice trial. With 1,000 energy crystals for the altar barracks and the lordly space brimming with resources, this constituted the most substantial external assistance for participating in the novice trial. Even those of divine lineage could only bring along these essentials. Though thoughts of exploiting loopholes had crossed their minds, the specifics remained elusive. Nevertheless, none of those who attempted to exploit such loopholes had emerged alive from the lordly trial. It is worth noting that the novice trial, which could be exited at any moment and whose difficulty escalated with time, had a mortality rate of less than 1%. After several initial attempts, humanity had abandoned the pursuit of exploiting loopholes, as the risks were exceedingly high while the rewards remained invisible. Son, once you enter, endure for as long as you can. If necessary, try utilizing your innate transformation ability, Wu Jiang advised. In my experience, the probability of diminishing quality with such low-tier random talents is significantly higher than that of enhancement. Observing Wu Wei's languid demeanor, Wu Jiang refrained from reprimanding him. Since Wu Wei's mother had passed away during an event of arrival, Wu Jiang had been both father and mother for the ensuing decade. However, since Wu Wei had awakened this white-quality Lord's heart, Wu Jiang found himself less concerned about his son's potential success. Ultimately, should Wu Wei emerge from the novice trial, they could merge their territories and venture into the boundless void together. As the possessor of a purple-quality Lord's heart, Wu Jiang was acutely aware of the disparities in quality among these hearts. Such discrepancies often seemed insurmountable. While luck frequently proved more significant than talent for a lord, Wu Jiang understood Wu Wei all too well. This young rascal not only hit the guaranteed draw every time, but also consistently drew subpar results. It would be better for Wu Wei to refrain from relying on luck. Wu Jiang's purple-quality Lord's heart possessed a unique characteristic. When summoning heroes, there was a 10% chance of elevating their quality by one level, even if he were to expend resources to summon heroes. Accumulating wealth over several centuries would not enable him to amass the current assets he held. This 10% probability represented Wu Jiang's greatest support in transcending the divide between the mundane and the extraordinary. Chapter 4. The Arrival, Commencing the Trials. The following day, after preparing everything, Wu Wei chose not to attend school, but instead stayed in his bedroom to undertake the novice trials. Territory, Lord, Subjects, Arrival. Without hesitation, Wu Wei selected the fourth option, Arrival. The system detected his first arrival in the boundless void, confirming whether his carried provisions exceeded the standard. Upon completion of the assessment, and finding that his provisions were within limits, he was prompted to confirm his arrival. Upon pressing yes, darkness engulfed him. When his vision returned, he found himself in the boundless void. According to his teachers, the boundless void was the origin of all things, where countless seeds of worlds were birthed and nurtured from the remnants of perished realms, gradually evolving. It also served as the terminus of all existence, where innumerable worlds lay buried, marking the end of worlds and the obliteration following the universe's heat death. The boundless void held infinite possibilities. Perhaps a golden lord's heart prodigy's arrival was transformed into a puppet by the lingering consciousness of a dying evil god. Alternatively, a lord with a gray lord's heart, initially believing they had awakened a subpar heart, might, through a singular arrival, become the recipient of immense fortune bestowed by the dying will of a world or a benevolent elder from their kin. This could lead them to ascend to immortality and divinity, or even to higher realms. Such accounts were vivid illustrations found in textbooks at school. However, probabilities were fickle. Wu Wei had only a moderate grasp of the territory development lessons, yet he remembered these anecdotes quite distinctly. The arrival entailed randomly placing one's territory in a fragment of a world with unknown location, environment, and even the flow of time. The sole law governing the boundless void was one of fairness, equity above all else. The greater the rewards obtained from the boundless void, the more formidable the risks faced in return. Without the capacity to confront such risks, one would inevitably become part of the boundless void. Wu Wei rose, surveying his modest lord's abode, a simple wooden structure. Surrounding it was a 400-square-meter expanse of barren land enclosed by a wooden fence. Beyond that lay an indistinct area of shrubs and small trees. As a newly minted lord, this marked his inaugural arrival in the boundless void, and he was on the cusp of embarking upon the novice trials. The novice trial spans 20 days, during which waves of monsters will assault the realm daily. As time progresses, the ferocity of these creatures intensifies. Upon vanquishing a monster, one may receive rewards from the void, should you deem your strength sufficient. You can augment the challenge by illuminating lighthouses to expand your territory. Each illuminated area, equivalent in size to the initial territory, will be weighted accordingly during the final reward assessment. You may exit the novice trial at any point within the 20 days, declaring the endeavor a failure, with no penalties incurred, yet no rewards to be gained. Those lords who successfully endure the full duration will receive the void will reward, calculated based on the monsters slain, heroes summoned, and territories expanded. Although Wu Wei was not particularly diligent during class, he had contemplated the necessary actions countless times the previous evening. With a calm demeanor, he swiftly retrieved 2 meticulously inspected structures from the lord's domain, the altar and the barracks. Given that he could reposition the territory's buildings post-upgrade, he did not concern himself with precise placement, casually placing them beside the lord's abode. The previously palm-sized models of the structures rapidly expanded to their intended dimensions. Wu Wei hastened toward the altar, aware that the first wave of the novice trial's assault could commence at any moment. While he did not consider himself entirely powerless, engaging in combat with the monsters of the void seemed unnecessary. After all, he was a lord, not a warrior. Altar race, human quality, common level, 1, 0, 100, function, summon a hero using 100 source energy crystals. The first summon is free. Heroes summoned, none. Description: heroes are the greatest asset of a lord, provided one is a competent ruler. Utilizing his first free summon, Wu Wei initiated the process. Time came to a standstill, and a vibrant wheel of fortune reappeared before his eyes, distinct from the previous talent selection, now accompanied by a prominent countdown, 000459. With 5 minutes at his disposal, Wu Wei could not afford the luxury of leisurely selecting as he had during the awakening of the Lord's heart. He sought out positions glowing with a yellow light. Remarking to himself that he had expected gold, what was an orange doing intruding? Orange quality hero, are you not courteous? Wu Wei continued to navigate the wheel. Every segment featuring human heroes, and due to the novice phase, all types of heroes were available. From warriors to mages, from civil officials to military generals, and even cultivators and sorcerers. Suddenly, he spotted a golden segment featuring a hero clutching a tome. However, in the early stages of the game, such a civil hero, focused on territory governance, was evidently less significant than a high-might combat hero. Just as the countdown neared its conclusion, Wu Wei discovered a golden military general wielding a longbow and a spear. He quickly maneuvered the chaotic pointer into position. At a glance, Wu Wei could not discern this hero's identity. History had seen numerous generals proficient with the spear as their primary weapon, alongside adept archers. As the figures within the rotating wheel gradually solidified, the wheel itself slowly transformed into an ethereal shadow and vanished. The 30 achievements of fame are but dust and earth, and the 8,000 miles of roads are filled with clouds and moons. Do not idly wait, lest your youth be wasted, leaving only poignant regrets. With the sound of a solemn voice resonating, the illustrious general renowned for his resistance against the Jin dynasty appeared before Wu Wei. It is said that the temple of martial deities was erected for the Tang dynasty. Otherwise, surely a statue of him would adorn it. The heroic figure of Yu Fei materialized, yet he appeared vastly different from what Wu Wei had envisioned. Standing at a towering height of 6 feet, his facial features were marked by a square jaw, a broad forehead, slender eyebrows, and small eyes, even possessing a slight double chin. More importantly, like Wu Wei, Yu Fei was devoid of facial hair. He looked far less like a valiant general capable of leading the Yu family army on numerous northern expeditions and more akin to a scholarly youth. General Yu Fei, I pay my respects to you, my lord. He greeted Wu Wei with a respectful gesture. Just as Wu Wei was preparing to exchange pleasantries, a monstrous cry echoed from afar. You have answered my summons, General. Might you possess knowledge of this boundless void? I am aware of certain matters. Yu Fei slowly nodded, then inquired. It appears a monster is approaching. I have surveyed the territory, and it is solely the Lord and I here. Is this indeed the first day of your arrival? Indeed, the first day's challenge is generally not severe, especially with your esteemed presence. It should pose no problem. Wu Wei remarked, casting a bemused glance at the empty-handed Yu Fei, clad in simple garb. This vast void is truly stingy. The warriors on the wheel were evidently adorned in full armor, brandishing long spears and carrying quivers brimming with arrows. Yet, Yufei bore not a single piece of armor, nor any weapon at all. Can you manage the situation? Yufei merely cast a cursory glance at the monsters beyond the enclosure, sensing the extraordinary strength coursing through him, and replied, "Do not worry, my lord, I shall handle it." With that, he dashed towards the territory's outskirts. Chapter 5, Summoning, the Golden Legend. Wu Wei could only watch as Yufei confronted the adversary. According to the textbooks from school, the first action of a lord upon their arrival during the novice trials should not be to summon at the altar as Wu Wei did, but rather to head to the barracks to summon their basic troop type, militia. The daily summoning quota for militia is 10, with the first summoning being free. After summoning the militia, one could then try their luck at the altar. With a stroke of fortune, they might turn the tides, and even with poor luck, the militia could suffice to survive the first day. Based on all existing data from the human race, as long as the territory's characteristics do not weaken combat abilities, or the lord does not lack acumen, summoning 10 militia would enable one to surpass the novice trials of the first day. Wu Wei had intended to summon Yufei first, then summon the militia to clear the monsters. However, after reviewing Yufei's attributes, Wu Wei decided to wait in place for his general's triumphant return. Yufei, courtesy name, Pengjiu. Identity, hero. Quality, Golden Legend 1. Race, human. Level, 1, 0, 100. Talents, Wumu, 1, loyal and martial 1. Bond, Yu family. Constitution, 200, base attribute, 100, hero attribute bonus, 100. Spirit, 20, base attribute, 10, hero attribute bonus, 100. Introduction. Even after enduring the trials of the 12 gold medals and baseless accusations, Yu Wumu remains a loyal minister and a general devoted to his people. The words loyalty to the country, inscribed on his back by his mother, will forever guide him, and he hopes to encounter a wise ruler in this lifetime. Wumu. Talent quality, Golden Legend 1. Attribute 1. Yufei's military discipline is stringent, and his calm demeanor in battle significantly reduces negative effects on himself and his soldiers while greatly enhancing their combat prowess. The Yu family army he trains has its bonuses doubled, and the probability of awakening the military spirit increases dramatically for armies composed solely of the Yu family army. 2. Attribute 2. Yufei can transform his barracks into a Yu family barracks. The Yu family barracks possess a golden quality, with the daily summonable troop count based on the barracks level being 100, allowing the summoning of pale golden quality troops, Yu family army. The Yu family army has a chance to upgrade to deep golden quality troops, Beihai army, through training by Yufei. Number of transformations, 1, loyal warlord. Talent quality, Golden Legend 1. Attribute, substantial increase in base constitution, significant growth in constitution, and exceptionally high martial arts proficiency, greatly enhancing the power of martial techniques. Yu family. Bond quality, purple excellence. Attribute, when the 5 sons of the Yu family fight alongside Yufei, each additional member grants a 10 boost to combat power. And when all 5 gather, the bond upgrades to Golden Legend. Wu Wei is overwhelmed with exclamations. A constitution of 100. A talent that inherently provides a golden barack. The entire army gains combat strength and resistance bonuses, and the Yu family army's bonuses are doubled. It is truly astonishing. In contrast, Wu Wei's attributes are Constitution, 1. Spirit, 1. Talent, none. If Wu Wei were to summon militia from the barracks, their attributes would be militia. Quality, white ordinary. Constitution, 2. Base attribute, 1. Civilian attribute bonus, 100. Spirit, 2. Base attribute, 1. Civilian attribute bonus, 100. Talent, integrated farmer militia. Even without considering the significant upgrades in quality and talent, a single militia can easily overpower 2 Wu Wei. Indeed, Wu Wei's territory traits enhance his civilians and heroes, yet do not augment his own abilities. Hence, Wu Wei simply stands by, watching his general wreak havoc on the battlefield. At a distance of 20 to 30 meters, Wu Wei can clearly see the form of the creature emerging from the mist. It is roughly the size of a standing corgi, its body of vivid crimson, with a pair of grotesque wings that seem incapable of lifting it into the air. There are countless similar monsters across the myriad realms, and accurately distinguishing different subtypes within a broad category demands an extensive repository of knowledge. He can only vaguely recall what was discussed in class regarding such creatures. However, it matters not. As Wu Wei searched through the murky memories sealed away by concrete, Yufei, after a brief test, had already dispatched the small monsters with a single punch each. Wu Wei thought he noticed one creature slightly larger than the others, but it too fell with a single blow, prompting him to pay it no heed. Day 1 of the attack concluded. Reward settlement. Enemies defeated on the first day, 15 level 1 magical infants, 1 level 1 magical child. Defense result, perfectly intact. Result rating, level. Base reward, 20 energy crystals, 10 void crystals. Additional reward, 50 energy crystals. Territory structure, well. Settlement complete. Reward resources have been allocated to the Lord's space. After each wave of attacks, there are settlement rewards from the void. The territory structure, well, which is guaranteed to drop in the early stages, appeared as expected. However, why was it included in the additional rewards? As a level 1 lord, the resources Wu Wei could carry were limited, most of which consisted of highly sustaining food like compressed biscuits. He brought only a small quantity of bottled water because, during the early days of the trial, specifically the first 3 days, passing the trial would inevitably lead to the emergence of the, well, territory structure. After confirming the rewards had been received with a glance into the Lord's space, Wu Wei took off running outside the territory. Treasure chests, oh how I yearn for thee. In the boundless void, monsters, upon being slain, would condense into treasure chests. Each chest would vary in size and quality of rewards based on the level of the monster defeated. Wu Wei collected 16 red treasure chests, 15 small-sized chests, and one slightly larger one. Rubbing his hands together, he was uncertain if the chaotic pointer could be utilized while opening the chests. Yu Fei stood beside Wu Wei, no longer the image of a warrior, but rather resembling a bodyguard, disregarding the traces of blood that had yet to be cleaned from his hands. Here we go, Wu Wei exclaimed, eager to open a treasure chest as a test. Opening treasure chest, awarded, 1 energy crystal. The chaotic pointer is unusable. Wu Wei's hopes of activating his golden finger were ruthlessly snuffed out in their infancy. In truth, Wu Wei was also unclear about when the chaotic pointer in his mind would be operational. Initially, he speculated it should manifest during events with a degree of probability. However, it seemed that was not the case. It appeared the contents of the chests were predetermined upon their appearance. It might also be that his level was insufficient to trigger the chaotic pointer. There could be intervals for its usage as well. Wu Wei found himself utterly perplexed by this immobile golden finger residing in his mind and could only gradually explore its functionality. Since the chaotic pointer was ineffective, Wu Wei decided against lingering and promptly opened the remaining treasure chests. Chapter 6, A Pipe Dream, Refugee Camp. Opening treasure chest, awarded, 1 energy crystal, 1 void crystal. As the notifications emerged on Wu Wei's Lord panel, he opened chests to discover 3 source energy crystals, followed by 1 source energy crystal and an iron spear, and then 5 source energy crystals along with a refugee camp model. In his Lord's space, a modest collection of source energy crystals, 2 void crystals, an iron spear, and a building model materialized. The first building model awarded to a novice lord entering the boundless void is fixed, represented by the refugee camp that Wu Wei now held. Upon counting, he found a total of 35 source energy crystals, which he deemed fortunate. Wu Wei retrieved the iron spear from his Lord's space and examined it. Iron spear. Quality, gray inferior. Attributes, none. Description, it is better to possess a weapon than to be unarmed. Pray it does not break within the enemy's flesh. Wu Wei casually handed the spear to the young General Yu Fei, stating, General Yu, this iron spear is yours. The early days of the territory are quite challenging. Make do with this for now. Yu Fei accepted it without hesitation, holding it at his side and responding affirmatively, yet remained silent. Wu Wei suddenly realized a striking detail. Yu Fei appeared remarkably youthful, seemingly of a similar age to himself. The previous surprise of the sudden monster attack had distracted him from noticing the general's youthful features. General Yu, may I pose a question? Wu Wei inquired candidly. Please. My lord, Yu Fei replied. Do you recall the events of your past life, right up until your demise? At this, Yu Fei, who had been closely following Wu Wei, abruptly halted. He opened his tightly shut eyes, responding, it is but a fleeting memory. Wu Wei could not discern the emotional state behind Yu Fei's calm, yet seemingly contemplative tone. Could you elaborate? He pressed, aware of the nuances regarding the memory retention of summoned heroes and units. Generally speaking, the lower the quality of the hero or unit, the lesser the likelihood of retaining memories. Conversely, high-quality heroes and units tend to preserve their past recollections, though the extent and completeness of such memories vary. Nonetheless, these memories do not compromise their loyalty to their lord, even if some heroes perceive their lord as somewhat foolish. In gaming parlance, this loyalty is considered maximized. The educators would attribute this to the rules of the void, though specifics were never elaborated, leaving Wu Wei in the dark. It was precisely due to this unwavering loyalty that Wu Wei felt emboldened to pose such inquiries to Yu Fei. To his surprise, Yu Fei shook his head, saying, None at all. This can be seen as a sense of resignation. Even if I were granted the opportunity to relive my youth, the outcome would remain unchanged. Such is the prevailing trend, which cannot be altered by the efforts of a single individual. Wu Wei gazed intently into Yu Fei's profound eyes and suddenly smiled. You are merely 2 years my senior. In our past lives, let us not dwell on the details. General Yu, you are but 2 years older than I. May I address you as Pengju? Upon hearing this, Yu Fei clasped his hands and replied, What the Lord says is entirely acceptable. Are you aware of the fate that befell the Song dynasty after your demise? Once Wu Wei opened the floodgates of conversation, he did not afford Yu Fei an opportunity to interject, continuing unabated. The Song was not extinguished by the Jin. Rather, it was vanquished by a Mongolian regime that arose from the steppes, later known as the Yuan. Subsequently, the southern Song could not withstand the onslaught and was also annihilated by the Yuan. Wu Wei recounted the historical trajectory from the Song to modernity. His knowledge of history, while not exhaustive, was articulated with clarity. With each revelation, Yu Fei's fists clenched tighter. How could the illustrious Huaxiao endure such relentless oppression from foreign tribes? You are angered, are you not? I, too, share in your ire. In the boundless void of the myriad realms, once one's dominion grows formidable. It can anchor one's plane through the ties of one's bonds. Thus, I may invoke the words of a venerable predecessor. If the bandits can advance, so can I. After Wu Wei painted a grand vision for Yu Fei, the latter's enthusiasm was palpably heightened. The most notable change was that, previously, Yu Pengju had followed closely behind Wu Wei like a guardian. Now, he resembled a curious child, peppering Wu Wei with inquiries. Wu Wei possessed a fair grasp of general knowledge, yet when Yu Fei probed deeper, Wu Wei found himself at a loss. Primarily because such matters were not part of his formal education. The earlier discussions regarding the hero's bonds, the infinite void, and the anchoring of worlds were gleaned from overheard conversations with his father. He yearned to inquire more about these topics, yet Wu Jiang consistently refrained from elaborating. Knowledge bears weight. You, young man, cannot bear such burdens, Wu Jiang had remarked. As a novice lord newly traversing the vast void, Wu Wei felt uncertain about the distance separating him from his father. For now, let us sidestep the notions of conquering the myriad realms and focus on erecting some edifices instead. Wu Wei, slightly overwhelmed by Yu Fei's barrage of questions, hastened to redirect his attention. He considered the construction of the refugee camp and decided to position it near the center point between the Lord's cabin and the fence. Typically, the vicinity around the Lord's cabin would accommodate core structures, while placing buildings too close to the edge of the territory could leave them vulnerable to monster assaults, leading to potential destruction. Previously, the urgency stemmed from the constant threat of monsters. Now that time was on their side, Wu Wei resolved to arrange matters with greater care. Arriving at a suitable location, he retrieved the building model of the refugee camp from the Lord's spatial realm. With a forceful toss, the model landed on the ground and, akin to a sponge absorbing water, swiftly transformed into a grand tent. Entering the tent, Wu Wei observed a modest space, furnished only with a mat of grass on the floor, nothing more. Refugee camp. Level 10100. Function: recruit refugees. 10 source energy crystals. Maximum daily summons 10. First summon free, unlimited quantity. Introduction: one would hardly wish to venture into the woods to fell trees, construct homes, or cultivate fields alone, would they? Thus, it is time to summon your subjects. With a grand gesture, Wu Wei recruited 10 wandering souls, embracing the notion of abundance. In the next instant, a radiant glow enveloped the camp of vagrants before him. However, seeing that his chaotic compass remained unresponsive, Wu Wei could only shake his head in resignation. Upon re-entering the tent, he found 10 vagrants either seated or reclined within. Upon his arrival, they hastily rose, some clasping their fists in salute, while others knelt in reverence, greeting their lord. These vagrants, upon being summoned, had already received a transmission of pertinent information, with a chance to live anew. Their fates now lay in the hands of the figure before them. Wu Wei assisted a middle-aged man who was poised to bow, addressing the others. Please rise. Henceforth, there is no need for such kneeling. A simple bow will suffice. This was not out of mere preference, but rather because Wu Wei was not fond of the act of kneeling as a form of salutation. Observing the qualities and talents of the 10 individuals before him, he noted 1 blue, for green, and 5 white. Had they not benefited from the enhancements of his territory's traits, they would have likely been 1 green, for white, and 5 gray. The sole green could very well be the guaranteed result of a first 10 pull. It can only be said that Wu Wei's fortune was remarkably stable. Wu Wei opened the panel of the one who had advanced to blue quality among his subjects. Lu Air. Quality: blue excellent. Gender: male. Combat profession: none. Life profession: architect. Under his guidance, the construction of territorial buildings is expedited by 1080, determined by building quality. Talent: meticulous planner. Under his leadership, the required materials for constructing territorial buildings are reduced by 1050, determined by building quality. Skills: residential construction, intermediate. Lighthouse construction, beginner. Watchtower construction, beginner. Farming, beginner. Description: Lu Air was originally a farmer in a small village, known for his skill in building houses, earning the admiration of the villagers. However, the calamities of the world show no mercy, regardless of the insignificance of an individual. Chapter 7. Evolution, Golden Barracks. Upon seeing Lu Air's attributes, Wu Wei felt as if fortune had smiled upon him. Not only did he reduce construction time, but he also lessened the necessary building materials. To summon such a high-quality architect in the early stages was indeed a stroke of luck for Wu Wei. The residences would provide a haven for these summoned vagrants, allowing their hearts to settle swiftly. The lighthouse, however, was of paramount importance. The territory's area could only be expanded when the territory's level increased or through the use of expensive and heavily restricted items. However, during the novice trial period, novice lords could expand their territorial boundaries by constructing lighthouses. Once a lighthouse is built outside the territory, the fog within its coverage will dissipate, transforming that area into the Lord's temporary domain. After the conclusion of the novice trial, the territories previously designated as temporary will transform into genuine lands, a veritable boon for those who dare to seize the opportunity. However, the majority of novice lords are reluctant to undertake such perilous endeavors, for the construction of lighthouses and the subsequent expansion of territory will significantly escalate the difficulty of monster assaults each day. Most individuals choose the prudent path of surviving until the reward after 20 days rather than recklessly developing during the singular opportunity provided by the novice trial. Wu Wei's desire to expand his territory is not driven by an urgent need for development, but rather by the necessity imposed by the transformation of Yu Fei's military camp, which compels him to enlarge his land quickly. A level 1 ordinary white quality military camp requires only 20 square meters and contains only a handful of tents. The camp's area will gradually increase as its level rises. In contrast, the military camp transformed by Yu Fei through his talents boasts a golden quality. Yu Family Military Camp. Quality: Legendary Gold. Building type: Barracks. Functions: Recruit troops. Yu Family Army. 100 source energy crystals per individual. Maximum summonable number per day: 100. First summon free. Train troops. Beihai Army. Training incurs no cost. Area: 2,000 square meters. Description: The Yu Family Army comprises cavalry, infantry, and archers, whereas the Beihai Army wields long swords, short blades, and powerful crossbows, akin to ancient battlefield special forces. As Wu Wei gazed upon the attributes of the Yu Family Military Camp, he felt his mouth water. Yet, the daunting area of 2,000 square meters left him feeling powerless. This is merely the area of a level 1 establishment. It is essential to note that the disparity between high and low quality in both heroes and buildings is minimal at level 1, but as levels increase, the gap widens rapidly. Currently, the attributes of his territory are as follows. Territory: unnamed. Owner: Wu Wei. Level: 1,0,100. Area: 2,020 square meters. Territory buildings: Lord's Cottage, Level 1. Territory Fence, Level 1. Altar, Level 1. Barracks, Level 1. Refugee Camp, Level 1. Population: 11. Territory trait: Effortless governance. Lord: Name: Wu Wei. Level: 1,0,100. Lord trait: Not awakened. Population: 10 individuals. Lu Air, Blue Rare. Wang Erniu, Green Excellent. Whether upgrading the territory or the Lord, the resources required are no longer the tradable source energy crystals. Instead, one must acquire the bound void crystals found only in the boundless void. Thus, in an era of universal lords, while resources are indeed vital, they are not omnipotent. Without void crystals, no amount of source energy crystals can elevate the territory's level. Currently, Wu Wei possesses 12 void crystals, which is insufficient to upgrade his territory even by 1 level. Therefore, the sole path to expanding his territory lies in the construction of lighthouses. The remarks regarding inadequacy can inflict profound wounds upon a man. Thus, Wu Wei resolved to promptly enhance his stature, even if only temporarily. He glanced at the timer he had brought along. The passage of time in the boundless void differs significantly from that on Earth. Consequently, lords who enter this vast expanse typically carry a neutral timekeeping device. Less than 2 hours had elapsed since his entry into the infinite void, and the next wave of monstrous assaults would not arrive for at least another 22 hours. His immediate task was to construct sufficient lighthouses and expand the territory by over 2,000 square meters within that time frame. Wu Wei believed that once he evolved the Yu Family Military Camp, everything would improve. Accompanied by Yu Fei and 10 subjects, Wu Wei set out to build lighthouses beyond their territory. The construction time for a basic lighthouse was 10 hours, with efficiency increasing by 10 to 50% with each additional worker. Such structures could accommodate a maximum of 10 individuals working simultaneously. Lighthouse: quality, ordinary white. Durability: 100 function, illuminates the path ahead and dispels fog. Illumination area: 10 square meters. Special attributes: the lighthouse can be situated within other buildings without obstructing construction. When indoors, it manifests as lanterns or bulbs, revealing its true form only once external buildings are destroyed. Except for the Lord, the lighthouse can only be dismantled by destroying its core. Construction cost: 100 units of wood, 1 energy crystal, and 11 energy crystals. Construction deadline: before the end of the final day of the novice trial monster assault. Basic materials like wood and stone can be substituted at a ratio of 1:10 with energy crystals. Once Wu Wei and Yu Fei determined the location for the lighthouses, they enthusiastically commenced their labor. Under Lu Air's supervision, the cost for each lighthouse was set at 55 energy crystals, according to the Void's regulations. Both void crystals and energy crystals must be whole units, with no decimal fractions. Therefore, each lighthouse required 6 energy crystals, and Wu Wei planned to construct 20, totaling 120 energy crystals. Fortuitously, he had sufficient resources, having allocated a full quota of energy crystals for himself. New lords from humble backgrounds might only possess the 2 buildings provided by the state, relying on the initial free summons to navigate the early stages. Their subsequent development would hinge upon individual talent and fortune. After over 10 hours of diligent labor, Wu Wei's planned 20 lighthouses were finally completed. The newly summoned 10 individuals appeared utterly exhausted, with only 2 maintaining a calm demeanor. Yu Fei remained unfazed due to his superior constitution, finding the exertion trivial. As for Wu Wei, he had not lifted a finger, possessing a physique weaker than the least among them, relegating him to logistical tasks such as delivering meals and water. The remaining 10 unanimously agreed that constructing residences was not urgent, and there was no objection to the makeshift grass mats of the refugee camp. He arrived at the barracks alongside Yu Fei. At Wu Wei's signal, Yu Fei touched the barracks, activating his innate talent, Wu Mu, transforming the ordinary white barracks into the legendary golden Yu family camp. Chapter 8. The Might of the Golden Barracks. A blinding white light enveloped the entire territory. The once modest barracks rapidly expanded to 100 times its original size, complete with dormitories, armories, stables, and training grounds. It even boasted a cafeteria, restrooms, and bathing facilities. Wu Wei reflected on how the previous ordinary barracks had been nothing more than a refugee camp. This expansive 2,000 square meter establishment truly deserved the title of a military camp. Rubbing his hands together, Wu Wei opened the camp's interface and clicked to summon. The thrill of a free summon was exhilarating, had it been a paid summon. He pondered how long it would take to amass 10,000 source energy crystals. A brilliant light flashed within the Yu family camp, and 100 young men clad in simple attire materialized within the barracks. Upon witnessing the familiar layout of the camp and the soldiers emerging, Yu Fei found himself overwhelmed by emotion, as if he were once again in the company of comrades he recognized. At that moment, Wu Wei gently patted Yu Fei on the shoulder and said, "Pengju, I entrust your soldiers to you. Currently, we lack a blacksmith shop to equip them. You must consider how to minimize casualties during tomorrow's monster assault." Yu Fei turned to him and replied with a salute, "Rest assured, my lord. Pengju will do his utmost." Wu Wei had no intention of interrupting the reunion between the general and his troops. "General Yu, you survived." "Indeed, General Yu. Were you not slain by that wretched Qin Hui?" "What? How could this be? If General Yu was killed, I shall surely avenge him upon that scoundrel Qin Hui." Yu Fei felt the inexplicable emotions dissipate as he stood there, realizing that some were wishing for his demise. With a stern expression, he commanded, "Assemble." Before long, the scattered 100 soldiers formed into a neat square formation of 10 by 10. It seemed that military discipline had not completely faded from their minds. "First question, do you know where this is?" he inquired. "Second question, what is your current status?" "Third question, what do you intend to do in the future?" After posing these questions, Yu Fei awaited their responses. Observing the perplexed expressions on the soldiers' faces, he was not surprised. He pointed to one soldier and asked, "What is your name? Which army did you belong to before coming here, and what were you doing?" Yu Fei questioned them one by one. These soldiers had suddenly appeared in the barracks after meeting their demise on the battlefield, and their accounts of past battles varied in alignment with his own experiences. Recalling Wu Wei's previous mention of the myriad realms, Yu Fei began to piece together the situation in his mind. "The first point is that we are in a place called the Boundless Void, summoned here by our Lord. In other words, you all perished on the battlefield, and the Lord has granted you a new lease on life. The second question, you were soldiers in the past, and you remain soldiers now. The third question, perform the duties of a soldier, safeguarding the realm and its people. Now, is there any further inquiry?" After speaking fervently, General Yu Fei cast his gaze upon the gathered crowd. "General Yu," one soldier spoke up, "we have no weapons here. We cannot engage in battle with our bare fists." Yu Fei glanced at the soldier and replied, "For now, we must rely solely on our fists." "What? Do you believe that fists cannot slay an enemy? Furthermore, let me remind you to assess the strength of your own fists. If you cannot wield them to defeat the foe, I shall provide you with a needle for embroidery instead." As a hero of the realm, Yu Fei possessed the ability to review the attributes of his soldiers. The Yu family army, level 1050, quality, golden legend, 1 physique, 100, base attribute 50, territory trait bonus 100, spirit, 10, base attribute 5. Territory trait bonus 100, talent, mountain shaker, military formation, mountain shaker, talent quality, golden legend, 1 attribute, substantial increase in base physique, injury does not impair combat effectiveness. Non-limb injuries can be rapidly recovered. Military formation, talent quality, golden legend, 1 attribute. Different formations provide varying bonuses. Currently unlocked formations, square and round formation of the Yu family army, level 1. Scale formation of the Yu family army, level 1. Goose wing formation of the Yu family army, level 1. Crescent moon formation of the Yu family army, level 1. Square and round formation of the Yu family army. When activated, the Yu family army within the formation has a defense of 70, and attack power and speed of 30. Scale formation of the Yu family army. When activated, the Yu family army within the formation has a defense of 30, and attack power and speed of 70. Goose wing formation of the Yu family army. When activated, the Yu family army within the formation has a ranged attack power and speed of 100. Crescent moon formation of the Yu family army. When activated, the U family army within the formation has a defense of 50 and attack power and speed of 30. Enemies within the formation have their attack power and speed reduced by 30. Introduction. It is easy to shake mountains, but challenging to shake the U family army. Yu Fei observed the soldiers before him. Regardless of their prior qualifications or physical conditions, all attributes had been unified into a singular standard. He could scarcely fathom the immense power required to achieve such a transformation. Meanwhile, the soldiers were now effortlessly rotating stone blocks with one hand. Weights they once struggled to lift now felt as light as toys. So, do you still have concerns about the absence of weapons? Moreover, the lack of weaponry is only temporary. Borrowing a phrase from our Lord, weapons will indeed be provided, as will steeds. Yu Fei directly echoed what Wu Wei had painted for him earlier. Bread will be provided, and so will milk. He understood milk, and though he was unfamiliar with bread, he assumed it must be a type of bun made from dough. Achoo! Wu Wei, resting in a small room, inexplicably sneezed, pondering if he had overlooked something important. Upon scanning the Lord's domain, Wu Wei discovered, nestled in a corner, the architectural model of the well from today's reward settlement. Reclining on his wooden bed, he retrieved a timer from his pocket, noting that only 2 or 3 hours remained until the 24-hour mark. Thus, he dismissed thoughts of the future and succumbed to slumber. Chapter 9. The following day, at the blacksmith's forge, Wu Wei was roused by the alert from the Lord's panel, rubbing the remnants of sleep from his eyes. He stepped outside the Lord's cottage to find Chong Wei engaged in a rather peculiar battle against the jaws of fortune. A multitude of fearsome sharks, their jaws bared, floundered towards his territory. During the novice trial period, the monsters that emerged were unaffected by the terrain, resulting in creatures from land, sea, and sky converging in unexpected ways. The appearance of such fish on land was colloquially referred to as a welfare event. By the time the sharks flopped against the fences of his domain, they had already been vanquished by the relentless strikes of the Yu family army. The 100 soldiers present had never before engaged in such a bizarre confrontation, pummeling sharks on solid ground. It was a scene of astonishment, 100 young men in the wilderness performing unspeakable acts against great sharks. Was this a descent into moral decay or a distortion of humanity? Yet, under the command of Yu Fei, the Yu family army demonstrated no signs of complacency. Even when faced with a battle so overwhelmingly in their favor, Wu Wei observed the spectacle for a brief moment before it concluded. It was evident that the advantage of battling such marine creatures on land was insurmountable. The second day's assault has concluded. Reward settlement. Enemies defeated on the second day, 556 level 2 sawtooth sharks, 26 level 2 megalodons. Defense result, perfectly intact. Result rating, excellent. Base reward, 1200 energy crystals, 200 void crystals. Additional rewards, 2000 energy crystals, 300 void crystals, territorial buildings, blacksmith's forge, arrow tower, skill detection, beginner. Settlement complete. Reward materials have been distributed to the Lord's domain. Given the sheer number of monsters, Wu Wei felt fortunate that they were great sharks from the ocean. Had they been terrestrial creatures, he would have been concerned for the safety of the Yu family soldiers, who bore no weapons or armor. Wu Wei had long pondered this inconsistency, recalling that when the militia was summoned, they were always armed with pitchforks or sickles. Yet, the gold-quality Yu family soldiers emerged unarmed, lacking even the basic weaponry. This oversight was not entirely Wu Wei's fault, as the school had not taught that units of purple quality and above would not come equipped with gear upon summoning. Moreover, any lord capable of summoning such units would surely possess the means to forge equipment. Wu Wei's situation, while not unique, was indeed rare. With 3,200 energy crystals, 1,100 void crystals, 2 territorial buildings, and a skill book, especially the urgently needed blacksmith's forge, the future seemed promising. Though the construction of the lighthouse has notably expanded the temporary territory, resulting in an absurd influx of monstrous assaults, the rewards following each encounter are undeniably bountiful. Wu Wei meticulously examined the abundant treasures within his lordly domain, yet a twinge of concern crept into his thoughts. With 500 to 600 creatures having already arrived by the next day, he pondered what unspeakable entities might emerge in the ensuing 20 days. Unable to comprehend it further, he resolved to set aside his worries, deciding to face tomorrow as challenges when they arose, let alone the uncertainties of the days to come. Wu Wei took stock of the resources in his lordly space. Source energy crystals, 10007035, 3, 2004, 305 void crystals, 1035000513. Not only could he construct a blacksmith shop today, but he could also enhance the level of his buildings. He was eager to ascertain how his territory's unique trait, universal renewal, would manifest during this process. However, before erecting the forging facility, Wu Wei prioritized upgrading his territory. With 100 void crystals at his disposal, the area of his domain expanded by a full 1,000 square meters. Simultaneously, he discovered that his territory's unique trait had also advanced. Non-interference. Quality. Exquisite. Upgradable, in accordance with the Lord's and territory's level. Positive trait 1. I govern without interference, and the people flourish. The quality of the populace, talent level 1, enhances the probability of summoning high-quality citizens, with all attributes set at 200. Positive trait 2. The sovereign does not interfere, thus the ministers achieve. Hero quality, talent level 1. Increases the likelihood of summoning high-quality heroes, with all attributes set at 200. Random trait 1. Universal renewal. Buildings, upon upgrading, may randomly transform into the same type of structure. With potential quality improvements or declines, the probability of quality enhancement is increased, while the likelihood of decline is diminished. Random trait 2. Natural law. When lordly heroes and citizens practice skills related to natural laws, their experience automatically accumulates over time. The boundless void chests will more readily yield skills pertaining to these laws. Negative trait. Non-interference. Certain management actions may adversely affect the attributes and efficiency of citizens. Excessive intervention may even lead to a shift from positive to negative traits. The types of actions triggering non-interference are reduced. Universal renewal allows buildings to randomly update to the same type upon upgrading, with potential for both quality increase and decrease. Non-action does not equate to negligence, but rather signifies prudent restraint. Clear insight and the ability to discern and delegate appropriately are the hallmarks of true leadership. New territory traits may emerge with the elevation of the lords and territories levels. Wu Wei found himself utterly astounded by his territory's verdant traits. Comparing his own with Jin Xiaopeng's genuinely green traits only amplified his astonishment. His cheekbones seemed on the verge of soaring. Initially intent on further leveling up to witness additional effects, the requirement of void crystals, 0-200, compelled him to temporarily abandon this ambition. Resolving instead to address the pressing matter of his soldiers' equipment, he scoured the territory for a suitable location. Ultimately, he decided to position the blacksmith shop adjacent to the military camp. Blacksmith shop, building quality, white common, level 1-0-100. Function, forge white quality weapons and armor, 10 source energy crystals. Daily forging limit, 10. Description, this is merely an ordinary blacksmith shop. Do you expect it to wholesale celestial artifacts? Wu Wei directly allocated 100 void crystals from the Lord's space and chose to upgrade. In an instant, a long-forgotten colorful spinning wheel and a chaotic pointer materialized before him. The countdown, akin to that during the summoning of heroes at the altar, was a mere 5 minutes. Orange, orange, and yet more orange. Where did so much orange come from? Wu Wei was nearly driven to madness. This round of the spinning wheel featured a considerable orange-yellow sector. Yet each time he magnified it, he invariably found it populated solely by orange, devoid of gold. As time dwindled, Wu Wei grew unexpectedly calm. So what if it was orange? The absence of gold would not be catastrophic. With less than a minute remaining, he selected an area of orange he deemed suitable from his earlier observations. A flash of brilliance revealed a structure reminiscent of a factory from his past life before him. Magical item forging factory. Quality, orange epic. Level 2-0-2000. Universal refresh on cooldown can be triggered again upon reaching a certain level. Function, manufacture magical items. White ordinary 10 source energy crystals. Green fine 100 source energy crystals. Blue rare 1000 source energy crystals. Purple supreme 10,000 source energy crystals. Cannot manufacture orange epic quality magical items. Daily forging limit 1000. Feature 1. Assembly line. A treasure that enhances output within the factory, significantly increasing production capacity, allowing a daily forging limit of 50. Feature 2. Cost control. An essential capability for any factory to manage costs without effective cost management. A factory is inevitably bound for failure. The manufacturing costs for different quality levels of magical items will see varying degrees of reduction. The cost for white ordinary quality is reduced by 50%, green fine quality by 30%, blue rare quality by 20%, and purple supreme quality by 10%. Chapter 10. Upgrade. Type 122 Rocket Turret. My goodness, it truly is an assembly line factory. Wu Wei gazed in astonishment at this orange-quality, low-grade magical item forging factory. The celestial realm has indeed turned the creation of magical items towards industrialization. Although the inability to produce items of the same quality is a significant drawback, its two features undeniably exemplify the essence of efficient production. The focus lies in cost-effectiveness. The complete set of equipment for the U Army includes upper armor, inner armor, lower armor, greaves, arm guards, boots, and helmet, long-range weaponry, quiver, and arrows, mid-range weaponry, spear, short-range weaponry, dagger. In total, there are 12 pieces. If all were forged as white-quality equipment at standard prices, that would amount to 120 source energy crystals per person, totaling 12,000 source energy crystals for 100 individuals. Wu Wei found himself in a precarious financial situation, with a mere 4,000 source energy crystals in his possession. It was evident that he could not fully equip the soldiers of the Yu family army, even at half the price offered by the artifact forging factory. Faced with this dilemma, Wu Wei promptly turned left and sought out Yu Fei in the military camp, for professional matters should be entrusted to those with expertise. After a brief discussion with Yu Fei, more than half of the 4,000 source energy crystals in Wu Wei's lordly space vanished, leaving him with a meager 305. In exchange, he received 80 sets of white-quality armor, comprising upper and lower garments, helmets, boots, long spears, and swords, along with 20 white-quality longbows and 20 green-quality quivers, each containing 20 arrows. Dressed in these new armaments, the previously ragtag 100 men of the Yu family army, who had appeared more like mere brawlers than soldiers in their plain clothes and bare hands, now exuded an unmistakable military aura. After ensuring the soldiers were equipped, Wu Wei prepared to set up the newly acquired defensive tower, the Arrow Tower. Level 0-100, building quality, white ordinary, function, archery, 1 shot per second, energy consumption, 100 arrows per source energy crystal attack range, 100 meters description, a basic defensive structure, capable of aerial defense, a friend to novices. Without hesitation, Wu Wei invested 100 source energy crystals to upgrade the Arrow Tower. As expected, the colorful spinning wheel and chaotic pointer reappeared. The 5-minute countdown left Wu Wei no moment to rest. He gazed at the array of defensive towers displayed on the wheel. The conventional cannon and crossbow towers were the most numerous, followed by various attribute-based magic towers, with a small fraction comprising defensive towers whose functions were difficult to discern by appearance alone. Upon a cursory search, Wu Wei noted that he could not find any golden-tier defensive towers. It was possible that they did not exist, or that the initial evolution did not yield golden quality. He decided to focus on the orange-tier options. One tower, adorned with a large fireball, appeared to be a range-attack defensive tower, so he set it aside. The spare one resembled a coil with electrical wiring, likely a chain lightning defensive tower, warranting further consideration. Spare 2 caught his eye. It bore an uncanny resemblance to a rocket launcher from his previous life, leading him to select this option. After positioning the chaotic pointer, the Arrow Tower, which initially stood at a modest 3 to 4 meters on a wooden base, instantaneously transformed into a towering defensive structure exceeding 5 meters, built upon a steel foundation. The steel base supported a formidable array of 40 rocket launcher tubes. Type 122 rocket launcher tower, building quality, orange epic, level 2, 0-2000. Universal renewal cooling in progress. Can be triggered again after reaching a certain level. Function, launches rockets, 40 shots every 20 seconds. Requires reloading after each launch, 3 minutes per reload. Energy consumption, 1 source energy crystal per rocket attack range, 20 kilometers skill, rapid reload. In the next 5 minutes, the loading speed will accelerate to 1 minute per round, sustained for 5 minutes, with a cooldown period of 60 minutes. Introduction. The fear of inadequate firepower is an incurable affliction for the people of a certain nation. This mechanism can, at best, alleviate symptoms slightly. Wu Wei gently caressed the steel base of the Type 122 rocket artillery tower. This technological defensive tower is the most formidable in the early stages. He had previously encountered it in his studies. The difficulty of the novice trials is generally not exceedingly high. The monsters that attack daily are predominantly ordinary flesh and blood creatures. At worst, mere skeletons. Specters or beings of special forms are relatively rare, provided that firearms deliver consistent output and breach defenses. The output capability of technological defenses is quite remarkable. Wu Wei chose the Type 122 rocket artillery tower for its orange quality and area attack capabilities. Each rocket launched has a blast radius beginning at 10 meters, exhibiting terrifying power far superior to that of a novice-friendly arrow tower. However, the 3-minute loading interval and the steep energy consumption are minor drawbacks of the Type 122 rocket artillery tower. Yet, these flaws are not inherent to the tower itself, but rather to Wu Wei. The fluctuations of light and darkness in the territory are subtle, lasting approximately 15 hours of daylight and 10 hours of darkness. This has significantly impacted the daily routines of the populace. Consequently, Wu Wei had previously instituted a simple schedule: lunch during the brightest hours and dinner when darkness began to fall. Currently, the 112 individuals are seated in the dining hall of the Yu family army camp, consuming the provisions Wu Wei provided. This situation is unsustainable. The food he brought is uncertain to last long for such a large group. Wu Wei assessed his supplies, which amounted to provisions for 100 individuals over 30 days. However, the current population of his territory has already exceeded that count, with the possibility of more inhabitants in the future. One can only hope that the next wave of monster attacks will yield agricultural structures. Fortunately, the military camp is equipped with various amenities. Otherwise, the essentials of life would pose a significant challenge. Observing the robust men before him, Wu Wei felt there was an excess of masculine energy. It is understandable that the army comprises men, but he did not anticipate that even the 10 summoned inhabitants would all be male. When summoning the next hero, he must ensure the availability of a suitable female counterpart. Wu Wei instructed Yu Fei to test the newly summoned Type 122 rocket artillery tower. Its rockets inflict area damage, so early acclimatization is prudent to prevent any mishaps that might harm his own. He then planned to examine the layout of the territory, considering the optimal placement of structures for defense. With each level increase of the territory, there is an opportunity to reposition buildings. He intended to upgrade some of the other structures, starting with the refugee camp. Chapter 11. Upgrading the Multiverse Altar. As the 100 void crystals in Wu Wei's lordly space were consumed, the Grand Wheel and the Chaotic Pointer appeared before Wu Wei, fulfilling the anticipation surrounding them. It seemed the Chaotic Pointer could be activated without any cooldown period. As for the white territory structure, the first triggering of the myriad transformations could at most evolve to an orange tier. Wu Wei cast a glance at the over 95 gray-white area, feeling a tinge of trepidation. Fortunately, the Chaotic Pointer allowed him the luxury of choice. Otherwise, maintaining the current state during each evolution would be a fortunate outcome. With a significant probability of a downgrade in quality, Wu Wei was quite aware of his own luck. This time, he found himself at a loss for what to select. Previously, when choosing a defensive tower, he could at least examine its appearance for a rough understanding. However, in the evolution of the refugee camp, the wheel was filled with various types of houses, each choice feeling quite similar. Thus, he lazily opted for the first orange area he encountered. At this moment, less than a minute had passed. A familiar radiance flashed, and yet another territory structure, spanning hundreds of square meters, emerged. Universal Sanctuary. Quality, Orange Epic. Level, 2-0-2000. Cooldown for myriad transformations in progress. Can only be triggered again after a certain level increase. Function, recruit refugees. 100 source energy crystals per person. Daily maximum recruitment, 20 individuals. Maximum capacity in the sanctuary, 200 individuals. Feature 1. The Lord can choose any creature to enter the sanctuary, or impose conditions based on certain races or professions for entry. Current settable condition count, 2. Feature 2. Creatures within the sanctuary cannot attack one another. Any aggressors will be instantaneously expelled. Feature 3. The Lord may expel creatures from within the sanctuary. Authorization possible. Description. Whether to take advantage of a crisis or to save a life for free lies entirely in your contemplation. Instead of increasing the recruitment numbers, it enhanced the selection criteria, which is indeed a commendable reinforcement. Moreover, if the sanctuary's functions are utilized wisely, it may even yield profits. As Wu Wei contemplated, he began setting the recruitment conditions for the Universal Sanctuary. Condition 1. Attractive humanoid female creatures may enter. Condition 2. Human beings with high-quality talents and a lawful good alignment may enter. He prepared to add a third condition. Individuals with abundant resources who are being hunted may enter. After all, the acquisition of resources should take precedence over talent recruitment. Wu Wei gazed at the dwindling area of his territory, realizing he might need to construct a lighthouse or upgrade the territory level. Why did his territory always seem insufficient? However, it was too late to temporarily build a lighthouse. He would have to expand the territory area through upgrading the territory level. Territory, unnamed. Lord, Wu Wei. Level, 2-0-200. Territory area, 3,400 square meters. Territorial structures, Lord's Cottage, Level 1. Territory Fence, Level 1. Altar, Level 1. U-Family Barracks, Level 1. Multiverse Sanctuary, Level 2. Type 122 Rocket Turret, Level 2. Well, Level 1. Artifact Forging Factory, Level 2. Population, 110. Number of heroes, 1. Territory trait, Effortless Governance. Void Crystals in Lord's Space, 200. Level, 3-0-300. Territory area, 5,000 square meters. Wu Wei gazed at the territory, which was already tenfold the initial expanse of the boundless void. He could only marvel that the endeavor of expanding his territory with a lighthouse was indeed worthwhile. Subsequently, he decided to upgrade the well in his territory. Void Crystals in Lord's Space, 100. Wu Wei observed that most building upgrades bore a striking resemblance to one another. He casually selected a seemingly decent orange well and adjusted the pointer to that area. A flash of brilliance ensued, transforming the stone wellhead into wood. Moonlight Well. Building quality, Orange Epic. Level, 0-2000. Universal Refresh is cooling down. May be triggered again after reaching a certain level. Function, produces moonlight water, restores water level at the wellhead each night. Moonlight water, consuming it restores a certain amount of stamina and mental energy. It can serve as a medium for elven magic casting. Description, condensed lunar energy transformed into liquid, usable even in the absence of the moon. A radiant smile graced Wu Wei's face. This was not merely water. It was a pure, side-effect-free functional drink. It seemed fortune was favoring him this time. Seizing the moment, he hurried to upgrade the altar as well. Void Crystals in Lord's Space, 100 once more. The Grand Wheel and Chaotic Pointer arrived as expected. Wu Wei gazed at the array of altars on the turntable, finding it impossible to choose. What could possibly differentiate them? He attempted several times with the newly learned divination art, but to no avail. Ultimately, he made a random selection, trusting in his luck for the day. Multiverse Altar, damaged version. Attributes, Orange Epic. Level, 2-0-2000. Universal Refresh is cooling down. May be triggered again after reaching a certain level. Function, recruit heroes, 200 source energy crystals per attempt. Trait, capable of summoning heroes from various races, which may include radiant seraphim or even a wild boar lord. Summoned hero, Yufei. Capacity for heroes, 12. Description: I hope you are not a lord with racial prejudices. Otherwise, this altar may bring you great distress. Naturally, I am devoid of racial prejudices. Rather, I possess a penchant for aesthetics. Those deemed too ugly or bizarre are unacceptable, nor can non-humanoid beings pass muster. However, I suppose that as long as a non-humanoid is visually appealing, it could be acceptable. As he mused, Wu Wei proceeded with his second hero summoning. The familiar wheel and pointer, yet the areas on the wheel were filled with a variety of unfamiliar options. The proportion of human heroes was indeed rather low, and they appeared more human-like. Wu Wei swept through a golden area, where the heroes appeared as if they were mere sludges. He promptly abandoned this pursuit and sought the next option. With the altar's enhancement, not only had the variety of summoned races increased, but the likelihood of high-quality heroes manifesting had also risen significantly. Regrettably, despite the heightened chances of encountering high-quality heroes, the occurrence of high-quality human heroes had diminished considerably. Wu Wei failed to find a single golden human hero and was left with no choice but to select one from a different race. The long-eared figure must be an elf. Thus, he resolved to recruit this one. Summoning an elf was certainly preferable to enlisting those whose very races remained a mystery. The thought of Wu Wei relinquishing a golden quality for an orange quality human hero was utterly inconceivable. He adjusted the pointer to a golden area adorned with the image of an elf wielding a staff. Gradually, the form within the spinning wheel solidified, and the wheel itself faded into a wraith-like apparition. This time, the song of the elven race emerged, a melody Wu Wei barely comprehended, yet it was undeniably melodious. It bore a tinge of sorrow and indignation. Before him stood a stunning elven beauty, while the staff depicted in the image vanished without a trace. He gazed at the enchanting elf he had summoned. She was indeed magnificent, yet there was an air of Navet about her. Chapter 12. The legendary elven slave Wu Wei reached out and touched the elf before him, but there was no response whatsoever. What was going on? Perplexed, he opened the elf's attribute panel. Sophia, awaiting contract. Identity, hero. Quality, legendary gold, 1 race, elven. Level, 1, 0, 100. Talents, nature's believer 1. Incarnation of the moon, 1 bloodline. Elven princess. Physique, 30, base attribute, 10, hero attribute bonus, 200. Spirit, 300, base attribute, 100, hero attribute bonus, 200. Description: the moon forest, vital for the elven race's survival, was destroyed by enemy assaults. Sophia, as the esteemed elven princess, survived the Great War, but was captured and offered as a precious gift to the king. To prevent her escape, the Empire's grand sorcerer ensnared her mind with magic and implanted a slavery contract. Nature's believer. Talent quality, legendary gold 1. Attribute 1, significantly increases base spirit and spirit growth. Attribute 2, greatly reduces mana consumption for nature, earth, and wood magic, while significantly enhancing spell power and reducing cooldown time. Attribute 3, allows the direct learning of all nature, earth, and wood magic without skill prerequisites. Incarnation of the moon. Talent quality, legendary gold 1. Attribute, Sophia enters a state of divine awakening, gaining the powers of the moon goddess, transforming into a moon maiden with entirely new attributes and skills. Duration, 30 minutes. Cooldown time, 24 hours. Moon Elf Royal Bloodline. Bloodline quality, legendary gold. Attributes, all fairies gain supreme respect, and the moon fairy will unconditionally become a subordinate of the moon fairy royal family. Skills, Wrath of Nature. Healing of Nature, Earthwall technique. Wu Wei gazed at the serene and ethereal beauty of the fairy before him, feeling a twinge of pity. After losing everything, she had been turned into a gift for his greatest enemy. Was this some sort of twisted plot from a previous life? It was truly tragic. However, the relationship between a lord and a hero is, in some respects, more binding than that of a master and servant. A hero cannot raise a hand against their lord, not even in accidental harm or collateral damage. On a fundamental level, the lord is immune to any damage inflicted by their hero. Wu Wei bit his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto Sophia's smooth forehead. Instantly, a complex magical array manifested, one end connecting to Wu Wei and the other to Sophia. After a few minutes, the array began to dissipate, and Sophia's eyes gradually regained their vivacity. Lady Sophia, I have met my master. The fairy-made soft voice sent shivers down Wu Wei's spine. Fortunately, his reason remained intact. Sophia, from now on, you shall be the hero of our territory, and I will be your lord. Do you understand? Sophia gazed at him with wide eyes, her expression one of bewilderment. Territory and lord. I understand. But what is a hero? A hero is a being endowed with will and abilities that surpass those of ordinary citizens, contributing to the welfare of the entire territory and its inhabitants. Do you comprehend this, Sophia? Wu Wei's tone was unexpectedly gentle, surpassing even his own expectations. I understand. Are you saying that the lord is akin to royalty? Sophia responded with childlike curiosity. Our elven royalty possesses greater abilities to benefit everyone. My mother always says that our royal bloodline is of a higher nobility than that of ordinary elves, which makes us stronger. But I believe that as a royal, we should protect the ordinary elves even more. Wu Wei felt his heart melt. What a wonderful girl she was, kind, beautiful, and immensely powerful. He found her utterly endearing. If Jin Xiaopeng were to discover this, he would likely grind his teeth in envy. As Wu Wei contemplated this, he couldn't help but chuckle mischievously. His luck in summoning her was nothing short of extraordinary. But let there be no misunderstanding. His intentions were far from lascivious. He intended to discuss Sophia's past experiences with her, as it seemed she had little recollection of events prior to her capture. He also wished to inform her about the state of their territory. It appeared that due to Sophia's unique circumstances, the Void had not transmitted relevant information to her, leaving him, as her lord, to educate her. Just as Wu Wei and Sophia were engaged in deep conversation on the bed in the lord's cabin, a sudden knock resounded at the door. "My lord, are you there?" "Come in," Wu Wei called, unfazed. When Yu Fei entered and saw the lord sitting with a beautiful woman on the bed, he instinctively prepared to apologize and leave. Upon seeing Yu Fei, Wu Wei instinctively understood his intentions and promptly stated, "No need for formalities. This is my newly recruited hero, Sophia. Due to certain unique circumstances, she is lacking some essential information, so I shall explain it to her. Sophia, allow me to introduce you to another hero of our realm, Yu Fei." Once the two heroes exchanged their greetings, Wu Wei directly inquired, "Hengju, what brings you here?" "My lord, the cannon at our stronghold possesses immense power. Unfortunately, it consumes far too many resources, and I fear our remaining supplies may not suffice to withstand the monster attacks tomorrow. Additionally, the camp is currently filled with treasure chests from today's monster slayings, and I have come to ask when you plan to open these chests." Upon hearing this, Wu Wei slapped his forehead in realization. He had been so preoccupied with upgrading various structures today that he had completely forgotten about the treasure chests. "Sophia, come with me," he said. "Yes, my lord," she replied. Together, they made their way to the location where the treasure chests were stored within the military camp. As they walked, the nearby soldiers gawked in amazement. They had never encountered such an exotic beauty before, and this enchanting elf was dutifully trailing behind Wu Wei. "Greetings, my lord," they acknowledged respectfully. This was commendable, whether heroes, citizens, or soldiers, all addressed Wu Wei as my lord before he requested otherwise. After briefly introducing Sophia to the soldiers, Wu Wei entered the small storage room filled with the treasure chests. Chapter 13. Farmlands and Broken Paths. Wu Wei gazed at the hundreds of treasure chests before him, his spirits soaring. "Would either of you care to join me in opening these chests and see who has the better fortune?" he proposed, only to regret his words immediately. These two heroes, though not entirely bereft of hope, had certainly faced their share of hardships. It would be rather insensitive to equate their situation with mere luck. As he chastised himself mentally, Sophia's voice reached his ears. "My lord, can Sophia also join in the opening?" Wu Wei turned to see Yu Fei counting the chests while Sophia's face beamed with excitement. Realizing he had misjudged the situation, Wu Wei resolved to treat these heroes as he would any other, acknowledging their remarkable abilities and their troubled pasts. As an old saying goes, the best way to treat those with disabilities is to regard them as equals. The most respectful approach to these two heroes would be to regard them simply as his heroes. Opening treasure chest, obtained 3 source crystals, 2 void crystals. Opening treasure chest, obtained 2 source crystals, 1 void crystal. Opening treasure chest, obtained 2 source crystals, farmland. The delightful time of opening chests soon passed. Unlocking the chests in the boundless void was not a cumbersome task. It merely required a thought. Wu Wei took a moment to count his treasures. A total of 2,000 source crystals and 500 void crystals, with 13 pieces of equipment comprising white and gray grades. Territorial structures include farmland, toilet, fireball tower, and arrow tower. The buildings are indeed commendable. Wu Wei is exceedingly pleased with his golden finger. However, there is one concern. He simply cannot afford to upgrade those territorial buildings that evolve into orange quality. The cost starts at a staggering 2,000 void crystals, making it far less economical than constructing new buildings in the early stages. Thus, in the short term, the only viable option is to increase the quantity of territorial buildings to sustain the territory's development. The challenge, however, lies in the fact that newly built high-quality territorial structures can easily lead to spatial constraints. As for constructing a lighthouse, Wu Wei cannot guarantee he will effortlessly withstand the monster assault the following day. The simplicity of the next day is solely due to the attacking monsters being marine creatures. Until he is absolutely certain of his territory's defensive capabilities, Wu Wei will refrain from making such a decision. After consulting with Yu Fei, Wu Wei resolved to upgrade his territory by 1 level, prioritizing resources for defensive structures thereafter. Territory, unnamed. Level 30300. Just as Wu Wei settled into the Lord's space, he received an additional 300 Lord crystals on top of the initial 500. The territory spans 2,000 square meters, allowing him to place the 4 newly constructed territorial buildings. The toilet was positioned near the Lord's cabin, while the defense tower was placed at the outermost edge of the territory. The farmland was situated in a relatively spacious area. With the buildings established, upgrades were inevitable. The population within the territory was steadily increasing, and the food Wu Wei had brought from the outside would not last until the conclusion of the novice trial. Following the upgrade, the usual procedure ensued. After the radiant transformation, what emerged was a plot of land even smaller in size. Yet, the ethereal charm it exuded was undeniable. Fortunately, Wu Wei had previously opted out of choices on the roulette, only to see an array of farmland. Although he had farmed in his past life, he lacked the ability to discern which plots were superior or inferior. He did notice the technological planting devices, but their high-quality versions occupied too much space, while the low-quality options seemed like a poor investment. Thus, he randomly selected an orange plot, which surprisingly appeared quite promising. Shattered Dao soil. Building quality. Orange epic. Level 2-0-2-0-0-0. Universal renewal is on cooldown. It can be triggered again after reaching a certain level. Function. Planting. Area, 100 square meters. Trait 1. Dao soil, damaged. Crop yield 10,000. Crop level increases by 1. Choose one of 2. Trait 2. Dao concealment. Trait 2 is sealed due to damage. Description. A fragment of Dao soil that fell from the ninth heaven into the boundless void. If someone can restore it, its quality will revert to golden, and it will repair itself as the level increases. Astonishingly, it is indeed Dao soil, one of the most prestigious types of land. Even in a state of disrepair, it remains remarkably resilient. Although it spans a mere 100 square meters, a 100-fold increase in crop yield is astonishingly impressive. A significant profit indeed. After addressing the substantial issue of food supply, Wu Wei promptly upgraded 2 defensive towers. Regarding the latrine, he could only manage for the time being, constrained by his limited resources. 2 beams of light shimmered as 2 brand-new defensive towers materialized at the outermost edge of his territory. Wu Wei had grown somewhat apathetic towards meticulously selecting upgrades for most of his territory structures. His mindset was simple. As long as it wasn't too grotesque and bore the color orange, it would suffice. Should the other rookie lords hear him utter such sentiments, they would surely be tempted to chastise him. While they were still struggling to survive with their white and gray structures during the novice trials, here he was, indifferent to the selection of even orange buildings. It's not as if one could claim to be affluent with orange structures, yet he had barely entered the novice trials a few days prior and could so casually dismiss the matter. A statue of a hooded figure, clutching a skeletal staff, stood upon a base of gray stone. The new defensive tower, replacing the previous fireball tower, had an eerily menacing appearance. The bone necromancy tower. Building quality, orange epic. Level 2-0-2-0-0-0. Universal renewal is cooling down. It may be triggered again after a certain level is attained. Function. Temporarily revives deceased enemy units using bone necromancy. Energy consumption varies based on the strength of the revived enemy units. Attack range, 1,000 meters. Skill. Resurrection of the Fallen. Revives units with corpses left behind, transforming them into temporary skeletal puppets, albeit weakened compared to their former selves. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Description. Regardless of the number of enemies, as long as your resources are ample, the sheer number of our forces will prevail. This is the allure of bone necromancy, an enhanced version of the undead tower. Wu Wei encapsulated the bone necromancy tower based on a defensive tower from a tower defense game he had played in a previous life. However, unlike the original necromancy tower, which could only summon feeble skeletons, this tower offered significantly greater potential. For the second tower, Wu Wei opted for an old acquaintance, the Type 122 rocket artillery tower. This type of structure stood out rather prominently on the roulette, and once again, he found it. No particular reason, save for his penchant for grand explosions. Chapter 14. Expanding the territory on the third day. After depleting the scant void crystals remaining in the Lord's space, Wu Wei was reluctantly compelled to cease further upgrades to his territory's buildings. On the third day of the novice trial, at approximately 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Wu Wei was contemplating the order of future upgrades for his territory structures when he heard Yu Fei's voice outside the Lord's cabin. "My lord, the monster attack for the third day has commenced." Wu Wei had previously instructed Yu Fei to notify him during monster assaults. Lacking defensive towers, he had been unable to engage on the front lines. However, with the addition of 3 defensive towers, the situation was markedly different. Having played numerous tower defense games in his previous life, he was confident in his ability to operate a defensive tower effectively. In the distant mists of the territory, a multitude of shadowy figures has emerged. Though their movements are sluggish, the sheer density of these dark shapes is overwhelming to Wu Wei from afar. Yet, he remains unperturbed as he employs the newly acquired skill of detection. The attempt is successful. However, he feels as though this single exertion has drained half of his mental vigor. It seems that neglecting to fortify oneself is unwise. Even a modicum of mental energy proves taxing when casting detection spells. He cannot afford to exhaust himself merely by glancing at the enemy. Contaminated entity, race, mutated creature level, 3 physique, 10 spirit, 5 skill, biological contamination, upon inflicting wounds on an enemy. there is a probability that the biological contamination virus within will assimilate the foe into a contaminated entity. At that moment, Wu Wei's pupils constrict. How could an elite monster appear on the third day? Elite aberration race, mutated creature level, 3 physique, 16 spirit, 2 skills, biological contamination, rapid. Wu Wei calculates briefly, realizing that the two combined pose at least a threat of 1 to 2,000. More critically, these attacking monsters are converging from all directions. It appears that the recently upgraded 122 rocket turrets are indeed serving their purpose. The control of the defense towers is akin to opening a treasure chest. It merely requires concentration to manipulate. Wu Wei intermittently activates 2 122 rocket turrets. Instantly, the territory is enveloped in the thunderous roar of rockets being launched and the explosive sounds of detonation. 122 rocket turret targets the enemies advancing from one side of the territory. The area is covered by the firepower of the 122 rocket turrets. See almost none of the monsters reaching the perimeter fence. Occasionally, a fortunate, elite aberration, aided by the rapid skill, manages to dash to the fence's exterior, only to be met with the unwavering resolve of the Yu family soldiers, who swiftly dispatch it with a single shot. The inhabitants of the territory in Sophia are astounded by the might of the 122 rocket turrets. Liu Air recalls how the soldiers of the Yu family had previously spoken of the cannon atop that tower. Noting that the sound of each tube firing is louder than thunder itself, Liu Air is genuinely impressed. Had such weaponry existed in the village, those bandits would have dared not raid them. If the bandits had refrained, his wife and Nini would not have faced danger, regardless of whether they are commoners or soldiers. Witnessing such a formidable weapon of war stirs a sense of awe in all. However, Wu Wei is not preoccupied with these thoughts. The sheer delight of the explosions is exhilarating. In his past life, he had only wielded toy guns that barely reached a power level of 22. Who would have imagined he would one day command such a formidable 122? Let them all perish. Although there is no recoil to feel, the roaring sounds echoing in his ears serve as the finest feedback for Wu Wei. Anyone who claims that zombies can rival a modern army will find Wu Wei as their foremost opponent. With an overwhelming advantage in firepower, he obliterates all enemies before him. Meanwhile, the mutated creatures attacking from the other two sides of the territory fare no better. Even among the elite mutants, their physical constitution barely reaches 16 points. In contrast, the warriors of the Yu family army, after the enhancement of territorial characteristics, have seen their initial 50 points of constitution bolstered to an impressive 150 points, thanks to the 200-point attribute boost from non-interference governance. Thus, dispatching these minions is akin to slicing through vegetables. However, one must remain vigilant against the infection skills of the mutated beasts. As Wu Wei awaited the reloading of the Type 122 rocket turret, he decided to halt its assault, allowing the Yu family army and Yu Fei to cleanse the remaining foes, while he stood by in the territory, anticipating the triumphant return of his soldiers. To his astonishment, the prowess of his heroes and soldiers was astonishing. Dispatching those mutated creatures was indeed as effortless as cutting melons. Considering the reloading time, the Type 122 rocket turret could not compete with their swiftness, and importantly, it incurred no consumption. At most, there would simply be a bit more to prepare for today's meal. End of Day 3 Assault. Reward Settlement. On the third day, the assault yielded 1248 Level 3 Contaminants, 102 Level 3 Elite Mutants. Defense result, perfectly intact. Outcome rating level. Basic reward, 2,000 Source Energy Crystals, 500 Void Crystals. Additional reward, 3,000 Source Energy Crystals, 600 Void Crystals, Territorial Structures, Frost Tower, Canteen, and A. Unlimited Territory Expansion Token, Beginner. Settlement completed. Reward materials have been allocated to the Lord's space. Wu Wei's previously empty treasury was now somewhat replenished with the distribution of these rewards. Moreover, there remained over 1,000 treasure chests, ample enough to upgrade the remaining territorial structures. Of all the rewards, Wu Wei was particularly intrigued by the Unlimited Territory Expansion Token, Beginner. With a mere thought, he retrieved it from the Lord's space. Unlimited Territory Expansion Token, Beginner. Function. Upon use, it immediately expands the territory area by 10,000 square meters, limited to the user alone. Restrictions, none. Incredible. A beginner-level token that increases the area by 10,000 square meters, and it indeed has no restrictions. As far as Wu Wei knew, regardless of the level, territory expansion tokens typically come with stringent limitations, often increasing in severity with higher levels. Commonly, they impose a cooldown period before one can use another territory expansion token. Some impose even stricter constraints, forbidding upgrades to the territory for a certain duration. Given the lack of restrictions, Wu Wei did not hesitate. For someone like him, who was in dire need of space, it was evident that the territory would be insufficient in the early stages. With a decisive motion, he tore the token apart. The Unlimited Territory Expansion Token, Beginner, instantly transformed into countless specks of light. Once they dissipated, the territory area expanded by 10,000 square meters. Wu Wei's anxiety regarding land was somewhat alleviated as the mist receded. Following this, he proceeded to reinforce the territory once more, particularly focusing on the toilet. Wu Wei found it quite difficult to accept such antiquated objects. He preferred modern conveniences that offered greater comfort. The remaining Lord's cabin and territory fence also required strengthening. Chapter 15. The gossipy subjects. As Wu Wei calmed down from his excitement, he realized that Sophia had been watching him all along. At that moment, he became aware that this seemingly formidable elf had been by his side the entire time. It seemed he hadn't summoned her to the battlefield, allowing this hero to remain at home, idling. What are you looking at? Nothing at all. Sophia certainly couldn't admit that she simply wished to leap upon Wu Wei. Few were aware that elves possessed far superior sensory abilities compared to humans, albeit with certain side effects. In simpler terms, they were quite sensitive, and Sophia's contract had amplified this trait. Perhaps due to the master-servant bond, Wu Wei felt a certain affinity for the golden-haired, fierce elf. While Wu Wei and Sophia indulged in their affectionate exchange, all the subjects, including Yu Fei, quietly observed, partaking in their gossip. Perhaps the tradition of gossiping would endure through the centuries, passed down among humankind. As the embodiment of this tradition, Wu Wei, upon realizing the situation, felt a mix of embarrassment and anger as he exclaimed, "Off you go, clean up the battlefield. There are over 1,000 chests. Yu Fei, you seem the happiest. Open all the chests and place the contents in the storage where the treasure chests were kept. I will first upgrade the territory's buildings." Accompanied by Sophia, Wu Wei prepared to enhance the territory fence. Although the territory's defenses had not been utilized in recent days, upgrading this essential defensive structure as soon as possible was undoubtedly wise. The territory space required 100 void crystals. Familiar sights greeted him: the wheel, the pointer, and the 5-minute countdown. However, the territory fence evolved through universal renewal into a diverse array of protective structures. The modular defense buildings of a technological nature were the most apparent among them. The magical, mysterious, fantastical, and other forms of barriers were relatively challenging to differentiate. Nevertheless, they were all fences, simply put. Wu Wei had heard that high-level lords used walls for defense, and he had imagined he could upgrade to a wall as well. Yet, a high-quality fence was certainly an improvement over his previous flimsy wooden barrier. In the end, Wu Wei selected a uniquely designed fence structure. Aurora Fence, data per meter. Building quality, Orange Epic. Level 2-0-2-0-0-0. Universal renewal is on cooldown. It can be triggered again after reaching a certain level. Function, protection, durability, 200-200. After being attacked and broken, it will reset after a certain period, and source energy crystals can be used to accelerate the reset speed. Feature 1, deflection. When remote attacks strike the Aurora Fence, there is a certain probability of deflection. The more powerful the attack, the lower the probability of deflection. Characteristic 2, absorption. The Aurora Barrier possesses the ability to absorb light-based attacks, thereby restoring its own durability. Introduction. The true significance of this construct lies not in its might, but rather in its cost-effectiveness. Typically, barriers serve merely as territorial warning structures, with defense being a secondary function. Due to the barrier's unique property of automatically expanding with the territory, Wu Wei considers himself fortunate to have stumbled upon such a boon. Beside him, Sophia gently touched the luminous screen, discovering that there was no obstruction as she effortlessly passed through. Attempting once more from the opposite side yielded the same result. "My lord," she began, but he interjected, "Please, refer to me as young master from now on, as my maid." Wu Wei regarded the elven maid with a playful sense of mischief. "Young master," Sophia questioned, "does this truly serve a defensive purpose?" "Indeed, you shall witness its effectiveness when we face a monster assault," Wu Wei replied. Before upgrading the lord's abode, he casually decided to enhance the toilet. Fully automated 5-story public restroom. When making his selection, he deliberately avoided the bizarre options, those with flowers growing on the beams or runes carved beneath the commode. He sought the simplest of facilities. This remarkable toilet, which automatically replenishes water, restocks paper, and cleans itself without requiring a drainage system, even boasted an elevator due to its 5 levels. Though it was merely of purple quality, Wu Wei chose it without hesitation. After completing the upgrade, he postponed the enhancement of the lord's abode. Many things are only appreciated once lost. He had forgotten to bring toilet paper while gathering supplies, which at times seems trivial. Yet, its absence can inflict a devastating blow to one's quality of life. After resolving this essential matter, Wu Wei proceeded to upgrade his cozy dwelling. The unenhanced lord's abode was simply too cramped, forcing Sophia to sleep among the residences constructed by the citizens. How could he effectively teach the elven maid under such circumstances? An upgrade was imperative. Familiar with the spinning wheel, the pointers, and the 5-minute countdown, Wu Wei found no difficulty in his decision this time. The first option, an orange quality cottage, compelled him to act decisively. Cloud cottage. Building quality, Orange Epic. Level 2-0-2-0-0-0. Universal refresh cooling down. May be re-triggered after reaching a certain level. Function, residence. This ethereal, cloud cottage, though charmingly beautiful, raised a hint of apprehension in Wu Wei regarding its cloud-constructed form. Tentatively, he extended a foot to test its stability, finding it akin to stepping upon resilient rubber. Grasping Sophia's hand, he entered the first floor of the cottage, spanning 200 square meters over 3 levels. The cloud cottage uplifted Wu Wei's spirits as he stepped inside. No wonder in his past life, people often favored acquiring spacious homes. Reclining comfortably on the plush cloud-like sofa, Wu Wei intended to revel in the splendor of his domain when he stumbled upon a most alarming revelation. The negative trait of his territory had inexplicably been triggered by his own actions. The territorial characteristic of Wu Wei Erji had manifested its adverse aspect, Wu Wei. This negative trait implied that certain behaviors of his could adversely influence the attributes and efficiency of his subjects, with excessive interference potentially transforming positive traits into negative ones. Chapter 16, Wu Wei activated. What? Is it truly possible for me to invoke the effects of Wu Wei? Wu Wei observed that the initial positive traits of Wu Wei Erji had already undergone a transformation. Positive trait 1, I govern without action. And the people naturally flourish. The quality of his subjects, with a talent level of 1, had a heightened probability of summoning high-quality subjects, with all attributes set at 198. Positive trait 2, the sovereign does not act, yet the ministers excel. This trait, associated with heroes, also bore a talent level of 1, increasing the probability of summoning high-quality heroes, with all attributes similarly at 198. Negative trait, Wu Wei. Certain actions of yours will impact the attributes and efficiency of your subjects. Excessive intervention may even lead to a shift from positive to negative traits. Recovery time, 24 hours. Engaging in certain actions will refresh the recovery time and prolong it. What a riddle. Which specific behaviors are causing this? Wu Wei pondered, believing himself to be a rather competent hands-off ruler. After summoning Yu Fei, he had largely refrained from meddling in the defense and management of his army. Summoning heroes and subjects, as well as upgrading territorial buildings, were tasks that should not trigger Wu Wei. Otherwise, it would imply that he, as the Lord, could accomplish nothing at all. Subsequently, Wu Wei systematically endeavored to identify actions that might activate Wu Wei. First, he ventured into the Universal Refuge. Selecting 20 female humans and elves to join his territory, he discovered that the quality of beings entering the Universal Refuge varied significantly. The highest caliber among them was a female elf, whose purple excellence quality stood out amidst a sea of white and green qualities. Upon recruitment, Moira ascended to become a subject of Orange Epic caliber. Moira, quality, Orange Epic race, elf level, 1/0/100, bloodline, wood elf combat profession, nature mage, capable of attacking or restraining foes with nature magic, as well as cultivating plants. Life profession, none talents, plant cultivation, rapid growth, plant cultivation. Moira can enhance the yield and growth speed of plant seeds through her nature magic, potentially leading to mutations. Rapid growth. By harnessing natural magic, Moira can accelerate the maturation of plants below purple quality in a short time, although this may adversely affect their level and efficacy, and in severe cases, lead to their demise. Skills, Woodvine technique, Treant summoning, natural healing. Introduction, Moira, a renowned botanist of the Moonlight Forest, devoted her existence to nurturing her flora until her untimely demise. However, the orcs held no appreciation for the tranquil beauty of the blossoms. Their sole desire was to exterminate every pointy-eared creature, as decreed by their divine oracle. Wu Wei observed the enhanced figure before him, a singular orange and 3 blue talents embodied in an elf. He couldn't help but muse upon the apparent average quality of elven talents, which seemed to hover around green. In contrast, the women of the human race largely exhibited inferior talent, with only 1 blue and the remainder being green or white. Nevertheless, he harbored no particular sentiments regarding this disparity. As long as they were human women within this sanctuary of all realms, he would inquire whether they wished to join his domain. Their refusal would bear no consequence. Aiding his kin was a fundamental duty. The human race, characterized by a scarcity of strength and an abundance of weakness, stood apart from other races. Uniquely, the human strong were, during the age of universal lordship, also once weak before awakening their talents and seizing their fortunes. The mightiest among humans emerged from the vast sea of the weak. Perhaps the 1% of the human population that were strong surpassed the combined strength of the remaining 99%. However, should only that 1% remain, the human race would inevitably weaken by 100-fold or more. The principle of strength in numbers was thus the greatest reliance of humanity in the Age of Lords. After completing the recruitment of his subjects, Wu Wei glanced at his Lord panel. The negative trait of Wu Wei had not triggered, indicating that the recruitment of subjects fell outside the scope of those actions. Sophia, please lead your kin to seek out your dwelling. He turned to the blue-quality woman leading the humans, Supan. Supan, take everyone to the barracks of the territory to find General Yu Fei. The barracks is the largest structure within the domain. Inform him that if he requires the use of the territory's resources, he may do so freely without seeking my permission. With these 3 statements, Wu Wei deftly delegated the matter to Yu Fei. until he summoned a bureaucratic hero capable of managing territorial affairs. Yu Fei would have to shoulder the burden, though fortunately, the population of the territory was still modest. Wu Wei believed Yu Fei could manage adequately. Since the option of recruiting subjects had been excluded from triggering Wu Wei, he proceeded to the next task, upgrading the territory's buildings. Coincidentally, he had recently received rewards in the form of a defensive tower and a restaurant, both of which remained in his lordly space. Chapter 17. Speculations triggered by Wu Wei. The white quality Frost Tower allowed Wu Wei to select a similar type of defensive tower for an upgrade, the orange quality Blizzard Tower. Blizzard Tower, building quality. Orange Epic, level 2-02000. Universal renewal on cooldown. A certain level must be attained before retriggering. Function. Utilizes the magical skill Blizzard to inflict damage and slow enemies. Energy consumption. 3 energy crystals per second. Attack range. 500 meters. Skill. Blizzard. Summon a blizzard. Inflicting damage and slowing down enemies within a 5,050 square meter radius. Amidst the snowstorm, hail and ice spikes will randomly emerge to assault foes. Introduction. Let the world be enveloped in ice and snow. Wu Wei promptly positioned this control-type defensive tower at the edge of his territory, alongside other defenses. Control-type towers are indeed crucial for early-stage defense. Though his fence was orange, it remained merely a barrier with limited resilience. It was optimal to eliminate monsters beyond its confines. After addressing the defensive tower, Wu Wei casually upgraded the restaurant as well. Restaurant. Supreme Delicacies. Supreme Delicacies. Building quality. Orange Epic. Level 2-02000. Universal renewal on cooldown. Can be triggered again after reaching a certain level. Function. To prepare food, offering various bonuses depending on the quality of the dishes, increases with level. Introduction. Those lacking culinary skills should refrain from attempting, as low-quality gray dishes may indeed pose a risk to one's health. Wu Wei was growing weary of the monotonous, flavorless processed foods he had brought from Earth. This presented a perfect opportunity to showcase his culinary talents. With sleeves rolled up and a spirited determination, Wu Wei entered the kitchen of Supreme Delicacies. The kitchen was equipped with an array of utensils, iron woks, steamers, cutting boards, and knives. It contained both familiar and unfamiliar tools. Moreover, he could utilize energy crystals to procure various ingredients, with the kitchen stove powered by these very crystals. It was indeed a fully equipped kitchen. Having familiarized himself with the utensils he intended to use, Wu Wei began his culinary venture without hesitation. He started with a simple dish of oil splash noodles, adding water, boiling the noodles, preparing ingredients, and heating some oil. Drawing upon his vague memories from his past life, Wu Wei diligently attempted to craft this dish. However, the final product was not merely unappetizing, it was nearly inedible. The dark and hot oil poured over the mass of noodles, which had transformed from strands into a clump. The gray aura surrounding it revealed the unfortunate outcome. Curious, Wu Wei opened the dishes panel to investigate further. Oil splash noodles. Type, food. Quality, gray inferior. Function, satiation, constitution 02, lasts 12 hours. Introduction. It is advised not to prepare this at Supreme Delicacies, as it will only taste dreadful without any negative effects. May you be kind. Despite his earnest efforts to manage the heat, the large stove in the restaurant's kitchen was far more powerful than a home stove. Wu Wei struggled to maintain control. Avoiding burning the dish was already a considerable achievement. Perhaps, he mused, cooking was not his forte. After discarding the unpalatable oil splash noodles, he sought out a skilled cook among the townsfolk to test the capabilities of Supreme Delicacies. After all, self-sufficiency in food would be essential for the territory. They could not subsist solely on compressed biscuits and freeze-dried vegetables. Upon investigation, it was discovered that the food produced by the subjects was limited to only white and green quality, with enhancements that could be deemed marginal at best. It appeared that higher-grade ingredients were necessary, along with, more crucially, a skilled chef to unlock the true potential of this orange-hued restaurant establishment. Wu Wei cast a glance at the Lord's panel. The negative traits associated with Wu Wei had not been triggered, and the countdown for recovery continued unabated for 24 hours. Evidently, cooking in the kitchen was not a condition for Wu Wei to activate. He surmised that during today's encounter with the monster invasion, his use of the Type 122 rocket turret in a grand explosive display had incurred some form of sanction. To ascertain the validity of this hypothesis, he would have to wait for tomorrow's monster onslaught. Yet, Wu Wei fervently hoped that this was not the case, as it would rob him of the joy derived from his explosive endeavors. On the fourth day, the anticipated monster invasion arrived, as Wu Wei had fervently contemplated. An abomination composed entirely of muck, the sludge monster, approached his territory, flinging mud in all directions while emanating an unbearable stench amidst the fog. Detection technique was employed. Stinking sludge monster. Race, elemental creature. Level, 4, physique, 20. Spirit, 02. Skills, foul odor. The stinking sludge monster continuously emits an intolerable stench that diminishes the strength of any enemy units with a sense of smell. Corrupted sludge monster elite. Race, elemental creature. Level, 4. Physique, 30. Spirit, 02. Skills, foul odor. The corrupted sludge monster also emits a noxious odor that weakens enemies with olfactory senses. Corruption. The corrupted sludge monster can spray a toxic sludge that inflicts lasting corrosive damage upon contact. Chapter 18. The Stinking Muck of Day 4. Wu Wei and his fellow subjects instinctively covered their mouths and noses. The odor emanating from these sludge monsters was overwhelmingly foul. Even from a distance, the stench was unmistakable. It was beyond description, likely the result of various filth and refuse fermenting for a week or more. Explode, explode, explode. Let us annihilate these odious creatures. All defensive towers sprang into action. 2. Type 122 rocket turrets, guided by Wu Wei's intent, unleashed a torrent of firepower upon the territory's outskirts. The effect of the blizzard tower astonished Wu Wei even further. Within the spell's radius, all sludge monsters were encased in solid blocks of ice. Occasionally, ice pillars or hail would crash down, shattering the already frozen monsters into fragments. Under the cleansing sweep of ice and snow, Wu Wei felt the air had become considerably fresher. However, his previously uplifted spirits dimmed upon glancing at the territory panel. The effects of Wu Wei's governance had seen a further decline in the positive attributes conferred. Positive trait 1. I do nothing, and the people naturally thrive. Leadership quality. Talent level 1. Enhances the probability of summoning high-quality subjects, with all attributes at 195. Positive trait 2. The sovereign does nothing, yet the ministers act. Heroic quality. Talent level 1. Increases the likelihood of summoning high-quality heroes, with all attributes at 195. Negative trait. Inaction. Certain actions may influence the attributes and efficiency of the subjects. Excessive interference could even lead to a transformation of positive traits into negative ones. Recovery time, 24 hours. Repeating certain actions will refresh the recovery time and extend it. Wu Wei gazed at the refreshed 24-hour recovery time and the diminished attribute bonuses. He had come to understand that among certain actions, at least one must refrain from controlling the defensive towers. Yet, the territory's defensive towers required someone to operate them. In the territory panel, Wu Wei granted control of the defensive towers to 2 heroes. He explained the territorial traits to Yu Fei, who promptly seized the control of the towers. If they were mere flesh and blood beings, Yu Fei might have summoned the Yu family army to hone their skills. However, such excessively foul creatures were best dealt with from a distance. It was preferable to eliminate them without necessity for close confrontation. Not to mention, the ethereal beings within the territory would be adversely affected by the stench. Observing the soldiers of the Yu family positioned behind the luminous barrier of the territory. Despite the unbearable odor, they merely covered their mouths and noses with cloth. Compared to the average subjects and Wu Wei, they possessed a significantly stronger constitution, allowing them to withstand the foulness with greater resilience. Their hands remained firmly grasping their weapons, showing no signs of laxity. Yu Fei could not help but nod. These were indeed the soldiers he had trained. Although the territory's firepower was formidable, the number of mud monsters was not to be underestimated. There would always be a few fortunate ones who managed to emerge from the barrage of fire and approach the luminous barrier of the territory. An elite corrupted mud monster began to gather strength roughly 10 meters from the luminous barrier. The nearby Yu family soldiers reacted swiftly, shooting an arrow that struck the elite mud monster with immense force, shattering it into a spray of mud. The pungent odor disregarded the protective barrier of the luminous field and permeated into the territory. Dispersing the gathered refuse would only intensify the foul stench. The scattered mud monsters momentarily broke the composure of the Yu family warriors, whose expressions had been steely. Even for someone with a constitution over 100, such a stench was somewhat shocking. The odor of the mud was overwhelming, unlike anything they had encountered before. Transform mud into stone. Bind with vines. Sophia's spells. When dealing with the mud monsters, not only excelled in terms of damage compared to the arrows of the Yu family, but also significantly reduced collateral damage. The mud monsters targeted by Sophia were either struck by a beam of light, turning them into a field of rubble, or ensnared by vines, awaiting subsequent firepower to reduce them to ash. Wu Wei glanced at Yu Fei, whose lips curled slightly in a smile. He surely revels in the pleasures that should rightfully be his own. No man would ever decline the allure of such grandeur. I cannot accept this. How can a lord be barred from utilizing the defensive towers of his own territory? This is an overt act of bias. Wu Wei had initially brought up the territory panel, ready to voice his grievances. However, upon noticing the positive attributes, he restrained himself, not out of a lack of desire to speak out, but because the benefits offered were simply too significant. For the sake of these positive traits, if the defensive towers cannot be used, so be it. Wu Wei recalled the last time he upgraded the territory attributes, particularly the negative change. The types of behaviors triggering Wu Wei have decreased. One day, I shall reclaim command of my defensive towers to unleash a powerful barrage from a 122mm cannon. Wu Wei felt as if the infinite void was conspiring against him. Even if the limitations on using the defensive towers were due to the shortcomings of his territory's attributes, it was only the beginning of this trial. Not only had he encountered elite foes, but they were also of such unique characteristics. Had his territory relied solely on militia, those soldiers would likely have lacked the capability to even approach these loathsome slime creatures, succumbing to their stench along the way. Although his territory had expanded slightly, it hardly warranted such keen scrutiny from the infinite void. This information felt rather overwhelming for Wu Wei. After all, in class, the teacher merely advised against constructing lighthouses without elaborating on the consequences of doing so. If a student were to recklessly pursue such actions, they would simply be forced to conclude their novice trials early. Fortunately, as long as one does not act foolishly, survival within is essentially assured. Wu Wei clearly underestimated the significance of the 20 lighthouses he initially constructed. If we assume that the difficulty coefficient for an average novice lord participating in the trials is 100, with a starting territory area of 400 square meters, then each additional lighthouse increases the initial area by 100 square meters, concurrently raising the difficulty by 25. Thus, with 20 lighthouses, the total difficulty coefficient becomes 600. Thankfully, with the chaos pointer bestowed upon him, he was able to navigate the infinite void with some assistance. Otherwise, such reckless behavior could have led to him exiting the novice trials within just 5 days. Moreover, the increased difficulty within the novice trials is not solely quantitative. The types of monsters encountered and the proportion of higher-tier creatures are also variables that shift with the rising challenges. Typically, a lord might only encounter elite monsters on the 10th day of the trials, yet Wu Wei faced them on the 3rd day. Chapter 19, Electromagnetic Railgun. Adorned with the natural protection conferred by Sophia, Wu Wei, after eyeing the last soft slime creature during the monster onslaught on the 4th day, watched it shatter under the hail from the blizzard tower. 4th day attack concluded. Reward settlement. Monsters attacked on the 4th day. 2048 level 4, stinking slime creatures. 308 level 4, corrupted slime elite. Defense result, perfectly unscathed. Outcome rating level. Base reward, 5,000 source energy crystals, 1,100 void crystals. Additional rewards, 6,000 source crystals, 1,200 void crystals. Territory buildings, Lightning Tower, Arrow Tower, X2, Laser Tower, Graveyard. Settlement completed. Reward materials have been distributed to the Lord's space. Goodness, for defensive towers emerged at once, significantly enhancing the territory's defense. Alas, I am not permitted to utilize them. Wu Wei felt truly disheartened. It was his territory and his upgraded defensive towers. Even the form of their evolution was meticulously chosen by him, using the chaos pointer. Yet, he found himself unable to employ them. He decided to let Yu Fei and Sophia take a moment to allow the foul atmosphere to dissipate before opening the treasure chest. Despite his complaints, his hands were quite earnest. He arranged the 4 defensive tower models at the corners of his territory. Naturally, he utilized his unique advantages to empower the territorial structures. To put it plainly, he was cheating. In his past life, Wu Wei never resorted to cheats in online games because he relished the thrill of competition. Occasionally, he would use cheats in single-player games, primarily out of boredom with certain grinding games. But those were matters of a previous existence. Perhaps it was the virtue he accumulated in that life that granted him this fortune. In this life, he initially thought being a second-generation heir would be quite pleasant. But little did he know that this extraordinary ability was indeed real. With such a boon, he intended to seize it wholeheartedly. Lightning Tower, Tesla Coil Tower. Tesla Coil Tower. Building quality, purple excellent. Level, 0400. Universal renewal is cooling down. It can be triggered again after reaching a certain level. Function, launches chain lightning, sequentially attacking 9 enemies, with each transfer of damage reduced by 5. Attack speed, 1 lightning strike every 5 seconds. Energy consumption, 1 source crystal per lightning strike. Attack range, 1,000 meters. Skill, Overclock, increases attack speed to 1 lightning strike per second for 60 seconds. After activating Overclock, the attack speed of the Tesla Coil Tower will reduce to 1 lightning strike every 10 seconds for a duration of 10 minutes. Cooldown, 1 hour. Description, a technologically advanced defensive structure with a rapid firing rate and moderate power. Its core function is to attack non-physical enemies. Wu Wei gazed at the Tesla Coil Tower that appeared before him in astonishment. Did he not select the orange magical defensive tower? Suddenly, he recalled a moment of tremor during his final selection. However, now that he comprehended the reason, it mattered little. Perhaps this purple defensive tower would turn misfortune into fortune and upgrade to a golden defensive tower. Wu Wei maintained an optimistic mindset. To prepare for the various monsters he might encounter in the future, he meticulously selected 2 new defensive towers for the remaining 2 Arrow Towers. Arrow Tower, quad-linked dual-use machine gun tower. Building quality, orange epic. Level, 202000. Universal renewal is cooling down. It can be triggered again after reaching a certain level. Function, fires armor-piercing rounds at enemies. Attack speed, 2,400 rounds per minute. Attack range, 5,000 meters. Energy consumption, 1 energy crystal per 100 rounds. Skill, Modern Intelligent Modification, automatically locks onto enemies for assault, applicable when enemy speed is below 800. Upon activating the intelligent module, it consumes 10 energy crystals per minute. Introduction, typically employed for engaging low-altitude units, but when leveled, it becomes a nightmare for ground forces. The anti-aircraft artillery, when fired horizontally, serves as an exceptional machine gun. This automatic targeting skill is commendable, otherwise, it would merely be perceived as a purple territory structure. Wu Wei has also upgraded numerous territory structures, allowing him to discern certain patterns. A significant aspect of many territory structures' quality lies in their skills. This machine gun tower's targeting capability enables it to lock onto enemies with speeds under 800. Given that 800 exceeds twice the speed of sound, such a formidable skill is what renders the quadruple high-caliber dual-use machine gun tower crucial. The other defensive tower, upgraded from the arrow tower, remains within the realm of technological defense. Wu Wei stroked his chin thoughtfully. Despite the ethereal appearance of his territory's characteristics, he has opted for technology-oriented defensive towers. Although he was somewhat lackadaisical in class, he retained important information. Primarily, high school did not impart knowledge regarding these high-quality structures. Thus, his initial 2.5 years in high school were notably relaxed, with classes commencing at 9 in the morning and concluding at 3 in the afternoon. A schedule less demanding than that of his previous university life. He predominantly relied on memories from his past life to select these defensive towers. Moreover, through numerous evolutions of territory structures, he has garnered some insights. Different types of territory structures can only evolve into similar types. While there may be qualitative and quantitative changes, their forms remain consistent. The arrow tower, a tangible shooting defense structure, can only upgrade into another tangible shooting defense structure, albeit with slight variations in firing methods. Shooting arrows is shooting, penetrating projectiles are shooting, launching rockets is still shooting. However, typical magical defense structures will upgrade into other magical defense structures, never transforming into unrelated entities like rocket launchers or howitzers. Electromagnetic railgun tower. Building quality, Orange Epic. Level 2-02000. Universal renewal cooling down. May only be triggered again after reaching a certain level. Function, fires armor-piercing projectiles at enemies. Attack speed, 1 tungsten alloy solid round per minute. Energy consumption, 100 energy crystals per tungsten alloy solid round. Attack range, 200 kilometers. Skill, electromagnetic frenzy, overclocks the acceleration coils within the electromagnetic railgun tower, increasing the muzzle velocity of tungsten alloy solid rounds from 7 times the speed of sound to 10 times, doubling the power. After overclocking, the electromagnetic railgun tower requires 1 hour to recover before it can fire again. Introduction, a tungsten alloy solid round accelerated to 10 times the speed of sound. 1 shot is all it takes. Beside the steel base of the electromagnetic railgun turret, Wu Wei gazed at the immense electromagnetic acceleration rail above. What constitutes a man's romance? The dark and robust cannon barrel was undeniably captivating. Chapter 20, Barrett and the Power of Heroes. While upgrading the laser tower, Wu Wei found himself in a quandary. As a green-quality territorial structure, the laser tower, despite its upgrade, would not reach golden status. However, the orange blocks on the roulette were plentiful and of various types, encompassing technological, magical, and fantastical aspects. It seemed that this versatile territorial structure had greater potential for advancement. Upholding the principle of enriching the diversity of territorial buildings, Wu Wei opted for a fantastical territorial structure, the Golden Light Spell Tower. Building quality, Orange Epic. Level 2-02000. Universal update on cooldown. Can be triggered again after reaching a certain level. Function, utilizes the Golden Light spell to attack enemies, with a switchable attack mode between single point and scattering. Attack speed, single beam every 10 seconds, scattering beam 30 times. Attack range, 500 meters. Energy consumption, single beam requires 10 source energy crystals. Scattering beam requires 50 source energy crystals. Skills, evil exorcism, significantly enhances damage against evil entities, including but not limited to ghosts, demons, and zombies. Golden Light chains, an advanced golden light spell that condenses chains of golden light to restrain and strangle enemies. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Energy cost 200 source energy crystals. Description, a richly varied defensive tower that unlocks more uses of the golden light spell as its building level increases. Wu Wei could only remark that it was indeed a formidable fantasy-style defensive tower. Its targeted capabilities were impressive, and it could upgrade to reveal new features. Wu Wei contemplated the remaining cemetery building in his possession, deciding to hold off on using it, as its implications felt ominous. He resolved to seek out Sophia for some chest-opening fun. Additionally, he had yet to tally the resources obtained from yesterday's chest. His mind was a flurry of tasks. Yet fortunately, they were all positive. In the territory S square, all the subjects surrounded the lord and heroes, eagerly watching the chest opening. The 2 large and 1 small piles of resources left Wu Wei feeling somewhat embarrassed. Ever since entering the boundless void, he had largely relied on the chaotic pointer to resolve matters of luck. However, this wretched chest had laid bare his fortunes. After opening a considerable number of chests, The quantity of source energy crystals was merely a third of what Yu Fei and Sophia had obtained. The void crystals were scant, and there were no special items or territorial buildings. Had it not been for the guaranteed minimum in each chest, he might have ended up with a pile of empty chests. I am certain I can acquire an item. If not, a building will suffice. One more chest. I refuse to believe this. Sophia, observing Wu Wei's mounting frustration, gently advised, "It's all right. If you can't open any more, perhaps it's best to stop. It is quite impressive that you have managed to obtain so much." Wu Wei shot Sophia an irritable glance. Had it not been for his understanding of Sophia's past and present, he would surely have thought she was mocking him. He had never felt that his luck was particularly poor over the past decade. At worst, he had failed to answer a single question correctly on a multiple-choice exam. Was this truly the price of extraordinary fortune? He could only reassure himself that his golden finger was remarkably powerful. A slight downturn in luck would hardly pose a significant issue. After tallying the bounty from all the treasure chests, Wu Wei was grateful he hadn't opened too many. Each chest represented an immense waste in his eyes. The monsters from the third and fourth days had collectively yielded over 3,000 chests. In total, they had produced nearly 20,000 energy crystals and more than 5,000 void crystals. Among the spoils were territorial buildings such as the warehouse and bathhouse, a martial arts skill book titled Iron Mountain Strike, a variety of equipment, and a considerable amount of daily necessities. Although the gear was of low quality, primarily white and gray, it could at least be equipped by the heroes of his territory. The artifact forging factory in his domain could only produce equipment for troops and citizens, leaving the lord and heroes unable to don such gear. However, one particular item caught Wu Wei's eye with its allure, the Barrett 821 sniper rifle. Type, hero equipment quality, white common level. For attributes, Constitution 2. Spirit 1 function, fires 12, 799 sniper bullets magazine capacity, 10 rounds, can be replenished with energy crystals, attack range, 1, 500 meters description, the 821. Equipped with an optical sight, is challenging for untrained marksmen to utilize. Holding this hefty device weighing around 30 pounds, Wu Wei's excitement was palpable. Unfortunately, it was of white quality, and with his mere 1 point in spirit, even adding the 1 point granted by the equipment, the bullets he fired would likely inflict minimal damage. The calculation of equipment damage differed significantly from that of defensive towers. While tower damage relied on its own quality and level, the damage inflicted by equipment depended on the user's attributes and the quality of the gear. However, he did not expect this sniper rifle to yield any substantial output. He simply cherished having found a large toy he adored. Ensuring no one was in sight, Wu Wei lay prone and took aim at a distant tree. Although he misfired and struck a neighboring crooked tree instead, the bullet merely pierced a small hole. Wu Wei felt as though his shoulder blade might shatter. Even with the additional 2 points of constitution provided by the equipment, he struggled to withstand the recoil of the Barrett 821 due to his lack of knowledge in managing force. Natural recovery. Sophia thoughtfully cast a healing spell. Before reaching level 10, the Lord was genuinely of little use. Wu Wei and many of his predecessors shared this sentiment, unless one was a naturally divine being. Having inherited a superior lineage from their parents, the early stages of human lords were typically fraught with such helplessness. The novice trials faced by those divine offspring were on an entirely different level compared to Wu Wei's experiences. Before the human lords elevate their territories to the 10th level and subsequently enhance their own lordship to the same level, they find themselves in a state of utter powerlessness, akin to being unarmed and defenseless. This is due to the necessity of awakening the heart of the Lord, which prohibits them from engaging with any extraordinary forces. However, upon reaching the 10th level, lords who unlock pivotal skills can finally reclaim their dominion. At this juncture, a level 10 lord acquires the critical skill known as heroic power. The essence of heroic power is straightforward. It allows the lord to replicate the abilities of the heroes residing within their territory. Nevertheless, prior to attaining a level 10 territory, no lord is inclined to upgrade their own rank, as such an endeavor is deemed a waste of void crystals. The minimal stat increase does not justify the equivalent expense of upgrading the territory itself. With these resources, enhancing heroes or upgrading territorial structures proves far more advantageous than self-improvement. Wu Wei harbored a certain anticipation for the scenes that would unfold upon his ascension to level 10. At that moment, he could choose to emulate the attributes of Yu Fei, wielding a spear to penetrate the enemy lines with unparalleled ferocity, or channel the prowess of Sophia, functioning as a formidable spellcaster from the rear. Either scenario would be a splendid affair. Chapter 21, Resurrection Structures and Agriculture. Observing the ample reserves of resources within his realm, Wu Wei prepared to summon the third hero of his territory. Previously, the daunting upgrade cost of 2,000 void crystals for the Altar of All Realms had deterred him. But now, with nearly 8,000 void crystals at his disposal, he felt a surge of confidence. Yet, before he proceeded with upgrading the Altar of All Realms and calling forth his third hero, he resolved to enhance a few other territorial buildings first: a graveyard, a warehouse, and a bathhouse. The graveyard resembled a quaint cemetery, enclosed by a fence, with small mounds dotting its interior. Its function, as its name implies, was to serve as a resting place for the deceased. After expending 100 void crystals, Wu Wei's heart swelled with joy as he witnessed the image on the wheel transform into a tangible structure. To his astonishment, he had acquired a building of paramount importance to most territories far earlier than anticipated, the Hall of Souls. Building quality, Orange Epic. Level 20,000. Universal renewal on cooldown. May be triggered again after reaching a certain level. Function, revives deceased citizens or heroes within the territory. Energy consumption, increases with the level and quality of citizens or heroes. Revival time, extends with the quality of citizens or heroes. Revival time for white quality citizens, 10 minutes. For golden quality citizens, 2 hours. Revival time for white quality heroes, 1 day. For golden quality heroes, 10 days. Skill, soul sacrifice. Sacrifice the souls of enemies to reduce the revival time of heroes and citizens within the Hall of Souls, with the reduction correlated to the strength of the sacrificed soul. Description, the core structure of the territory, ensuring the safety of its citizens and heroes. Before Wu Wei's eyes appeared a palace-like building, significantly smaller in area than the original graveyard. The solemn and majestic architectural style induces a sense of tranquility in all who stand before its entrance. It is indeed difficult to ascertain whether my fortune is favorable or unfavorable. To encounter a resurrection-type building so early is quite remarkable. I recall from my readings that such buildings belong to the realm of resurrection structures, with a minimum quality commencing at the purple tier. Most lords regard these edifices as unattainable dreams, even if luck smiles upon them, and they manage to acquire a model for a resurrection building during their descent. Most lords would choose to sell these outrageously priced models instead of utilizing them. They would prefer to reinvest those resources to bolster their territories, as this approach proves far more economical than direct employment of the resurrection building models, given their high demand and low drop rates. Models of resurrection buildings maintain a paradoxical status of being valuable yet elusive in the market. For someone like me, who has already tested his fortune, it seems my striking features might be the reason for my luck. Perhaps all my fortune has been channeled into my charm. What a predicament. I turned to place the bathhouse within my territory, yet I could not suppress the smile that lingered upon my lips. Alas, the cost of upgrading the Yu family army's camp is exorbitant. Elevating from level 1 to 2 requires a staggering 5,000 void crystals. Otherwise, I would truly wish to see what quality of territorial architecture the golden structure could evolve into upon upgrading. While my resources are relatively abundant now, it is evident that prioritizing the enhancement of unupgraded territorial buildings, as well as upgrading the world altar to summon a third hero, would be a more prudent choice, which also demands 100 void crystals. Bathhouse, Serene Hot Spring. Serene Hot Spring. Building quality, Orange Epic. Level 20,000. Universal refresh is cooling down. It can only be triggered again after reaching a certain level. Functions, bathing, currently featuring 9 spring heads, allowing for the self-division of bathing areas. Energy consumption, 20 source crystals per hour. Skill, Serenity. Soaking in the serene hot spring induces tranquility, alleviating fatigue, and significantly enhancing mental recovery speed, while also healing mental injuries. Description, there is no comfort quite like that of a hot spring compared to a mere bathtub. Indeed, this evening shall be perfect for everyone to indulge in a soak, washing away the unpleasant stench tainted by the mud creatures. I decided to keep one of the 9 spring heads for myself, allocating 4 for male bathing pools and 4 for female pools. Although my territory currently has more men than women, it is wise to plan ahead, as this imbalance will not persist indefinitely. I eagerly anticipated the completion of the final building upgrade, which would allow me to summon a hero, prompting me to hasten my movements. Warehouse, Small Sumeru Realm. Small Sumeru Realm. Building quality, Orange Epic. Level 20,000. Universal refresh is cooling down. It can only be triggered again after reaching a certain level. Functions, storage. Area, 200 square meters. Characteristics, Mustard Seed Sumeru. The internal area of the Small Sumeru Realm is 10 times that of the external area, with void energy supplied without additional consumption. Skill, automatic storage. Resources can be collected according to the established parameters and organized automatically, with a consumption of 10 energy crystals per hour during usage. What a marvelous invention. Cleaning the battlefield, especially in today's circumstances, is indeed somewhat disheartening. First, I shall store some seldom used items in the Small Sumeru Realm. Today, I have opened quite a number of treasure chests, and the territory is becoming a tad congested. Wu Wei is thoroughly pleased with the territorial structure he has selected this time. Among the few orange warehouse buildings on the roulette, he instantly set his sights on this quaint, antiquated warehouse, which appeared the smallest. Primarily, a warehouse larger than his own territory is simply unfit for his current domain. Wu Wei has discovered that many elements of the Xinsha genre are rather unremarkable in appearance yet possess profound depths. The Small Sumeru Realm, akin to the Shattered Earth, is compact yet formidable, Were it not for their presence in the orange zone of the roulette, he would have scarcely cast them a glance. Such is the nature of human pragmatism. As Wu Wei journeyed towards the altar of all realms, he ambled while surveying his territory. He felt a lack of tangible reality. Is this truly real? All buildings are at least orange in classification, the primary combat units commence at gold, and as for the heroes, that goes without saying. How could he doubt himself? This is indeed the fruit of his laborious efforts. Wouldn't you agree? He murmured to himself while introspectively examining the chaotic pointer in his mind. Noticing its stillness, he felt a sense of reassurance. Master, come quickly. Suddenly, Wu Wei heard Sophia's voice while he was indulging in self-praise. Turning around, he saw Sophia and several elven maidens busily tending to plants in 2 patches of land within the territory. As for the seeds, they were naturally brought in from the outside world, ordinary seeds devoid of attributes. Rice, wheat, cabbage, carrots, and even various fruit tree seeds. They occupy little space. So he had directly prepared a common plant seed collection upon entry. Chapter 22. The third hero, the princess? As he approached, Wu Wei realized that these seeds had fully sprouted and developed. So rapid? Wu Wei questioned in mild confusion. He recalled purchasing the fast-growing variant of the modified plant seeds. Yet he hadn't expected such swift growth in merely a day or two. Hearing Wu Wei's astonishment, Sophia beamed and pushed Moira forward. This is all thanks to Sister Moira. She is an expert in botany. Moira, thrust before Wu Wei, appeared quite exhilarated and, disregarding formalities, directly inquired, "My lord, what type of soil is this? Why, after employing growth magic, has there been no change in its fertility? Even when applied to the most fertile soil in the forest, growth magic typically diminishes its fertility." Wu Wei regarded this research-obsessed elven woman with some amusement. Who am I to answer your question? Yet, it was clearly inappropriate to voice such thoughts at this moment. It is quite simple. Have you noticed any distinctions between the soil in these 2 fields and that of other locations? He first employed a tactic of retreat to advance, gesturing towards the shattered earth and the surrounding flat land still speckled with small stones. Of course, I am aware that this territory bears remarkable architectural prowess. However, for plants to thrive, they must absorb nutrients, and yet, despite their growth, the soil's richness remains unchanged. This is evidently due to the orange-level territory architecture. The nutrients absorbed by ordinary plants here are negligible, to say the least. Not to mention, they can also draw energy from the void to sustain themselves. Wu Wei spun a tale without concern for convincing Moira. He took Sophia by the hand and headed towards the altar of all realms, having successfully diverted attention. They needed to depart swiftly. Should inquiries arise, he would find himself at a loss for words. "Sophia, do you know when the crops in our territory will be ready for harvest? Also, what have you planted?" Wu Wei observed a variety of plants in the shattered earth. But for specific details, he needed to consult Sophia. Previously, seeing Sophia with little to do in the territory, he entrusted her with the care of the shattered earth. The primary crops included rice and wheat, alongside a selection of common vegetables. As for fruit trees, they were not sown due to concerns about insufficient space. Regarding the harvest schedule, it is roughly every 3 days, with the first harvest expected in 2 days. Sophia's gentle voice brought comfort to Wu Wei, and after nodding in satisfaction, he took her hand. He was neither a paragon of virtue nor lacking in desire. It was impossible to claim he felt no affection for Sophia. In fact, it is often the case that the summoned heroes of the opposite sex become the lord's partners. Regardless of gender, barring a few peculiar lords with unusual inclinations. The difficulty lies in the inability to take action. The demonic side fares better, as one can seek succubi as partners. Some lords summon heroes that are scarcely humanoid. The sludge monster he encountered previously would seem quite handsome in comparison. Except for a few particularly bizarre systems, accepting such partners proves to be a formidable challenge. Wu Wei led Sophia to the altar of all realms, and he felt a pang of regret upon noticing the 2,000 void crystals within the Lord's domain. Altar of all realms, damaged version. Attributes, Orange Epic. Level, 3-0-3-0-0-0. Universal renewal cooling down. Can be triggered again after reaching a certain level. Function, recruit heroes, 200 source energy crystals each time. Characteristics, capable of summoning heroes of various races. Potentially a radiant seraph or even a wild boar lord. Summoned heroes, Yu Fei, Sophia. Capacity for heroes, 23. The next hero slot unlocks when the altar reaches level 5. Description, I hope you are not a lord with a penchant for racial purity, or else this altar may bring you immense distress. As Wu Wei perused the information on the panel, a realization dawned upon him. The altar, an architectural marvel, unlocks hero positions at varying levels, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, and 13. Prior to reaching level 20, only 6 hero slots are available, a fact that the instructor reiterated throughout the lesson. Once the hero slots are filled, the only means to summon new heroes is to expel previously recruited ones, or to allow heroes to perish in battle without the presence of resurrection structures to free up a slot for summoning. As for the matters beyond level 20, Wu Wei recalls the instructor mentioning that such topics would only be addressed at the university level. This will be discussed later. Thus I shall refrain from elaborating on it now, for it may be beyond your comprehension at this moment. This aspect is strikingly reminiscent of the classrooms from my previous life. Wu Wei considers inquiring with his father after concluding the novice trial. The pointer reappears alongside the roulette. The first golden area Wu Wei encounters reveals a pitiable succubus hero, scantily clad. The little heart on her tail nearly ensnares his very soul. This won't do, absolutely not. With immense willpower, he diverts his gaze from certain indecorous areas. This time, he intends to summon a hero adept in domestic affairs, preferably of the human race. Of course, selecting a hero from the roulette does not guarantee a perfect match to Wu Wei's requirements. As for the succubus adorned with demonic horns and a heart-shaped tail, he decides to pass. He resumes his search for more fitting heroes. The swordsman-type orc appears promising and is noted as a backup option. The lamp genie-type hero also seems appealing. However, the tentacle creature is utterly bizarre. Wu Wei browses the heroes on the roulette as if selecting items in a shop, pointing at them thoughtfully. Yet upon spotting yet another hero in a golden area, he does not hesitate to spin the pointer. A woman adorned in a pale golden robe, graceful in stature, with fair skin and striking beauty, materializes before him. Even through the image, Wu Wei can sense a subtle air of nobility in her demeanor, which further enhances her already exquisite visage. If Sophia embodies the essence of moonlight filtering through a forest, then this lady resembles a seasoned ruler accustomed to power. Wu Wei surmises she might be a female chancellor or something of that ilk, but time is of the essence, and he cannot afford to deliberate any longer. The pointer settles, and the ethereal figure gradually solidifies. As the woman lands, her initially vacant gaze begins to sharpen. I am the Grand Empress of the Great Song, Song Yingming, and I have come to meet you, my lord. Before she even finishes her greeting, Song Yingming has already begun to smile subtly. Observing the Lady Sophia before her, from the insights she gathers, it appears that summoning her lord must be an exceedingly fortunate low-level leader. However, according to her divination, this lord does not merely possess good fortune. Given his seemingly abysmal luck, it is nothing short of miraculous that he has survived to this day. Yet, this raises a conundrum. How could such an unfortunate leader summon the enchanting elven lady before her, along with herself? Nevertheless, having served as a regent for centuries, she swiftly steadies her composure. After performing an exceptionally intricate yet graceful set of courtesies, she softly reiterates, I am the Grand Empress of the Great Song, Song Yingming, and I have come to meet you, my lord. Wu Wei gradually recovered from his astonishment at the breathtaking sight before him and opened the attribute panel of the hero displayed in front of him. Chapter 23. The Ruler of the Immortal Cultivation Dynasty. Song Yingming. Identity, Hero. Quality, Golden Legend, 1 Race. Human Level, 1, 0, 100. Talents, Regent, 1, Fate Sharing 1. Immortal Cultivator, Bloodline. Blood of the Great Song Emperor, Physique, 147. Base Attribute, 50. Hero Attribute Bonus, 195. Spirit, 295. Base Attribute, 100. Hero Attribute Bonus, 195. Description. Even in the realm of immortal cultivation, the once mighty dynasty may gradually decline over time. In the Great Song Dynasty, which has reached the brink of collapse, the royal bloodline is left with only Song Yingming and her young brother. With her innate talent and abilities, Song Yingming managed to reverse the precarious situation of the Great Song Dynasty, averting the fate of annihilation. However, in a world where strength reigns supreme, her once innocent brother could no longer tolerate her grasp on power and the introduction of sect influences, delivering a fatal blow to the dynasty that had just begun to rise from the brink of extinction. Regent. Talent Quality, Golden Legend 1. Attribute 1. Reduces the time consumed for all production and manufacturing within the territory by 20%. Attribute 2. Reduces the resources consumed for all production and manufacturing within the territory by 20%. Attribute 3. The Lord can transfer certain lordly powers to the hero, such as recruiting heroes, enlisting subjects, and utilizing lordly space. Fate Sharing. Talent Quality, Golden Legend 1. Attribute. Allows the hero to align their fortune with that of their close companions. The closer the relationship, the higher the degree of alignment. Accompanied by the skill, Art of Divination. Immortal Cultivator. Talent Quality, Orange Epic, originally of purple rare quality. Attribute. Cultivates martial arts of the immortal genre, with a cultivation speed of 100 and comprehension of 100. Blood of the Great Song Emperor. Bloodline Quality, Golden Legend. Attribute. Symbolizes the ruling identity of the Great Song royal family. The probability of rebellion among the governed human subjects is reduced, and production efficiency is enhanced. Increases personal physique and its growth. Skill, Art of Divination. Song Yingming never anticipated that in her final moments of defeat, she would accept the guidance of the boundless void to become a hero. Upon becoming a hero, she would serve the Lord who summoned her for a lifetime. In return, she would have the chance to live again, even fulfilling her unfulfilled desires, whether that be revenge or redemption. As Wu Wei gazed at Song Yingming's splendid panel, which was resplendent even among golden heroes. Tears involuntarily streamed from the corners of his mouth. How remarkably capable she is. From now on, he could lie back and relax without worry. Wu Wei had initially sought a civil servant akin to the first hero he had summoned. However, upon seeing Song Yingming, he felt that she was precisely the hero he had been searching for. Though luck had eluded him, his instincts proved quite accurate. Wu Wei helped Song Yingming, who was bowing before him, to her feet, and could not help but express his admiration. In their subsequent conversations, Wu Wei discerned that Song Yingming might be the most knowledgeable hero regarding the boundless void. Perhaps this profound understanding was linked to her conscious transformation into a hero. She was even aware of the current day of the novice trial. As she herself put it, although her cultivation had dissipated and she retained no recollection of her past techniques, the art of foresight she acquired upon her metamorphosis into a hero allowed her to perceive all things. Moreover, cultivators possess a capacity for comprehending other realms, or rather, the myriad worlds, that far surpasses that of ordinary heroes. Wu Wei could only remark on the absurdity of her strength, in comparison to Song Yingming's foresight. His own investigative techniques seemed utterly inadequate. Not only could he not glean information about the novice trial, but he was also unable to read the attributes within the wheel. However, it later became evident that not only could his investigative skills not unveil anything, but Song Yingming's foresight also proved powerless against Wu Wei's wheel. Investigation technique. Am I merely an ordinary investigative technique, and you expect me to probe into that? Is this a matter of courtesy? Wu Wei instructed Sophia to accompany Song Yingming to familiarize herself with the territory. Although the territory was not even as large as a village at present, it was essential for her to become acquainted with the various territorial structures for the future management of her domain. Wu Wei had never feared issues of loyalty concerning the heroes summoned within his territory. These heroes had essentially made a pact with certain rules of the boundless void. The price for their second chance at life was an oath of fealty. While some heroes might exhibit laziness or lack of ability, under the constraints of these rules, none would betray their lord, regardless of their desires to serve. In his subsequent conversation with Song Yingming, Wu Wei discovered that her memories were only clear before the age of 20. The memories of the following centuries were akin to watching a film, known, yet indistinct. Upon hearing this, he felt a sense of clarity. From his observations, if she had governed for centuries, the nobility emanating from Song Yingming must exceed mere appearances. When Wu Wei was a child, there was an incident when his father, after returning from an exploration, forgot to suppress his murderous aura, which frightened Wu Wei to the point of tears. He still vividly recalled the sensation, mountains of corpses and seas of blood. According to his father, it had merely been a brief adventure. If her memories had been obscured by the rules of the boundless void for centuries, it indeed aligned with Song Yingming's current state. Let us proceed, Sophia. You can discuss the situation of our territory with Song Yingming as we seek out Yufei. As long as the Lord does not mind, you may simply refer to me as Yingming. Song Yingming replied, offering Wu Wei a slight bow. Very well. Henceforth I shall address you as Yingming. Additionally, my territory is not bound by many formalities. You may call me Lord if you wish. Though it would be preferable for both you and Sophia to refer to me as young master, Wu Wei said dismissively, gesturing as he led the two women towards the military camp. As they walked, Song Yingming surveyed the surrounding territorial structures, increasingly astonished. Orange, orange, and more orange. How could there be no golden barracks? Finally, Song Yingming halted Wu Wei's advance towards the military camp and inquired, Young master, are you truly a novice lord? Are you not a reincarnation of a celestial being? Wu Wei chuckled and remarked, My father is still far from being a celestial being, let alone myself. He then displayed the color of his lord's heart. Behold, you see it, a green quality lord's heart. You must comprehend what the quality of this item signifies, correct? At this, Song Yingming became even more perplexed. Initially, she believed that Wu Wei was extraordinarily fortunate to summon a golden hero in the early days of the novice trials. However, upon discovering that her lord was rather unfortunate, she presumed he must possess a high-quality lord's heart. Yet, everything she witnessed thereafter surpassed her expectations. Particularly striking was the golden quality barracks. Song Yingming could confidently assert that even Wu Wei might not fully grasp the implications of possessing a golden barack. But she understood. Chapter 24, The Princess's Astonishment. She had once witnessed a lord descend into her world, landing not far from the Great Song Dynasty, in the Great Li Dynasty. Subsequently, she observed a military force emanating a purple radiance emerge from that territory. A mere few thousand troops pierced through the ranks of the elite cultivators of the Great Li Dynasty, which numbered in the hundreds of thousands, delving deep into their realm. The Great Li Dynasty subsequently plummeted, while the Great Song seized the opportunity to catch its breath. With the pressure of the Great Li lifted, Song Yingming found herself with greater strength to fend off threats from the opposite side of the Great Song Dynasty. She recalled that later. A formidable being of immense caliber arrived from the cultivation sects, yet by the time he did, the descending lord had already vanished. Upon entering the boundless void and becoming a hero, she naturally comprehended the logic of the events that had transpired. She realized that the purple glow signified a territory army of purple quality, awakened in spirit. She recognized the distinctions of gray, white, green, blue, purple, orange, and gold qualities. This only intensified Song Yingming's inner turmoil. Is this what one would call a novice lord? Aside from the lord himself, what aspect resembles a novice? Is it the array of orange buildings within the territory, the golden barack before her, or the absurdly vast expanse of land? Song Yingming's bewilderment was unmistakably etched upon her face, a situation she would never have encountered during her days of managing military affairs within the dynasty. Perhaps it was the experience of living anew, or perhaps the memories of centuries had grown hazy. Regardless, Song Yingming found herself disinclined to conceal her feelings any longer. In response to Song Yingming's confusion and astonishment, Wu Wei felt no sense of absurdity. Rather, he perceived that the territory finally had a sensible individual. That fellow Yu Fei was solely preoccupied with training troops and familiarizing himself with the defensive structures of the territory. Moreover, the Golden Barack was simply a gift of innate talent. As for Sophia's unique circumstance, she remained utterly oblivious to the situation of the territory. She merely followed Wu Wei's instructions, tending to the fields alongside the elf sisters, or serving as a devoted maid by his side. Curious as to why my territory is so extraordinary? Just as Wu Wei finished speaking, he noticed Song Yingming nodding vigorously, concealing a smirk. He once again produced his lord's heart. Upon my entry into the boundless void, this entity was not adorned in green. Rather, it was pure, a pristine white. At that moment, Song Yingming could no longer contain her astonishment. Are you implying that the lord's heart can evolve? The beauty was taken aback, while I, Wu, continued to revel in my satisfaction. I bore no fear that the heroes of the territory would find any disadvantage in knowing this information. After all, these heroes seldom interacted with the outside world. Moreover, the evolution of the Lord's heart was not an unheard of phenomenon. It was entirely plausible that it could happen to me as well. Aside from the secret of the chaotic pointer residing in my mind, which I could not disclose to anyone, I was prepared to discuss various matters with the heroes of the territory shortly. Song Yingming, still reeling from the revelations I had shared, was somewhat calmed upon seeing another hero of golden quality emerge from the military camp. General Yu Fei, I presume? I inquired, noting the noble beauty in his gaze, whose esteemed identity was unmistakable. She had once been a regent of a celestial dynasty and was now a hero of our territory. I briefly touched upon my matters with Song Yingming, but my primary purpose for visiting Yu Fei today was of great significance. With Sophia included, there were 4 of us, and I intended to convene a small meeting to address some critical issues. Is it an unavoidable predicament of leadership to hold meetings? I scratched my head in exasperation, recalling how much I loathed such gatherings in my previous life. In the Yu family military camp, while I claimed it was a meeting, I was essentially confiding in my 3 heroes, particularly Song Yingming. For instance, I could evolve the originally ordinary quality territory buildings into high-quality ones. I could summon heroes of golden quality with every invocation. Such matters were impossible to conceal. I could hardly claim good fortune in front of a hero skilled in divination. Thus, I attributed all questions directly linked to the chaotic pointer to my innate talent. Do not inquire. It is merely a hidden characteristic. Yet, the primary reason for my visit to Yu Fei was the impending monster assault. Given the intensity of the previous day's attacks, it was highly likely that a boss-level monster would emerge tomorrow. The appearance of such a creature would drastically alter the nature of the assault. Previously, the territory had faced monster attacks in a somewhat gradual manner. However, once a boss-level monster appeared, it would command all other creatures in the attack, potentially employing strategic tactics. Furthermore, the strength of a boss monster far surpasses that of ordinary monsters. Peng Ju, exercise utmost caution when addressing the monster assault tomorrow. The monster's scattered attacks did not necessarily indicate the absence of a boss-level creature. It could be a tactical maneuver or simply that the boundless void had yet to deploy such entities. I truly racked my brain to relay all that I could remember to Yu Fei. Unlike the indifferent demeanor I had encountered in past meetings, Yu Fei was diligently taking notes and engaging in supplementary discussions. Yet, I felt no shame. In my previous life, leaders would often paint grand visions while doing little else. Were it not for the meager salary, who would willingly attend such a dismal assembly? I am here to impart knowledge to Yu Fei, knowledge he is yet unaware of. Suddenly, a thought struck Wu Wei. He smacked his forehead and presented the martial technique book Iron Mountain Lean from today's monster attack assessment to Yu Fei. He recalled that Yu Fei's talent, loyalty, and valor significantly enhances martial damage. Before the artifact forging factory, Wu Wei began to lavishly spend resources to upgrade the equipment for the Yu family army soldiers. Previously constrained by financial limitations, he now felt compelled to swiftly provide the warriors with better gear. He equipped them all with a complete set of green-quality weapons, fortunate to have recently summoned Song Yingming. Her talent reduced expenses considerably, and coupled with the unique properties of the artifact forging factory, he managed to outfit 100 soldiers of the Yu family army with a full set of green weapons. As for armor, Wu Wei lamented the insufficient reserves of source energy crystals in his territory. The primary distinction between green and white weapons lies in the presence of a special attribute. Chapter 25. The Yu Family Army's Equipment Change. Yu Family Army Spear. Quality, green. Attribute, armor piercing. Yu Family Army Crossbow. Quality, green. Attribute, penetration. Yu Family Army Blade. Quality, green. Attribute, rending. Yu Family Army Bow. Quality, green. Attribute, precision. Yu Family Army Quiver. Quality, green. This expenditure nearly depleted the territory's source energy crystals. Unlike the equipment used by heroes or lords, the soldier's gear does not grant attribute bonuses, only specific attributes. Moreover, different units can only equip gear designated for their specific type, with exceptions for certain costly universal equipment. As the quality level of the equipment rises, the number of beneficial attributes also increases. Gray quality unit equipment carries hidden negative traits, as exemplified by the poor quality gray spear previously unearthed from a treasure chest. White quality unit equipment bears no attributes, while green quality equipment possesses a single attribute. And this pattern continues upward. Additionally, the limit on the type of equipment different units can forge is equivalent to their own quality level. Thus, if Wu Wei had ample source energy crystals and advanced forging facilities, he could potentially equip all the warriors of the Yu Family Army in golden quality gear. The original forging cost for a piece of green equipment is 100 source energy crystals. The artifact forging factory incurs a 30 expenditure. And Song Yingming's talent regency adds another 20, cumulatively. Hundreds of pieces of green quality gear consumed over 20,000 source energy crystals. As for equipping the previously designated 20 archers with basic defensive gear, that expenditure was negligible. Fortunately, the abundance of monster attacks not only provided generous rewards after daily assessments, but also yielded numerous treasure chests. Otherwise, Wu Wei would have hesitated to spend resources so extravagantly to upgrade the equipment for the Yu Family Army. The primary concern lies in the energy consumption of the current defensive structures within the territory. It requires at least a 5-digit reserve of energy crystals. Otherwise, should the defensive towers cease operation mid-battle, it would be far more detrimental than equipping oneself with mere basic gear. Upon donning their armor, the soldiers of the Yu Family Army exuded an air of formidable authority and martial prowess. Clad in full-body infantry armor, armed with longbows, crossbows at their waists, and long spears in hand, they appeared to emanate an overwhelming sense of security. For the Lord, we shall face death. Yet, Wu Wei waved his hand dismissively, gesturing towards the ground and then towards the distant houses. Do not sacrifice yourselves for me. Remember your mission, to protect the homeland and ensure the peace of the people. Yu Fei, come with me. In the mists beyond the territory, Yu Fei stood alone before a colossal stone. Wu Wei, however, remained behind the Aurora barrier, feeling utterly helpless. His frail constitution rendered him incapable of venturing beyond the confines of their domain. Although Yu Fei and the Yu Family Army fought valiantly in the fog outside, he could not compare to their strength. A single misstep could lead to serious injury or worse. Wu Wei merely wished to observe the capabilities of Yu Fei's talent, loyalty, and martial prowess. Although the Iron Mountain Crash was merely a standard white-quality martial skill, he was genuinely curious about the magnitude of its power, especially augmented by Yu Fei's impressive physique and innate gifts. Surprisingly, he instructed Yu Fei to find an appropriate target. Wu Wei had assumed that the large locust tree, which required several individuals to embrace, was already an outrageous choice. To his astonishment, Yu Fei opted for a small rocky hill the size of a 3-story building as his target. Even the 122 rocket artillery would likely require several rounds to demolish it. The thought of using a human to charge at it, considering his own feeble constitution, was unfathomable. Wu Wei watched as Yu Fei glanced at a larger rocky hill in the distance while stealing furtive glances at himself, and he could not help but feel a wave of exasperation. Did he truly desire something even grander? Then, Wu Wei heard the sonic boom. He could barely discern how Yu Fei had dashed forward. All he perceived was a tremendous noise followed by the shattering of stones scattered across the ground. If a leader-class monster were to appear tomorrow, as long as it wasn't an incorporeal being, he would silently mourn for it for 3 seconds in advance. Later, during dinner at the first-class pavilion, Wu Wei had no intention of embarrassing himself by attempting to cook. The current chef at the first-class pavilion was a green-quality resident named Yun San. Previously, he had been the head cook at a tavern in a small town. While his culinary skills were not extraordinary, he was undoubtedly among the finest in this territory of around 100 individuals. He prepared a dish of minced meat stuffed tofu and a plate of chopped pepperfish head. Yun San took pride in his cooking, presenting a fine selection of dishes using the available ingredients from the territory. There was no concern about not finishing the meal, with Yu Fei's impressive physique. Consuming such portions was merely trivial, were it not for the imminent harvest of Broken Path soil. Wu Wei would genuinely fear being unable to sustain Yu Fei and his 100 soldiers. The higher the physique, the more terrifying the amount of ordinary food they required. Every dish prepared by Yun San at the first-class pavilion could be considered green-quality cuisine. Take, for instance, the minced meat stuffed tofu. Minced meat stuffed tofu. Type, food. Quality, green. Function, Constitution 3, Spirit 2. Introduction. With commendable culinary skills, one can create delightful dishes from ordinary ingredients. After a satisfying meal, Wu Wei, accompanied by two female heroes from his territory, headed towards the Cloud Cottage. Meanwhile, Yufei sensibly diverted to the military camp. Do not misunderstand. Cloud Cottage is not merely one room but boasts at least 10 chambers, ample enough for each individual. As for Yufei, he genuinely prefers residing in the military camp. As he himself claims, the sin of the barracks brings him a sense of security. Today's treasure chest fortuitously yielded some intriguing items, and he intended to foster camaraderie with the heroes. Upon hearing footsteps in the corridor, the thoughts of the two women residing across the hall diverged significantly. Was it truly time for a visit already? Their lord certainly seemed rather eager. Nevertheless, it was inevitable. It was merely a matter of time. Just summoned to the territory, Song Yingming was diligently preparing herself mentally. Having once wielded supreme power in her past life, she was not at all surprised that as the dominant lord, certain expectations for male heroes would arise. However, she felt it was somewhat premature. Surely, they ought to endure the novice trials first. Conversely, Sophia, in the adjacent room, felt no such reservations. Her anticipation was palpable. Chapter 26, Playing Poker. She had long wished to share a bed with Wu Wei, who had exerted considerable effort to persuade her to sleep alone. So, upon hearing footsteps outside the door, how could Sophia not be filled with excitement? Having signed a master-servant contract imbued with certain covert information from the Imperial mages, Sophia had absorbed the notion that assisting her master was a crucial duty of a maid. Wu Wei, upon hearing Sophia express some rather blush-inducing sentiments with remarkable composure, had barely managed to restrain himself from taking immediate action. Subsequently, in Wu Wei's room, the two women engaged in a game of landlords. It was difficult to articulate the complexity of their emotions. Nevertheless, Wu Wei was thoroughly enjoying himself. As there was little entertainment in the territory, playing cards with two beautiful companions was a delightful diversion. Besides, the mere presence of lovely women was beneficial for one's spirits. Not to mention, there were none of the troublesome issues that had plagued his past life. Whether it was Sophia's soft, sweet exclamations or Song Yingming's gentle voice, Wu Wei found them infinitely more pleasant than the shrill tones of his previous experiences. The monster attack on the 5th day unfolded, as anticipated, with notable changes. First, the timing was abrupt, commencing almost precisely at the edge of the 5th day. At that moment, Wu Wei had just reclined and had yet to fall asleep. Upon rising and dressing, he stepped outside to witness the territory's automated defense towers springing into action. In the dim light, skeletal warriors armed with swords and shields rushed towards the territory. In the distance, skeletal mages could be faintly discerned, brandishing their staffs. After uttering incantations, the mages waved their staffs, causing skeletal warriors to sprout from the ground like cabbages, leaving no trace of excavation, clearly a manifestation of pure necromancy. Wu Wei employed the art of detection, and with a modest enhancement of 1 point in his mental attribute due to the Barret, he was able to perceive the attributes of these skeletal sword and shield warriors. Skeletal sword and shield warrior. Race, undead summon. Level, 5. Constitution, 18. Spirit, 1. Description, a mere cannon fodder summoned by the skeletal mage, where quantity is paramount. Different types of defensive towers exhibited vastly disparate effects when confronting these skeletal warriors. The most effective was the 122mm rocket tower. A single rocket impact reduced the ground to a shower of bone fragments. While some skeletal remains may have survived at the edges of the blast zone, they were invariably left limbless and posed no threat. The Golden Light spell tower, known for its exceptional lethality against malevolent entities, proved even more astonishing. Even when switched to scatter mode, each beam of golden light reliably annihilated the skeletal warriors. Conversely, some defensive towers found themselves in rather awkward positions. For instance, the Bone Sorcery Tower, which merely observed the unfolding scene, was utterly impotent against the skeletal constructs summoned by necromantic spells, as it did not meet the necessary conditions for spellcasting. Other towers, to varying degrees, still managed to exert some influence, though the extent of their efficacy varied. The quad-linked dual-use machine gun tower, despite its bullets occasionally passing through the gaps in the skeletal frames, benefited from its intelligent modern modification, which allowed it to lock onto targets for attack, albeit without guaranteed precision. Nevertheless, with a staggering rate of fire at 2,400 rounds per minute, it more than compensated for its shortcomings. A shot that struck the torso or skull resulted in instant annihilation, while a hit to the limbs could sever connections to the torso entirely. Wu Wei observed numerous skeletal warriors with a leg shot off, taking a portion of their hips with them. Yet, the skeletal warriors persisted, dragging themselves forward with sword and shield until a 122mm rocket finally ended their existence. As for the Blizzard Tower and the Tesla Coil Tower, the former displayed commendable damage and control, while the lethality of the latter left much to be desired. A chain lightning strike could typically eliminate the first 3 targets, but subsequent ones were often left merely singed. This suggested that while lightning inflicted limited harm on the skeletal foes, the issue may also stem from the Tesla Coil Tower's purple tier quality. Just as Wu Wei was assessing the merits of the various defensive towers within his domain, The electromagnetic acceleration railgun tower, having charged for a full minute, unleashed its fire. He heard the sound, but did not witness the trajectory of the shot. Upon the second discharge, after confirming the targeted foe, he only heard the sonic boom of the projectile leaving the chamber, and in an instant, the targeted skeletal mage was reduced to a pile of bone fragments. The immense kinetic energy shattered its already frail skeletal form. Wu Wei gazed enviously at Song Yingming, who was deftly controlling all the defensive towers in his territory. He felt a deep yearning, almost drooling at the thought, wondering why he could not wield such power himself. Due to the necessity of leading the Yu family army, the responsibility of controlling the defensive towers was entrusted to the newly arrived Song Yingming. In her past life, Song Yingming had effortlessly manipulated advanced formations within the realm of cultivation. Thus, commanding these defensive towers was a task devoid of any challenge for her. Observing Song Yingming's attributes, Wu Wei suddenly conceived a brilliant idea. By utilizing Song Yingming's regency, talent, and the lordly powers conferred upon her, he could employ his heroic strength to select her template, thereby circumventing the constraints imposed by Wu Wei. Wu Wei felt an unparalleled sense of invincibility in this notion, fervently hoping that his own dexterous maneuvers would not be hindered by his innate abilities. Initially, the skeletal mages, stationed at a distance, remained indifferent to the strikes of the electromagnetic rail cannon, which occurred once every minute. However, their apathy vanished when Song Yingming directed the muzzle of the Type 122 rocket cannon toward them. Under the overwhelming barrage of firepower, any skeletal mage brave enough to emerge from the mist was swiftly reduced to mere bone fragments. The remaining skeletal mages, despite being mere skeletal frames, possessed considerable mental acuity as mage units. They adeptly weighed the pros and cons and, with great instinct, retreated into the mist to summon skeletal warriors. Even though these summoned beings could not reach the Aurora barrier due to the distance, Wu Wei knew he could not afford to let these skeletal mages drain his resources. While summoning skeletal warriors merely required magical energy for those bony minions, the energy crystals he launched were irreplaceable. In truth, Wu Wei had the option to allow the soldiers of the Yu family army to assist the defensive towers in their efforts. The monster onslaught during the novice trial would inevitably conclude within 24 hours. He had witnessed the burning resolve in the eyes of Yu Fei and the 100 warriors of the Yu family army, and he understood that there was no need to avoid battle. How could he, as their lord, lack confidence in his generals and soldiers? Chapter 27, A Proactive Assault. Clad in incomplete armor, Yu Fei led 100 warriors of the Yu family army out of the Aurora barrier. Meanwhile, Wu Wei, Sophia, Song Yingming, and the other residents of the territory could only watch as they ventured deeper into the encroaching mist. Wu Wei had hoped for Sophia to accompany Yu Fei and the others. As a magic-based hero, Sophia possessed considerable combat prowess, unlike Song Yingming, who was still untrained and purely an administrative hero. Moreover, as a magic user, she could accomplish feats that typical physical heroes and residents could not. At this moment, as Yu Fei and the Yu family army soldiers stepped out of the territorial boundaries, they gradually advanced into the denser fog. All those remaining in the territory could do was to initiate a protective barrage of traditional rabbit-themed projectiles from the defensive towers ahead of their path. Observing that the little Sumeru realm within the territory had automatically collected numerous treasure chests, Wu Wei surmised that a substantial number of skeletal mages lurked just beyond the mist. Song Yingming, too, discerned this, and the subsequent firepower shifted instantaneously from eliminating attacking skeletal warriors to indiscriminately targeting the encroaching void mist near the territory. After systematically covering the fog-laden zones surrounding the territory with firepower, the number of skeletal warriors charging towards the domain has significantly diminished. With a considerable reduction in the ranks of skeletal mages, the territory's defenses can now deploy some low-energy defensive towers. As Yu Fei advanced into the fog, he observed the barrage of rockets extending from his front into the depths of the mist, well aware of the efforts being made by the defenders of the territory. Under normal circumstances, he would certainly have adhered to Wu Wei's advice to coordinate with the defensive towers in safeguarding the territory. As the military commander of the domain, he calculated that with the Yu family army joining the defense, the territory's resource reserves would suffice to withstand the next 24 hours. The decision to adopt a more aggressive approach was not without its rationale. Firstly, Yu Fei was uncertain whether the monster attacks on the following day would seamlessly continue from today's onslaught. If so, the fatigue of the Yu family warriors, who had not rested, would inevitably diminish their combat effectiveness over prolonged engagement. Secondly, and perhaps more critically, having been granted a second chance at life, Yu Fei felt an overwhelming urge to unleash the pent-up combat spirit accumulated through years of warfare within him. As the saying goes, returning home in splendid attire without displaying one's prowess is akin to strutting in finery under the cover of night. For someone like Yu Fei, who was both a martial and commanding general, the opportunity to exhibit his martial prowess and leadership was a tantalizing prospect he could scarcely resist. Leading 100 warriors of the Yu family in a scaled formation, he pressed onward into the depths of the fog. The skeletal swordsmen they encountered along the way were effortlessly torn apart, akin to mere paper dolls. Alongside them, the skeletal mages lurking in the mist met a similar fate. With a sweeping motion of his spear, Yufei shattered the bones of the skeletal foes before him with overwhelming force. At that moment, the skeletal mages unleashed their other abilities. As they recited their incantations, one of the mages brandished its staff, hurling a bone spear toward Yufei. Unfazed, he effortlessly shattered the bone spear with a single thrust of his spear, then swiftly drew his longbow from his back, firing an arrow that struck true, piercing the skull of the mage still engaged in casting spells. With that, he continued to charge forward with his warriors. Behind him, the scaled formation of the Yu family army left nothing but a ground strewn with shattered bones in their wake. As they progressed, Yufei noticed the monsters becoming increasingly formidable. Had Wu Wei or Tsang Yingming been present, they would have observed the evolution of the monsters along the way. The skeletal mages encountered at the onset of the fog were of ordinary caliber. However, those that followed, capable of employing bone prison abilities, were evidently exceptional. The mages previously seen at the territory's edge possessed the following attributes: skeletal mage, race, undead attributes, constitution 20, spirit 37 skills, skeleton summon. Bone spear description: the most basic unit of the skeletal army, the sea of skeletons is summoned by them. In contrast, the mages Yufei later faced, who wielded the control skill of bone prison, were clearly elite monsters. Elite skeletal mage, race, undead attributes, constitution 22, spirit 56 skills, summon elite skeletal sword and shield warriors. Bone spear, bone prison. Introduction: the elite evolution of the skeletal mage, though its summoning speed does not match that of an ordinary skeletal mage, possesses the ability to summon elite skeletal warriors. As the journey progressed, Yufei discovered that the monsters attacking were far from mere magical entities. Lacking reconnaissance skills to display enemy attributes on a panel, he relied on his keen perception and the resistance felt at the tip of his weapon. The elite skeletal warriors, clad in tattered helmets and armor, did not charge towards the defensive line alongside the common skeletal warriors. Instead, they stood guard in front of these elite skeletal mages. Clearly, these elite skeletal mages not only had enhanced mental attributes, but also exhibited a degree of cunning. Although Yufei believed that such creatures would not serve as significant obstacles, they nonetheless provided a more gratifying experience for the soldiers of the Yu family army when wielding their weapons, as it felt less like tearing through paper and more substantial. Consequently, the soldiers derived greater pleasure from cleaving through the bony frames. The vast disparity in attributes made attacking the ordinary sword and shield skeletons as effortless as slicing through paper. Just as children delight in hacking at the rapeseed flowers with favored sticks found by the roadside, these newly armed warriors sought suitable opponents to test their blades. In contrast to the skeletal warriors, the skeletal mages, infused with necromantic energy, proved to be more satisfying prey. As Yufei and his companions plunged into the fog, they soon perceived a noticeable increase in the density of surrounding monsters. Under normal circumstances, the monster count for the day should hover around 3,000. However, the presence of summoning-type creatures indicated that the numbers were likely greater. Observing the monsters converging upon him and the Yu family army, Yufei realized that there was no need to search further. He had initially intended to circle around the territory. The fog rendered it a matter of sheer luck to locate the commanding leader behind the scenes without reconnaissance capabilities. Upon finally identifying the commanding figure behind the skeletons, Yufei found the creature rather peculiar. Towering at 10 meters, a skeletal giant loomed before him, with the true commander, a diminutive skeleton, perched atop its head. This little skeleton's bones starkly contrasted with the pallor of ordinary skeletons, bearing a hue reminiscent of jade. The soul fire within its skeletal head seemed to envelop it entirely. And were it not for Yufei's exceptional constitution and keen eyesight, one might have mistaken it for a headless little skeleton. Chapter 28. Possessing a brain, but not much. With the arrival of the skeletal giant and the small skeleton atop its head, the skeletal forces quickly organized their assault. As the cooldown for the summoning skills of the rear-line skeletal mages concluded, they immediately began to summon more skeletons. The elite skeletal mages, however, refrained from utilizing bone spears, skills that proved ineffective against the Yu family warriors and wasted their necromantic energy. Instead, they resorted to employing bone prison-type control skills, hoping to influence the soldiers of the Yu family army. Upon witnessing such a situation, Yufei did not hastily unleash his full might to break free from the formation and single-handedly vanquish the oversized skeleton leader. Instead, he advanced towards the skeletal chief at a measured pace, accompanied by his soldiers, embodying the strategy of capturing the ringleader first. It was evident that the skeletal leader possessed a modicum of intelligence, albeit limited. The remaining skeletons, whether warriors or the necromancers who summoned them, obediently complied with Yufei's maneuvers, prioritizing their own survival over their leader's orders. The foe wielding a bow and spear was simply too formidable. Following the principle that the vast void inflicts maximum damage on the defending side, the prudent choice for the skeleton leader was to flee rather than confront an adversary it clearly could not overpower. Biding its time for a chance to strike from the shadows, Had Yu Fei been privy to the thoughts of the diminutive skeleton, he would have undoubtedly affirmed his judgment. This creature possessed some wit, yet it was decidedly scarce. The skeletal leader, perplexed by its futile attempts to escape, was confounded. According to the tactical norms of its kind, the typical strategy entailed utilizing ordinary skeleton necromancers to summon basic skeleton warriors as the vanguard, primarily to drain the enemy's resources and deplete their soldiers' stamina. Following this, elite skeleton warriors would emerge, led by their necromancers, to deliver a decisive blow against the enemy's defenses. Engaging in a reckless charge alongside its subordinates was an uncharacteristic move for a creature of its ilk. Regarding the notion previously contemplated by Wu Wei and Yu Fei, that the skeleton necromancers would continuously summon skeleton warriors to exhaust the territory's resources, it was, in fact, an impossibility, as the necromancer's dark magical energy required considerable time to accumulate. The skeletal leader struggled to comprehend why anyone would dare to charge directly into the sea of undead. With merely 101 individuals, how could they venture beyond the protection of their territory and directly confront the mists? Yu Fei, leading the Yu family army, broke through the ranks of the skeletons with ease. In their inaugural battle within the territory, both Yu Fei and his troops found their adversaries to be rather disappointing. They lacked both the strength of arms and the cunning they had anticipated. Many warriors had prepared themselves for the possibility of sacrifice before the campaign, only to find upon entering the battlefield that this was their opposition. A modicum of resistance would have sufficed. Wielding a staff to block his spear was utterly nonsensical. Meanwhile, Wu Wei and Song Ingmeng observed as the effects of the little Shumi realm unfolded, with streams of light carrying treasure chests into its confines from the mist. Not a single name appeared on the resurrection list within the Hall of Heroic Souls. Wu Wei could not help but marvel at the absurdity of golden heroes and golden units, capable of withstanding the mist's encroachment while wreaking havoc without sustaining any losses. Just as the inhabitants of the territory awaited the safe return of Yu Fei and his army, an unexpected figure emerged from the fog before them. A towering skeletal giant, nearly 10 meters in height, emerged at the edge of the mist, its smaller skeletons adding an eerie quality. Wu Wei pondered why Song Ingmeng had not commanded the defensive towers within the territory to engage. As his perplexed gaze swept past, it fortuitously collided with Song Ingmeng's eyes. "Do not rush, my lord. I surmise this creature has been deliberately lured here by General Yu." Behind the colossal skeleton, skeletal mages ran forward, yet their spells were directed backward. Should we activate the territory's defensive towers now, it would likely lead to a catastrophic misunderstanding, as the towers lack the ability to distinguish friend from foe. Just as Song Ingmeng was elucidating this to Wu Wei, Yu Fei and the Yu family army burst forth from the mist. "Now that we are home, it is time to perish," Yu Fei declared, gazing at the distant territory and the skeletal leader, accompanied by a few skeletal mages resembling small cats, as he gradually came to a halt. Iron Mountain Strike, a technique, seemingly mundane, erupted with unimaginable might under Yu Fei's exceptional physique and innate talent. The enormous crater created by his foot and the gaping hole in the skull of the skeletal giant attested to its formidable power. Meanwhile, as Yu Fei descended from the air, he looked back in confusion. He had intended to collide with the diminutive jade skeleton, yet somehow found himself crashing into this larger one. While he searched for the whereabouts of the small skeleton, a solid projectile traveling at 7 times the speed of sound was discharged from the electromagnetic railgun. Its target was the jade skeleton, which had been hiding amidst the chaos among the skeletal mages. As the only hero within the territory possessing a reconnaissance skill of exceptional quality, Yu Fei was unaware of the small skeleton's true nature, while Song Ingmeng, who controlled the defensive towers, was fully informed. Jade Skeleton Leader. Race, Undead. Attributes, Constitution 56. Spirit 91. Skills, Summon Skeletons, Spirit Amplification, Self-Destruction. Description, the Beast Master among skeletons, its steed serves as its greatest weapon. Beware the bone bomb. Regardless of the intentions woven into the soul fire of the skeletal leader, a tungsten alloy projectile, traveling at 7 times the speed of sound, shattered its skull. The upper half of its body was obliterated as well. Nonetheless, as its remains lay on the ground, the soul fire inexplicably flared brightly for a moment. Subsequently, the headless skeletal giant radiated a dazzling white light. Thereafter, 2 thunderous explosions ensued, annihilating not only the jade skeleton's mount, but also the 10-meter-tall skeletal giant itself. Its delicate form unleashed an energy more potent than that of the skeletal giant, obliterating the surrounding skeletal mages into mere fragments. Yu Fei, with a furrowed brow, brushed the bone dust from his body and face, unable to suppress a disdainful spit to rid himself of the residue clinging to his lips. For him, the skeletal leader's self-destruction was not particularly powerful, yet it bore a profoundly insulting quality. Following Yu Fei, the soldiers of the Yu family effortlessly cleared the battlefield, sending each of the fortunate souls who had survived the blast to the underworld with a swift stroke of their blades. After the emergence of the little Sumeru realm, the warriors no longer had to toil tirelessly across the battlefield in search of treasure chests. The cleanup task had become straightforward and effortless. Chapter 29, Reward Settlement. Fifth day of assault concluded. Reward Settlement. On the fifth day, the assault on the enemy consisted of 980 level 5 skeleton mages, 412 level 5 elite skeleton mages, and 1 level 5 boss monster, Jade Skeleton Lord. Defensive result, impeccably intact. Result rating, level A. Base reward, 8,000 source energy crystals, 3,000 void crystals. Additional reward, 10,000 source energy crystals, 5,000 void crystals. Territory buildings, landmine tower, arrow tower, stable, equipment, point steel spear, purple gold heart shield. Martial arts secret technique, Azura blade. Settlement complete. Reward materials have been allocated to the Lord's space. Although Wu Wei was quite pleased with today's rewards, he harbored a genuine regret that the skeleton warriors summoned by the skeleton mages did not count towards the rewards. Otherwise, the source energy crystals and void crystals from the settlement would likely have doubled, not to mention the potential for more territory buildings and items. However, despite the disappointment, Wu Wei had mentally prepared himself, knowing that only the skeleton mages would yield treasure chests, while the skeleton warriors left nothing behind upon their demise. The level A rating was presumably due to the appearance of the final skeleton lord. When the skeleton lord emerged from the mist, Wu Wei refrained from utilizing his probing technique to inspect its attributes, primarily due to the distance and his concern that a single probe could deplete his mental energy. He did not wish to find himself in the embarrassing predicament of fainting within his territory while leading the Yu family army into battle against the enemy. Later, Song Yingmeng shared with Wu Wei the attributes she had observed, not only of the leading skeleton lord but also of the elite skeleton mages and elite sword and shield skeleton warriors. It could be said that the monsters on the fifth day were already quite formidable. However, they still fell short in comparison to Wu Wei's territorial combat strength. Any novice lord, facing such an assault on the fifth day, would struggle, let alone those on the 20th day who would find it exceedingly challenging to contend with these skeletons. Wu Wei gazed at the gradually dissipating bones outside the territory, then looked at the warriors who returned unscathed, and a knowing smile crept across his face. He took out the special items from this reward settlement to examine them. First, he unveiled a jet black spear that caused Wu Wei to tremble as he extracted it from the Lord's space. Point steel spear. Type, hero equipment quality, green excellent level, 5 attributes, constitution 21 durability, 60 traits, armor piercing description, forged from refined iron and steel, measuring 12 feet in length, entirely black, weighing 71 pounds, and exceptionally sharp. A splendid item, now you need no longer wield that tattered iron spear. Purple gold heart shield. Type, hero equipment quality, blue rare level, 5 attributes, constitution 52, spirit 19 durability, 120120 traits, purple gold. The equipment's durability can recover over time. If durability reaches 0, the equipment shatters, and the trait becomes ineffective. Concealment, when the wearer sustains a fatal injury. The purple gold concealment armor sacrifices itself to absorb the lethal blow for the wearer. Equipment requirement, constitution greater than 100 points. Description, an economically practical armor that can prove life-saving in critical moments. Who wouldn't appreciate such an asset? Wu Wei was somewhat speechless upon seeing the requirement of 100 points in constitution for the purple gold concealment armor. Were it not for the absurd strength of the heroes in his domain, it would be rare for any ordinary hero to possess such a high constitution at level 5. One could expect it to be at least an orange quality hero, if not golden. However, upon noticing the impressive boost of 52 points to constitution, Wu Wei found it reasonable. It is indeed normal for blue quality equipment to provide such enhancements, albeit with certain limitations. This reward of a spear and armor was perfect for a complete overhaul for Yu Fei. In this offensive, the enemy consisted of bone warriors, resulting in no bloodstains on the soldier's armor. There might be a few white spots from accidental strikes by bone spears, indicating that these valiant warriors had indeed endured a fierce battle. After Wu Wei instructed Sophia to cast several restorative spells on the soldiers, Yu Fei led them back to the military camp. Known for his strict discipline, Yu Fei rarely allowed the soldiers to step outside the barracks. Wu Wei felt slightly uneasy about this, but he refrained from interfering with Yu Fei's decisions regarding troop management. Only Yu Fei truly understood how to lead his men, especially with the Wu Wei trait still hovering over him. During the 20 days of the novice trial, the endless void would not delay the daily monster onslaught because of any reduction in attributes. Wu Wei had to postpone many of his experimental ideas regarding traits until after the novice trial concluded. He took 3 heroes to the domain's warehouse, the Little Samuru realm. Upon opening the grand door, thousands of neatly categorized treasure chests lay before him, marking the objective of his mission. Having already tested his luck multiple times, Wu Wei wisely chose to abstain from the opening of chests. Instead, he let the 3 heroes tackle the over 3,000 chests while he embraced the largest one. A reward from a skeleton chief slain by the electromagnetic turret controlled by Song Yingmeng. Its mount, a colossal 10-meter skeleton, did not yield any treasure chests. Wu Wei held the chest for a while, observing which of the three heroes would unveil the best item, intending to bestow the grand chest upon the most fortunate. As he watched the trio opening chests, he suddenly had an epiphany. If he were to harness the power of heroes to cover Song Yingming's template, could he not also access her common fate talent? This would mean he would no longer be plagued by misfortune. Level 10. He must reach level 10 as swiftly as possible to unlock the power of heroes. Otherwise, when fighting alongside one's own female hero, one might find themselves overwhelmed, unable to even catch a breath, let alone gain points. It can only be said that a lord devoid of heroic prowess is indeed incomplete. While Wu Wei was lost in reverie while clutching a box, the reliable Song Yingming, on her inaugural box opening, not only opened the boxes but also adeptly assisted Wu Wei in categorizing and summarizing the contents. It is often said that an exceptional internal affairs hero can render their lord remarkably inconspicuous. Chapter 30. The Astonished Princess. On the fifth day, the over 3,000 treasure chests were not only more numerous, but also of significantly higher quality. The total yield of elemental crystals approached 30,000, while the void crystals neared 10,000. Numerous types of defensive tower structures emerged, including the green quality, skeleton summoning tower, and the white quality, cannon tower, among others. Several pieces of white and green quality equipment, 2 skill books, and a particularly unique territorial structure, the barracks, were also obtained. One book contained the ordinary, basic knife technique, while the other featured the previously discovered scouting technique. Wu Wei entrusted both skill books, along with the previously awarded Azura Blade, entirely to Yu Fei, the unequivocal combat stalwart of the territory. Whenever suitable items were available, Wu Wei would prioritize their allocation to him. Previously, the scouting technique had been assigned to himself mainly because Wu Wei had not foreseen that Yu Pengju could lead the Yu family army into the fog to vanquish monsters. This time, it perfectly supplemented Yu Fei's lack of reconnaissance capabilities. Meanwhile, Sophia went to inspect the crops nearing maturity, which were crucial for the future sustenance of the entire territory. Song Yingming accompanied Wu Wei to the boundary of the territory, preparing to arrange and upgrade the newly acquired territorial structures. Then, Song Yingming beheld a scene that left her utterly astonished. A defensive tower, originally of green quality, transformed into an orange-grade tower after Wu Wei's upgrade. If it had been just one tower, it could have been dismissed, although she recognized Wu Wei's lack of luck. It could also be attributed to sheer fortune. However, witnessing one after another transforming was simply absurd. Was this truly how orange structures emerged within the territory? Song Yingming was aware of the territory's unique trait of universal renewal. Yet where was the promised probability? This was neither statistical nor scientific, nor even void-like. Wu Wei, indifferent to the astonished expression of the beautiful princess beside him, considered it a normal reaction. Had Sophia joined him in upgrading the building, he surmised that the young lady would be more concerned about the few times he had squeezed her hand than about the transformation of the white territorial structure into an orange one. As Wu Wei gazed upon the fruits of his labor, he felt a sense of satisfaction akin to that of an old farmer witnessing the ripened fruits on his trees. Skeleton Summoning Tower, Exploding Sheep Tower, Building Quality, Orange Epic. Level 2-0-2-0-0-0. Universal Renewal is on cooldown. It can be triggered again after reaching a certain level. Function, summons self-destructing sheep, immune to both physical and magical damage, which explode upon contact with enemies, causing magical damage. Attack speed, 6 self-destructing sheep per minute. Attack range, 500 meters. Energy consumption, each summoned self-destructing sheep consumes 30 energy crystals. Skills, stun, the self-destructing sheep inflicts a stun effect upon explosion. Transform sheep, upon activation, it summons a self-destructing sheep capable of transforming enemies into sheep upon detonation. Surrounding foes are also turned into sheep. Cooldown time, 12 hours. Description, rather than inflicting damage, the self-destructing sheep, immune to both physical and magical attacks, excels in control. Wu Wei, currently selecting on the roulette, has surpassed the phase of merely identifying seemingly formidable structures. Through the experience gained from upgrading Shattered Earth and Miner's Sumeru Realm, he finds that the seemingly humble option may prove more formidable, aligning perfectly with his current domain. This self-destructing sheep tower stands out amidst a plethora of orange defense towers. Among the numerous orange summoning defense towers, which include night-type and demon-type summoning towers, he is particularly drawn to this sheep-shaped structure. An orange quality summoning tower resembling a sheep must either summon Li Qi as sheep or possess a uniquely exceptional effect. Indeed, the summoned self-destructing sheep boasts the astonishing trait of immunity to both physical and magical damage. For a defensive tower primarily focused on control, the extent of damage becomes entirely inconsequential. Take today's Skeleton Lord as an example. A sheep that cannot be vanquished approaches it, and upon explosion, it either becomes stunned or is transformed into a sheep, subsequently being overwhelmed by the other defensive towers of the territory. The thought alone is impressive. Wu Wei, satisfied, smacks his lips and moves on to the next. This defense tower presents an even more absurd appearance compared to the sheep tower. A rabbit wields a gigantic carrot, thrust into a wooden base. It is hard to believe that this evolved from the landmine tower. Landmine Tower, Landmine Tower, Landmine Tower, building quality, orange epic. Level 2-0-2-0-0-0. Universal renewal is on cooldown. It can be triggered again after reaching a certain level. Function, it places an explosive landmine within the attack range that lasts for 1 hour. The landmine detonates upon contact with enemies, dealing damage while also inflicting a slowing effect. Attack speed, 20 landmines per minute. Attack range, 1,000 meters. Energy consumption, each landmine consumes 3 energy crystals. Skill, patrol missile. For every 10 landmines buried, a patrol missile can be summoned. This missile can engage both airborne and ground units, remaining on standby or automatically tracking and attacking enemies within a 10-fold attack range. Each missile lasts for 1 hour. Description, it is hard to fathom that carrots can wield such immense power, yet they truly can be lethal. Upon witnessing the attributes of this defense tower, Wu Wei cannot help but entertain various audacious ideas. After an hour of accumulating flying missiles, Wu Wei decided to treat the monster leader to some carrots. He could already envision the scene from a game, where the red needles of catnip danced across the battlefield. Subsequently, when upgrading the cannon tower, Wu Wei chose to forego the already possessed Type 122 rocket tower and opted for a new technological defense tower. Although its appearance bore a resemblance to the Type 122 rocket tower, its launch tubes were more slender and abundant. On one side, there were 6 large missile launch boxes, while the other side boasted 48 smaller ones. The reason Wu Wei selected this tower from a myriad of orange defense structures was an unassuming rectangular object. With a keen interest in military matters from his previous life, Wu Wei instantly recognized its identity, an active phased array radar. Chapter 31, The Hidden Realm. Although the 5th day's assault was easily repelled by the proactive efforts of Yu Fei and the soldiers of the Yu family army, Wu Wei had to contemplate the impending 15 days of monster attacks. If Yu Fei and his troops could no longer maneuver freely in the mist, and he found himself confronted by enemies lurking within the fog, gradually summoning forces to deplete his resources, it would be exceedingly vexing to lack countermeasures. Much like drawing cards in a game, while a certain card may not be useful, its absence could prove detrimental. Type 3000 Air Defense Tower. Building quality, orange epic. Level 2-0-2-0-0-0. Universal renewal and cooldown can be triggered again after reaching a certain level. Function, launches anti-air missiles. Attack speed, fires small anti-air missiles, 48 rounds in 60 seconds, requiring a 5-minute reload after each firing. Fires medium anti-air missiles, 6 rounds in 60 seconds, requiring a 5-minute reload after each firing. Attack range, 15 kilometers. Energy consumption, 1 energy crystal for small anti-air missiles, 10 energy crystals for medium anti-air missiles, and 20 energy crystals per hour for radar activation. Skills, quad-phase active phased array radar, searches, monitors, and identifies non-friendly targets, capable of automatically locking onto targets below Mach 1. Air specialization, limited to attacking aerial units, with an attack power increased to 120 when targeting air units. Introduction, a conventional air defense weapon from a certain nation, transformed into a defense tower by the power of the void. Indeed, it was a radar. Wu Wei had expected a range of merely 10 kilometers, but was astonished to discover it extended to 20 kilometers. He was profoundly satisfied with the features of the Type 3000 Air Defense Tower. Consequently, he resolved to elevate this defense tower to be the first level 3 tower in his territory. Previously, the requirements for upgrades had soared alongside the improved quality, with the cost of 2,000 void crystals proving excessive for the territory. However, following the 5th day's monster assault, the financial reserves of the territory had become somewhat more ample. The defensive tower, capable of reconnaissance and endowed with formidable anti-air capabilities, holds a high priority for upgrades. After accumulating 2,000 void crystals, Wu Wei once again examined the panel of the Type 3000 anti-air tower, discovering that the detection range of the 4-phase active phased array radar had expanded to an impressive 25 kilometers. Other attributes, including attack strength, attack speed, and reload speed, had also seen modest enhancements. It is undeniable that the orange epic quality of this defensive tower far surpasses that of its lower quality counterparts, both in fundamental attributes and growth potential. However, the steep cost of upgrades, coupled with the challenges in acquiring void crystals, means that when multiple buildings require enhancement, it may take a considerable time to accumulate the necessary resources for a single round of upgrades. Shaking his head, Wu Wei resolved to set aside such distant concerns for now and first upgrade the other defensive towers. Among the remaining towers, he upgraded 1 Arrow Tower to a Type 122 rocket launcher tower, as he was particularly fond of it. The other magical defensive towers were primarily upgraded to their superior variants, such as Fireball Tower, Flamestorm Tower, Windblade Tower, and Tornado Tower. These orange-tier magical defensive towers not only boasted high damage but, most importantly, possessed an explosive skill with a lengthy cooldown. The Flamestorm Tower had a skill named Heavenly Flames, with a cooldown period of 3 hours, capable of inflicting fire damage on enemies within a radius of 300. Similarly, the Tornado Tower featured a comparable skill, whirlwind destruction. These orange-tier magical towers, in relative terms, lack extravagant functions, focusing instead on sheer damage capability. Additionally, the territory greatly requires such magical damage defensive towers, as many monsters exhibit high physical resistance while being significantly vulnerable to magical attacks. When faced with resilient foes, it is during these moments that the magical towers truly shine. Of greater intrigue to Wu Wei was a rather peculiar defensive tower that became even stranger following his upgrade. Originally obtained from a treasure chest, it was a green-quality, ghost hand tower, characterized by a skeletal base with pale bony hands extending from it. Upon upgrading, however, all that remained on the ground was a massive gelatinous mass. Ghost hand tower, transformed into jellyfish touch. Building quality, orange epic. Level, 2000. Universal renewal is on cooldown and can be triggered again after reaching a certain level. Function, uses tentacles to slow down enemies and has a chance to bind them. Attack speed, 12 tentacle attacks per second. Attack range, 200. Energy consumption, each attack consumes one source energy crystal. Skill, awaken, after 5 seconds of inactivity. The next attack deals 300 physical damage and inflicts an additional 60 damage to the 2 weakest enemies within the attack range, with a charge capacity of 3 times. Mirage, the range of attack has expanded and the attack power has increased by 100. Furthermore, with each strike, there is a 50 chance to stun all enemies within the attack zone. When the number of foes within the attack range is fewer than 3, the Mirage attack will cool down after 3 strikes, typically lasting for 1 minute. The cooldown period is 1 hour. Introduction, fear not. For this is not the tentacle of an evil deity, but rather a defense tower crafted from a deep-sea jellyfish exceeding 100 meters in size. Surely, an enormous jellyfish of over 100 meters is not to be taken lightly. Wu Wei, glancing at the introduction on the Lord's panel, felt a twinge of sarcasm. He couldn't help but wonder which powerful being among the human race had concocted this description. It certainly bore a hint of dark humor. What Wu Wei was unaware of was that the introduction feature on the Lord's panel was initially quite serious. The current whimsical description was indeed tied to a notable figure among the human race. This individual, whom Wu Wei had mocked, was presently occupied with pressing matters. In a concealed domain of humanity, several renowned titans were convening with the very being Wu Wei had ridiculed to discuss a significant issue. One of the eminent figures had entered the secretive area with great fervor, but soon realized that the atmosphere was rather peculiar. It was neither the solemnity preceding an impending battle nor the tension and fury stemming from some malignant incident. Instead, everyone appeared as bewildered as he was. Chapter 32, The Supreme and the Kings. Li Wang, your timing is impeccable, now that everyone is here. The man referred to as the Supreme Mo waved his hand, instantly sealing the entrance to the hidden realm. He then imposed numerous arrays of confinement with diverse powers. The kings present were greatly alarmed. Had this not been in the heart of humanity, they might have thought the Supreme intended to silence them. Previously, during a minor extermination war against a smaller clan, the doors had remained wide open, so this heightened caution raised questions about what had transpired. After surveying the assembly, he spoke. I shall be responsible for all matters related to the awakening of the new lords over the past century. However, this year, there has been a slight anomaly. The consumption of source material for the awakening has reached 22 times the average of previous years. Upon hearing this announcement, the kings present all exhibited expressions of delight. The reasoning was straightforward. The more source material consumed during awakening, the higher the quality of the awakened lord's heart. They had no suspicions of anyone embezzling the source materials. All of it was securely stored within the core sanctum of humanity, and the awakening was closely monitored by the will of the world. As long as it was consumed during awakening, the world would provide accordingly. For any other use, whether for cultivation or other purposes, not a single grain of source material could be touched. Dare I ask, Supreme Mo, is this a matter of quantity or quality? The previously boisterous Li Wang now spoke cautiously, fearful of voicing an inappropriate question. Although he had his suspicions, he felt compelled to seek clarity on this matter, as suppressing his curiosity was quite uncomfortable. If what has emerged is quantity, then it is the Lord's heart awakened this year by the human lords, with quality generally surpassing that of previous years. Such occurrences have been noted in the past. For instance, the source quality consumed last year was a staggering 13 times the historical average. This falls within the realm of normal fluctuations, typically recorded without any significant alterations. At most, it results in a slight increase in the enrollment numbers of various academies. It is inconceivable that they would summon the high-ranking members of the human race to such a place for a meeting filled with tension. I trust you have already formed your conclusions. Upon hearing the inquiry from the Li Wang, Master Mo ceased his pleasantries. He unfurled a holographic map, his finger resting upon a seemingly inconspicuous small city, Luyan City. Approximately 20% above the average has been evenly distributed across various cities. However, over 100, nearly matching the historical average of 101, has congregated here. You must comprehend the implications of this, Master Mo stated calmly. The kings could not possibly misunderstand. Despite its rarity, they had encountered such phenomena during their interminable existence. This signifies the omen of a supreme being. The expression of the Li Wang was a mix of envy and solace. How many years had it been since the last sign of a supreme being had graced them? The assembly of kings began to engage in fervent discussion. Among them, some had ascended to the throne long before Master Imo, while others had only recently claimed their positions. Perhaps as recently as 10,000 years ago. Enough of your discussions, but confine them to this space. I do not wish to hear a whisper about this matter beyond these walls, Master Imo interjected, silencing the chatter of the kings below. You are either the heads of various academies or individuals in significant positions. Today, I share with you the information regarding the individual who has manifested the sign of a supreme being. As for the subsequent handling, we shall adhere to Plan 7284. Li Wang, you will oversee the specific details. Upon concluding his statement, Master Imo gestured, and a series of luminous points carrying information materialized before the assembly of kings. The initial image projected was that of Wu Wei, descending from the altar of sacrifice with a playful grin. The kings, somewhat taken aback, pondered how such a seemingly frivolous individual could embody the sign of a supreme being. However, the human race has seen its fair share of unconventional supremes, and it was Master Mo's reliability that earned him the position of overseeing Earth's affairs. Yet reliability is a relative term. Many absurd descriptions within the Lord's panel had been whimsically added by this individual during moments of boredom, an endeavor not easily replicated by the average person. Wu Wei, quite an intriguing name. Does it indicate a cultist, or perhaps a slayer of other races? Inquired a portly investigator of the tall team leader beside him. Nothing of the sort. The report suggests a protective investigative approach, likely a newly awakened genius, the leader responded. Yet upon examining Wu Wei's awakening data, the two were left speechless. Having awakened a white-quality lord's heart, he hardly resembled a genius. Brother, do you not think Wu Wei seems far from being a genius? Why are we proceeding with such caution in our data collection? The portly investigator continued. Let it be. We shall execute the tasks as assigned by our superiors. Regardless of appearances, the leader replied. Upon your arrival, I can offer guidance, and you are encouraged to voice your inquiries. However, remember to adhere strictly to the tasks assigned. The tall man, though uncertain, nonetheless cautioned the portly fellow. The two continued their investigation into all facets of Wu Wei in the quaint town of Luoyang. He attends Luoyang Third High School, specifically in Class 3, Year 2. During his time at school, he exhibited a lackadaisical attitude toward his studies, maintaining an average demeanor, yet possessing a commendable character. His mother perished during an event of descent. Indeed, she met her end within a mysterious relic, the coordinates of which remain unknown. His grandparents, both paternal and maternal, have merged with his father's territory. His father stands at the threshold of ascendance, yet while possessing a purple-quality lord's heart, opportunities remain scarce, likely necessitating perilous ventures on the battlefield. The information gleaned from the light points pertains to special operatives of the human race, who recorded details while investigating Wu Wei, supplementing their field inquiries with digitized data spanning from his birth to his entry into the boundless void. According to the principles of Plan 7284, intervention should be minimal. Li Wang, arrange for someone to tend to his mother's remains, if they exist. I will provide you with the coordinates of the inferred relic shortly. Ling Wang, seize the opportunity to discreetly gift him a couple of your protective charms. One initially is sufficient. Should he utilize it, seek a chance to provide him with a second, capping the total at 2, as excess can lead to complications during his descent into the boundless void. As Imo Zunzun observed that everyone had grasped the fundamental circumstances, he proceeded to issue the task. The primary aim of this meeting was to inform those in charge of the secretive information regarding the emergence of the supreme sign. Merely possessing a supreme sign does not guarantee one will ascend to supremacy, nor does ascending necessitate the existence of a supreme sign. It merely increases the probability of such an outcome. Chapter 33, The Supreme Sign. When the supreme sign first manifested among humanity, the higher-ups were oblivious to its implications. The prodigy who bore the supreme sign was inundated with an unknown number of protective treasures and charms upon their first descent into the void, their territory overflowing with such artifacts. However, once they entered the boundless void, they vanished without a trace. It was only as humanity gradually comprehended the rules of the boundless void that they realized their initial actions had inadvertently led to the prodigy's demise. Without the void crystal to upgrade their territory, overly advanced treasures would only provoke rejection by the void's rules, potentially resulting in an immediate descent into the realm of oblivion. Consequently, learning from past mistakes, humanity devised a strategy for future occurrences of the supreme sign, encapsulated in the aforementioned Plan 7284. Which draws upon the collective experiences of past supreme-level talents who faced a staggering 50% fallibility. Of those who fell, a small fraction succumbed to assassination by foreign entities, while the majority perished during their descent into the boundless void, a realm far from being a treasure trove. Unbeknownst to Wu Wei, who is currently undergoing novice trials within the boundless void, the higher-ups of humanity are convening on his behalf. It was impossible for him to recall the playful grin he wore as he descended from the sacrificial altar, an expression now etched in the memories of the lords. He had believed that in awakening the heart of a white lord, no one would take notice of him. He never imagined that even his failures in school would be laid bare for all to see. At that moment, Wu Wei was in the process of upgrading the remaining stable. Previously, when Yu Fei led the Yu family army into battle, Wu Wei felt that the warriors of his territory were lacking in steeds. At the time of settlement, he was rewarded with the construction of a stable, which perfectly addressed this issue. Stable, Horse Management Bureau. Horse Management Bureau. Building quality. Orange Epic. Level 2-0-2000. Universal renewal on cooldown. Can be triggered again after reaching a certain level. Function, breeding horses. Energy consumption increases with the level of the bred horses. Current breeding horse types. Super light. Adult horses require 2,000 energy crystals. Foals require 200 energy crystals, with a maturation period of 5 days. Absolute land. Adult horses require 3,000 energy crystals. Foals require 300 energy crystals, with a maturation period of 7 days. Skills. Cave of Heaven. Within the Horse Management Bureau lies a cave of heaven where horses can grow rapidly, with a breeding quality cap of golden legend. Description. Originating from an unknown workplace of Director Sun in a certain world. Goodness, an unknown Director Sun indeed. Wu Wei gazed at this ethereal building of his territory, intending to explore within, only to discover that as the Lord, he was barred from entry. Only the horses could enter the cave of heaven. He had no choice but to abandon his curiosity. However, the efficacy of the Horse Management Bureau was commendable, able to provide high-level war horses and starting from foals, which significantly reduced costs. Wu Wei proceeded to acquire 100 super light foals, to be collected in 5 days. The choice not to select absolute land was naturally due to his limited funds. Wu Wei was seated in a small room, facing Tsang Yingming. She was discussing the future development of the territory, how resources should be allocated, which buildings should be prioritized for upgrades, and which could afford to wait. He observed Tsang Yingming across from him, her figure accentuated even more after she had removed her outer robe. Her earnest demeanor as she explained the plans made her all the more captivating. Unconsciously, Wu Wei found himself entranced, watching as she confidently sketched plans on the wooden board, outlining the future for herself and the territory. Memories from his past life, once fading, began to resurface vividly. There had been another girl, whose beauty, though not as striking as that of the princess before him, lingered in his memory, gradually becoming blurred. Yet, he still recalled her, much like the present figure, holding a pen and book, explaining lessons to him. Perhaps in youth, one ought not to encounter those of breathtaking allure, but thankfully, such occurrences would not repeat themselves this time. What a fleeting visitor, passing by for half a lifetime. Wu Wei smiled wryly at the thought, only to find Tsang Yingming looking at him with an expression of helplessness. He was not at all surprised. He directly seated himself beside the princess, wearing a mischievous grin, and requested that she repeat what she had just said, as he had not heard her clearly from afar. As Wu Wei listened to the princess's plans, he pondered his past and future. How had he ended up in this predicament? He had originally aspired to lead a comfortable life as a second-generation heir. Now, he found himself entangled with a general whose family had been destroyed by treachery, an elf sent as a gift yet delivered to him, and a princess of a dynasty that had ruled for centuries but whose power was waning, alongside subjects and warriors from myriad realms drawn to his territory for various reasons. It wasn't so bad after all. A new beginning could bring about some exhilarating experiences. Wu Wei had come to terms with his situation, freeing himself from the constraints of his heart. He took the princess's delicate hand and led her outside the small dwelling. You just mentioned that we should first upgrade the territory's level before constructing new barracks to bolster our forces, correct? Meanwhile, the suddenly grasped Tsang Yingming blushed deeply, following Wu Wei as they walked out. This was her first experience of such intimate contact with a man. If you ask me, there's no need to rush. Let's first invite Sophia to join us for a meal. Besides, it seems that the crops planted in our territory are about to mature, so it's the perfect opportunity to take a look. Since Wu Wei had come to this realization, he no longer hesitated, pulling the beauty along with him. Upon reaching the cultivation area of the territory, they found that the 2 patches of broken path soil were densely populated with plants that had borne fruit. Sophia informed Wu Wei that most of the plants had matured, though a small portion of the longer maturing fruits had yet to fully ripen. With these ingredients, the food reserves of the territory would no longer be a situation of mere outflow without influx. Wu Wei instructed the elves to transport the ripe produce to the small subspace for storage, where the formation would preserve these fresh goods effectively. He set aside a portion to be delivered to Yiping Xian for a splendid dinner to reward everyone. Additionally, he asked someone to inform Yu Fei, requesting that he gather the soldiers of the Yu family army to join the meal. Just tell them it's my request. Let him rally the soldiers. Wu Wei felt somewhat exasperated with Yu Fei. Previously, he had invited him to dine at Yiping Xian, but this fellow had only come once to enjoy his fried rice and thereafter remained entrenched in the barracks. When he suggested including the Yu family soldiers, Yu Fei stubbornly resisted, insisting on the separation between military and civilian affairs. Chapter 34. Clear yet foolish. The relentless onslaught of monsters from the boundless void occurred without fail, a daily occurrence that could neither increase nor diminish. After dealing with today's monster attack, there was no chance of any creature appearing in Wu Wei's territory until tomorrow. The atmosphere in the territory was lively due to the bountiful harvest of food. The few subjects Wu Wei had summoned were primarily farmers from the feudal dynasty. For them, a fruitful harvest was even more significant than the new year. It was unrealistic to expect a single chef, Yin San, to prepare meals for so many people in the territory, so Wu Wei had him recruit a few others who had previously worked in kitchens to assist. Even if they could not be the head chef, they could help, thus expediting the preparation of the meals. Wu Wei was examining some anomalous plants in the Shattered Land. Ordinary seeds, upon maturation, yielded fruits containing seeds of a higher caliber. Although all were of white quality, the distinction of grade held significant importance for the territory. For individuals with exceptionally high constitutions, such as Yu Fei, consuming food derived from ungraded crops might require several tables to satiate their hunger. In contrast, crops cultivated from these white-quality seeds could suffice, with merely a few large bowls. While this seemed rather absurd to Wu Wei, it was nonetheless more reasonable than the notion of consuming by the tableful. After Moira sowed these quality seeds, Wu Wei accompanied Song Yingmeng to a site she had previously selected to establish the second barak for the territory. However, before setting up the barak, it was imperative to elevate the territory's level. Although Wu Wei's academic performance was lacking, he was still aware of some fundamental principles. Beyond the initial barak, additional barracks could only be constructed every 5 levels. Fortunately, the costs associated with upgrading the territory were relatively modest compared to those for enhancing orange grade or higher territorial structures. With several hundred void crystals, he successfully elevated the level to 5. He then retrieved the barak from the Lord's space, identical to the one he had brought from Earth. Tossing it onto the ground, the dilapidated barak materialized once more. He proceeded with the upgrade. The colorful wheel and chaotic pointer reappeared before Wu Wei's eyes. This time, his focus was unwavering as he sought a ranged magical unit. In comparison to defensive towers, the variety of barracks was vast, although the limit remained at orange quality. Identifying a suitable target was no easy feat for a moment. Wu Wei found it challenging to pinpoint his desired choice, ultimately resorting to a gamble by selecting an orange quality barak. It appeared to possess an array of mystical formations and spells. Though somewhat atypical, it should not pose any issues. Wu Wei felt a twinge of uncertainty regarding his selection, yet he realized there were few alternatives available. Many of the orange-quality barracks showcased units wielding swords or hefty axes, each appearing robust and brawny, entirely unrelated to his intended target. There were also units brandishing staffs, yet the skull-adorned staff dissuaded him from choosing that option. 5 minutes felt exceedingly brief at this juncture, leaving him unable to thoroughly explore all suitable orange units within the vibrant wheel. However, after reviewing the attributes of the new unit, Wu Wei felt a sense of relief. While it may not have appeared entirely conventional, it could certainly be classified as a ranged magical unit. Federation Military Academy Cultivator. Level 1050. Quality: Golden Legend, orange upgraded to gold. Physique: 30, base attribute 10. Territory characteristic bonus 200. Spirit: 120, base attribute 40. Territory characteristic bonus 200. Talent: Cultivation Heritage, Cultivation Technology. Cultivation Heritage, Talent Quality, Golden Legend. Attributes: As one ascends in level, different cultivation legacies will awaken, and one may also manually add to these legacies. The currently possessed legacy categories include Traditional Cultivation Schools, Technique Cultivation, and Technological Cultivation Schools. Cultivation Technology, Talent Quality, Golden Legend. Attributes: Unlock various levels of cultivation technology as the barracks level increases. Current unlocked technology: Crystal Armor Technology. Introduction: The cultivation technology of the Human Federation is fundamental to the survival of humanity amid the decline in spiritual energy quality and total spiritual energy. However, the emergent cultivation technologies, while innovative, cannot match the upper limits of traditional cultivation schools that have been developed over countless years. Within the esteemed First Military Academy of the Human Federation, students hold differing beliefs. Some staunchly assert that the traditional cultivation path is the sole way to ascend the Great Tao and save humanity, while others argue that, in the face of dwindling spiritual energy and the long absence of divine transformation cultivators, humanity must turn to the power of technology to ensure its survival against the predatory gaze of other races. Thus, cultivation technology is seen as the foundation for the future of humankind. Now it is your turn as the Lord to wield the most powerful system of strength in the boundless void and deliver a minor shock to humanity. Wu Weijin finds himself at a loss, uncertain whether to express his frustration. If he were to unlock the power of heroes after reaching level 10, he could indeed deliver a minor shock to them. However, as he currently stands, he is hardly capable of matching even a single finger of theirs. For now, he decides to let Song Yingmeng, the princess of his cultivation dynasty in his territory, provide them with a small shock of cultivation. Although she was once engrossed in state affairs in her past life and did not attain a particularly high level, she still exists above the divine transformation. In the Void Realm, Despite having forgotten her past cultivation methods due to the constraints of the boundless void, she will surely recover her strength rapidly once she obtains suitable techniques. Moreover, as a hero of the territory, the most efficient way to level her up is for the Lord to directly spend void crystals on her advancement. Song Yingming, standing beside Wu Wei, gazes curiously at the technologically infused cultivation barracks. The collision and fusion of two entirely different systems of power create a fascinating new product that indeed captivates the eye. Wu Wei, not one to dally, summons the maximum capacity of the level 1 golden barracks, which amounts to 100 individuals. The expenditure of several thousand source energy crystals no longer poses a significant burden. He even contemplates upgrading the Yu family barracks to see what transformations may occur. Wu Wei is genuinely eager to witness what a golden level structure will evolve into. As he watches young men and women of similar ages emerging from the barracks, he recalls that these are students from the first military academy of the Human Federation. Though their discipline may not rival that of the Yu family soldiers due to their status as cultivators, they manage to form a respectable queue at the barracks entrance. Observing the pairs of clear yet Na'vi eyes before him, Wu Wei cannot help but reminisce about his own university days in a past life. Is there a universal gaze shared among university students across the cosmos? He chuckles softly to himself. Subsequently, it was only natural for Song Yingming to impart knowledge to the new inhabitants of these territories, enlightening them on the fundamentals of the boundless void. Chapter 35. The growth potential of golden troops. One must commend the prowess of cultivators. Their capacity to accept the peculiarities of reincarnation far surpasses that of the indigenous populace typically engaged in dynasty building. Consider that when the soldiers of the Yu family army were first summoned, had it not been for Yu Fei's presence, Wu Wei would have struggled considerably to elucidate the concepts of territory, lordship, and the boundless void to these warriors. These high-quality troops not only exhibit combat abilities superior to those of their lesser counterparts, but also possess significantly greater intelligence. Had Wu Wei, like other novice lords, initially summoned low-tier militia, the intellect of such troops would have seemed sealed by the void, only to awaken to a semblance of human intelligence upon reaching considerable levels. Before that, lords could only command these troops as mere pieces on a game board. A capable commander might elicit extraordinary performance from them, yet for someone like Wu Wei, whose combat strategy grades were less than stellar, allowing him to lead would be less effective than letting the troops act independently. Wu Wei was adept at early game management, but when it came to combat, his strategy resembled a hasty rush. If they could win, splendid. If not, then simply concede. Though Song Yingming's memories of having once governed a nation for centuries had become somewhat hazy, managing the trivial affairs of a small territory was second nature to her. Within mere minutes, she not only clarified the concepts of the newly summoned students regarding their territory, the boundless void, and the novice trials, but also, leveraging her past cultivation at the void realm, effortlessly captivated the attention of these students still in their chi refinement phase. In the Human Federation, where the realm of transformation had not been seen for ages, the void ancestor was but a legend inscribed in books. Did incursions by the demon race occur in that ancient world? Upon hearing that her strength was considered unremarkable there, did it imply the existence of true immortals? No. Our world is merely the spirit realm. Upon attaining immortality, one ascends to the celestial realm. Song Yingming relished engaging in conversation with these students who had just arrived at the academy. Had she not been burdened with the survival of the entire great Song, she would never have aspired to occupy such a position. The immense power she wielded felt more like an unavoidable burden and responsibility. In the aftermath of rebellion, when confronted with an indomitable presence within the imperial palace, the feeling of despair was perhaps overshadowed by a strange sense of relief that everything had come to an end. The territory she now oversaw, smaller than her former dynasty's village, paradoxically brought her a sense of comfort. As she stood, nibbling on freshly unearthed cucumbers, Wu Wei, contentedly listening to stories, suddenly caught sight of Song Yingming gazing at him with a cheerful smile. In that moment, she appeared less like the regent princess and more like an eccentric high school girl. Wu Wei suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Women truly are capricious. One moment, she was engaged in light-hearted conversation with the ethereal students of the Immortal Cultivation Academy, sharing intriguing tales of the spirit realm. The next, she gazed at him with an affectionate smile, reminiscent of a girlfriend's look, which struck him as somewhat endearing. Do not inquire how Wu Wei came to this conclusion. Despite lacking such personal experience in either of his lifetimes, one does not need to have seen a pig run to recognize one. Although he himself had no girlfriend, his friends certainly did. Well then, from now on, it is your responsibility to guide these individuals, Yingming. Wu Wei was naturally delighted by this newfound leisure. Had he not recruited Song Yingming, he would have likely entrusted them to Yu Fei. Now that a more suitable candidate had emerged, it was indeed fortuitous. What piqued his interest further was the criteria that allowed these students of the Immortal Cultivation Academy to be classified as Golden Legend tier soldiers. The two growth-oriented golden talents were evidently pivotal. Through subsequent inquiries, Wu Wei gleaned insights into their circumstances. As fresh entrants to the military academy, they had undergone transformation by the void, emerging as initial golden soldiers with merely basic attributes. Their subsequent development would require inheritance within the barracks. By selecting from two distinct inheritance paths, they would embark on divergent growth trajectories. One path adhered to the traditional cultivation school, allowing them to ascend from their current chi refinement realm, though the existence of any upper limit remained uncertain. Additionally, due to regulatory constraints, they would not be able to acquire skills related to traditional alchemy or weaponry, much less the sword arts. They could only aspire to become cultivators akin to Western wizards, a notion that would surely provoke disdain among cultivators from other worlds. To alter this predicament would necessitate more than just a couple of cultivation manuals. A comprehensive and systematic set of training materials would be essential. It might even require the acquisition of highly valuable sequences. Ideally, they would need pure cultivation techniques, and a complete set would suffice. Should sequences be required, it would indeed pose a significant challenge. As Wu Wei observed, he mused aloud. In an era dominated by lords, many chose the path of cultivation, leading to the consequence that resources related to this realm, particularly those that are high-end and rare, are prohibitively expensive. Conversely, lower-tier resources are readily available at minimal costs, with transparent pricing. Wu Wei's father, a lord in the cultivation domain, would presumably be able to provide a systematic inheritance. The specifics would need to be ascertained once he ventured outside. The second path involved a newly emerged school of cultivation technology from their original world. This method of practice, following foundational establishment, gradually evolved to focus on the cultivation of the spirit, requiring comparatively less natural energy. Once their spiritual strength was enhanced, they could better utilize and research creations born of cultivation technology. This is reflected in data panels, where their ability to employ technological artifacts yields significant advantages over ordinary cultivators. Moreover, the study of cultivation technology necessitates practitioners who have traversed the path of cultivation. However, the specific realm of cultivation technology necessitates the construction of a scientific research facility. Only after the cultivators, traversing the path of cultivation, have conducted research and unlocked its secrets can new cultivation technologies be developed. The technological products generated by these research facilities possess an element of randomness. They could manifest as specialized weapons for cultivators, or alternatively, as civilian-oriented cultivation technology, and may even include foundational theories that lack practical value. Presently, the only available item is a standard crystalline armor, and it is rather costly. Wu Wei visited the artifact forging factory, where a set of white-quality crystalline armor costs 100 source energy crystals. Were it not for the bonuses provided by the building's characteristics and the heroic traits of Tsang Ying-ming, Wu Wei would indeed find it unaffordable. In Chapter 36, Bridging the Gap, Wu Wei did not hastily guide these cultivators, who were of a similar age to himself, in choosing their paths. He preferred that they fully comprehend their choices before deciding. As for the present moment, Wu Wei estimated that dinner would soon be served, and all matters could wait until after the meal. Regardless of the circumstances, dining remains of utmost importance. The newcomers, having joined the ranks during a bountiful harvest, experienced a double delight. Although constrained by the limited amount of meat Wu Wei had brought and the territory's current inability to sustain livestock, the food at the table was somewhat modest. Nonetheless, the once desolate territory became unexpectedly lively. However, Wu Wei distinctly sensed that the atmosphere was merely a facade of merriment, as considerable barriers still existed beneath the surface. The soldiers of the Yu family army, following Yu Fei, formed their own distinct faction, still bearing the remnants of a lethal aura. Youngsters who intended to approach were promptly held back by an elder nearby. For these farmers, who occupied the lower tiers of a feudal society, soldiers were perceived as more fearsome than bandits. The saying bandits pass like a sieve, soldiers like a comb is no mere jest. It is a wisdom passed down through generations of ordinary farmers in feudal times. On the other hand, a small group of elves gathered around Sophia. Within the human territory, most inhabitants were of human descent. While they did not experience discrimination, an instinctive inclination caused these elven residents to gravitate towards their own kind's heroes. As for the remaining students, who had only recently entered military academies, their conditioning from a young age had instilled in them the belief that humanity was on the brink of extinction, with daily life consumed by either cultivation or rigorous study and examinations. Having just arrived in the boundless void, had it not been for Tsang Ying-ming's formidable teaching abilities, these individuals might have remained dazed for quite some time. In recent days, Wu Wei found the interactions among the residents of the territory, each differing in circumstances, identities, and races, to resemble those of strangers, which was quite troubling. Seizing this opportunity, he aimed to dissolve the psychological barriers among the residents. While he did not expect to achieve this in one fell swoop, fostering a greater sense of harmony among them would certainly be beneficial. Although the experiences from their past lives lingered in their memories like fleeting dreams, they still exerted an influence on their mindsets. While these memories would not undermine their loyalty to Wu Wei, he felt that the atmosphere of estrangement among his own subjects was far from ideal. Regardless of their previous identities or experiences, they now exist solely as members of their respective domains, indistinguishable from other inhabitants. The disparities in abilities and the distinctions in roles do not engender hierarchies of nobility or inferiority. Initially, Wu Wei had the option to erase the memories of those he recruited, retaining only essential life knowledge and memories pertinent to their new identities. For instance, warriors would possess only memories of combat, while farmers would retain knowledge related solely to agriculture. This approach was not limited to just soldiers and commoners. He could also apply it when recruiting heroes. Many lords pursue unconventional paths, such as those aligned with dark deities or necromancy, necessitating the erasure of memories to exert control over their heroes and subjects. However, Wu Wei chose not to follow this route, primarily recruiting humanoid races and favoring those of a lawful good alignment. He was loath to govern his heroes and inhabitants as one would control slaves or servants. Moreover, those commoners who retained fragments of their past lives often exhibited greater potential and capabilities. Retaining memories is a double-edged sword, and Wu Wei opted to embrace the benefits while accepting the accompanying challenges. After all, being summoned from their former lives to his domain made them, in essence, traversers of worlds. Regardless of their past lives, whether they lived or perished, upon arriving in his territory, they became his own. Wu Wei fundamentally refrained from indoctrinating his people unless under extraordinary circumstances. Once the inhabitants settled, Wu Wei, akin to a leader addressing an audience in his past life, stood at the forefront and cleared his throat. However, instead of delivering grand platitudes, he shared his own narrative, the experiences of his previous life, and how, upon reincarnating, he transformed from a mere cabbage into a laid-back individual, only to find himself once again revitalized. His life in a traditional low-tech world had been unremarkable, and he initially intended to embrace a life of ease, yet unforeseen events had abruptly altered his course. Though Wu Wei's oratory skills were not particularly remarkable, the sincerity in his words resonated deeply with all present. He then commenced introducing 3 heroes to his subjects, recounting their origins, the backgrounds of their worlds, and their personal journeys, engaging in conversation as he spoke. Gradually, the atmosphere lightened, evolving into a genuine camaraderie rather than mere superficial gaiety. Men and women from diverse realms began to forge deeper connections, moving beyond the previous semblance of colleagues. Wu Wei had no desire for his domain to resemble a corporation. "Ingmeng, do you not think there is a slight imbalance between the genders in our territory?" he remarked, observing the apparent predominance of males over females. "You shall oversee the shelter henceforth. Please pay close attention to this matter," he expressed, setting a goal of achieving a 1-to-1 gender ratio. Although the second military branch of the territory consists of practitioners from the academy, unlike the entirely male Yu family army, there remains a slightly higher male presence, with a gender ratio approximately at 60-40. Balancing such matters should be addressed early on. Although a 1-to-1 gender ratio does not guarantee that everyone will find a suitable partner, Wu Wei's philosophy has always been, "I may choose to do without, but I cannot be without." Despite the territory's current limitations, lacking in beverages and the like, whenever spirits are high and conversation flows, joy can be found even in the absence of wine. The bountiful feast extended into the evening, and as Wu Wei glanced at the timer displaying 1900 hours and then at the scarcely changing sky around him, he couldn't help but lament, "This place, where the sun and moon do not move, is truly unbearable. Earth is far better." As the celebration for the harvest concluded, Wu Wei accompanied 2 female heroes and a newly summoned 100 practitioners, yet to choose their paths, to the Cultivation Academy. He had already conveyed to the newcomers that they were free to select any route or school they desired. Whether they wished to follow the same school as before or explore new avenues, it was entirely up to them. Unsurprisingly, the vast majority opted for their original paths. The ratio of traditional cultivation schools to new cultivation technologies stood at roughly 6-4. It appeared that in this world, spiritual energy was not as scarce as one might assume. Traditional cultivation remained relatively mainstream. However, the concentration of spiritual energy was likely on the decline, or else the development of cultivation technology would not have occurred. Song Ingming subconsciously realized that, as a cultivator, she possessed a sensitivity to the parameters regarding the richness of spiritual energy that most people lacked. Meanwhile, Wu Wei had little interest in the original world of these individuals. He was more keen to discern the differences between the 2 pathways of transition. Soon, the newcomers who had entered the barracks to receive their inheritance emerged. Wu Wei named the 2 schools of inheritance with memorable titles, one called Technique Cultivation and the other, Weapon Cultivation. Any future changes could be addressed at a later time. During this process, Wu Wei observed a pattern. Those possessing dual or single spiritual roots, which were comparatively more conducive to cultivation, predominantly chose the path of technique cultivation. The techniques they inherited corresponded closely with the attributes of their spiritual roots. For instance, those with wood attributes primarily learned techniques focused on restraining foes. Fire attributes leaned towards offensive techniques, water attributes centered on healing and support, and earth attributes primarily focused on defensive techniques. Interestingly, despite being labeled as offensive, the initial techniques associated with metal attributes were largely enhancement spells, such as the diamond technique, which could not only bolster oneself, but also provide support to allies. The majority of practitioners with 5-element spiritual roots leaned towards technique cultivation, although there were some with atypical spiritual roots, such as lightning, wind, and ice. The introductory techniques for these unusual roots were exclusively offensive, exemplified by spells like Lightning Strike for lightning, Wind Blade for wind, and Ice Spike for ice. Chapter 37. The Sixth Day, Firepower Coverage. The techniques employed by the spell cultivators during the Qi refinement stage perfectly align with Wu Wei's expectations. Conversely, the skills of the weapon cultivators, regardless of gender or spiritual root type, are uniformly centered around one ability: crystal armor manipulation. The effect is straightforward yet potent, simply enhancing the power exerted while controlling the crystal armor. Wu Wei directed Song Yingming to familiarize herself and the spell cultivators with their newly acquired inheritance, while he escorted the weapon cultivators to the artifact forging factory. Given that the weapon cultivators' combat prowess is reliant on this set of crystal armor, Wu Wei was generous, opting to procure green quality crystal armor, bypassing the white quality entirely, even with a mere 40 individuals, despite the steep price of 1,000 source energy crystals per set of green crystal armor. The current territory could still bear this expense due to the benefits of dual characteristics. As for the efficacy of this investment, that would only be revealed with the impending monster invasion the following day. On the battlefield, empirical evidence always outweighs theoretical data. On the sixth day, the monsters emerging from the mist surrounding the territory were less peculiar than those of previous days. A battalion of werewolves, led by their king, appeared in disciplined formation amidst the fog. Wu Wei, however, was unable to discern the enemies lurking within the mist, while the radar could detect the foes. It merely revealed a series of red dots, devoid of any indication of their types or attributes. Nonetheless, he remained unperturbed. As the Lord, it was prudent to delegate such matters to his heroic subordinates. In terms of warfare, both the battle-hardened Yu Fei and the historically knowledgeable Song Yingming undoubtedly surpassed him in capability. Wu Wei's curiosity led him to observe, as there was little else to occupy his time during the novice trials. Meanwhile, Song Yingming, overseeing the territory's defensive towers, refrained from initiating fire. She observed the red dots on the radar converging towards a single direction, indicating that the boss monster had emerged early and had swiftly taken control of all lower-tier monsters. Not a single creature had ventured beyond the mist. With the enemy concealed and himself in the dark, Song Yingming was judicious in her actions. Interestingly, a portion of the defensive towers within the territory could engage the monsters at their assembly point. Wu Wei and the heroes of the territory were engrossed in the movements of the monster horde displayed on the radar's small screen. The quality of the monsters today seemed to have elevated. They were exhibiting tactical formations, gathering before revealing their presence. It appeared that the Void truly regarded them with esteem by sending such formidable adversaries. As he savored the cherry tomatoes offered by Sophia, Wu Wei remarked on the situation, while Yu Fei and Song Yingming continued their watch over the screen. Song Yingming, having previously experienced the realm of cultivation, found no novelty in the radar. In the world of cultivation, far superior detection formations were abundant, rendering this device merely an intriguing novelty. In contrast, Yu Fei, hailing from a traditional feudal dynasty, was genuinely awestruck by the device's prowess. It enabled comprehensive surveillance of the surroundings, ensuring no enemy presence went unnoticed. How advantageous it would have been to possess such a tool during his battles. The tactics of ambush or surprise attacks resembled the antics of a mere jester. Each of the three had their own thoughts, while Sophia remained fixated on Wu Wei, offering him another vibrant red cherry tomato once she finished the previous one. The fruit-bearing trees, with their longer maturation period, had yet to yield their bounty. Otherwise, a platter of fruit would surely have graced Wu Wei's presence. After approximately half an hour, the monsters in the fog finally gathered, or rather, respawned. A dense cluster of red dots began to advance swiftly towards their territory. However, as they neared the edge of the mist, the horde came to a halt, preparing to send a portion of their numbers in the opposite direction, evidently intending to execute a feigned retreat. Unbeknownst to the creatures, their movements were laid bare under the radar. As they readied to split their forces, the territory's defensive towers, those with a range not too close, initiated their assault. Due to the nature of long-range blind fire, area effect defensive towers proved particularly effective, such as the Type 122 rocket artillery tower and the newly upgraded magical defense towers. Had there been a leaderboard for kills or damage output, these towers would undoubtedly rank among the top. Notably, Song Yingming activated all the skills of these area effect towers during this barrage. Shells, bullets, flames, and frost rained down upon the gathered monsters. If this were a fully digitized online game, a plethora of damage numbers would surely appear at this moment. The Werewolf King, busy strategizing for his pups, was clearly taken aback by the sudden assault. Being a leader-class monster, he would not be easily taken down by area damage. However, his wolf pups were not so fortunate. The once disciplined werewolf battalion could no longer contain themselves, howls of anguish and fury resonating across the battlefield. The pain and anger amplified their cries, and given their proximity to the territory, the sparse mist could hardly muffle the haunting howls. The wolves, This tactic was more detrimental than beneficial. Wu Wei observed the radar's display, noting that nearly half of the light points had vanished. A consequence of the Werewolf King's premature decision to split his forces, resulting in a dispersed formation and diminished impact. Perhaps it was for the best. If they were all eliminated in one wave, what would remain for the newly arrived cultivators to test their skills? As Wu Wei's thoughts raced, he remained silent, quietly watching, occasionally ruffling Sophia's golden hair, which felt pleasantly soft to the touch. Meanwhile, the werewolves displayed no semblance of comfort, having been thrown into disarray by the onslaught. They could no longer heed the commands of their king. The notions of splitting forces and flanking were entirely disregarded. Their sole desire now was to annihilate the enemies before them. As the werewolves burst from the mist, they encountered an even more terrifying web of firepower. The narrative neglects to mention the flying sentinels hovering over the territory. The tentacles of the jellyfish touch on the ground and snare any werewolf that ventures within their range, leaving none to escape. Suddenly, a sheep, previously dawdling on the ground, charges into the throng of werewolves as if possessed. Just as the enraged werewolves prepare to rend the oblivious sheep into pieces, a thunderous explosion occurs, resulting in a number of werewolves that far exceeds the anticipated 8 pieces. Chapter 38. Contemplation of Routes. The aerial assault is a cacophony of diverse attacks, with even the Tesla coil tower joining the fray. Lightning strikes rain down, claiming the heads of hapless foes in the wake of the formidable leaders. As Wu Wei ponders whether this battle might conclude with such simplicity, a resounding howl from the Werewolf King injects an element of suspense into the tale. Following the king's howl, a crimson glow emanates from the surviving werewolves, indicating a state of frenzy, a desperate gamble for survival. Wu Wei readily acknowledges this possibility. The remaining werewolves have no recourse but to fight with everything they possess. Song Yingming has just gleaned the attributes of the Werewolf King. They are, to put it mildly, standard, decent attributes, yet lacking in noteworthy skills. Save for a collective enhancement ability that bestows a temporary boon upon nearby werewolves, albeit with detrimental effects post-duration. If this were the extent of the king's capabilities, the threat to the territory would be minimal. However, once the werewolves enter their frenzied state, Song Yingming commands the practitioners to engage. Meanwhile, Yu Fei and the soldiers of the Yu family army focus primarily on observing their comrades' combat styles to lay the groundwork for future cooperation. The spells of the practitioners are varied in type and effect, yet in terms of firepower, they pale in comparison to the orange-quality defensive towers. Among them, the lightning mages possess the most potent attack. However, their thunderous strikes fail to match the damage inflicted by a single bolt from the Tesla coil tower, and their frequency of attack is significantly inferior. While one lightning strike is unleashed, the opposing side has already unleashed 8 or 9. Nevertheless, Wu Wei remains unconcerned, dismissing any notion that the so-called golden units are lacking in strength. What nonsense it is to compare the damage of units to that of defensive towers. Units possess the mobility to run, while towers do not. Moreover, the growth potential of units far surpasses that of towers. A level 1 unit, even if golden, requires merely 50 units of void crystals to advance to the next level, while an orange quality tower necessitates a staggering 2,000 void crystals to progress from level 2 to 3. Additionally, practitioners are classified as growth-type golden units, making their initial weakness entirely reasonable. Meanwhile, the mechanists clad in crystalline armor pique Wu Wei's interest. Their armor during battle resembles that of a game he played in a past life, exosuits from StarCraft. It appears not overly cumbersome, but rather exudes a sense of advanced technology. Although the mechanists currently employ standard-issue crystalline armor, they have yet to unlock any modification capabilities. However, the combat styles of the 40 warriors on the field varied significantly. Some favored the distant assault of thunderous explosive firearms, while others preferred the close-quarters engagement with heavy shockwave blades against the werewolves. Wu Wei sensed that this standardized crystal armor considerably restricted the combat prowess of these warriors. It was not that they could not adapt, but their fighting capabilities were undeniably affected, appearing even less effective than their sorcerer companions nearby. Nevertheless, Wu Wei found great delight in this spectacle, for he had never witnessed such a scene before. On Earth, the realm was essentially under a strict prohibition of the extraordinary, governed by supreme beings and the will of the world. Even the city lord, the highest authority within a city, was not permitted to wield force without just cause. As for the assassins and spies from alien races and cults, they were all subverted beyond the confines of Earth. Genuine extraterrestrial entities, even malevolent deities, could not penetrate this terrestrial sphere. Once, a sinister god attempted to stealthily infiltrate Earth to corrupt humanity. The Marshal Supreme who guarded the planet was incensed, methodically severing countless tentacles from the malevolent being. It is said that the scene was exceedingly brutal, with the Supreme venting his fury upon the abomination. Subsequently, no one heard of that malevolent deity ever again, and mysteriously, the source material reserves on Earth significantly increased. Wu Wei had been contemplating the developmental trajectory of his future domain. Should he lean towards technological advancement, the path of celestial heroes, martial arts, or even delve into the realms of malevolence and exotic beasts. Among humanity, there were lords of various schools of thought. This could be attributed to innate talent or a significant opportunity encountered in the boundless void. Ultimately, they would choose one or several paths, primary and secondary, but never could one desire all at once. Those lords who fancied themselves adept at everything often found themselves most vulnerable in the vast expanse. As Wu Wei pondered deeply, the battle on the field approached its conclusion. Regarding the final werewolf king, Yu Fei proposed to test his newly acquired Azure Blade. This violet martial secret technique, Wu Wei scarcely scrutinized before eagerly handing it over to Yu Fei. Outside the territory, Yu Fei stood transfixed as the blood-red-eyed werewolf king lunged towards him. Yet he made no move. In the next moment, a black-purple blade of light cleaved the nearly 4-meter-tall werewolf king in two. The severed remains staggered forward a few steps before collapsing. Subsequently, the prompt from the voids will arrive promptly. End of Day 6 Assault. Reward calculation. Enemies on Day 6. 4,520 bloodthirsty werewolves. 560 elite bloodthirsty werewolves. 1 bloodthirsty werewolf leader. Defense outcome. Perfectly unscathed. Result rating. Level. Basic reward. Additional reward. Settlement complete. Reward materials have been distributed to Lord's Space. On the following Day 7, the incoming monsters were a type of enchanted avian creature. The anti-air defensive towers in the territory performed admirably. The once ferocious firepower point of the territory, the Type 122 rocket artillery tower, could only watch helplessly as the nearby anti-aircraft tower unleashed its barrage. The territory's anti-air capabilities remained relatively weak, with the Aurora barrier suffering a slight reduction in durability. However, this was merely a minor setback. The late-arriving boss-level monster bird was swiftly targeted by the preemptively prepared cruise missiles of the territory, ultimately being obliterated mid-air by a single arrow from Yu Fei. The 7th day's assault concluded, and the reward settlement followed. The subsequent attacks on the 8th and 9th days posed little threat to the current defenses of the territory. After the conclusion of the 9th day's monster onslaught, Wu Wei prepared to utilize the resources accumulated over the past few days to fortify the territory in anticipation of the potential surprises awaiting on the 10th day from the void. Chapter 39. Iron-eating beast cubs. Since the emergence of the boss-level monsters on the 5th day, the following 4 days, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th, witnessed not only an increase in the number of monsters, but also a notable rise in the proportion of elite creatures. Although only one boss-level monster remained, the defensive pressure on the territory intensified. Fortunately, the levels of the territory's buildings and units were sufficiently robust, making the situation manageable. In addition to the daily reward settlements, the monster assaults yielded an ever-increasing number of treasure chests. Consequently, the number of defensive towers rose significantly, alongside an expansion in the variety of life-related buildings, such as tailor shops and taverns. Among these, 3 plots of farmland were established, with Wu Wei uniformly selecting the shattered soil. The territory's food production now vastly exceeded the consumption of its inhabitants, and all crops were planted with high-quality seeds, ensuring that any surplus could be sold once they departed from the boundless void. When Wu Wei resolved to enhance the territory, he did not hastily upgrade the defensive towers. Instead, he prioritized elevating the altar to level 5, preparing to summon the territory's 4th hero. The cost for upgrading orange structures, 3,000 void crystals and 5,000 void crystals, caused Wu Wei's heart to ache, as these expenditures could have sufficed to elevate low-quality buildings to over 10 levels. Furthermore, the cost for upgrading buildings escalated exponentially, with future upgrades potentially requiring tens of thousands of void crystals. Shaking his head, Wu Wei decided to set aside these concerns for the moment and focus on summoning the 4th hero of his territory. After several days of absence, the Chaos Pointer and the Great Wheel made their reappearance, albeit for a brief duration. Wu Wei quickly discovered the golden area, where the hero captivated his attention entirely. It was not a matter of being infatuated. After all, he had withstood the allure of a succubus. Yet, in the face of this particular entity, Wu Wei found himself utterly defenseless. He could only marvel at the fact that the altar of all races could summon such a hero. With its distinctive panda eyes and endearing appearance, it resembled the giant panda, once hailed as a national treasure in Wu Wei's previous life. However, upon making his selection, what appeared before him was not a majestic adult panda, but rather an adorably clumsy panda cub. As Wu Wei observed the panda cub closely, he became entranced by its charm. The summoned panda cub, with a sudden burst of energy, leaped into Wu Wei's embrace. However, the scene was far from the idyllic vision one might imagine. Had it not been for the quick reflexes of Yu Fei, who yanked Wu Wei aside and shielded him with his back, the panda cub's enthusiastic charge could have resulted in dire consequences. Wu Wei found himself nearly at the mercy of his own hero. Fortunately, due to the protective regulations in place, he was unharmed. Witnessing the formidable Yu Fei being knocked back several steps only heightened Wu Wei's apprehension. Although the academy taught that heroes could not harm their lords, one could never be entirely certain of the applicability of such rules in every scenario. Beside them, the panda cub sat dejectedly on the ground. its eyes glistening with unshed tears as it looked at the visibly shaken Wu Wei and Yu Fei. Once he regained his composure, Wu Wei did not harbor any resentment toward the newly summoned creature. Instead, his curiosity piqued. He was eager to examine the little one's attribute panel, pondering how such a creature could possess the strength to even challenge Yu Fei. Iron-eating beast cub, identity, hero quality, golden legend, 1 race. Iron-eating beast level, 1, 0, 100, talent, mythical beasts of the mountains and seas, 1. Auspicious, 1 bloodline. Iron-eating beast, physique, 600, base attribute, 200, hero attribute bonus, 200 spirit, 15, base attribute, 5. Hero attribute bonus, 200, mythical beasts of the mountains and seas, talent quality, golden legend, 1 attribute 1, significantly increases base physique and growth rate. Attribute 2, halves base spirit and growth rate. Attribute 3, immune to non-physical damage and negative effects from skills that are of lower quality than itself during combat, including but not limited to igniting, freezing, and fear. Auspicious, talent quality, golden legend, 1 attribute, luck 20. Description, embodiment of auspiciousness. Iron-eating beast bloodline, bloodline quality, golden legend, attribute 1. The iron-eating beast can inherit the legacy left in its bloodline by its ancestors during its growth. Attribute 2. The iron-eating beast can enhance its abilities by consuming high-quality metals as it matures. Skills, charge, bite. Description, in the perilous realms of the mountains and seas, a cub destined for demise at the hands of foes inadvertently found itself in the boundless void. Wu Wei finally understood how this creature could so effortlessly collide with Yu Fei. With a staggering base physique of 200 points, it was twice that of Yu Fei. Were it to collide with him, it would surely create a substantial impact. Observing the tearful cub sitting on the ground, he felt a twinge of sympathy. Approaching it gently, he stroked its fur and softly admonished, "You cannot leap directly at me. Your strength is too great." As he spoke, the little iron-eating beast began to climb up his pant leg. Fortunately, it did not cause any wardrobe malfunctions. Wu Wei attempted to lift the cub, discovering that despite its extraordinary physique, it did not feel overly heavy in his arms. The sensation of embracing the creature in his previous life was somewhat akin to this moment, perhaps weighing around 10 to 20 pounds. As he gently caressed the iron-eater's soft, black and white fur, he found it utterly delightful to the touch. The little cub nestled in Wu Wei's embrace had ceased its cries, instead nuzzling comfortably against him. Wu Wei struggled to comprehend why this exotic beast cub was so attached to him, refusing to leave his side since it had climbed onto him. His petite frame could hardly withstand such playful antics. Thus, before upgrading his heroes and troops, Wu Wei opted to enhance his own abilities first. After increasing his physical resilience, he finally felt a bit less burdened. At that moment, the Iron Eater continued to make soft whimpering sounds in his arms. Although he had never cared for a child, Wu Wei deduced from common sense that the little creature was likely hungry, especially as it began licking itself. Within the confines of the manhwaresumen realm, Wu Wei observed the food reserves of his territory dwindling at a terrifying pace. He regretted his earlier assertion that there was an excess of food production. He hoped that future monster treasure chests would yield additional agricultural structures. Otherwise, he feared he might be unable to sustain the cub of this mountain sea beast, which had an insatiable appetite. Chapter 40. The Lord's authority. Wu Wei watched in disbelief as the Iron Eater cub, no larger than a small dog, consumed nearly 1/5 of his territory's entire food stock before finally pausing. With its tiny black paws patting its own little belly, Wu Wei genuinely questioned whether its stomach was a true Sumeru realm, while the storage buildings in his territory merely served as a poor imitation of its voracious appetite. Where did all that food go? How could it possibly consume everything without even expelling waste? With such a prodigious appetite, it was hard to say whether the existing agricultural output could maintain a balance, especially as Wu Wei prepared to upgrade his barracks to recruit more troops. Furthermore, he had entrusted the daily quota of 20 citizens to Tsang Ingmeng for recruitment, ensuring that no opportunities were wasted. After a few days, over 100 individuals had joined his territory, just as Wu Wei pondered whether there would be enough food to sustain the Iron Eater's gluttony. The door to the manhwaresumen realm unexpectedly swung open behind him. 2 female heroes from his territory entered, evidently seeking him out. As they greeted Wu Wei, Sophia noticed something tugging at her skirt. The white and green gown swayed as she turned to discover the well-fed Iron Eater cub. With a look of delight, she scooped it into her arms, gently squeezing and caressing it. Observing the cub reveling in its newfound affection, Wu Wei came to a definite conclusion. This creature must be male, as it buried its head contentedly into her embrace. I've never experienced such indulgence. Do you even understand the concept of priority, little one? While Wu Wei felt a twinge of envy, he refrained from feeling annoyed with the cub. Instead, he maintained a calm demeanor, explaining the creature's origins to Tsang Ingmeng and Sophia. Mountain sea beasts. Tsang Ingmeng clearly recognized that term. This extraordinary beast, long vanished from the upper realms for countless years, has unexpectedly resurfaced. Tsang Ingmeng, hailing from the upper echelons of the cultivation world, evidently possesses a greater understanding of such creatures. Meanwhile, Sophia has been utterly captivated by the soft whimpering of the little creature. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, Sophia conjured a spell, language comprehension, accompanied by a flash of green light. The trio found themselves endowed with the ability to comprehend the tender sounds emitted by the iron-eating beast cub, soft and fragrant. Sophia's cheeks flushed a rosy hue as she hastily attempted to set the little creature down. However, after several attempts, it remained stubbornly nestled in her embrace. At that moment, Wu Wei stepped forward, gently cradling the cub in his hands, and softly commanded, "Release." The initially reluctant cub obediently unclasped its tiny paws, allowing Wu Wei to lift it and gently place it on the ground. Sitting upright, the little creature fixed its large, expressive eyes upon Wu Wei, perplexed as to why it was being separated from Sophia. Wu Wei, however, refrained from offering any explanations. In the boundless void, the commands of a lord over their heroes and subjects are absolute. Any directive issued in a commanding tone must be followed, even to the point of self-sacrifice. Many human lords lead lives that cannot be described as leisurely. Even a local tyrant would appear more fortunate. Yet, Wu Wei does not subscribe to such notions. He may be a leader of his territory and its inhabitants, but he refuses to be a tyrant. He neither desires nor will act in such a manner. Is he not drawn to Sophia, the exquisite elf? To speak candidly, Wu Wei has never encountered a girl of such beauty in 2 lifetimes. Not to mention, should he wish to, no one could stand in his way. While it is natural for any man to be smitten, he hopes to cultivate a deeper bond with her after the novice trials, allowing their relationship to flourish organically. One can harbor desires, but Wu Wei is a master of his desires, not a slave to them. In the time that followed, Wu Wei casually strolled through his domain, holding the little creature, whom he and the 2 women had named Dabao after much deliberation. Initially, Wu Wei contemplated naming it Hua, but upon discovering its male gender, he considered Datai to preserve some of its species characteristics. Yet, under the exasperated gazes of the 2 women, he ultimately settled on the name Dabao. Upon hearing its name change from Datai to Dabao, the little creature ceased its futile struggles, overwhelmed by the absurdity of being given such an odd name for such a delightful little bear. As they passed through the cultivation area of his territory, Wu Wei was struck by a whimsical thought. He entered a section known as the fragmented soil, holding Dabao in his grasp. Reaching a corner of the land, he pointed at the bamboo growing there and playfully tapped Dabao's bottom, asking, "Would you like to eat?" At that moment, Dabao was completely enraptured by the fragrant aroma of the plants before it. Had it not been for Wu Wei grasping it by the scruff of its neck, it would have lunged at anyone else indiscriminately. Upon hearing Wu Wei's inquiry, it hastily nodded with fervor. "Go ahead and eat." As for the rare metals, they were uncertain, but this bamboo was something I could certainly manage for you. Once Wu Wei released his grip, Dabao dashed into the small bamboo grove, clutching a stalk of bamboo, relishing every bite. Observing that this creature would likely feast on bamboo for quite some time, Wu Wei decided to attend to other matters. As for Dabao, he could continue enjoying his meal. Before departing, Wu Wei instructed the local leader responsible for the land that henceforth it would be solely cultivated with bamboo, and no other plants should be sown once they matured. Fortunately, bamboo grows at an astonishing rate. Under the influence of the shattered earth, it matures practically every day, sufficiently meeting Dabao's voracious appetite. Subsequently, Wu Wei was prepared to expend resources liberally. The territory had accrued a revenue of slightly over 13 void crystals in the past few days, while the source energy crystals were relatively abundant, totaling just above 15. First, he aimed to elevate the levels of 100 soldiers from the Yu family and 100 cultivators to level 3. To advance from level 1 to 2 required 50 void crystals, and from level 2 to 3 necessitated 100 void crystals. Thus, a total of 200 units would see an entire 300 void crystals vanish like flowing water, exchanged for enhanced attributes of the troops. Before them, whether they were soldiers of the Yu family or nearby cultivators, they witnessed Wu Wei's finger motion as the void crystals transformed into countless luminous points, surging towards them. They soon realized they were becoming immensely stronger in an unimaginable manner. Is this the power of a lord? It is indeed formidable, thought Song Yingming, who gazed in awe at the miraculous scene unfolding before her. Chapter 41. Upgrading the Yu Family Army. Yu Family Army. Level 30150. Quality, Golden Legend 1. Physique, 180. Base Attribute 60. Territory Trait Bonus 200. Spirit, 18. Base Attribute 6. Territory Trait Bonus 200. Talents, Mountain Shaker, Battle Array. Federal Military Academy Cultivators. Level 30150. Quality, Golden Legend. Physique, 36. Base Attribute 12. Territory Trait Bonus 200. Spirit, 144. Base Attribute 48. Territory Trait Bonus 200. Talents, Cultivation Heritage, Cultivation Technology. Wu Wei observed as the soldiers before him elevated their levels and augmented their strength with the aid of the void crystals. Regrettably, resources remained relatively limited, preventing an immediate elevation of these soldiers to level 5. It is important to note that different troop types have opportunities to acquire skills or traits every 5 levels. Moreover, The higher the quality, the greater the likelihood of obtaining skills and traits. However, the territory's reserve of void crystals was not insufficient to elevate the 200 troop units to level 5. Yet, should Wu Wei choose to do so, future enhancements of the barracks, troop expansion, and upgrades to the defensive towers would leave him with scant resources. In Wu Wei's hands lay the territorial enhancement blueprint bestowed upon him by Cang Yingming. The details within were meticulously crafted, down to the minutiae of a single void crystal. Were it not for the knowledge of her previous life as a princess, Wu Wei might have believed she was once a financial director. Within Cang Yingming's strategies concerning the military units, the initial focus was on augmenting their quantity, given that all units within the territory were of golden quality. In the early stages, the cost-effectiveness of upgrading units was relatively low. For instance, a mere 100 energy crystals could recruit a formidable soldier from the Yu family army, boasting a physique of 150. However, enhancing that physique from 150 to 180 would require a staggering 150 resources, and critically, the rarer void crystals. Thus, the priority for unit upgrades needed to be recalibrated. After Wu Wei and Cang Yingming had completed the upgrades for their soldiers, they arrived before the territory's first and only golden quality building, the Yu family barracks. Upon first seeing its attributes, Wu Wei initially assumed he would be unable to upgrade it during the novice trials. Upgrading from level 1 to level 2 demanded a hefty 5,000 void crystals. However, the benefits derived from subsequent monster attacks were entirely unforeseen. Truly, it was a matter of fairness, the law of balance in the boundless void, which Wu Wei often heard his teachers mention during his school days. Endless opportunities and infinite dangers are the two sides of the vast void. To attain greater rewards inevitably invites greater risks. Upon deciding to proceed with the upgrade, the 5,000 void crystals within the Lord's space transformed into luminous points, cascading into the grand structure before him. As usual, a colorful roulette and a chaotic pointer materialized before Wu Wei. Yet, this time, the situation bore a notable difference. After Wu Wei's initial passive use of the chaotic pointer, an abundance of variously colored Lord's hearts appeared. Conversely, when upgrading a building within the territory, it displayed buildings of the same type, but differing qualities. Based on Wu Wei's experience, the sections of the roulette were countless, with even the least numerous exceeding several thousand. However, this particular roulette was quite distinct. He could count the sections with both hands. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that these military camps bore similarities to the Yu family barracks. Wu Wei surmised that they might represent different types of military encampments from the Song dynasty. The military forces of that era were categorized into 4 types: Imperial Guard, regional troops, militia, and vassal troops. These camps were likely reflective of those armies. Given that the emergence of the Yu family barracks stemmed from Yu Fei's innate abilities, it was plausible that the territorial characteristic of all things renewed could not transcend this limitation during its activation. Thus, the current spectacle unfolded. In truth, Wu Wei harbored no desire to trigger all things renewed while upgrading the Yu family barracks. The Yu family army and Yu Fei were inseparable. This was evident from the fact that Yu Fei's talent directly evolved into a golden barak. Both the general and the soldiers were indispensable. What changes are needed for the Xuanjiao army or the Wei Wu army? Their combat capabilities are highly unlikely to match those of the Yu family army, primarily due to the absence of a commanding general. The Xuanjiao army lacks the prowess of Qin Xiong, while the Wei Wu army is without Wu Qi. Wu Wei effortlessly made his choice between the 2 golden quality military camps available within the roulette. Among the 2 distinct golden barracks, it was only natural to select the one with the deeper hue. Beiwai Barracks, building quality, legendary gold, level 2-0-1-0-0-0-0. Universal update is cooling down. It can be triggered again after reaching a certain level. Function: recruit Beiwai soldiers and promote the already recruited Yu family army to Beiwai soldiers. Maximum recruitment capacity: 400 individuals energy consumption. Recruitment: 500 source energy crystals promotion. 400 source energy crystals. Wu Wei felt a pang of regret, sensing a significant loss. Under the unique characteristics of his territory, orange quality units could be enhanced to gold. However, the existence of golden quality, whether in heroes or units, seemed to encounter a bottleneck. Unable to transcend through the enhancement of traits, the disparity in the number of void crystals required for upgrading orange and golden quality barracks was an astounding 5-fold. Upgrading an orange quality territorial building from level 2 to level 3 uniformly required 2,000 void crystals, while a golden quality building demanded a staggering 10,000. Fortunately, following this upgrade, the effects of the Beiwai barracks aligned well with the resource expenditure. The soldiers of the Yu family army need not undergo training to have a chance at becoming Beiwai soldiers. Wu Wei suspected that this probability was likely low, or perhaps the training period had not been sufficiently long. Regardless, during these days, the soldiers of the Yu family army only emerged to slay monsters during attacks. At all other times, they were diligently training within the barracks. Yet, not a single one among the 100 had managed to complete the promotion, nor was there even a hint of such progress. Wu Wei observed the soldiers' rigorous training. Previously, during the bountiful harvest in his territory, He had invited everyone to dine together, not only to dissolve the barriers among the citizens, but also to ensure that Yu Fei brought the soldiers along, hoping to offer them a brief respite from their arduous training. However, the issue of promoting to Beiwai soldiers had now been resolved. It can only be said that a lord has his own methods. Chapter 42. The embryonic form of military spirit, Beiwai Army. Wu Wei gazed upon the building before him, which was slightly larger in area, though its outward appearance remained largely unchanged. However, the aura of menace emanating from it was markedly stronger than that of the previous Yu family barracks. Wu Wei gestured for Yu Fei and the soldiers of the Yu family army to enter the Beiwai barracks, after which he activated the building's promotion ability. Moments later, Wu Wei beheld the soldiers of the Yu family army emerging from the barracks, now perhaps to be referred to as the Beiwai army. Although they were still clad in the complete set of green armor obtained after the territory's resources had flourished, Wu Wei could distinctly sense a weightiness emanating from these individuals. With merely 100 soldiers in formation, it felt as though a great mountain loomed before him. It seemed that the awakening of their military spirit was not far off. Wu Wei murmured softly to himself. He indeed held little fondness for the study of territorial development and the myriad of knowledge that required memorization during his time at school. However, he was quite captivated by the thrill of combat. When exploring the boundless void, the troops often found themselves at a disadvantage compared to heroes in terms of attributes and skills. Nonetheless, they remained an indispensable component for the majority of lords. Primarily because once a certain number of troops was amassed, there existed a chance for the awakening of their military spirit during grand battles. Upon the awakening of this military spirit, the troops ceased to be mere soldiers. They transformed into an army. Wu Wei recalled an example his teacher once provided during class. A blue-quality army stood in direct confrontation with a purple-quality combat hero. If the blue-quality troops had not yet awakened their military spirit and numbered less than 10,000, many purple-quality combat heroes could easily defeat them, with their own safety reliant on their innate abilities and other combat-affecting factors. The disparity was indeed substantial. Wu Wei was genuinely astonished that a mere 100 of the Beihai troops exhibited signs of nascent military spirit. Under normal circumstances, even golden-quality troops could not achieve such a transformation with such a limited number. Thus, there could only be one explanation: the golden talent of Yu Fei, Wumu. One of the attributes of Wumu stated that Yu Fei's stringent military discipline and calm demeanor in battle significantly reduced the negative effects endured by himself and his soldiers, while greatly enhancing their combat prowess. The troops trained under him, the Yu family army, received a doubled bonus, and the probability of awakening their military spirit increased dramatically if the army consisted entirely of the Yu family troops. This significant increase was indeed remarkable, and Wu Wei found himself somewhat taken aback. From his understanding, many troops required a ratio of 10 to 1, or even 100 to 1, to undergo the metamorphosis from soldiers to an army. For instance, the purple-quality army he had witnessed in his previous life in the realm of cultivation consisted of 3,000 soldiers, yet their lord had likely recruited over 30,000, or even 100,000 such troops. After enduring numerous bloody battles, only then did they form this elite group of 3,000 with military spirit. The thought that he could possess an army with military spirit while still in the novice phase filled him with exhilaration. He promptly accessed the Lord's panel to commence operations. Source energy crystals, 500. Source energy crystals, 50099. He directly recruited an additional 100 Beihai troops. It was not for lack of desire to recruit more, but rather due to the limited number of source energy crystals at his disposal. Spending 50,000 source energy crystals in one go caught the attention of Tsang Yingming, who looked less than pleased. The source energy crystals for the territory were primarily budgeted for recruiting troops, with any surplus allocated for equipping the cultivator units. Now, Wu Wei had expended nearly half of his resources, leaving only enough for the energy reserves of the defensive towers. He was uncertain whether the remaining amount would suffice to equip all the troops in his territory. Despite the disapproving gaze from the princess beside him, Wu Wei's mind was entirely focused on the newly inducted Beihai troops. As 100 soldiers joined the ranks, the formidable presence they exuded grew increasingly potent. Yet, there always lingered an ineffable void, as if the mountains were shrouded beneath a dense veil of clouds, rendering their majesty nearly imperceptible. Wu Wei discerned the missing element: a grand battle. What military spirit could possibly take shape without the crucible of bloodshed? Even though, owing to the extraordinary talents of Yu Fei, a nascent military spirit had emerged despite the meager numbers. Nonetheless, the metamorphosis of this spirit invariably demanded a fierce confrontation. He hoped that the adversaries of the Moro would prove worthy contenders for this sanguinary clash. Upon conveying this information to Yu Fei, Yu Pengjiu merely responded with a nonchalant remark: "Good. Ah, Pengjiu, I do admire your ability to maintain such an air of indifference even while posturing," Wu Wei quipped, inciting a laugh from Tsang Yingming beside him. Yu Pengjiu could only muster a resigned smile. His lord was indeed rarely serious. However, in contrast to his previous life, where he had to navigate the treacherous waters of court politics before the emperor, he found solace in this timeless realm, sharing moments with a lord of similar age, devoid of intrigue and deceit. It was a refreshing respite. After upgrading the attributes of the newly recruited 100 Beiwei soldiers, Wu Wei opened their status panels. Beiwei Army, Level 30150, Quality. Golden Legend, Physique, 252, Base Attribute 84, Territory Bonus 200, Spirit, 36, Base Attribute 12, Territory Bonus 200, Talents, Shaking Mountains, Military Formation. Beiwei, Shaking Mountains, Talent Quality. Golden Legend Attribute, Significant increase in base physique, further enhancement, combat effectiveness unhampered by injuries, rapid recovery from non-limb damage. Military Formation, Beiwei, upon formation. The Beiwei Army's cavalry impact and lethality increase by 200, while infantry resistance and defense surge by 200. Description: the Beiwei Army, unrivaled in battle, vanquished the ranks of numerous noble houses against any formidable foe. Dispatching the Beiwei Army guarantees victory. This was astonishing. Such attributes were approaching those of Yu Fei himself. Wu Wei was genuinely awestruck, realizing that, aside from the addition of the new talent Beiwei, the original talent, Shaking Mountains, had also been enhanced. Yu Fei's level 1 physique stood at 300 points, whereas these level 3 Beiwei soldiers already boasted 252 points. If they were to advance to level 6, their attributes could potentially surpass those of their commander, provided Yu Fei remained at level 1. It was crucial to note that the growth potential of heroes exceeded that of units of the same quality. At equivalent levels, the disparity in attributes would only widen. Chapter 43, The Growth Potential of Heroes. Having arrived at this juncture, Wu Wei naturally sought to elevate Yu Fei's level as well. After all, there was a budget allocated for hero upgrades on the list provided by Cang Yingming. Void Crystals, 100 Void Crystals, 200 Void Crystals, 300 Void Crystals, for 100 with the consumption of 1,000 Void Crystals. Yu Fei ascended from level 1 to level 5. It must be said that the consumption is indeed not substantial. However, the level of a hero cannot exceed that of the territory. Thus, without upgrading the territory level, the only feasible option is to elevate Yu Fei's level to 5. For a hero of golden quality, the enhancement from level 1 to level 5 is considerable, not only in terms of attribute increases, but also the potential awakening of skills. Yu Fei. Name, Pengjiu. Identity, Hero. Quality, Legendary Gold 1. Race, Human. Level, 50500. Talent, Wumu, 1. Loyalty and Valor 1. Bond, Yu Family. Constitution, 540. Base Attribute, 180. Hero Attribute Bonus, 200. Spirit, 54. Base Attribute, 18. Hero Attribute Bonus, 200. Omitted. Skills, 8 Extreme Iron Mountain Lean, Azura Blade. Yu Family Spear Technique. Yu Family Spear Technique. Attribute. When this skill is used, attack power increases by 100, and defense power increases by 100. The Yu Family Spear Technique, created by Yu Fei, features ancient movements that subdue enemies with every strike, ensuring a lethal blow. Its offensive maneuvers include stabbing, thrusting, pointing, sweeping, and lifting. Defensively, it encompasses blocking, deflecting, parrying, shielding, and flowing. This unique technique is hailed as the King of Spears. It is remarkable to grasp a spear technique one has invented oneself. Wu Wei gazed at the newly added skill on Yu Fei's attribute panel, somewhat at a loss for words. Nonetheless, the power is truly formidable. The growth value for each level in Constitution reaches as high as 20 points. Were it not for the level restriction, elevating Yu Fei to level 20 would render the minor novice trials as trivial as a mere chicken. However, Wu Wei dared not take such a risk. Elevating Yu Fei to level 20 necessitated upgrading the territory to level 20. Setting aside Wu Wei's progress during the novice trial, which could at most elevate the territory to level 10, he would not even consider upgrading to level 20. Given the current adequacy of the territory's range, he was reluctant to raise it even to level 1. According to the rules of the Boundless Void, the law of balance places significant weight on the territory's level when assessing its strength. In the absence of certainty regarding the intensity of the impending assault on the 10th day, Wu Wei was utterly unwilling to upgrade the territory. Most of the defensive towers within the territory remain at level 2, and he had only just elevated the Beiwei army to level 3, while the cultivators still linger at level 1. In such circumstances, upgrading the territory level would be akin to a common face attempting to bulk up. The critical aspect is that the Void would genuinely perceive you as overweight. Furthermore, with a low territory level, overcoming high-level monster assaults is akin to low-level characters defeating high-level monsters in gaming novels, which comes with bonus rewards. After enhancing Yu Fei's level, Wu Wei also took the opportunity to upgrade Cang Yingming beside him. As they are both his heroes, favoritism would not bode well. Cang Yingming. Identity, Hero. Quality, Legendary Gold 1. Race, Human. Level, 50500. Talent, Regent 1. Shared Fate 1. Cultivator. Bloodline, Great Song Emperor Blood. Constitution, 210. Base Attribute, 70. Hero Attribute Bonus, 200. Spirit, 540. Base Attribute, 180. Hero Attribute Bonus, 200. Omitted Skills, Gaze of Omens, Shared Vision. Shared Vision. Attribute. Allows the user to share what they see with nearby allies. With the enhancement of the Great Song Emperor's bloodline, Song Ingming's attributes surpass even those of Yu Fei in total attribute growth. However, this exceptionally high spirit attribute, in the absence of a profession or skills, proves to be of significantly lesser utility compared to physical strength. Wu Wei glanced at the available class change items in his territory: the white, Skeleton Knight, class book; the green, Blood Beast Orc, class book; and the green, Flame Spirit, class book. These treasures were primarily obtained from chests dropped by boss-level monsters in recent days. Although they were of decent quality, they were not particularly relevant to human classes. Wu Wei resolved to sell these unnecessary items after the initiation trials for newcomers. His lack of need did not imply that other lords would not find them useful. There were many lords pursuing unconventional paths, such as orc lords, undead lords, and demon lords. First, in the planting area, there was Sophia. Sophia. Identity, hero. Quality, Golden Legend 1. Race, elf. Level, 5,0500. Talents, Nature's Believer 1. Avatar of the Moon 1. Bloodline, Princess of the Elves. Physical strength, 54. Base attribute, 18. Hero attribute bonus, 200. Spirit, 540. Base attribute, 180. Hero attribute bonus, 200. Omitted. Skills, new plant cultivation. Plant cultivation, attribute. When nurturing plants personally, there is a chance to enhance their quality. The higher the original quality, the lower the chance of improvement. Wu Wei regarded the smiling Sophia with a perplexed expression. Had she been tending to the fields too much lately to awaken such a skill? Not that the skill was weak, it simply did not align well with Sophia's role as a magic combat hero. Yet, it seemed that Sophia seldom participated in battles. During his observations of the battlefield, she typically stood by his side, serving tea, offering fruits, or massaging his shoulders. At other times, she either played the role of a maid or frolicked with plants in the cultivation area. Given this context, her awakening of this skill appeared quite reasonable. At least it wasn't something frivolous like a maid specialization, which would have truly squandered her opportunity for awakening. Wu Wei decided that Sophia should participate more actively in future battles. He could not allow the golden hero of his territory to be wasted for his own enjoyment. As for who would handle this task, he cast a sidelong glance at Song Ingming. With her spirit of 500, she should be capable of simultaneously managing the territory's defensive towers and feeding him some fruits, he thought with a chuckle. Song Ingming, noticing her lord's mischievous smile, anticipated that something troublesome was afoot. Although she was uncertain of his intentions, she found herself surprisingly unperturbed. She had not anticipated that her lord possessed such discernment. When Wu Wei summoned her and Sophia to his chamber for a game of poker, she initially believed that her lord intended to share a bed with her, as he had suggested upon her arrival in the territory. To her surprise, it turned out to be a genuine game of cards. In the days that followed, there was little further interaction, and any physicality was mostly directed towards Sophia, leaving her perplexed about his true intentions. Chapter 44. The Thoughts of Debeo. Wu Wei could hardly fathom the depth of emotions concealed within Song Ingming's single glance. To him, deciphering a woman's thoughts seemed more challenging than soaring to great heights. In a patch of fragmented earth within the territory, he came across Debeo, who was comfortably slumbering on the ground after a hearty meal. This magnificent creature, a beast of myth, appeared remarkably adorable and endearing in its youth. Wu Wei dashed forward, scooping Debeo into his embrace and indulging in 2 hearty squeezes. In his past life, he could only admire from afar, but now he had the opportunity to engage directly. He could not let it slip away. Debeo's 2 dark, glistening eyes stared back at its lord. The little bear disdained the lack of propriety demonstrated by its master, while a back rub was tolerable. It was quite another matter for the same hand that had patted its rear to now caress its head. However, Debeo dared not resist forcefully, gently wriggling free from its lord's grasp and leaping to the ground. Without any upgrades, Debeo already boasted a foundational physique of 200 points. Should it level up, it might well surpass 1,000. After accumulating 1,000 void crystals, Debeo's attributes became almost unimaginable for Wu Wei. Debeo, once named, the Lord's panel will display the name. Identity, hero. Quality, Golden Legend, 1 race. Iron-eating beast level, 5,0500. Talents, Mythical beast, 1. Auspicious, 1 bloodline. Iron-eating beast physique, 960. Base attribute, 320. Hero attribute bonus, 200. Spirit, 21. Base attribute, 7. Hero attribute bonus, 200. Skills, charge, bite, size control, newly added. Size control, capable of adjusting its size and weight within certain limits. With a physique nearing 1,000 at level 5, Wu Wei, upon grasping Debeo by the scruff of its neck, noted a significant increase in weight. After having Sophia bestow upon him the ability to understand languages, Wu Wei learned through communication with Debeo that mythical beasts typically possess the ability to alter their forms. Furthermore, in its combat form, its stamina depleted rapidly, leading to a voracious appetite. Dabeo feared that Wu Wei might find its consumption excessive and abandon it. It cherished this place. For though it lacked parents, there were no predators lurking to devour it, nor were there the myriad dangers prevalent in the primordial world. Most importantly, there was an abundance of delicious food. As for the circumstances of its original world, such concerns were not fit for a young iron-eating beast that had only recently been born. Your offspring are truly not my meal. Why can you not believe me? A colossal winged serpent was relentlessly pursued by two enormous iron-eating beasts. Were it not for its innate swiftness, it would have surely met its demise at the claws of these ferocious predators. Enough of your bluster. Our offspring have vanished, and your aura is the only one lingering nearby. Who else could it possibly be? The winged serpent felt a profound anguish. For although it had sought to indulge in a feast, it had come away empty-handed. Now, not only had it failed to satisfy its hunger, but its very survival was in jeopardy. The terrifying events unfolding in this primordial world bore no relation to Wu Wei, who was focused on completing the final requirements for the enhancement of his territory. He aimed to elevate the seemingly unrelated structure known as the Federal Military Academy from level 2 to level 5. The costs were staggering. 2,000 void crystals, 3,000 void crystals, 4,000 void crystals. Upgrading this orange-tiered territorial edifice was indeed an expensive endeavor. Wu Wei rubbed his chin, contemplating the expenditure of 9,000 void crystals, sufficient to elevate his territory by several levels. Federal Military Academy, Building Quality, Orange Epic, Level 5,05000. Universal Renewal is on cooldown. Further upgrades can only be triggered after achieving a certain level. Function, recruit cultivators and facilitate the transmission of cultivation knowledge. Maximum recruitment capacity, 500 individuals, energy consumption, 100 source energy crystals per recruitment. Wu Wei promptly invested 4 source energy crystals to fill the ranks of the cultivators. It remained uncertain whether the golden quality of the summoned troops influenced the recruitment costs, which mirrored those of the Yu family army. However, Wu Wei anticipated that even if he elevated the 500 cultivators to level 3, they would still fall short against the 200 formidable Beihai troops. It is worth noting that even within the realm of gold-tiered units, disparities existed. Being forcibly upgraded to golden quality differed significantly from those that naturally possessed it and advanced without breaking through. The gap between them might even surpass that between orange and gold. He pondered how his upgraded golden quality troops would compare to the conventional golden units. Had this been a class on high-tier troops, the instructor would undoubtedly reprimand Wu Wei for forgetting such a fundamental concept, that growth-oriented units hold a half-level advantage over standard ones. Nevertheless, Wu Wei had indeed struggled in this subject. Next, he continued to expend resources to enhance the newly recruited cultivators. Regardless of whether they were robust gold-tier units or growth-oriented gold-tier units, the costs of upgrading remained consistent within the Void's regulations. To ascend from level 1 to level 2 required 50 void crystals, and from level 2 to level 3 necessitated 100 void crystals. The total expenditure was a staggering 500, 1,500, and 7,500 void crystals, depleting Wu Wei's reserves significantly. However, the upgrades were undoubtedly worthwhile. Federal Military Academy Cultivators, Level 30150, Quality, Golden Legendary, upgraded from Orange. Constitution, 52, Base Attribute 14. Territorial Characteristic Bonus 200. Spirit, 168, Base Attribute 56. Territorial Characteristic Bonus 200. Talents, Cultivation Transmission, Cultivation Technology, and so forth. Chapter 45, The Failed Experiment. Yet, Wu Wei still harbors hope for the future of these cultivators. In contrast to a formal military, the relatively dispersed nature of cultivators makes it significantly more challenging to forge a cohesive military spirit. Moreover, even those who were once students of military academies in their previous lives find it difficult to achieve an ideal level of coordination within large formations due to the inherent characteristics of the cultivation system. However, it is worth noting that once individual cultivators mature, their combat prowess is likely to surpass that of the Beihai army. In other words, they possess a broader array of skills, all attainable through inheritance. Whether it be offensive capabilities, defense, healing, or even the ability to flee, these skills may manifest within their lineage. While they may lag behind the Beihai army in sheer lethality, it is of little consequence. The emphasis lies on versatility. Additionally, the developmental trajectory of cultivators is comparatively more adaptable, allowing them to evolve into reconnaissance specialists, magical support, healers, and other specialized roles. Such flexibility is often essential. After all, during future explorations into the boundless void, it would be impractical to rely solely on the Beihai army to form a battalion for exploration. That would indeed be an inefficient endeavor. In Wu Wei's vision, cultivators will ultimately serve as the primary reconnaissance units and long-range magical attackers for the territory. For the time being, their role is primarily to provide magical support on the front lines. Wu Wei glanced at the remaining 5,000 void crystals in his territory. Realizing there was little left to upgrade, he decided to spend a few hundred to enhance his own level, reserving the remaining 4,000 000 void crystals to await the type of monsters that would attack on the 10th day before deciding which defensive towers to upgrade. Initially, the plan for the territory's void crystals was to prioritize upgrades for heroes and troops. Under the influence of Wu Wei's territorial characteristics, both heroes and troops receive a full attribute boost of 200. This means that spending a single void crystal yields thrice the benefit. Therefore, when strengthening, prioritizing heroes and troops is the optimal way to maximize the extraordinary talent of Wu Wei. As for territorial buildings, those originally of white, green, or blue quality can be upgraded from level 1 to level 2 by merely spending 100 or several hundred void crystals, triggering myriad transformations to elevate them to orange quality. The primary aspect of myriad transformations, a gamble with random attributes, has turned into a reliable positive trait in Wu Wei's hands, effectively transforming a draw game into a cracked version. The draw pool remains available, allowing one to choose at will. Initially, Wu Wei found the ability of the Chaos Pointer excessively formidable, causing him trepidation about potential dire consequences. However, he has since come to terms with it. If a price must be paid, so be it. After all, he cannot escape fate. The emphasis is on embracing the moment, never fretting over matters beyond his capabilities. On the 10th day, as Wu Wei observed the clock approaching noon, he wondered why the monster's attack was taking so long. If only a crimson dot appeared on the radar, it would be a different matter. Yet it has been half a day without a single red mark gracing the display. Back on the 10th day, Wu Wei was eager for the monsters to delay their assault. After all, it was already quite late by the 5th day when the stables were established. Fortunately, with Song Yingming's regent talent, the maturation of the steeds accelerated, allowing them to be ready for the impending battle on the 10th day. However, the Beiwei army, newly assigned their mounts, required some time to acclimate. Should the enemy strike at dawn, Wu Wei might miss witnessing his cavalry's charge altogether. After all, poorly bonded riders might perform worse than heavily armored infantry. Behind the radar, Song Yingming remained vigilant, scrutinizing the display with unwavering focus. Her impressive spirit of 500 ensured she would not overlook any emerging information. Meanwhile, Yu Fei stood among the Beiwei forces, his aura resembling a concealed blade poised for action, eagerly anticipating the army's inaugural clash. Wu Wei, initially intending to monitor the situation behind Song Yingming, had succumbed to slumber on a wooden recliner, having had his fill of preparations yesterday. Despite having reached level 5, his attributes were a mere trifecta of Constitution 5, Spirit 5, and Combat Power 5, a true embodiment of mediocrity. From midnight on the 10th day until 2 in the afternoon, a span of 14 hours had elapsed. Upon awakening, he idly munched on a snack, accepting Sophia's offerings with his mouth. Today was to be about companionship, as he had completed all necessary tasks the previous day. As the clock approached 3 in the afternoon, the monsters of the 10th day finally arrived. The rapid flicker of red dots on the radar made it clear to Wu Wei that today's adversaries were likely of the flying variety. However, upon laying eyes on these creatures, he understood why the monsters of the 10th day were indeed them, truly beyond the expected challenge. With the body of a bull and the wings of a beast, their strength appeared significantly greater than that of the monstrous birds from the 6th day. Song Yingming's subsequent information only solidified his suspicions. The monsters attacking his territory on this 10th day were overwhelmingly formidable. While others faced a handful of elite monsters amidst dozens of common foes, he was confronted with a multitude of elite adversaries peppered with a few leaders. Not a single common creature graced his presence. Wu Wei felt the peculiar favoritism of the void towards him, yet he wondered whether he could endure such an onslaught. He was no favored child of the void. Why bestow such attention upon him? The beasts were undoubtedly elite tier. If they arrived on the 10th day, he could only dread what the 20th day might hold. Unbeknownst to him, the adversaries of the 20th day would far exceed the limits of his imagination. A closer examination of the attributes of the monsters Song Yingming had shared revealed: Minotaur Beast Elite. Race: Exotic Beast, Hybrid Exotic. Level: 10. Constitution: 80. Spirit: 20. Skills: Death Gaze. The eyes of the Minotaur harbor a faint aura of the principle of death. Upon its demise, this aura will be unleashed. The death aura randomly attaches itself to any creature that has attacked it, and a judgment is made based on the creature's quality. Should the judgment fail, the creature will incur an instantaneous death effect that is immune to evasion. Centaur mobility. With the advent of wings, the already astonishing speed of the centaur has escalated to a terrifying level. Attributes: flight speed 50, land speed 100. Description: a byproduct born from the experiments of a dreadful entity, yet tainted by the principle of death, rendering them a source of profound despair. One can only hope that one's soldiers and heroes possess sufficient fortune. Chapter 46, Backlash. Is it truly my fate to encounter something like the principle of death at this moment? That seems rather shameless. After reviewing the attributes, Wu Wei was utterly at a loss. He completely disregarded the massive axe wielded by the Minotaur, perceiving it as no threat whatsoever. The self-destruct skill accompanied by the instant death judgment was utterly unacceptable to him. Although his territory possessed resurrection structures, who could ascertain the probability of the instant death judgment. Should casualties be excessively high, it is quite likely that the novice trial would conclude with insufficient revivals. As for the quantity of resources required, Wu Wei had never contemplated it. After all, the expenditure was merely source energy crystals. The notion of purchasing life with money was something he found difficult to refuse. Wu Wei promptly upgraded the Type 3000 anti-air tower to level 3, followed by elevating the electromagnetic railgun tower to the same level. This was due to the fact that, aside from the elite Minotaur, Song Yingming had also shared the attributes of the boss monsters with him. Unlike the previous day where only one appeared, this time there was a boss monster among a horde of 1 to 200 elite creatures. Minotaur boss. Race, exotic beast, fusion of exotic beasts. Level, 10 constitution, 160 spirit, 56 skills, death gaze. The eyes of the Minotaur harbor a faint aura of the principle of death. Upon its demise, this aura will be unleashed. The death aura randomly attaches itself to any creature that has attacked it, and a judgment is made based on the creature's quality. Should the judgment fail, the creature will incur an instantaneous death effect that is immune to evasion. Centaur mobility, death decay, boss skill upon death of itself and its lower kin within the command radius. There is a 50% chance that the target of death gaze will multiply from 1 to 2. Description, a slightly superior waist, yet still regarded as refused by the entity that created them. Wu Wei was truly at a loss for words. Today's monsters were simply revolting. With a self-destruct skill, an acceleration skill, and the boss monster possessing a skill that enhances self-destruction, it was as if they were boldly proclaiming, "You may have the capability to kill me, but you cannot." Had these exotic beasts not been so swift, Wu Wei might have resorted to annihilating all these repugnant creatures with defensive towers, as they are inanimate and unaffected by death gaze. However, as the defensive tower had yet to unleash a few rounds of fire, the monstrous foes were already perilously close to breaching the territory. Wu Wei realized that this inevitable confrontation could not be avoided. Thus, he resolved to engage. Observing the warriors of the Beiwai army, their fervor was akin to a blazing sky, igniting the very air with their martial spirit. In Wu Wei's eyes, what lay before him was no longer a military formation, but rather a volcano on the verge of eruption. He understood that the first casualties of his territory were now unavoidable. Nonetheless, with his generals and soldiers united in their thirst for battle, he saw no reason to hinder their resolve. The exotic beasts flying in from all directions began to descend as they approached, regrouping for an assault, with their sights set firmly on the position of the Beiwai army. Indeed, their primary objective was to utilize self-detonation as a means to annihilate the enemy's main forces. Song Yingming skillfully commanded all defensive towers of the territory while astutely analyzing the battlefield situation. Their descent was necessitated by the scattered formation in the skies, which made it difficult to deliver a devastating blow to the barriers on the ground. Furthermore, they would be vulnerable to various anti-aircraft weapons and precision strikes. However, once they landed and clustered together, their error became apparent. With the resounding roar of the Type 122 rocket artillery tower, all defensive towers of the territory unleashed their full might. Every skill, regardless of cooldown, was activated if deemed useful, in a bid to diminish the number of beasts before the Beiwai army officially engaged. Had the opponents been more conventional creatures, Wu Wei would have considered minimizing or even foregoing the use of defensive towers, allowing the transformed Beiwai army to unleash their wrath. Yet, in the face of these self-destructive abominations, it was impossible to hold back their firepower. At this moment, Yu Fei stood behind the shimmering veil of the Aurora barrier, leading the Beiwai army. He awaited the instant these creatures surged before him. Until that moment arrived, no matter how fervent his battle spirit, he would not take a single step forward. As a general, he bore the responsibility for his soldiers. Soon, the first Minotaur, wielding a massive axe, approached the Aurora barrier. Suddenly, a spear shot forth from the barrier, piercing through its bovine skull. After the Minotaur's demise, 2 wisps of gray vapor seeped from its lifeless eyes. Disregarding the protective Aurora barrier, the spells augmenting Yu Fei, and even his armor, the vapor lunged toward him. Yet, nothing transpired. Yu Fei merely felt a slight chill as the vapor enveloped him. This was to be expected. After all, he was not an unfortunate soul like Wu Wei. As a golden hero, the likelihood of the Minotaur's death gaze affecting him was exceedingly low, perhaps less than 1%. Indeed, it could be a fraction of a fraction. Otherwise, such a trait would not be deemed a failure, but rather a rarity. Yu Fei said nothing. Instead, he pointed his spear forward and galloped ahead. The black-armored cavalry of the Beiwai army followed suit, silent yet resolute, brandishing their spears as they charged forth alongside their commander. 100 infantrymen of the Beihai army formed a lethal formation, following the cavalry ahead. Silence enveloped the vast battlefield, broken only by the monstrous roars, the rhythmic clatter of hooves, and the chilling sound of sharp blades piercing flesh. In that moment, the Beihai army resembled a colossal black mountain, mercilessly trampling over their foes. Once the peak passed, the ground lay littered with the shattered remnants of bodies. Countless beasts had met their end. Yet the first unfortunate soldier from the Beihai army triggered the instant death effect of death gaze. Upon the entry of the gray mist into his body, the soldier seemed to be utterly drained. His form transformed into a pallid gray before he uncontrollably fell from his steed. Nevertheless, the advancing mountain of the Beihai army did not falter at the loss of a single man. The momentum of the Beihai was unstoppable. Time became an indistinct blur, and the number of enemies dwindled. Only 178 remained, with 22 having succumbed to the death gaze of the Minotaurs. Yufei felt no profound sorrow. He had witnessed countless scenes like this in his past life. To claim he felt no emotion would be a lie, yet the idea of weeping uncontrollably was inconceivable. Moreover, these individuals could be resurrected. Chapter 47. The first activation of the Soul Hall. Fortuitously, these beasts were not particularly astute, perhaps due to their status as experimental subjects. They appeared spirited, yet retained an air of navet. If they possessed true cunning, they would take to the skies and engage in guerrilla tactics against Wu Wei's territory. Such a strategy would likely dismantle the barriers of the Aurora, allowing for a seamless incursion into Wu Wei's domain to wreak havoc. In fact, if Wu Wei failed to manage the situation effectively, he could even fall victim to these creatures. Should they truly penetrate his territory, blades would show no mercy. Why not simply survive? Wu Wei, armed with the chaotic pointer, had a promising future ahead and would never be foolish enough to greedily pursue the rewards of a novice trial. If faced with an overwhelming danger, he would not require counsel from others. He would flee with greater resolve than anyone else. The greatest taboo for a lord is greed. Of course, it is also possible that the previous beasts misjudged their targets and deemed the Beihai army as more valuable. Thus, they charged forth to self-destruct in their zeal. Now that all the beasts had perished, whether through folly or misjudgment remained a mystery that no one could answer. As the last gray cloud of the beast enveloped Yufei, and nothing occurred, the ethereal rewards appeared promptly before Wu Wei. Day 10 attack concluded. Reward settlement. Enemies defeated on day 10. 4, 0, 12 level 10, Minotaur beasts, 21 level 10 boss monsters, Minotaur leaders. Defense result, great victory. Result rating, level. Base reward, 22. 000 source energy crystals, 21, 000 void crystals. Additional rewards, 26, 000 source energy crystals, 22, 000 void crystals. Territorial buildings, Tower of Death, Arrow Tower, Ice Spear Tower. Martial arts technique, 24 forms of body refinement. Settlement complete. Reward materials have been dispensed to the Lord's space. Although the quality was notably high, the number of monster assaults this time actually diminished rather than increased. Furthermore, the intensity of this monster invasion was primarily manifested in the self-detonation ability of the Minotaur, a peculiar beast. The existence of a leader-level entity, aside from possessing slightly superior base attributes, was endowed with an enhanced skill known as Death Gaze. To be frank, Wu Weijin did not perceive these creatures as resembling true leader-level monsters. Their combat prowess was even inferior to that of the leader-level creatures encountered a few days prior, and their intellect was even more lacking. If Wu Weijin were to crack open their heads, it was likely that their brains would scarcely be larger than a sunflower seed. These leader-class monsters appeared more akin to augmented machines, existing solely to amplify the effects of Death Gaze. Therefore, Wu Weijin felt that the rewards were rather mediocre, as they paled in comparison to the intensity of the monster assaults. While a considerable amount of resources were provided, it was a trade-off of advantages and disadvantages. The only reward that piqued Wu Weijin's interest was the martial arts manual titled 24 Stances of Body Refinement. The name suggested it was an introductory level body refinement technique in martial arts. Upon examination, it confirmed his assumption. 24 Stances of Body Refinement. Introduction. A fundamental body refining technique from a certain martial arts world, generally intended for adolescents whose bodies have not fully matured. It is an entry-level martial arts technique that has a chance of increasing physical attributes with long-term practice. Wu Weijin considered handing this over to Yufei, leaving the application of it to him. He did not believe that such a rudimentary martial arts technique would hold much significance for someone with over 100 points in physical attributes. However, it could serve as a preliminary acquaintance. Unless, of course, the Void might show him favor and reward him with a martial arts technique suitable for generals and soldiers in a few days. Yet, the probability of that was exceedingly slim, and Wu Weijin did not harbor any expectations. As he observed the morale of the Beihai army solidifying further, he sensed that the gathering of their military spirit was imminent. Regarding the corpses at the rear of the formation, their handling posed a dilemma. Yet, the fastest among them would resurrect within 2 hours. It was uncertain what thoughts they would harbor upon witnessing their own lifeless bodies. Whether they wished to find a place to bury them or desired to set them ablaze, he would support either choice. In the Beihai military camp, beside the fallen warriors, Wu Weijin directly expressed his opinion. The others present raised no objections. After all, who had ever encountered the matter of resurrection before? Moreover, even in the case of revival, it typically required the physical body of the deceased, did it not? In traditional feudal worlds, this phenomenon was referred to as corpse resurrection, while in magical realms, It was known as necromantic revival. The terminology in the world of cultivation varied, encompassing phrases like death and rebirth and borrowing a corpse to return a soul. Yet, these differed significantly from the resurrection capabilities within the vast void of their domain. The resurrection edifice of their territory reconstructed the bodies of the deceased using the energy of source crystals. Subsequently, it reshaped the soul through the soul imprint within the resurrection structure. The successful combination of both resulted in revival, entirely independent of the previously deceased physical shell. At least, the operational mechanism of the soul hall in their territory functioned in this manner. If a corpse were required for resurrection, it would severely limit the potential of the resurrection building. The first resurrection candidate from the territory appeared punctually in the grand hall of the soul hall 2 hours later. Accompanied by a brilliant flash of light, a robust, middle-aged man appeared before everyone, completely unclothed. The once stoic warrior, who had shown no emotion amidst the chaos of battle, now bore an unusual flush upon his dark, sun-kissed skin. Standing naked before the eyes of the crowd, it was a challenge for anyone to maintain composure. He hastily curled up, instinctively shielding his vulnerable areas. Wu Wei had anticipated the possibility of such an occurrence, allowing Tsang Yingming and Sophia to attend to their own matters. The spirit hall was predominantly occupied by men. Oh, but wait, there was also a bear, albeit a male one. Upon donning a tunic, the warrior had initially contemplated armor. But Wu Wei approached him, interrupting his thoughts. Do not rush. Tell me, what does it feel like to be resurrected? Chapter 48, Zhuang. Honestly, it feels like waking from a deep sleep. There was no pain when I died. It was merely a fleeting darkness before I saw the light again and found myself here. The warrior, known as Hu Qing, candidly recounted his experience. As he had perished from the instant death judgment of the death gaze, he had felt no suffering. It was likely that the process of resurrection was devoid of sensation as well. Wu Wei patted his shoulder, jesting, You, my friend, are quite unfortunate. The first to fall victim is none other than you. To Wu Wei's surprise, Hu Qing solemnly agreed. Indeed, my luck is not favorable. In my past life, I met my end when a stray arrow struck my eye. That was truly painful. Faced with Hu Qing's straightforwardness, Wu Wei found himself at a loss for words. The armor of the Song Dynasty foot soldiers, which belonged to the Beiwei army, offered coverage for nearly every part of the body except the eyes. It was a stroke of bad luck for this unfortunate soul to have been struck in such a vulnerable spot. Subsequently, Wu Wei led Hu Qing to the site of his lifeless body. It was difficult to ascertain Hu Qing's feelings upon seeing his own gray corpse. But when Wu Wei inquired how he wished to handle it, Hu Qing pondered for a moment before cautiously asking, Will we return here again? No, Wu Wei replied. This place is a unique realm within the boundless void, reserved solely for newly appointed lords. The exact location of this novice trial ground in the infinite void remains a mystery. It is said that even the mightiest beings cannot locate it. Wu Wei recalled his teacher mentioning this in class. As to the reasons why, the teacher had not divulged, and he had not dared to inquire further. After all, if even the powerful could not find it, what could he possibly ask about their might? I wish to have my remains cremated and scattered upon the battlefield, Hu Qing declared. The man he once was had perished. There was no need to retain a remnant of him within the territory. Let it vanish along with today's battle. Respecting his wishes, Wu Wei directed him to seek the assistance of a fire element practitioner to incinerate his remains. The territory lacked a crematorium, so they would have to rely on those practitioners for this task. As Hu Qing and another member of the Beiwei army carried his remains toward the Immortal Cultivation Academy, Wu Wei instructed Yu Fei to arrange for a few individuals to wait at the Hall of Souls. He also requested them to bring along several sets of simple garments, as it would be rather inappropriate for the resurrected warriors to congregate in a state of undress. Shaking his head to dispel the horrifying imagery, Wu Wei swiftly made his way toward the little Shumi realm, grasping the scruff of Daba's neck. He was eager to ascertain whether Daba's auspicious skill, which enhanced luck, could influence the opening of treasure chests. What he witnessed was the epitome of fortune. After attempting to open 20 treasure chests, Wu Wei observed a pile of resources before Daba that was nearly the size of Sophia. It became evident to him that Daba would henceforth be the sole treasure opener for their territory. Sharing such bounty with others would undeniably be a waste of resources. If one were to consider that the treasures contained within the chests had both maximum and minimum values, Wu Wei's luck typically yielded the lower end, just shy of the average. In contrast, Daba consistently approached the upper limits, not only yielding a plethora of void crystals and source energy crystals, but also a variety of items and territorial constructions. Within a brief span, Wu Wei even caught sight of the glow of a purple item. He mused silently that the lifespan of such fortunate individuals is often fleeting. Yet, he understood that had he been an ordinary person rather than a lord, he would likely have long since become a mere memory, perhaps even before the panda had matured. From the over 4,000 treasure chests, the reward surpassed Wu Wei's wildest expectations. In total, nearly 50,000 source energy crystals and close to 30,000 void crystals were obtained. Coupled with today's rewards, Wu Wei planned to augment the Beiwei army by an additional 100 troops. for a greater number would expedite the consolidation of their military spirit. He acquired 10 distinct types of defensive towers, though none were particularly extraordinary. Aside from conventional structures like the arrow tower and cannon tower, which dealt physical damage, there were also several common magical damage towers. Among these, one blue quality tower stood out. However, for Wu Wei, defensive towers of less than purple quality held little significance, as they merely served as embryos for upgrading to orange buildings through universal renewal. Within the rewards for the 9th day, he found a blue cannon tower, and the upgrade will still offered only orange as its highest tier. Conversely, the death tower, obtained during the previous settlement, piqued Wu Wei's interest, as he was curious about its type and the fresh thrill of exploring the unknown that accompanied its upgrade. Beyond the defensive towers, the treasure chest yielded a single green territorial building, the Black Earth Farmland. In terms of equipment, there were over 30 different types, ranging from white to purple quality, which could effectively fill in the gaps for the heroes of the territory. The skill items, though limited in number, included one purple foundational cultivation technique that brought Wu Wei immense joy, the Sitting Forgetting Classic. The Sitting Forgetting Classic, type, cultivation technique. Cultivation realms, chi refinement. Foundation establishment introduction. An exceptional method for cultivating the foundation in the realm of immortality, visualizing the innate essence and integrating it with one's physical constitution. Thousands may practice the art of forgetting, yet each experience differs, unless one finds a method that resonates with their own nature. It is ill-advised to pursue the art of forgetting for foundation establishment. There exists a significant risk that one's lifespan may not suffice to complete the cultivation. At last, a method for foundation establishment in the realm of cultivation has emerged. The characteristics of Tao of non-action within the territory have yet to be fully harnessed. Although several methods of the Tao have appeared as a result of these enhancements, none align with the circumstances of Wu Wei's domain. Most are skill-based, such as the flame feather technique or water healing technique. Only 2 methods are available for cultivation, one for ghost practitioners and another for demonic cultivators. This newly discovered method exhibits remarkable versatility, suitable not only for cultivators, but for all citizens of the territory. The difficulty of cultivation is a consideration Wu Wei will temporarily set aside. If one finds it insurmountable, transitioning to another method is always an option. The immediate concern is whether such methods exist and how to enable the entire populace to begin their cultivation. With only one book at hand, the solution lies in a territorial structure akin to that revealed in the 8th day's treasure chest. This structure upgraded from a white quality reading room to an orange quality territorial building. The library. Chapter 49. Learning? What nonsense. Library building quality. Orange epic level. 2.02000. Universal update cooling down. Further enhancements possible after level increase. Function. The library allows for the transmission of cultivation skills and methods contained within its shelves, usable an unlimited number of times. Shelf capacity. 1 orange, 3 purple, 9 blue, 27 green, 81 white. Books that do not belong to the transmission category cannot be utilized when placed in the library, though they may still be read. Once a book is positioned on a shelf, it cannot be removed. As the building level increases, additional shelf slots will be unlocked. Skill. Mustard Seed Universe. The library contains a spatial formation, expanding its capacity tenfold, yet it can only store books. Upon entering the library, Wu Wei discovered that, after the expansion, its size was scarcely smaller than the minor mustard seed realm. With the current population of the territory, it would be impossible to fill the library's space completely. The library consists of 5 levels, each surrounded by densely packed empty bookshelves, with cylindrical columns at its center. The first level features 81 white columns, the second level contains 27 green columns, and the 5th level boasts a solitary orange column standing proudly in the center. The layout is quite pleasing, far surpassing that of a typical school library. Wu Wei approached the purple column on the 4th level and placed the Art of Forgetting upon it. As a flash of purple light enveloped the column, the Art of Forgetting transformed into a method available for infinite use. As for the initial utilization of the Art of Forgetting, Wu Wei did not hesitate. Upon selecting to engage with the method, the principles of chi refinement and foundation establishment instantly filled his mind. Simultaneously, he found himself increasingly aware of the chi within and around his body. This is precisely the most significant distinction between ordinary individuals and cultivators. Without the ability to perceive chi, one cannot harness it for cultivation. While Wu Wei sat cross-legged nearby, immersed in an unprecedented and wondrous experience, Song Yingming, who was by his side, received the inheritance of the Sitting Forgetting Sutra. Such an exquisite technique, if not for its challenging cultivation difficulty, could easily be deemed a premier foundational method. Unlike Wu Wei, Song Yingming was born into the world of cultivation and had forgotten her previous memories of practice solely due to the constraints imposed by the Boundless Void's regulations. Without the guidance of a cultivation technique, she was unable to sense even the slightest trace of spiritual energy due to the barriers in place. However, as these barriers were dismantled, Song Yingming adeptly began to draw qi into her body, seamlessly entering into a state of cultivation. After more than an hour of fruitlessly attempting to capture spiritual energy, Wu Wei ultimately conceded defeat in his efforts. No worries, if I fail once, I shall try again. Failure is merely the mother of success. With only 5 points in spiritual attributes, it was entirely reasonable that he had not succeeded in drawing qi into his body. Yet, upon witnessing the small vortex of energy above Zhang Yingming's head, he found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure. As he walked toward the door, he muttered to himself, "Having over 500 in spiritual attributes is indeed remarkable. Achieving me in a past life is truly impressive. It is indeed remarkable." Wu Wei understood the essence of optimism. Zhang Yingming was originally a practitioner in her previous life and a cultivator at in that realm of cultivation. She was but a few stages away from becoming an immortal. Though not a great power, she was certainly no small fry. Especially now with her spiritual attributes surpassing his by more than 100-fold. It is worth noting that spiritual attributes directly influence the speed of cultivation. So it was only natural for him to lag behind. Observing Zhang Yingming, it seemed she would need considerable time to cultivate. Wu Wei chose not to disturb her. In recent days, Zhang Yingming had been by his side, acting as an exceptionally capable secretary, to the extent that Wu Wei found himself with little to do. After stepping outside, aside from directing the academy's cultivators to line up for the inheritance of the sitting forgetting sutra, he ensured that the other subjects were not overlooked. Apart from confirming the martial aspirations of the Beiwei army and Yu Fei, as well as a panda with a unique bloodline inheritance, Wu Wei did not call upon them. He included everyone else, even Sophia and the elves of the territory, leaving no one behind. Although many of the ordinary subjects possessed limited aptitude, engaging in cultivation was certainly better than remaining idle. Not to mention, the benefits of longevity, vitality, and physical enhancement were commendable. Furthermore, it would not hinder any affairs. As long as one learned, even without the desire to cultivate, the principle of Tao follows nature would still contribute to their cultivation. Fortunately, the effects of the library were sufficiently potent once the techniques were placed in the library slots. The inheritance required neither the consumption of source energy crystals nor was there a limitation on the number of individuals. Alas, the high-quality library slots were exceedingly scarce, only 1 orange and 3 purple. If the subsequent treasure chests were to yield a few more high-quality techniques or skill books, it would indeed pose a considerable conundrum regarding storage. Wu Wei's lament went unheard, akin to a subtle display of ostentation, completely oblivious to the value of high-quality cultivation methods, particularly those pertaining to the realms of immortality and martial arts. Wu Wei finds himself in a vast sea of lords where the prices are unimaginably steep. His disinterest in the cultivation skills class is palpable. It is not solely his sentiment. Nearly all students share this aversion. Before they awaken their lordly hearts, they are prohibited from engaging with any extraordinary energies, lest they jeopardize their chances of awakening. Theoretical discourse, devoid of practical application, seldom captivates anyone's interest. Wu Wei attends this class, driven primarily by companionship. As long as he does not skip class, his slumber remains undisturbed, devoid of snoring. Despite his laid-back attitude towards studying, Wu Wei enjoys a commendable reputation among his peers. As long as the conversation strays from academics, he is open to invitations for meals, sports, or games, welcoming them all. As a second-generation lord, Wu Wei is acutely aware that if the quality of his awakened lordly heart proves subpar, he would be better off trailing his father. For Wu Jiang is a figure of notable stature beneath the celestial realm. An ordinary lord awakening a lowly heart, gray, white, green, could simply settle into a life of farming, becoming a wealthy landowner, or even a local sovereign. However, should he aspire to be a warlord, venturing into the boundless void in search of immortality, the path is fraught with peril and thorns. Wu Wei's mother possessed a mere green-quality, lordly heart. After their marriage, Wu Jiang had proposed to merge their territories, a customary practice among lords. Nevertheless, Wu Wei's mother believed she could carve out her own destiny in the vast expanse. Ultimately, she perished during an expedition to a relic, her demise echoing the fate of countless lords, eliciting little more than a ripple of grief from a select few. The probability of a lord's death during a void expedition is not insignificant, and the absence of a body is typically the norm. Following this tragedy, Wu Wei's previously ambitious mindset gradually succumbed to lethargy. Although a transmigrant, fragments of his past life began to resurface with the passage of time. His mother's death cemented a determination within the young Wu Wei. Should the quality of his future lordly heart be lacking, he would resolutely cling to his father's coattails. Studying? What folly! Hard work may yield results, but what use is it without innate talent? No mule can be transformed into a steed through toil alone. Furthermore, in the era of lords, academic performance holds little sway, provided one does not commit grave mistakes. Even the principal lacks the authority to expel any student, as doing so would strip them of their right to awaken their lordly heart, a fate nearly as cruel as death itself. In an age where deities and mortals coexist, having one's path to ascension severed is a profoundly harsh reality. Once a student reaches the requisite grade and passes the introspection test, the right to awaken a lordly heart is guaranteed, barring intentional harm leading to severe injury or death. In the context of the moral assessment, it is unlikely for students to be expelled from high school unless they exhibit an antisocial personality disorder, as revealed during psychological evaluations. Chapter 50, Cultivation. When reflecting on whether he regrets not being more diligent in his studies, Wu Wei finds no remorse. After all, in his previous life, he was a top scorer with an impressive score near 600, yet the outcome remained the same. Without his transmigration, he would have likely lived his life as a mere cog in the machine, having experienced the fleeting joy of his current situation. The subsequent events hold little relevance to him. Upon achieving clarity of thought, the arduous initial stage of his cultivation, once fraught with obstacles, suddenly yielded a small opening. A slender stream of spiritual energy surged into Wu Wei's body through this aperture. However, due to its minuscule quantity, it dissipated within his meridians before traveling far. Nevertheless, the sensation of his first cultivation experience sent shivers through him, an indescribable feeling of elation. Similarly, the surrounding inhabitants, whether they were adept practitioners from the academy or farmers from his previous life, including chefs, masons, and even those seemingly unrelated to the Tao, began to find their own spaces to sit cross-legged in meditation after receiving their transmission of knowledge. Outside the library, within the confines of the military camp, Yu Fei and the soldiers diligently studied the foundational martial arts technique, the 24 forms of body refinement. Wu Wei continued to draw upon the meager spiritual energy from his territory, gradually channeling it into his body. Time flowed unnoticed until he sensed that his spirit could no longer endure such exertion, prompting him to rise slowly. Several ordinary citizens around him also concluded their inaugural cultivation session, as their low spiritual attributes made prolonged practice quite challenging. Knowing when to stop was indeed prudent, otherwise, one risked not only failing to gain benefits, but also incurring spiritual damage. Returning to his abode amidst the clouds, Wu Wei prepared to lie down and recuperate his spirit. He shook his muddled mind and struggled to settle onto the bed, whereupon his consciousness was engulfed in darkness. A striking figure materialized at the foot of Wu Wei's bed, the princess, who had just completed her first cultivation session and had ascended to the third tier of qi refinement. Were it not for the limited capacity of her body to absorb spiritual energy, coupled with the necessity for time to consolidate her gains, and primarily the negative effects of the sitting and forgetting sutra that hindered her progress, her mental fortitude could have easily propelled her to the foundation establishment stage in one go. It was akin to using a nuclear bomb to swat a fly. Song Yingming found herself contemplating whether she should assist Wu Wei in loosening his garments. If only she had not practiced just now, without cultivation, she would not have had the spiritual perception to see Wu Wei through the wall, regardless of her mental attribute of 504. After all, he had mentioned that he was merely a secretary, and duties such as assisting with loosening garments and preparing for rest should rightfully fall to Sophia. However, having already caught a glimpse, she decided to proceed. The princess's actions felt particularly awkward in this moment, a stark contrast to her composed confidence when commanding defense towers during a monster assault. The shift to a maid-like demeanor caused Song Yingming's allure to surge dramatically. After all, the last time she wielded power over the kingdom, she was always being served by others. She had never engaged in such labor. If her mind were not entirely incapacitated, there would surely be a sense of urgency in this moment. When Wu Wei awoke the following day, the assault of the 11th day was already well underway. Under the relentless bombardment of the territorial defense towers and the fierce assaults of the Beihai army, the demonized ape men, resembling large gorillas, had nearly been vanquished. The only reason they still stood was due to the presence of 3 towering, 8-meter-tall demonized ape men, who were bravely resisting the onslaught of the Beihai army. These creatures, relying solely on their attributes, found themselves challenged by the even more formidable Beihai army. Only the 3 leader-class demonized ape men could withstand the brutal charges of the enemy. However, before Wu Wei could even approach, the already battered trio of demonized ape-man leaders began to fall, one after another. By the time he reached the edge of his territory, the regular combat had just concluded. The 11th day's assault has ended. Reward calculation. Enemies defeated on the 11th day: 5, 223 level 11 demonized ape-man elites, 3 level 11 leader monsters, demonized ape-man leaders. Defense result: perfectly unscathed. Outcome rating level: base reward 24,000 source energy crystals, 23,000 void crystals. Additional rewards: settlement complete. Reward materials have been allocated to the Lord's space. Were there any casualties? Wu Wei inquired about his most pressing concern as he welcomed the triumphant Beihai army. The injured soldiers were receiving various healing spells, including water-based therapies and Sophia's natural healing. Yet another mundane victory. Wu Wei stretched languidly, releasing a comfortable sigh. Was today's monster incursion the norm? What were those bizarre creatures from yesterday? The fallen Beihai soldiers had yet to fully resurrect. However, with today's gains, the territory should be able to replenish 100 soldiers in the Beihai Army's ranks. The financial strain from high-quality troops was indeed overwhelming. Nonetheless, it was manageable. The performance of the territorial forces far exceeded their cost. Whether it was the unrivaled Beihai army in direct confrontation or the comprehensive prowess of the cultivator troops, their demonstrated strength was incomparable to the modest resources invested in them. Wu Wei glanced around, suddenly realizing someone was missing. Sophia, next time the monsters attack, let the panda cub out. After the battle, it shouldn't just retreat to the bamboo forest to munch on bamboo. It should wait until the treasure chests are opened. Wu Wei, the heartless lord, rationalized his actions. Allowing the panda cub to exercise is essential to prevent it from becoming sluggish. Moreover, physical activity is beneficial for both body and mind. How could that be considered exploitation? It is nothing but slander, absolute slander. Chapter 51, The Blood-Clad Cardinal. A certain panda cub, blissfully slumbering in the bamboo grove, was mercilessly whisked away to the little Shumi realm to toil. The remarkable artifact, Dabao, designed for opening treasure chests, is truly underutilized if its potential is not fully realized, especially considering the additional 20 points of luck it bestows. Just look at your current state. You are free from the fear of being devoured by others and no longer need to hunt for sustenance. Day after day, you indulge in a life of leisure within the territory, feasting and napping, your belly growing rounder. As Wu Wei spoke, he weighed Dabao in his hands, then placed it on the ground, gesturing for it to cease its idleness. Dabao felt a pang of distress, yet remained silent. Although still an innocent young bear, unfamiliar with the ways of the world, it understood the simple truth of working for its master in exchange for sustenance. As Dabao diligently toiled, resources and items flowed in abundantly, neatly organized by the automatic storage feature of the little Succubi realm. In the ensuing days, Wu Wei engaged in a straightforward routine of battling monsters, looting treasure chests, and enhancing his territory. Under the generous hospitality of the Void Super Cup, the pace of development in his territory accelerated astonishingly. On the 12th day, faced with the vampire threat, although the noble vampire leaders possessed keen intellect and the ability to morph into bats, granting them considerable resistance to physical harm, they were no match for the advanced defenses of the territory. The Gold Light Spell Tower evolved from the Lighting Tower, along with various magical defensive towers and an army of 500 cultivators, overwhelmed the vampires. Before the Aurora Barrier could be breached, they were ignited by holy light or extinguished by the Gold Light spell. On the 13th day, a swarm of enormous burrowing worms attacked. It was only when the Aurora Barrier was assaulted that Wu Wei realized a monstrous incursion was underway. Watching the slow progress of the military spirit, he felt a tinge of frustration. It was no wonder that countless bloodbaths were needed to solidify a military spirit. This semi-dominant battle had minimal impact on its formation. As these massive worms emerged from the ground, they were the first to breach the Aurora Barrier, inflicting significant damage upon nearly half of the territory's structures. Even though the soldiers dispatched them like whack-a-moles, several managed to slip through and wreak havoc. Fortunately, with Dabao and Sophia safeguarding him, Wu Wei faced no immediate danger, despite the apparent damage to the territory's constructions. For a lord, as long as there were energy crystals at hand, repairs were merely a matter of resource expenditure. However, the anticipated yield of energy crystals from this monster invasion would likely be negligible after the repairs were completed. While financial expenditure was a minor concern, the inability to effectively counter the subterranean foes posed a significant dilemma. The cultivators, still in the Qi training stage, lacked the potent spells necessary to strike at enemies below ground, relying solely on rudimentary techniques such as Earth Spike, Earth Wall, and Earth Stone bullets. Nevertheless, Wu Wei had constructed 2 earth-based buildings, one of which, after upgrading, could summon earth giant puppets, while the other could unleash sandstorms. However, there was no effective means to counteract the underground. Yet, it remained uncertain whether it was the stroke of luck bestowed upon Dabao. Within the treasure chest of the burrowing worm, he unearthed an exceptional Earth-type defensive tower prototype, the Seismic Tower. Its effect induces a slight tremor within a certain radius, thereby diminishing the movement speed of foes upon the surface. Although this tower bore a white hue, to Wu Wei, the distinction between structures of purple grade and below was negligible. He opted to upgrade it immediately to the Earthquake Tower. Building quality, Orange Epic. Level, 02000. The transformation cooldown is in effect. It may only be triggered again after a specific level is attained. Attack speed, once per minute. Energy consumption, 100 energy crystals per earthquake spell. Attack range, 200200. Skill, Major Earthquake. Enhances the range of the next earthquake spell to 10001000. Cooldown time, 1 hour. Description, a dedicated defensive tower for Earth. Once acquired, it allows Wu Wei to shake things up, be it mice or cave dwellers. After admiring the flawless attributes, he praised his discerning eye and indulged in a couple of puffs from Dabao. Feeling insatiable, he inhaled deeply once more. This creature often lay languidly in the bamboo grove, exuding a subtle fragrance of bamboo, making the experience utterly delightful. As for the unfortunate Dabao, with its head buried in its master's abdomen, what could it possibly do? It dared not struggle vigorously, its small eyes filled with helplessness. Had it not just performed a good deed? How could it be subjected to such inhumane treatment? On the 14th day, a group of mages draped in crimson cloaks appeared. Upon investigation, they were identified as blood-clad bishops, practitioners of forbidden blood magic. Regrettably, they were yet another foe that failed to breach the Aurora barrier. Yufei's Wumu talent granted him and the soldiers of the Beihai army formidable resistance to negative effects. The blood magic, which directly manipulated the blood within one's body, was evidently classified as a negative effect. The charging Beihai soldiers merely felt a slight discomfort in their bodies. Instances of having their blood drained or ignited from within were unlikely unless the spiritual attributes of these blood mages vastly surpassed the physical attributes of the Beihai soldiers. In light of this, Song Ingming decisively ordered all members of the cultivation faction to remain within the confines of the Aurora barrier. While the Beihai soldiers possessed negative resistance, their steeds did not share this fortitude. Consequently, should they venture out and be targeted by the blood magic, the casualties could very well surpass the devastation witnessed on the 10th day during the battle against the self-destructive beasts. The Beihai soldiers might endure the blood magic of the blood-clad bishops, but their noble steeds were not so fortunate. One by one, the horses succumbed, their blood drained, leaving only skin draped over skeletal frames, helplessly collapsed upon the ground. The Beihai soldiers, witnessing the slaughter of their beloved steeds, felt an overwhelming surge of rage, their heads crowned with the shadowy visage of the Black Mountain now tinged with a hue of crimson fury. It was merely a matter of an increased quantity of dismembered monster corpses. There was no intention to deliberately mutilate. It was simply a consequence of exerting a bit too much force. The newly bred warhorses of the territory had yet to fully mature, and only after the complete eradication of all blood mages would the cavalry of the Beihai army dwindle to a mere 10 riders. Fortunately, the 500 super light steeds ordered by Wu Wei were not far from reaching maturity. With the monster onslaught the following day, he would finally witness the cavalry charge he had longed for. The sleek black steeds adorned with dark armor of the Beihai army filled him with a sense of exhilarating pride. Chapter 52, Greenskins. The monster attack on the 15th day was remarkably unscrupulous. It commenced precisely on schedule, and as Wu Wei emerged from his humble abode, yawning, he discerned that today's monsters bore a striking difference. These creatures were anything but peculiar. Amidst the array of bizarre monsters, the onslaught on the 15th day brought an unexpected sense of familiarity. A battalion of green-skinned orcs led the charge, with a massive orc wielding a colossal axe at the forefront, accompanied by a considerable number of shaman priests. This force, numbering nearly 8,000, was composed of roughly half melee warriors and half-ranged archers. Why was this a true army? The answer lay in the military spirit emblazoned upon the heads of these green-skinned warriors. The ethereal, pale-hued massive axe served as the embodiment of their military spirit. According to Wu Wei's studies, armies are classified into 4 tiers: primary, intermediate, advanced, and elite. The most apparent distinction among these tiers is the solidity of their military spirit. The more solid the embodiment, the higher the rank. Furthermore, the hue of the military spirit reflects the quality of the soldiers. Thus, the army before him was evidently a primary white army. The void truly regarded him with significance. Wu Wei had anticipated a fierce encounter every 5 days, and without a little surprise on the 15th day, he would have suspected something was amiss. However, the surprise presented by the void left him in a state of perplexity, unsure whether to be astonished or delighted. Initially, the green-skinned horde planned to have their shamans erect a magical shield to endure the defensive tower's assault as they advanced towards the territory. Yet, the ferocity of Wu Wei's defensive towers far exceeded the expectations of this green-skinned army. Upon encroaching within a 20-kilometer radius, the towers unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks. The shamans maintaining the magical shield felt unprecedented pressure. Rockets, missiles, and supersonic projectiles bombarded the shield erected by the shamans. The leading orc, wielding the massive axe, understood the gravity of the situation after receiving reports from his shamans regarding the depletion of magical energy. Under these circumstances, it was utterly impossible to sustain the magical shield until they reached the territory. Should the shield falter while maintaining their current dense formation, they would undoubtedly suffer catastrophic casualties. Thus, they decisively opted to adopt a dispersed formation, increasing the distance between them to mitigate the density of incoming fire. As Wu Wei observed the red dots on the radar beginning to disperse, he realized that today, the Beihai army was poised to face its first formidable battle. In contrast to the self-destructing aberrations of the 10th day, the green-skinned army that had successfully coalesced into a true military spirit represented a genuine adversary. The Beihai army, now bolstered to its full strength of 400 soldiers, donned armor of a deep black hue, complemented by their sleek black mounts. With their gazes fixed on the direction of the defensive tower's assault, they sensed an enemy worthy of confrontation. The formation of the Beihai army comprised merely a square of 20 men on each side. Yet, at that moment, Wu Wei felt as if a colossal black mountain loomed before him. He could perceive the astonishing battle intent emanating from the Beihai troops. But now was not the time for them to engage. Despite his fervent desire to let them clash directly with the green-skinned faction's white, rudimentary army, demonstrating the prowess of the golden troops and the might of the Beihai, he knew such thoughts were merely fanciful. As the Lord, he bore the responsibility for his subjects. Without absolute certainty, he could not command the Beiwai army to charge the enemy forces still 10 kilometers away. Naturally, Yu Fei, a renowned general of his time, was equally prudent, aware of the optimal moments to strike. Although the formation had fragmented, the shaman's magical energy was gradually depleting, yet none had expended their mana entirely. Each shaman stepping onto the battlefield understood the necessity of preserving a crucial reserve of energy to unleash vital spells. Once the magical shield dissipated, the green-skinned foes began to suffer casualties from the territory's defensive towers. However, given the preemptive dispersal of their formation, the effectiveness of the tower's firepower was not particularly impressive. After all, there were not many towers within Wu Wei's territory capable of long-range strikes. The closer one approached the territory, the more formidable the firepower became, peaking at a distance of 1 kilometer from the towers. Particularly, various area of effect spells ensured that even with the protection of military spirit and considerable magical resistance, the green-skinned warriors faced rising losses. At that moment, the hulking green-skinned behemoth decisively scattered the ranks, initiating an assault from all directions to minimize casualties. This was precisely the moment Yu Fei had been anticipating. As the green-skinned forces dispersed by half, he surged forth from the territory, forming a spearhead to decimate the scattered green-skinned troops. The green-skinned warriors, having spread out to evade the tower's attacks, found themselves in dire straits, utterly incapable of mounting any counteroffensive. Their loose formation left them defenseless against the full charge of the cavalry in formation. Meanwhile, the fire from the defensive towers continued unabated. Kanjing Ming and Yu Fei had coordinated their efforts before. Wherever the troops advanced, the artillery and spells would assuredly not fall in their path. By the time the hulking green-skinned behemoth realized something was amiss and let out a thunderous roar, the remaining green-skinned warriors numbered only a little over 3,000. Following the roar, the long-waiting shamans finally drained their last vestiges of magical power. The remaining orcs were enhanced with the Bloodlust technique. Bloodlust function, once activated, it elevates their attack power by 30%, increases speed by 30%, and diminishes defense by 30%, lasting for 30 minutes. A bloody red glow swept across all present orcs. Each orc not touched by the crimson light had their eyes turned blood red, shouting as they mindlessly brandished their weapons and charged forward. Simultaneously, the massive axe-wielding orc finally unleashed a long-held, decisive army skill. Brutal Strike. Chapter 53, The Fury of Incompetence. Brutal Strike. Skill category, Army Skill. Function, during a duration of 600 seconds, all members of the army gain 20 life steal, and their attack speed is increased by 30. Throughout the skill's duration, the life energy of all members of the army is quantified. A proportion of lost life energy is restored to the remaining members, while any excess life energy is converted into a shield. The lower the remaining life energy ratio compared to total life energy, the higher the conversion ratio. Cooldown, 30 days. What a desperate skill, using comrades as a source of shielding energy. Indeed, it is a feat that these mad green-skinned creatures are capable of. Wu Wei was genuinely astonished by the effects of this army skill. The orc shamans wielding Bloodlust is common knowledge among many. However, while Bloodlust enhances attack, it does reduce defense, making it a double-edged sword. Yet, when combined with this army skill, it becomes extraordinarily formidable. Many shields lack defensive strength. This implies that these mad green-skinned warriors can maximize evasion of the defense reduction effects, while simultaneously charging forward with a thick shield. The thought alone is intimidating. As the massive axe-wielding orc brought his weapon down forcefully upon the ground, unleashing the Brutal Strike, army skill, a vast white energy was released from the vessel of their military spirit. Streams of white light sought out orcs, whether they were missing limbs or remained unscathed. A green-skinned warrior, whose leg had been blown off by a Type 122 rocket shell, struggled to move forward on the ground. However, under the embrace of the white light, in a brief moment, not only were his injuries fully healed, but a white shield also materialized around him. The shields of the severely wounded green-skinned orcs were but a thin layer, while those who were less injured boasted shields of considerable thickness. The following giant axe-wielding orc charged forward, accompanied by a throng of blood-red-eyed green-skinned warriors, shouting as they surged towards their territory. There was no formation, no strategy. The Orcish way of combat was thus. With their remote capabilities rather weak, they typically suffered significant casualties when facing the ranged firepower of both humans and elves. Yet, once they closed the distance, it became a different story. Either the orcs, bolstered by the army skill and bloodlust, would overwhelm the enemies in a single wave, or they themselves would be overwhelmed. At this moment, Yu Fei had already relinquished the task of eliminating the scattered orc troops, and the 400 Beiwai soldiers stood resolutely against two formidable orc armies. The well-ordered 400 Beiwai cavalry resembled a unit imbued with a profound military spirit. As Yu Fei at the forefront began to spur his steed, the 400 Beiwai soldiers surged forward in a phalanx formation. Concurrently, another contingent of troops from the territory, the cultivators, were also far from idle. The larger enemy forces were managed by the Beiwai soldiers, while the scattered orc troops, driven mad by bloodlust, became ideal prey for the cultivators to hone their skills. Whether employing the lightning strike technique, wind blade technique, or the chainsaw sword and explosive guns of the weapon cultivators, the individual combat prowess of the cultivators was fully unleashed against the disorganized foes, due to their accustomed nature of solitary combat. Aside from the 100 cultivators assisting the Baywai soldiers at the front, the remaining 400 cultivators cleared the orc stragglers at a pace not much slower than that of the Baywai soldiers. In the forefront, Yufei wielded his spear with one hand, striking it against the axe of the formidable orc leader, Ager the Fury, deflecting the powerful blow. With his other hand, he drew forth a long blade, unleashing a flash of purple-black light that cleaved against the white shield. Although the Shura slash did not yield immediate results, Yufei remained unfazed. Prior to the battle, Song Ingming had already synchronized with him regarding the information on this named foe, Ager the Fury. Encountering a named monster for the first time, Yufei regarded the green-skinned orc wielding the massive axe with considerable respect. Despite the orc's physical attributes being inferior to his own, he understood the adage that pride leads to downfall. Yu's spear technique, unfathomably profound, kept Ager the Fury, who often boasted of his unparalleled axe skills, pinned in place, unable to advance. As Ager felt his shield growing increasingly flimsy, and Yufei appearing more adept with each strike, his frustration mounted. Yet, he found himself bereft of alternatives. For in his dual-enhanced state, he was already at his peak. However, rather than vanquishing Yufei, his axe blade struck only air. In a fit of rage, Ager's eyes, now crimson from bloodlust, contrasted with his previously green and grotesque visage, which was now suffused with anger. In his impotent fury, he found himself challenged for the first time within the boundless void. Although he perceived the orc's axe techniques as crude, he acknowledged the brute strength behind them, making the encounter far from tedious. The presence of a shield ensured that he would not be easily vanquished, rendering Ager a perfect target. As the commander of the army, Ager possessed a particularly thick shield. However, the other green-skinned warriors lacked such durable shields to withstand the onslaught. Facing the charge of the Baywai cavalry, bolstered by a 200 increase in lethality, those orc warriors who had hoped to rely on their shields found themselves overwhelmed, as their thinner shields shattered and they were swiftly dispatched. Some of the initially unscathed green-skinned warriors, fortified by their robust shields, were nonetheless struck down by the valiant soldiers of the Baywai army. Their shields shattered before being sent spiraling into the air. Upon landing, they were swiftly dispatched by the next warrior's lance, while the formidable, aggrieved Fury bravely withstood General Yufei's relentless onslaught behind its thick shield. 400 Baywai cavalrymen surged through the ranks of the orc horde with reckless abandon. In the midst of the battlefield, the green-skinned warriors, empowered by both bloodlust and legion techniques, did not inflict damage without consequence on the Baywai soldiers. Whether it was from the slashing of a curved blade or the piercing arrows of the green-skinned archers, or even the residual spell attacks from the shamans still charged with mana, the Baywai warriors clad in green quality gear sustained injuries. However, the Baywai army's innate talent, Mountain Shaker, significantly mitigated the impact on their combat prowess. The wounds inflicted began to heal rapidly the moment the blade withdrew. And after the Baywai soldier retaliated by swiftly dispatching the green-skinned assailant, the size of the wound had already diminished substantially, ceasing to bleed. As for the arrows embedded within their bodies, they were extracted with sheer force. The magical assaults, however, had to be endured. At this juncture, the outcome of the battle was evidently decided. Observers from the realm, having dispatched the scattered green-skinned foes, ventured into the territory to take up the role of spectators. The remainder of the populace and the defensive towers gradually ceased their fire. In this assured scenario, Wu Wei was unperturbed by leaving the battlefield to the Baywai army. The several hundred citizens joining him as spectators cast varied glances toward the Baywai troops. Admiration from young boys aged 15 or 16. Envy and respect from fellow cultivators of the territory, and even admiration from young women. Historically, beauty has always favored the heroic. The allure of the soldiers captivated many, especially among those young women awaiting marriage. Chapter 54, The Demonic Aura. Under the gaze of all in the territory, General Yufei delivered a final thrust into the throat of the massive axe-wielding orc, following it with a swift slice. The dark purple Shura blade cleaved the orc general in twain. Previously, Yufei would not have resorted to such gruesome finishing blows. This was primarily due to the diverse array of monsters encountered. Often, one might believe they struck a fatal blow, only to find the creature still standing. Thus, both Yufei and the Baywai warriors had grown accustomed to ensuring no foe escaped unscathed, employing dismemberment as a standard practice. For those monsters that could not be slain in such a manner, the cultivators would intervene with their spells. Whether it be the 122mm rocket, the golden light charm, the radiance of holy light, or the meteoric fire rain, there was always a fitting spell for the occasion. Wu Wei has consistently advocated for a diversified development of the territory, striving to avoid any monsters that could not be adequately managed. Day 15, attack concluded. Reward settlement. Enemies defeated on the 15th day. For 273 level 15 green-skinned elite warriors. 4,067 level 15 green-skinned elite warriors, 77 level 15 orc shaman leaders, and 1 level 15 aggrieved fury orc lord. Defense result, perfectly intact. Result rating, level. Basic rewards, 47,000 source crystals, 42,000 void crystals. Additional rewards, 45,000 source crystals, 45,000 void crystals. Territorial structures, demonic tower, arrow tower, ice mist tower, and a class change item, orc sword saint's remnant blade. Settlement completed. Reward materials have been allocated to the Lord's space. Aside from the familiar arrow tower, this settlement has introduced a new type of defense tower, along with a class change item that no one in the territory can utilize. The purple quality class change item should fetch a handsome price. Wu Wei examined the orc-specific class change item. Fortunately, being of the orc lineage, it is inherently superior to something like a skeleton knight. Demonic tower. Building quality, green excellent. Function. Enchants a physical attack defense tower to inflict an additional 10 points of non-attribute magical damage for 1 minute. Energy consumption, 10 source crystals per minute. Cooldown time, 10 minutes. The percentage of additional damage and the duration of the enchantment increase with level. What a promising creation. Wu Wei exclaimed upon seeing the panel of the demonic tower. This is the first time he has encountered such a fortified defense tower, and he was eager to upgrade it. Many primary physical defense towers in various territories struggle against monsters that are immune to physical damage or those that render physical damage ineffective. To avoid making a poor choice, Wu Wei also searched for a similarly styled orange quality defense tower on the wheel. Demonic Halo Tower. Building quality, orange epic. Level, 2,020,000. Universal refresh on cooldown. Can be triggered again after reaching a certain level. Function. Enchants all physical attack defense towers within its coverage to deal an additional 21 points of magic attribute damage upon attack. The type of magical attribute damage is selectable. Current options, fire, water. The range of the enchantment, the proportion of additional magical damage, and the selectable magical attribute type increase with the building level. Energy consumption, 50 source crystals per minute. Attack range, 2020. Skill, mixed enchantment, during the next 5 minutes. The magical damage inflicted will be a blend of all currently unlocked magical attributes. Introduction. Although it cannot inflict damage itself, the magical tower serves as a savior for physical attack defense towers. Truly formidable, it provides area-wide enchantment with no cooldown time. Wu Wei felt greatly satisfied upon observing the attributes of the demonic Halo Tower, as it perfectly met his requirements. Though its coverage does not extend to encompass all physical attack defense towers in the territory, it matters not. He will upgrade it. Void Crystals 2,000, Void Crystals 3,000, Void Crystals 4,000. Upgrading the demonic Halo Tower to level 5 has expanded its coverage area to 35. While still not entirely sufficient, it adequately fulfills the fundamental needs. The additional magical damage has risen to a remarkable 25, simultaneously unlocking the attributes of wind magic. It can only be said that the enhancements have been quite timely. On the 16th day, no exceptionally powerful monsters appeared, merely the usual lion-tiger beasts, though the leader was now a lord-level lion-tiger king. This favored status among the void creatures continuously left Wu Wei with a sense of unease. What kind of demons and monsters would come on the final day of his novice trial? It is common knowledge that, based on the school's curriculum, a level 10 boss monster typically appears on the 20th day. Provided luck is not too unkind, a white or green quality combat hero, accompanied by dozens of militia, along with the territory's defensive towers, stands a fair chance of weathering the monster onslaught on the 20th day. The outcome primarily hinges on how well he has developed during prior monster incursions, as well as the strength of the monsters appearing on the 20th day. A wild boar chief is indeed a boss, as is an exotic beast chief. However, the combat prowess of a level 10 boss could potentially differ by an order of magnitude. Since the 15th day, he has faced lord-level monsters daily. Although his territory is now robust, facing the unknown leaves no one with absolute certainty. By the conclusion of the 17th day, Wu Wei had upgraded most of the territory's buildings to level 5. The Beiwai Barracks has also reached level 5, accommodating a total of 1,000 troops. However, due to the limited number of void crystals, he could not continue to elevate their levels. With most of the territory's constructs upgraded to their maximum, Wu Wei decided to begin enhancing the territory's overall level. The territory level increased from 5 to 6, significantly expanding its boundaries. What had previously felt cramped due to the continuous construction of new buildings suddenly became quite spacious. Wu Wei ventured into the bamboo grove in the broken soil path, initially hoping to discover a great treasure, only to find his exclusive bear companion already occupied. Sophia was playfully engaging with the little bear, stroking and kneading it affectionately. Contrary to its previous forlorn demeanor under Wu Wei's care, the bear now appeared to be rather enjoying itself. Unlike Song Ing-meng, who was deeply engrossed in cultivation, Sophia possessed a lively spirit that could not endure solitude. During her free time, she preferred to linger in the broken soil path, tending to flowers or spending time with the bear, finding it far more enjoyable than meditating in a room. In her words, the natural ambience here was rich and comforting. Indeed, compared to other areas dominated by defensive towers and flatlands, the planting zones formed by the broken soil path felt refreshingly invigorating. Individuals like Sophia have become quite common in the territory. After acquiring the sitting for getting scripture, Wu Wei facilitated the majority of the territory's inhabitants in receiving its teachings through the library. Initially, everyone was enthusiastic about beginning their cultivation. However, they soon discovered that the results were rather disappointing. Most of the inhabitants possessed relatively low innate qualities. Certainly, the arduous nature of cultivation is undeniable. Moreover, the Sitwang Sutra has a detrimental effect of slowing down the cultivation speed. Coupled with the dual hindrance of low aptitude, this further diminishes the motivation for cultivation among everyone. The most crucial factor is that the characteristic of Tao follows nature begins to manifest once the subjects of the territory embark on their cultivation journey. Tao follows nature. The lord, hero, and subjects automatically accrue experience over time while practicing Tao-related skills. Upon inquiring with subjects of various levels, Wu Wei discovered that the effects of Tao follows nature do not vary based on one's aptitude, which is to say, the quality level indicated on their panels. A hero of golden quality gains a certain amount of experience in a day, while a common subject of white quality gains the same. This passive gain, brought about by Tao follows nature, emphasizes equality among all. However, the proactive experience accrued from daily cultivation is vastly different between the two. Consequently, most common subjects, including Wu Wei himself, now seldom dedicate time to cultivation. Indeed, the experience gained over an entire day of cultivation pales in comparison to that accumulated passively through Tao follows nature. Furthermore, the mental energy expended on practicing the Sitwang Sutra significantly impacts daily work and life. Li Si, the carpenter of the territory, originally of green quality, ascended to blue quality after enhancements. When Wu Wei informed them of their ability to cultivate, Li Si was overwhelmed with excitement. In his previous life, he had heard tales of celestial beings who would occasionally descend to the mortal realm in search of potential cultivators. However, he lacked both the aptitude for cultivation and the courage to seek the path of immortality at a celestial gate. Thus, he could only listen to the legends of immortals while dutifully working as a carpenter in the mundane dynasty. Yet, against all odds, he found himself reborn in the enigmatic expanse of the void as a subject of a lord. Grateful for this second chance at life, he remained true to his trade, continuing his work as a carpenter in the territory. Whether assisting newly arrived subjects with home renovations or crafting furniture, he found fulfillment in his labor. Even contributing to some of the furnishings in Wu Wei's home, Li Si felt an immense sense of contentment in his current life. While not particularly affluent, at least he had no worries regarding food and clothing. Furthermore, the sense of security was overwhelming. Each time he witnessed the scene of the Beiwei army charging beyond the territory, he felt an indescribable sense of reassurance. Had the dynasty of his previous life possessed such a military, he mused, how could he have perished amidst the chaos of war? Little did he anticipate that not only would his lord provide sustenance and shelter, but also offer them the opportunity to cultivate. In the library, he watched as individuals ahead of him accepted the legacy and sat down to practice. The carpenter Li Si had never awaited anything with such fervor until he too received the inheritance of the Sitwang Sutra. Upon clearly perceiving the cultivation methods in his mind, he realized that he was not dreaming. In the subsequent 2 days, apart from eating and sleeping, Li Si immersed himself in relentless cultivation. Observing his progress steadily increase day by day filled him with great joy, until one evening during dinner with others, he overheard that their lord possessed divine abilities. These powers purportedly allowed individuals to enhance their cultivation without the need for practice. Initially, Li Si was skeptical, but after a day of personal experimentation, his disbelief vanished. It became clear why he felt his cultivation was advancing so swiftly. What he initially perceived as motivation was merely a passive accumulation of progress over time. The effects of a day's diligent practice amounted to merely a fraction of the growth achieved without effort, merely through the passage of time. Consequently, Li Si abandoned the sitting for getting scripture for a more fruitful pursuit. He returned to the library to seek out a white-quality wood-based spell. Although the inhabitants of the territory were unaware of the effects of Taoist principles of nature displayed on a panel, they naturally began to deduce the capabilities of their lord's divine powers. Through word of mouth, they discovered the unique characteristics of their territory. The sitting for getting scripture, a cultivation method, allowed experience to accumulate with the passage of time, while spell skills advanced with usage. Through continuous experimentation, they found that only those of purple quality or above could potentially match the experience gained from Taoist principles of nature. This was due to significant variations in the innate talents of the residents, even among those of the same quality. For instance, while elves practiced the same sitting for getting scripture as humans, even an orange quality Mora cultivated at a pace comparable to that of a purple quality human resident. This disparity arose from the elves' inherent limitations in perceiving and controlling spiritual energy. Their strengths lay in the mastery of magical elements. a difference rooted in their racial characteristics affecting their cultivation speed. Among humans, disparities also existed. Some were naturally gifted in construction or woodworking, while others excelled in accelerating their cultivation speed. Consequently, after much discussion, the majority opted to forego active practice of the sitting for getting scripture, preferring instead to explore other skills of personal interest in the library. Moreover, once their spiritual energy was depleted, they could resume their regular activities without significant disruption to their daily lives. They learned what they needed and set aside what they didn't, emphasizing a balance of cost-effectiveness. Chapter 56. The Lord as Profession. Currently, the only individuals fully dedicated to cultivation within the territory were Tsang Ingming and the Cultivator Brigade. As golden quality candidates endowed with cultivation talent, the effects of Taoist principles of nature served as mere embellishments to their training, insufficient to compel them to abandon their normal practices in favor of mastering skills. Most residents enjoyed a relatively free lifestyle, and individual economies had yet to be implemented, primarily due to the limited population of the territory, making communal provisions more suitable. Each day, they engaged in farming, cultivated their skills, and during their leisure time, they enjoyed various entertainment items brought in by Wu Wei. Fearing boredom in the vast void, Wu Wei had prepared an assortment of games, playing cards, mahjong, chess, and go, ideal for passing the time for the residents. In contrast to the refined elegance of chess, the more accessible games of poker and mahjong have garnered greater popularity among the masses. On the 18th day, the attacking monsters comprised a horde of hellish warhorses, whose astonishing speed allowed them to evade significant damage from defensive towers. This formidable cavalcade, numbering in the tens of thousands, charged toward the territory. Along the way, they were met by the forces of the Beiwai army, which surged through the entire equine throng. After several fierce skirmishes, only a handful of battered remnants remained. The Beiwai army's formation charge, augmented by a remarkable increase of 200 in lethality, far exceeded what these small, flame-licked steeds could withstand. However, on the 19th day, while the anticipated monster assault did not materialize, the territory was instead graced by the arrival of its first foundational-level cultivator. Wu Wei, feeling rather listless, awaited the penultimate day's monster attack alongside the heroes of the territory. Unexpectedly, he sensed fluctuations in the surrounding spiritual energy. Shortly thereafter, Tsang Ingming completed her foundational cultivation. As a golden quality hero with fragments of past life cultivation experience, her pace of advancement was unparalleled within the territory. Within a matter of days, she had elevated her cultivation to the foundational stage, despite the relatively low concentration of spiritual energy in the area. Wu Wei speculated that had she not been practicing the sitting for getting sutra, she might have achieved foundational status in just a day or two. According to Tsang Ingming, the primary transformation following her advancement was the condensation of spiritual energy within her body from gaseous to liquid form, along with an extension of her lifespan. However, due to her lack of a formal profession, her pure cultivation alone did not significantly enhance her combat prowess. Presently, Tsang Ingming might not even stand a chance against Sophia. As a dedicated ranged magic combat hero, Sophia retained a portion of her past life's spellcasting skills and battle memories by virtue of her inherent abilities. In contrast, Tsang Ingming was designed as a supportive hero to assist the Lord in administrative matters, leading to a considerable suppression of her memories related to cultivation and spells, with most of her retained knowledge focusing on governance. Yet, should she be granted a cultivation-related profession, such as a disciple of the Five Elements Palace or the Hunyuan sect, upon receiving her vocational inheritance, she would seamlessly convert her sitting for getting sutra cultivation into her own martial prowess, along with gaining proficiency in some inherited skills and battle memories. At that juncture, Tsang Ingming could potentially ascend from a supportive role to become a top-tier combatant within the territory. For now, our foundational-level cultivator was diligently massaging the shoulders of a certain lord. Subtle strands of spiritual essence carefully entered Wu Wei's body, alleviating his fatigue. Observing Wu Wei before her, Tsang Ingming could distinctly sense the profound weariness emanating from him. In the boundless void, the celestial alignment disregarded day and night, and the monster's onslaught continued unabated. Wu Wei, with only 5 points in physique and 5 in spirit, was indeed a source of shame for the territory. Feeling exhausted was entirely natural. He was not like Tsang Ingming, who possessed over 100 points in physique and over 500 in spirit, capable of enduring weeks without rest without a hint of trouble. This stark contrast highlighted the disparity between his state and that of Tsang Ingming, who had already reached the foundational level. Wu, like the majority of the subjects who have relinquished the extensive pursuit of the sitting for getting sutra, has attained a cultivation level that hovers around the first or second tier of chi training. However, his engagement with the sitting for getting sutra is merely for the sake of participation. The Lord possesses a unique method of cultivation that is distinct from that of heroes and commoners. It is neither aligned with martial arts nor the path of immortality. A lord is simply a lord, a profession that stands apart from warriors and cultivators. Wu remains uncertain whether this vocation is an inherent trait or a creation of some unknown powerful entity. Nevertheless, He is acutely aware of the formidable nature of the Lord's profession, which is exceedingly powerful. If it were not so, countless deities and immortals could not have emerged from Earth. The Lord's profession does not necessitate the siphoning of resources from the world to enhance oneself, thereby avoiding the rejection and suppression by the cosmic laws of this universe. Rather, lords who draw resources from the boundless void are not only exempt from such cosmic disdain, but are, in fact, encouraged by the celestial order or the will of the world itself. Furthermore, the world's will of Earth and the supremacy of humankind exist in a harmonious relationship. Once a lord reaches a certain level of growth, they not only cease to require resources from this world, but are capable of extracting elements from the infinite void that facilitate the advancement of this realm. In the past, Earth, including all planets within the solar system, was far less expansive than it is today. A metropolis like Luyan City, with its tens of millions of inhabitants, would have merely constituted a remote town in the present day. The size of Earth has increased manifold. The essence material, known as source quality, can only be transmuted by the world will of top-tier realms through its unique capabilities. This substance is vital for races whose profession is that of a lord, as the awakening of a lord's heart necessitates source quality. Only through an abundance of this resource can a lord expand their numbers, leading to the emergence of elite lords among the vast multitude of ordinary ones. The essence of humanity is thus rooted in quantity underpinning quality. In earlier times, not everyone among humankind could awaken as a lord. Such an opportunity only arose after the Earth ascended to the status of a top-tier world, marking one of humanity's most perilous eras. Internally, fierce battles erupted over the contention for source quality, while externally, malevolent deities and alien races viewed humanity as delectable prey. Yet, it was during this tumultuous period that the first supreme being of humanity emerged, elevating Earth to a top-tier world. This figure quelled the internal strife, uniting humankind, and repelled external threats, causing the alien races to retreat, to maintain the balance between the upgraded Earth and its neighboring star domains. This supreme being wielded immense power to transform the entire galaxy, leaving an indelible mark on the history of humankind. The grandeur of this achievement is beyond mere description. Chapter 57, Alchemical Creations. On the 19th day, the monstrous assault arrived with a most untimely ferocity. Radar screens were inundated with red dots, densely populating every direction surrounding the territory. However, unlike previous encounters, Song Ingming commanded the territory's long-range defense towers to initiate several waves of firepower strikes. However, the radar failed to reveal the effectiveness of the long-range strikes. It was only when the monstrous beings came within visual range that the reason for the defense tower's lackluster performance became evident. Towering stone golems and iron titans, each several meters in height, trudged forward with heavy steps towards Wu Wei's territory. Though their movements were sluggish, their resilience was remarkable. A 122mm rocket, if it struck true, would typically leave ordinary monsters utterly incapacitated. Even a ground impact would create a significant crater, while it could not compare to the might of 155mm, 200mm, or even 300mm rockets. A direct hit on a creature would likely prevent any chance of it uttering a scream. Should any substantial remnants be found afterward, they would be considered fortunate to have survived. However, targeting the stone golem before them proved challenging. Unless one could strike precisely at the head, a direct kill was unlikely. Strikes to the limbs might result in shattered appendages, but would not yield a definitive kill. A blow to the chest could create a large cavity. Yet such wounds would not threaten the life of these creatures. It appeared that the monster's vital core resided within their heads. Wu Wei mused upon witnessing these exceptionally resilient beings. Meanwhile, Sophia had already shared the attributes of the creatures with him. Alchemical Stone Golem Elite. Race, Alchemical Being. Level, 19 Constitution, 150 Spirit, 1 Skills. Physical Resistance. The alchemical stone golem has been designed from inception to resist physical damage. Its stone composition granting it substantial physical damage mitigation. All alchemical stone golems resist 50 of incoming physical damage. Resistance refers to a reduction of damage within certain limits. Once exceeded, the effectiveness of resistance declines sharply. Description: the alchemical stone golem is a meticulous fusion of handcrafted artistry and alchemical magic, originally a puppet controlled by a mage. They are naturally suited as frontline combatants, boasting both toughness and damage resistance. However, once the controlling mage vanishes, they become part of the void. Physical mitigation. What a stroke of irony, Wu Wei remarked. Yume, beside him, promptly activated her magical aura. Unbeknownst to Wu Wei, she had already engaged the magical transformation the moment she laid eyes on these creatures. She merely nodded to indicate her awareness. With the magical aura activated and Yume channeling fire magic, even attacks such as rockets hitting the stone golem's chest could, under the enchantment of the magic tower, reach the golem's head, significantly enhancing lethality. However, this effect was less pronounced against the higher-tier Iron Titans, as they possessed both physical and magical resistance. Alchemical Iron Titan Leader. Race, Alchemical Being. Level, 19 Constitution, 200 Spirit, 15 Skills. Physical resistance. Magical resistance. The inception of the alchemical Iron Man is rooted in the rivalry among mages, who adorned its exterior with a layer of precious anti-magic metal. All alchemical Iron Men possess a resistance to physical damage of 50. Introduction. The alchemical Iron Man is a masterpiece, a synthesis of meticulous craftsmanship and alchemical magic, created by mages for the purpose of combat against one another, imbued with magical resistance. However, after the mages who controlled them vanished, these constructs faded into mere fragments of the void. The Lord-level Diamond Man, aside from its superior physical attributes and substantial size, boasts a dual resistance to both physical and magical attacks, reaching an impressive 70. Clad in the thickest armor, it endures the most formidable blows. With a towering stature measured in meters and a dazzling diamond-like exterior, it stands out as the brightest star in the dim surroundings. Can an electromagnetic railgun affect this Diamond Man? What about overclocking? Wu Wei's gaze shifted towards Song Yingming, who was maneuvering the defensive towers of their territory. Due to certain attribute constraints, he found it challenging to clearly observe the situation at hand. It is noteworthy that the defensive towers in their territory have all been upgraded to level 5, with a significant number even reaching level 6. As the most formidable physical attack tower, the electromagnetic railgun tower ranks among the top in terms of attack power within the territory. Upon hearing Wu Wei's inquiry, Song Yingming refrained from verbally recounting her observations. Instead, she initiated another vision-sharing session, subsequently detailing the specifics to Wu Wei. Guided by Song Yingming, Wu Wei's view transitioned directly to the location where the Diamond Man had just sustained strikes from 2 electromagnetic railgun towers. The colossal head of the Diamond Man, measured in meters, bore 2 small holes surrounded by fine cracks. One of the deeper wounds was inflicted by an overclocked electromagnetic railgun tower, while the other remained unactivated. The former had penetrated approximately 34, while the latter had not even reached halfway. The challenge lay in pinpointing the core location of the Diamond Man, making precise targeting difficult. Furthermore, the cooldown period of the electromagnetic railgun was rather lengthy, limiting their opportunities for attempts. Song Yingming voiced her thoughts, adeptly directing the electromagnetic projectiles to her desired locations. However, from several kilometers away, she could not accurately ascertain the core location of the Diamond Man. Moreover, she was uncertain whether her abilities could sufficiently penetrate the Diamond Man's exterior to identify its core. The small mass of the electromagnetic projectiles posed a challenge. While they were lethal in targeted strikes, their area damage capabilities were woefully inadequate. Nevertheless, Song Yingming's voice resonated with an unusual calmness, as if the formidable creature before them, though daunting, would not prove overly troublesome to vanquish. Wu Wei, too, remained unfazed. These monsters, at first glance, appeared exceedingly difficult to defeat. Yet, in reality, they were akin to stationary targets, moving at an exceedingly slow pace. Despite possessing a minimum of 150 points in Constitution, Wu Wei perceived their speed to be comparable to creatures with merely 50 points in Constitution. They were significantly slower than the previous orc army, not to mention the flying monsters. This monstrous entity poses little threat to Wu Wei's current dominion. If only a more peculiar creature, perhaps something bizarre or a follower of an evil deity, were to appear. However, the defensive towers within Wu Wei's territory revel in the task of target practice. With cannons booming, they lay waste to their foes. Chapter 58, The Proud Princess. Setting aside the formidable Beihai army that has already ventured beyond the territory to confront adversaries, even the forces of cultivators have vacated the domain. Such a resilient target, both offensively and defensively robust, is the very dream of the various military factions within the territory, particularly the technique and artifact cultivators among the cultivators. For them, the most expedient way to enhance their combat prowess is through the frequent application of their skills. Thanks to the territory's unique characteristic, natural law, the once insurmountable obstacle of skill proficiency, or skill level, has been rendered almost non-existent. With ample practice, skills can be upgraded swiftly, negating the need for laborious contemplation. It is essential to recognize that not everyone possesses exceptional insight. Previously, during their time in the academy, each skill required relentless practice in hopes of achieving sudden enlightenment. Yet, within Wu Wei's territory, such enlightenment merely exists in a different form. Regarding skills related to the natural laws, the prevailing philosophy in Wu Wei's domain is that diligence can compensate for deficiencies. As long as one employs skills associated with the natural laws, the experience points granted by natural law will be abundant. The notion of bottlenecks is entirely absent. It is noteworthy that the Lord can even expend void crystals to facilitate the leveling up of his subjects or heroes, thereby enhancing their combat capabilities. Naturally, most lords typically consider skill upgrades only when their combat power reaches a plateau. In truth, there are no adverse effects. The primary concern is the exorbitant cost, which is often prohibitive, due to the limited spiritual energy within their bodies. Cultivators must ensure they are in a state of replenished energy when facing the daily onslaught of monsters. Consequently, they can only seize the opportunity to practice their skills during certain early monster attacks. hastily honing their abilities after dispatching the creatures to prepare for the next day's inevitable assault. Moreover, due to the varied roles of different cultivators on the battlefield, such as those of the wood, earth, and water elements, opportunities to refine their offensive techniques are scarce. When such opportunities arise, they must seize the moment to unleash the pent-up frustrations within them. Why should the lightning cultivators crackle and the fire cultivators explode while the rest do not wield equally lethal spells? Thorns pierce the soles, vines ensnare the thumbs. Water arrows strike the forehead. First, they incinerate with fire, then follow with water, and ultimately, an artifact cultivator dismantles the stone golem's legs. Once the stone giant collapses, they effortlessly dispatch it. Wu Wei observes these youthful cultivators, engaged in a playful yet earnest battle, and says nothing, simply smiling as he watches these students, who once toiled under immense pressure, now revel in their newfound freedom. Not every human race in the myriad worlds is blessed with such fortuitous circumstances, possessing the formidable protection of a mighty lineage. They also have access to the celestial pathways leading to divinity, while not entirely devoid of obstacles. These roads are hardly narrow or arduous. Many human factions find themselves in tumultuous strife, either rising against the odds or succumbing to despair. Wu Wei harbors a hope that the practitioners in his territory can endure their original realm until he is able to venture into other worlds. He wishes to explore that realm, not necessarily in pursuit of abundant resources, but merely to assist his kin. After an extended period of fierce conflict, all the stone and iron beings have been reduced to mere remnants. The diamond entity, riddled with wounds, ultimately succumbed to a tungsten alloy projectile that shattered its core, collapsing with a resounding crash. What a pity! Although diamonds may lack intrinsic value, such a substantial mass could fetch a handsome sum if sold as a precious stone. Song Yingming observed Wu Wei's expression of regret, momentarily at a loss for words. Her lord has an uncanny ability to oscillate between solemnity and mirth. Yet, she finds herself quite fond of this trait, having witnessed too much deceit and intrigue in her previous life. She finds a certain charm in Wu Wei's unabashed display of emotions. Given the chance to live anew, Song Yingming is determined not to repeat the facades of her past existence. The burden of donning countless masks is utterly exhausting. She relishes her current life, free from the paranoia of assassination, the balancing of power dynamics, or the suppression of ambitious ministers and the elevation of generals. Her duties now involve managing minor affairs and overseeing the defense towers, striving to be a competent and diligent maidservant. However, it seems her lord has mentioned that a maidservant should also provide warmth at night, causing Song Yingming to blush as her imagination wanders. In her previous life as a regent princess, no one was deemed worthy to marry her, nor did she wish to entertain the idea of consorts. With the realm of Datsong teetering on the brink, how could she indulge in romantic entanglements? Lacking experience in matters of the heart, her thoughts drifted from Wu Wei's mention of diamonds to the notion of warming his bed in the future. Once a woman begins to fantasize, logic becomes as elusive as S.C. Chardinger's cat. Its existence is contingent upon a mere thought. Meanwhile, Wu Wei remains blissfully unaware of the musings swirling in Song Yingming's mind. He is preoccupied with discussing the strategy for the final day of the monster assault, only to catch sight of the princess with her cheeks flushed, lost in a reverie. Approaching her, he gently placed a hand on her shoulder and noticed her transformation from embarrassment to a facade of seriousness as she turned to face him. What was that about? Daydreaming in broad daylight. Why is your face so red? Wu Wei whispered playfully into her ear. At this, the princess could no longer maintain her composure. The pale hue of her cheeks quickly deepened to a vibrant crimson, even more pronounced than before. What are you talking about? You are the one daydreaming. Song Yingming retorted, casting cautious glances around to ensure they were alone. To Wu Wei, her demeanor resembled that of a haughty, limited-edition princess. Without confronting her directly, he smiled warmly and conveyed the forthcoming arrangements. Wu Wei found himself yearning for the sun and the moon, never having considered how profoundly significant the distinction between day and night truly was. The dim, ambiguous light of their surroundings undeniably affected one's mood, rendering it less than pleasant. Upon entering the small cabin, all the heroes of the territory gathered in the conference room designated by Wu Wei. As he indulged in a bamboo snack, he engaged in discussions about the strategy to confront the impending monster assault scheduled for the following day. Such meetings were customary whenever the day approached a multiple of 5, primarily aimed at determining the current defensive limits of their domain, as well as devising countermeasures against various types of monsters. Moreover, the hidden trump cards of the territory were also to be deliberated. Chapter 59, Tentacles. Despite the territory's formidable conventional combat strength, it lacked any significant trump cards. Such advantages were typically accrued over an extended period. Essentially, only Sophia possessed the explosive talent of the moon avatar. Previously, Wu Wei and the others had specifically tasked Sophia with testing the potency of this skill. To put it succinctly, during the half hour she transformed into the Moon Maiden, she could effortlessly annihilate any enemy, whether they were leaders or lords. The only difference lay in the swiftness of their demise. However, the cooldown time for Sophia's moon avatar ability was excessively long, requiring a full 24 hours. After a single attempt, Wu Wei decided it prudent to reserve this decisive skill for critical moments. Such an ability should either remain dormant or, once unleashed, determine the outcome of the battle. For instance, had the diamond creature appeared with any kind of regenerative enhancement, Sophia would have been compelled to intervene. There was not much to discuss. The heroes had simply grown accustomed to gathering before the onset of a great battle to review recent developments. Yu Fei remarked that the spirit of the Beiwei army still required a final push. The recent intensity of monster attacks had not been sufficient to inflict substantial harm or provoke the army, causing the embryonic spirit of the army to stall at the threshold of realization. He believed that if the monster assault on the 20th day proved sufficiently intense, there was a considerable chance to break through the final barrier. It all depended on whether the void would show them favor. On the other hand, the team of cultivators led by Tsang Ingmeng lacked a military-style organization. Nonetheless, their dedication to training was commendable, with most reaching the latter stages of chi refinement. Foundation establishment was imminent. Once they established their foundations, the cultivators would be able to receive new inheritances, significantly enhancing their combat capabilities. Finally, a review of the territory's total resources revealed that, aside from the difficulty in directly upgrading the substantial number of 2,000 troops, everything else was sufficient to reach level 7. Wu Wei acted decisively, opting to upgrade the territory first, followed by the heroes and defensive towers. After the meeting, he planned to unwind in the hot springs, allowing himself to relax before the final day of the monster assault. In his private spring, Sophia was meticulously providing him with a massage. On the other side of the spring pool, there floated Song Yingming, her head barely above the water's surface. Wu Wei, in a state of comfortable relaxation, sighed with a hint of concern, remarking, "Sophia, your skills are becoming increasingly refined. I truly worry about you. Let's not have a maid specialization emerge from a level 10 awakening." Upon hearing Wu Wei's words, Sophia shook her head vigorously, asserting, "Fear not, master, for I am diligently honing my combat abilities. I shall certainly not awaken as a maid." Wu Wei spoke in jest. Though it was uncertain who would truly be the main force in the battle tomorrow, it might indeed be this young lady. Although Sophia appeared as an innocent and carefree elven maid by his side, once on the battlefield, her centuries of combat experience and memories from her previous life would enable her to unleash her prowess akin to that of a seasoned elven mage. "Ingming, would you care to join us for a bath? Sophia's massage technique is exceptional," Wu Wei suggested with a mischievous glint. Noting how Tsang Ingmeng had positioned herself at the opposite end of the pool, Sophia genuinely wished for her sister Ingmeng to experience her skills. As Wu Wei always praised her technique after each massage, Wu Wei found it curious that Tsang Ingmeng, who usually bathed alone at the Spring of Maidens, had suddenly joined him today. Seeing the two beckoning her, Tsang Ingmeng hesitated momentarily before approaching. As she drew closer, she gradually integrated into their company, even engaging in mutual massages with the other two women. One praised the other's stature, while the other, with a proud smile, replied, "Indeed, he has said the same." Wu Wei savored the exquisite scene of beautiful women frolicking in the water. The following day, Wu Wei began his vigil for the monster assault from midnight. Yet, by the afternoon, there was still no sign of movement. The radar revealed nothing. It had previously failed to detect the incorporeal monsters. However, heroes within the territory possessed a subconscious reaction to impending monster attacks, whether due to high physical or mental attributes, enabling them to sense danger ahead of time. Yet now, there was naught but silence. Outside the territory, all was eerily quiet, and within, the inhabitants were equally subdued, awaiting the final confrontation. Only Debo clung to Wu Wei's pant leg, whimpering softly as he climbed up onto Wu Wei's torso, using his barbed tongue to give him a few playful licks before being unceremoniously lifted down by the scruff of his neck. "Do you not realize your tongue is barbed? I would consider myself fortunate to escape with only a couple of bites taken." In this atmosphere of hushed anticipation, only Debo maintained a carefree demeanor. As the clock struck 4 in the afternoon, the monster attack still had yet to arrive. It was the final day, after all, whether they could withstand the onslaught or not. An earlier confrontation would bring closure. The prolonged suspense was akin to a form of torture. As the clock approached 6 in the evening, Wu Wei pondered whether to finish his meal when Tsang Ingmeng suddenly gestured. An ominous, twisted aura permeated the air from all directions. Although Her Highness the Princess may not possess formidable combat prowess, her heightened spiritual sensitivity firmly places her at the forefront of perception within the realm. Meanwhile, Sophia appeared to sense something as well, exclaiming, "The malevolent energy fluctuations are remarkably potent." Wu Wei glanced at the small screen of the radar, which, as expected, revealed nothing. Be it incorporeal entities or those capable of evading electromagnetic detection, such anomalies posed no significant obstacle. Given that their spiritual hero had detected the presence of an enemy, it was evident that the monsters had indeed emerged. It was unsurprising that their limited reconnaissance capabilities could not pinpoint the enemy's location. Upon receiving news of the impending assault, the warriors, who had been in a state of readiness, swiftly entered a heightened alert. As time elapsed, The two women reported that the sinister aura drew closer and intensified, with the distorted waves becoming increasingly pronounced. Yet, despite their efforts, the enemy remained elusive. Song Ingming's high-quality and potent reconnaissance skills necessitated visibility to be effective. Without sighting the foe, more individuals began to sense the encroaching threat. Tension enveloped the territory, leaving only the sound of the defensive towers in operation. Then, the sound of fabric tearing heralded the emergence of a tentacle, drawing everyone's attention. In Chapter 60, Rebirth, a common resident found a dark tentacle erupting from their chest. The clarity in their eyes had vanished, and the trembling garments, along with the minuscule tentacles upon their exposed skin, signified they had been either parasitized or corrupted by the monster. Ingming, incinerate it with the fire tower, turn it to ash. Following this, others followed suit, attacking and then reviving. In contrast to the others, who were often taken aback by various peculiarities, Wu Wei reacted with remarkable swiftness. Directly incinerating was the most effective method to sever the pathways of parasitism or corruption. After the first resident was reduced to ashes, a second and third soon followed. Beset by the malevolent psychic waves capable of corruption, those with lower mental and physical fortitude were particularly vulnerable. Sophia, in haste, cast several mental defense spells upon Wu Wei, fearing he too might succumb. It was crucial to note that even if they all perished, the presence of the Hall of Heroic Souls meant that as long as there were energy crystals, reviving the entire territory would merely be a matter of time. However, should Wu Wei fall victim to corruption, the entirety of his domain would be drawn into the boundless void alongside him. Perhaps, on some occasion, the monster's assault would be composed of those very souls. Yet, Wu Wei himself felt no such sensation. Was it a mental attack? He felt nothing at all. The area was swept by wide-ranging attacks, uncovering the insidious entities lurking nearby as the various defensive towers of the territory unleashed their firepower. The lands beyond the territory began to endure torment. In one area, flames scorched the earth. In another, blizzards enveloped it. And yet another was bombarded by a relentless rain of artillery shells. Amidst the thunderous roars of countless defensive towers, the encroachment within the territory showed no signs of abating. However, it was inconceivable for Wu Wei to allow himself to flee while the enemy remained uncertain of their own position. Just when the crowd began to doubt the efficacy of their widespread coverage strategy, a location previously ravaged by artillery fire was struck once more by the light tower. This was a deliberate act by Sophia, as a significant number of entities within the ethereal realm were immune to physical damage. Thus, another round of magical assault was necessary to ensure the accuracy of their reconnaissance. A beam of holy light finally revealed the form of the creature on the 20th day. How detestable is the aura of holy light. This sentiment echoed in the ears of everyone present, though no one could comprehend the words, yet all understood their implication. A creature resembling a jellyfish, with tentacles thicker than its head, manifested before them. The creature was relatively small, measuring only about 3 meters in length. Just as the inhabitants of the territory contemplated their next move, most found their limbs beyond their control. Only the two heroes, primarily attuned to mental attributes, could barely manage to move parts of their bodies. In contrast to their mental fortitude, the uniquely endowed Yu Fei and his elite troops, the Beihai army, remained steadfast. Meanwhile, Da Bao, the iron-eating beast, was engrossed in nibbling on bamboo shoots while scrutinizing the creature, pondering its appalling appearance. Song Ingming struggled to share the information she had gathered with Wu Wei, urging him to make a decision, to fight or to flee, and if to fight, how to proceed. Remnant of the Abyssal God. Race, aberrant creature. Level, 19 physique, 120 spirit, 980 skills. Phasing, as a remnant of an Abyssal God. Even in its resurrected form, it possesses complete immunity to physical damage. Corruption utilizes its mental waves to erode a wide range of enemies or condenses them into a mental beam to specifically erode powerful adversaries. The greater the disparity in mental strength, the higher the success rate of corruption. If successful, they will become your vassals. Mental suppression employs its own mental power to suppress all enemies within range. The greater the disparity in mental strength, the stronger the suppression effect. Description: the remnants of a tentacle severed from an abyssal god, having fallen into the boundless void, were destined to become mere ashes. However, due to various fortuitous circumstances, they resurrected as an aberrant creature. Though it was exceptionally weak upon resurrection, if it could continuously absorb nutrients within the infinite void, it might well become the next abyssal god. Wu Wei was utterly at a loss for words. What a formidable identity it possessed. An abyssal god. Even if it were merely a severed tentacles remnant, it still constituted a part of an abyssal god. Here he was, a mere fledgling lord of the human race. Were it not for the presence of his own allies who were somewhat resistant to negative effects, it was likely that only 2 individuals in the territory would be able to move a finger. Wu Wei had initially hoped that Yu Fei, the Beihai army, and Da Bao could conjure a miracle. However, they were predominantly reliant on physical prowess, leaving them utterly powerless against this resurrected entity. There were methods available, albeit limited. Initially, They completely disregarded the resurrected body of the formidable General Dabao, who was joyfully assimilating the inhabitants of the territory. With each successful assimilation, its strength incrementally increased. The entity found the process of subduing these resistant beings exasperatingly slow. Thus, it decided to address the weaker foes first, intending to grow stronger before confronting these physical brutes. Then, in a sudden twist, Yufei unleashed a devastating Shura slash from an unexpected angle. Although the resurrected entity managed to conjure a mental shield to absorb part of the damage, it still sustained injuries from the magical aspect of the attack. Sensing the precariousness of its situation, the entity ceased its leisurely torment of its prey. It resolved to locate the Lord among them. Once it assimilated the Lord, the rest would become mere sustenance. As a remnant of a body severed by the Lord, it had lost much of its memories. Yet, the memories related to the Lord remained intact, engraved within its genetic material. Its gaze fell upon Wu Wei, who was shielded by several protective barriers. With a gesture akin to a fly rubbing its hands, it coalesced its mental energy into a probing tendril aimed at Wu Wei, driven by a hunger for exquisite cuisine and a profound hatred for the Lord. Then, with a resounding pop, the head of the resurrected entity exploded. Despite its remarkable vitality, which allowed it to survive such an explosion, its mental faculties were severely compromised, rendering it incapable of maintaining its assimilation and suppression. At the moment Sophia regained her freedom, she immediately invoked the avatar of the moon, the fury of the moonlight. The territory, previously shrouded in darkness, was suddenly illuminated by a radiant moon. The silvery light cascaded upon the earth, exuding an aura of sanctity and beauty. Countless lunar discs erupted from Sophia's hands, mercilessly shredding the defenseless resurrected entity into fragments. Similarly, the revived Song Ingming commanded the defensive towers of the territory, unleashing a relentless barrage of ice, lightning, cannon fire, and flames upon the entity, leaving no room for survival. Day 20, assault concluded. Reward settlement. In the blink of an eye, Wu Wei witnessed the entire cycle of the resurrected entity's existence, from life to an irreversible death. Although his reflexes, hindered by his attributes, lagged behind those of his heroes, he had a rough understanding of the situation that had just unfolded. However, in the next moment, as the entity lay grievously wounded and near death, only one conclusion could be drawn. How did it possess such capabilities without a sound? Wu Wei cast a surprised glance at the chaotic pointer in his mind. He had nearly contemplated relinquishing his aspirations, dismissing the rewards of this novice trial as inconsequential. After all, as long as the Green Mountains remained, there would be no fear of lack of firewood. Of course, this sentiment was contingent upon Wu Wei's ignorance regarding the nature of his rewards. Primarily, the magical combat power of the territory, including all defensive towers, had been suppressed by the resurrected entity. In addition to possessing 1,001 individuals with negative resistance and a young iron-eating beast, had it not been for the mental defensive spells that Sophia had bestowed upon herself, which had yet to dissipate, and the fact that Wu Wei felt no unusual sensations within himself, he would have fled at once. Subsequently, the breach of Sophia's magic coincided almost perfectly with the decapitation of the resurrected entity. Within a mere second, the resurrected being underwent a transformation from life to ash. It was only when the ground was left with nothing but the treasure chest of the resurrected entity that the onlookers finally believed it to be truly vanquished. Wu Wei retrieved the settlement rewards for the 20th day from the panel. End of the 20th day offensive. Settlement rewards. 20th day offensive enemy. 1 level 20 remains of the evil god resurrected entity. Defense outcome. Overcoming the strong with the weak. A battle of considerable difficulty. Result rating. Excellent. Basic rewards. 10 source energy crystals, 10 void crystals. Additional rewards. 10 source energy crystals, 10 void crystals, an orange quality territorial building, mental explosion tower. Golden quality equipment, whisper, golden quality skill, mental suppression. Settlement complete. Reward materials have been allocated to the Lord's space. The rewards, though unadorned, were nevertheless substantial. Wu Wei, who previously harbored grievances against the void, changed his demeanor in an instant upon seeing the rewards. One alone equaled 200,000 void crystals. What a boon. The golden quality equipment and skills, along with the highest quality building blueprint ever seen in the territory, were truly momentous. The orange blueprint must be upgraded to gold. The harvest was indeed bountiful. This golden equipment would be given to Yufei. Wu Wei gazed at the weapon resembling a long sword and decisively assigned it its destined owner. As for the skill, he thought it best suited for Ingming, who was also in need. Just as Wu Wei was allocating his gains, he was unexpectedly tackled by Song Ingming, who collided with him wholeheartedly. The not particularly large yet remarkably firm object pressed against Wu Wei's head, and he felt as though he had plunged into an abyss devoid of light. Ultimately, Song Ingming adjusted her posture, bringing both her and Wu Wei to a halt. Should they collide with the territory as structures, given her 210 physique attribute, she likely would be unscathed. However, Wu Wei, who had narrowly escaped death at the hands of the resurrected entity, could only ponder whether he might meet his end at hers instead. The sensation of being utterly defenseless was truly disheartening. He understood well that Song Ying-meng was concerned for him, reluctantly peeking out from the canyon and taking a deep breath of the fragrant air. Wu Wei feigned composure and remarked, "I am fine, no need to worry. Why such a flurry? What can a mere remnant of the evil god do to me?" Song Ying-meng, observing Wu Wei's stubborn bravado, couldn't help but chuckle softly. She refrained from questioning why he had deviated from the agreed-upon plan, recognizing that all was well and that there was no need to dampen the mood. Meanwhile, Sophia, arriving fashionably late, clung to Wu Wei like an octopus, still shaken from the earlier fright. The mental suppression exerted by the rebirth entity, coupled with the oppressive presence of the malevolent deity's remnants, rendered her capable of only the most minute bodily movements. Notably, she and Song Ying-meng were perceived as the two most formidable spirits within the rebirth entity's awareness. Consequently, under such duress, she found herself utterly incapable of harnessing the energy within her being. Whether it was magic or the moon avatar, both necessitated the manipulation of internal energy for their invocation. In that moment, Sophia harbored an intense loathing for her failure to activate her moon avatar. As she sensed the defensive magic she had bestowed upon Wu Wei shatter, a wave of anxiety and dread engulfed her mind. Once the suppression dissipated, the moon avatar sprang to life as if a long-dormant computer key had suddenly regained functionality. Sophia's trepidation and fear transmuted entirely into fury directed at the monstrous entity before her. The boundless radiance of the moonlight became her means of unleashing that anger. Fortunately, the calamity she dreaded did not come to pass. Wu Wei, initially struck by a charging blow, then ensnared by an octopus-like grip, found himself overwhelmed and gestured to Sophia to descend from her ethereal state. Wu Wei's firm admonition to stay clear abruptly altered her trajectory. Dabao, realizing he had once again engaged in folly, obediently refrained from encroaching further. The 3-meter-long young iron-eating beast altered its course mid-air and landed with a thud beside them. While Dabao surely tempered his descent, the sight of a panda of such considerable length lunging toward him was not to be underestimated. Dabao, venture to the little Sumeru realm and retrieve that monster's treasure chest. Let us see what wondrous artifacts lie within, Wu Wei implored, exasperated yet sympathetic toward the little creature. It was worth noting that the treasures within such high-quality monster chests could very well surpass the rewards from the void. With their low mental attributes, they struggled to withstand the rebirth entity's corruption. Meanwhile, 2 battalions of territorial troops, the cultivators, suffered dozens of casualties to the corruption, whereas the Beiwai army, due to their negative resistances, saw only a handful succumb. Chapter 62. Inventory, the value of heritage. Thankfully, the losses were not excessively severe. Before opening the treasure chest, Wu Wei lined up all the subjects in the resurrection queue at the Hall of Souls. These individuals would be revived in a matter of days. As for the expenditure of energy crystals, it posed no concern for him, having recently acquired a substantial fortune. The structures within the territory remained intact, as the rebirth entity's corruption primarily targeted the living, showing little interest in inanimate defenses. While Dabao busied himself with the treasure, Wu Wei extracted the items for reward distribution from the Lord's space. The first of these was a golden quality weapon named Whisper. Whisper. Type: Heroic equipment quality. Golden legendary level. 20 attribute 1. Constitution 100. Spirit 120 attribute 2. Weapon inflicts an additional 30 corruption damage attribute 3. Active skill, Whispers, attribute 4. Upon equipping this weapon, the bearer will be incessantly tormented by the whispers of the malevolent deity. If the wielder succumbs to mental corruption, they will automatically sever ties with their territory and become a minion of the dark god. Description: a longsword steeped in the whispers of the malevolent deity. It is ill-advised for lords outside the domain of the dark gods to wield it, for only the dark gods possess the wisdom to confront their own kind. Initially intended as a sidearm for Yu Fei, a closer inspection reveals it is best discarded in the marketplace. Level is a trivial concern. The adverse effects of this weapon are far too daunting to endure. I hope to exchange it for a martial arts weapon. Even one of orange quality would surpass this. Wu Wei certainly does not wish to see his general become an acolyte of the dark god. The weapon may be unsatisfactory, yet the golden skill is remarkably commendable. Mental suppression. Quality. Golden legendary function. Utilizes one's own mental power to suppress all enemies within a specified radius. The greater the disparity in mental strength, the more formidable the suppression. It offers various applications, such as broad area weak suppression or pinpoint strong suppression, and can also be combined in both forms. Description: a formidable suppression skill. Its effects are amplified when paired with other pressure or intimidation skills. The results are undoubtedly impressive. The targets are rendered immobile. Wu Wei remarked, somewhat exasperated. Upon saying this, he handed the skill book to Song Ying-meng. At this moment, Wu Wei fervently yearned for a golden quality library. However, in its absence, enhancing the combat strength of his territory by entrusting it to Song Ying-meng takes precedence. He believes that opportunities to acquire golden techniques or skill books will arise in the future. Use it when necessary. The little treasure, dragging a large chest, arrived at the square. True to its status as the final treasure chest, it was not only grand in size, but also adorned with intricate tentacle-like designs. Open it. The chubby little treasure, with a face full of resentment, used its pudgy paws to pry open the chest before it. It knew Wu Wei was teasing it. Yet what could the little bear do? The little bear still needed to eat bamboo. The little bear wanted to utter a curse, but dared not speak. As the light flashed and the chest disappeared, 3 items materialized on the ground: a token, a model of a territorial building, and an unidentifiable mass of flesh. Among them, the token resembled the Unlimited Territory Expansion Token, Beginner. Random Territory Expansion Token. Function: upon use, randomly expands territory by 1 to 10 square meters. Restrictions: none. In comparison to the previous Unlimited Territory Expansion Token, Beginner, this token possesses a higher upper limit, ensuring that even with luck akin to Wu Wei's, it guarantees a minimum increase of 10,000 square meters of territory. Moreover, this token does not necessitate personal use, meaning it can be traded. Wu Wei estimates that its market price will not be insignificant. However, he naturally has no intention of trading it. His territory is in dire need of space, as high-quality territorial buildings occupy far more area than those of lower quality. Thanks to his initial establishment of numerous lighthouses, the territory's foundational expanse was significantly enhanced. Otherwise, there would have been insufficient space for construction. Wu Wei directly entrusted this token to Dabao, allowing it to be utilized immediately. Given the current strength of the territory, safeguarding an area of several 100,000 square meters was not overly challenging. As the token transformed into shimmering motes under Dabao's claws, the territory's boundaries began to swiftly expand. Concurrently, the fog surrounding the territory receded steadily. Following a slight tremor, Wu Wei's territorial expansion reached completion. He gazed upon the vast expanse of territory around him, feeling a wave of satisfaction wash over him. As for the subsequent arrangement of functional buildings and defensive towers, that responsibility would naturally fall to a certain princess. In his past life, while indulging in the game's cities, skylines, Wu Wei mused that the absence of a rebellion feature was a blessing. Otherwise, he might have faced execution at the hands of his own citizens long ago. Regarding resurrection-type territorial constructions, Wu Wei noted that their attributes were somewhat inferior to his own Hall of Heroes. This was primarily due to the consumption of energy crystals and the time required for resurrection, which left much to be desired. This presented quite a dilemma for Wu Wei. However, the orange-quality resurrection building, if sold, could likely afford him several purple-quality resurrection buildings in return. Moreover, once a territorial building had been upgraded, it would become permanently bound and could not revert to its original model state. It could only be destroyed. Unlike normal territorial buildings, which could reset to restore their model state, this building's fate was sealed. After some contemplation, Wu Wei decided there was no urgency to address this matter. He would simply store the item in the warehouse for the time being, whether for market dealings or personal use. He would await confirmation that the purple-quality territorial buildings could be upgraded to gold before making any decisive actions. As for the final mass of flesh, a mere glance was sufficient for Wu Wei to discard it into the warehouse. He was certain it would fetch a good price if sold, though he remained puzzled as to why he was continually inundated with such items from these malevolent deities. It was rather vexing to receive an abundance of unusable items. Blood Flesh Evil God's Blood Mass. Item Type: Legacy Item Function: acquire the legacy sequence of a Blood Flesh type Evil God. Description: a legacy from a relatively weak Blood Flesh Evil God. Recommended solely for use by Evil God type lords, as only they possess the knowledge to confront their own kind. Wu Wei surmised that this item must hold considerable value, given that it represented the legacy of an evil god rather than a secondary or tertiary legacy of a mere minion. Even within the peculiar niche of evil gods, its worth should not be underestimated. One must recognize that on the market, although martial or cultivation-type legacy items are the most common, the returns from such a legacy could surpass the typical gains from his usual 10 cents. Chapter 63. The Hidden Treasure. Wu Wei placed the evil god's legacy item in a corner of the small Sumeru realm, and then he and his companions awaited the conclusion of the 20th day. It is vital to note that the novice trial in the Boundless Void is strictly 20 days long. The only requirement for the novice trial is to survive until the 20th day. During this period, even if no monsters are slain, it matters not, as long as one possesses the requisite capability. If a lord has endured the final assault of monsters, but finds himself grievously wounded, the only question that remains is whether his life or the stroke of midnight will prevail. As the crowd anxiously awaits the arrival of the hour, they engage in discussions about the possibilities that lie ahead. Meanwhile, Wu Wei is consumed by thoughts of the legendary rewards, the Void Treasure Land. This fabled location was once recounted by their teacher in class as an amusing anecdote. It is said that if a lord achieves a golden rating during the novice trial, they are granted the opportunity to enter the Void Treasure Land and select treasures of their desire. This realm is rumored to contain nearly all known treasures, including talents, bloodlines, and legacies. High-quality heroes, troop types, and territorial buildings await. Even the quality of the Lord's heart can be enhanced with treasures found within this mystical domain. Countless rare and precious items lie in wait for the Lords fortunate enough to gain entry. Moreover, The treasures displayed in the Void Treasure Land are directly correlated to the points earned during the raiding process. The more points one accumulates, the more exquisite and valuable the treasures available for selection. After successfully enduring 20 days, the development of the territory and the foes vanquished serve as the primary criteria for assessment. Having chosen to construct a lighthouse, the calculations will be duly weighted. With 4 golden quality heroes, 2 types of golden quality troops, and numerous orange quality territorial buildings, the comprehensive evaluation yields Golden Legend. Reward points, 223 golden reward points. Please select a reward method, random treasure selection. As the clock strikes midnight, Wu Wei feels his consciousness rapidly ascending from the dimly lit territory. The vast land seamlessly merges into his very being. Around him, the radiant starry river and countless worlds flicker like fleeting dreams. Ultimately, Wu Wei senses himself enveloped in a soft, ethereal bubble, coming to a halt in an indeterminate location. I choose to enter the treasure land for selection. There is no doubt in his mind. The ability to choose the most suitable treasures is a privilege reserved for those of golden rating. Only a fool would opt for randomness. The treasure land selection, utilizing 223 golden reward points, transports him to the 22nd floor. The emotionless voice of the void echoes with its androgynous tone. Upon completion of his selection, Wu Wei feels the bubble that encases him begin to move. He is oblivious to the speed of his transit. Even the passage of time feels suspended. It is as if only a second has passed. Yet it feels like a century has slipped away. With a soft pop, the bubble surrounding Wu Wei shatters, and he finds himself in a vast cavern. The walls of the cave are adorned with a myriad of incomprehensible patterns. Among them, one particular set of designs, though unrecognizable, communicates its meaning with clarity. The 22nd floor. Such is the nature of advanced script. Recognition is unnecessary. Understanding is paramount. Above him, in the cavern's expansive void, a plethora of treasures floats gracefully. From a single golden reward point, one can acquire a randomly generated golden weapon. For 10 golden reward points, one may obtain a hero recruitment order that guarantees the summoning of a hero of golden quality. At the cost of 10 golden reward points, a random golden barracks model is available. There are territory building models that vary from a few to several dozen golden quality points. There are even territory advancement tokens that can enhance the level of territorial characteristics. Even these treasures, worth only single or double-digit golden reward points, left Wu Wei's eyes nearly dazzled. The treasures available for 3-digit points are even more formidable. Random Innate Divine Treasure, 100 golden reward points. Small Plane Core, 100 golden reward points. Random Main Artifact, 100 golden reward points. Random Martial Arts Legacy, with a limit of Martial God Realm, 100 golden reward points. Random Taoist Legacy, with a limit of Golden Immortal Realm, 100 golden reward points. These exceptional random treasures are uniformly priced at 100 golden reward points each. However, Wu Wei wisely chose to forego them. Although random items may be inexpensive, such affordability signifies a lack of quality for those who are less fortunate. Wu Wei was acutely aware of his own luck. Randomness could not be relied upon. After all, the treasure trove had no time restrictions. He could search at his leisure. He had sensed beforehand that he might gain access to this treasure trove. Thus, prior to the 20th day, he engaged in thorough discussions with several heroes of his territory regarding the treasures that were most urgently needed. Naturally, the primary focus of these discussions was on Yu Fei and Song Yingming. Many potential outcomes emerged from their deliberations. But the highest priority treasure was unequivocally singular, a treasure that could enhance the experience levels of the troops and heroes within the territory without the need for void crystals. It was acceptable even if it could not elevate the heroes' levels. However, as the level of the territory increased, the types and numbers of troops would expand significantly. Given the bonuses from his territorial characteristics, it could be confidently asserted that they would all be golden tier troops. Upgrading solely with void crystals would require hundreds of millions, if not more. Of course, this issue was not unique to him as a lord. Most lords faced obstacles in upgrading due to the experience levels of their territorial troops. Upgrading was prohibitively expensive. Conversely, neglecting to upgrade would result in a significant disparity between troop levels and territory levels, rendering them vulnerable to being overwhelmed on the battlefield, potentially leading to their downfall during descents. Most ordinary lords could only persistently grind away, repeatedly descending to the void in search of resources for their ascension. Yet, transcending the realm of the overwhelming majority of ordinary lords, a considerable number possessed treasures capable of enhancing troop experience. Moreover, these treasures came in diverse forms, some offering fixed increases, others percentage-based enhancements, each with varying restrictions. Yet, they shared one commonality: they were exorbitantly priced. So exorbitant that no lord could resist the temptation of effortlessly growing stronger. The allure of accruing experience meant that they were compelled to pour their hard-earned, even life-risking, void crystals into the abyss of troop leveling. Such behavior is nothing short of madness, particularly for agrarian lords, who, in contrast to their warlike counterparts, are inherently unsuited for combat due to the nature of their domains. Nevertheless, their troops also require enhancement, Many agrarian lords have spent centuries amassing wealth for the acquisition of such treasures. In Chapter 64, titled Phenomenon, One Hand Covers the Sky, Wu Wei, after an extensive search, finally discovers an artifact perfectly suited for his territory. Upon retrieving it, he embarks on a quest for other necessary treasures. After a prolonged period, he exhausts his 223 points of golden reward. After careful deliberation, he selects the following items: innate spiritual treasure, Tao Enlightenment Stone, costing 165 golden reward points. Qingsheng Cave Heaven, costing 16 golden reward points. Golden Quality Territorial Building, Hanhai Classic Pavilion, costing 10 golden reward points. Golden Quality Techniques, Heavenly Soldier Battle Cannon, Heavenly General Battle Cannon, totaling 20 golden reward points. 2 instruments, 10,000 Pull Array, costing 12 golden reward points. The moment Wu Wei depletes his reward points, a bubble envelopes him completely, rendering any call for transport unnecessary. The treasure trove directly transports him. Having traversed countless worlds, what would typically unleash a cataclysmic phenomenon, Wu Wei finds himself peacefully seated upon his bedroom bed. The immense gains from the treasure trove elicit an uncontrollable joy upon his countenance. Conversely, the two supreme beings suppressing the phenomenon he has inadvertently caused are not nearly as pleased. Just how much has this fellow extracted from the treasure trove to provoke such an enormous manifestation? It seems the portly figure of the past had once drawn even more, creating a phenomenon that the martial sovereign could barely contain. The subsequent assassination attempts. Well, it seems luck was on his side to survive those. Oh, the valiant do not boast of their past glories. If I could access that treasure trove now, I would surely empty it. Such places are criminal not to exploit for treasures, and being pursued is hardly an obstacle. If I cannot overpower them, I can certainly outrun them. I've heard this lad is a reincarnate from the ancient Earth era. Perhaps his previous existence predates our own. However, the specifics elude me. I shall investigate personally shortly. In the void, the impending phenomenon that was to erupt near Earth is firmly suppressed by the two supreme beings, resulting in utter silence. A cool, aloof youth and a rotund middle-aged man converse leisurely, akin to patrons in a tea house. Each restrains the phenomenon with a single hand, while the surrounding star realms remain as unremarkable as ever. One hand covers the sky. There is no greater testament to the lessons learned through the sacrifices of countless predecessors. Meanwhile, a knock resounds at Wu Wei's bedroom door. The Lord descends into the boundless void, regardless of the time spent in the process. Son, how goes the situation? The knocker is none other than Wu Wei's father, Wu Jiang, who waits at the threshold of his son's room in the final moments. As Wu Wei opens the door, excitement radiates from his face. Wu Jiang meticulously examined Wu Wei from head to toe, and upon confirming that everything was in order, the anxiety that had weighed on his heart finally dissipated. He spoke, "It's good to hear that you're fine. What about your performance in the trial? Your father hasn't asked." Beside him, Wu Wei, who was brimming with excitement, found himself momentarily bewildered by his father's words. However, upon reflection, it made sense. A student who had awakened a white-quality lord's heart would most likely become one among the multitude of ordinary lords. It was anticipated that enduring the 20-day novice trial for 5 or 8 days would be quite commendable. Yet, Wu Wei was determined not to allow his father to maintain the impression that he was aimlessly neglecting his studies. Previously, it was almost impossible for him to surpass his father, but after the substantial gains from the novice trial, Wu Wei estimated that it would not be long before he surpassed him in strength. Wu Jiang was prepared to drag his son along to vent his pent-up frustrations. But to his surprise, when he tugged at Wu Wei, the latter remained still, looking at him with palpable excitement. At that moment, it dawned on Wu Jiang, and with a hint of disbelief in his voice, he inquired, "You completed the novice trial in 20 days? "Indeed," Wu Wei replied. "It was thanks to my random talent. I recall your luck being rather poor. So did you stumble upon good fortune after arriving in the boundless void?" Wu Wei looked at his father with a furrowed brow and replied with mild irritation, "I completed it. The upgraded defense towers performed admirably. I faced those monsters with minimal pressure." Naturally, Wu Wei could not divulge the truth to his father, as there were too many points that he could not clarify. He could only attribute everything to the random trait, universal renewal. After all, anything was possible. To Wu Wei's surprise, the ecstatic reaction he had envisioned from his father did not materialize. Instead, Wu Jiang's expression was one of confusion, though he seemed to understand the underlying reasons. He had previously agreed with Wu Jiang that if the quality of the awakened lord's heart was low, he would fully rely on his father. Merging his territory with his father's was a common practice among their family lineage. After all, Wu Wei's grandparents had thrived by doing so. With Wu Jiang's resources, those who should have long since passed had continued to flourish and enjoy life. To put Wu Jiang's mind at ease, Wu Wei had done his homework in advance. The current situation was precisely as he had anticipated. "Your lord's heart has leveled up? A reward from the void?" Wu Wei nodded, a smile gracing his face. The distinction between white and green was the boundary agreed upon with his father. It was also a line he had set for himself. Green signified a venture he was determined to undertake, and he would address any obstacles as they arose. As for the dignity of a traveler, Wu Wei simply wished to convey that he would not grant those individuals any advantages. He questioned their sense of dignity. Although his green quality did possess a minuscule distinction from the ordinary variety, Wu Jiang, observing his son's confident demeanor, did not hesitate. If you wish to venture forth, then I, as your father, shall not impede you. Wait here for a moment. I will fetch you some supplies. With that, Wu Jiang vanished from Wu Wei's sight, leaving behind a spatial anchor at the spot he once occupied. When the Lord is on Earth, it is still possible for him to enter his own domain. At such times, a spatial anchor is established to tether the territory to its location on Earth, preventing the Lord and his realm from getting lost in the boundless void. Chapter 65, The Novice Trio. Wu Wei was in no rush to enter his territory. He strolled over to the windowsill, drawing back the curtains to let the gentle sunlight bathe him. The comforting warmth prompted Wu Wei to stretch languidly. Upon reappearing in the living room, Wu Jiang observed Wu Wei's demeanor and, as the seasoned lord he was, could surmise quite a bit. What? Is there no sun or stars where you went? Indeed. The place for my novice trial was perpetually shrouded in gloom. I just wanted to bask in the sun after emerging, Wu Wei replied, retrieving his frequently used lounge chair from his lordly space, preparing to recline and catch a nap. Wu Jiang, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, you can sleep later. First, take a look at what I've brought you. As he spoke, he tossed a spatial ring to Wu Wei. Upon receiving it and opening it, Wu Wei discovered there was not much inside, just a list and 3 architectural models for his territory. The densely packed items on the list left Wu Wei feeling overwhelmed. After a cursory glance, he sensed something amiss. The list included everything from territorial buildings to plant spirit seeds. The sheer variety was astonishing. Wu Wei even doubted whether his father had inscribed the entirety of his wealth on it. Wu Jiang, hearing Wu Wei's thoughts, smacked the back of his head playfully. What are you thinking? Here's the list for you to choose from. And don't look down on your father. He possesses more than just these items. He continued. Take your time with the list, but first, let us open the trade hall and see the 3 architectural models. The Arena of All Races, the Celestial Trading Hall, and the Celestial Forum. Are these the novice trio? The artificial territorial structures of humanity. The 3 models before him are essential for any lord who has undergone the novice trial. These buildings have played a significant role in the burgeoning strength of human lords. Yes, just these 3. You don't even need to go to school to collect them. You can only select one, and it costs a mere 1,000 source energy crystals. We aren't lacking in resources. Explore your territory at your leisure. Regardless of the path you choose in the future, these 3 buildings lay the foundation. As he gazed up at the blazing sun, a smile spread across his face. The sunlight indeed elevated his spirits significantly. Upon returning to Earth, the time in his territory would align with the cyclical changes of Earth's day and night, eliminating the previous confusion of perpetual twilight. At that moment, Debeo came bounding over. This time, Wu Wei managed to catch him. Although in his juvenile form, Debeo had high physical attributes, his weight was comparatively light, making it easy for Wu Wei to hold him. After a few playful moments, Wu Wei then recounted his subsequent experiences to the surrounding heroes. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Wu Wei placed the 3 grand structures onto his territory. Among them, the Myriad Races Arena is a building frequently utilized by the warlords of the human race, primarily serving to connect the territories of every lord. This enables the heroes and troops within the territory to engage in combat without descending into the boundless void. The arena is primarily for combat, and although it does not constitute a battle to the death, it remains remarkably effective for enhancing combat prowess in a nearly realistic simulation. This is certainly far more beneficial than enduring tedious training within the barracks. As for this celestial trading post, it stands as a central edifice for many lords inclined towards agricultural or mercantile pursuits. Its purpose is precisely as its name suggests, a pure trading establishment, akin to the trading posts found in typical online games. The Celestial Forum serves as a platform for the exchange of information and communication among human lords. They can even engage in private transactions here, albeit with no guarantees of security. Nevertheless, the forum offers a lower transaction tax rate. In essence, it functions as a forum with trading capabilities. Such remarkable constructs explain the formidable strength of humanity in this realm. Song Yingming, upon hearing Wu Wei's introduction, could not help but express her admiration. These man-made structures are the result of the Supreme Being's tremendous power and years of refinement, effectively covering the vast majority of functionalities that lords require but cannot achieve on their own. Wu Wei shared a moment of appreciation for the might of the human supremes. As for the list provided by his father, he handed it to Song Yingming, inviting her to assess if there were any urgent needs for the territory. Since his father had instructed him to take it, Wu Wei felt no hesitation. After all, he was a rare transmigrator fortunate enough to have both parents alive while also supporting a younger sister. He felt it would be inappropriate not to accept the elder's generous offerings, as it might inadvertently cause Wu Jiang discomfort. However, he decided against acquiring any heroes or troop types. He also instructed Song Yingming to search among the white items for anything useful for the territory. Appearing quite relaxed and at ease. What route do you intend to pursue in the future? He inquired, specifying whether she planned to choose the path of war or agriculture. As for the scholar or merchant routes, Wu Jiang, knowing Wu Wei well, was certain he would not opt for those. The path of war, Wu Wei replied without hesitation. Considering the array of hungry troops and the orange defensive towers in his territory, agriculture was certainly not a suitable choice. Wu Jiang was not surprised by Wu Wei's decision. He produced 2 cards that he had prepared earlier and handed them to Wu Wei. Knowledge Capsule Purchase License. Basic information for the warpath. Guarantor. Wu Jiang user. Wu Wei relationship. Father and son license validity remaining. 29 days, 23 hours. One card was a purchase license, while the other was a resource card containing 10,000 source energy crystals. I know you didn't study diligently during your school days. I was too lazy to address it back then. However, since you are determined to tread the path of war, the journey ahead must be yours to navigate. Chapter 66. Knowledge Capsule. Wu Wei gazed at his father with astonishment, unable to comprehend the existence of such a thing. Throughout his years of schooling, he had never encountered anything like it. Wu Jiang, perceiving the thoughts churning in his son's mind, replied with irritation, "This is a tool for supplementing knowledge. School is intended to nurture your proper development. Educating and cultivating talent is of utmost importance. The meager offerings of the school pale in comparison to what is contained within the knowledge capsule. With your limited spiritual attributes, how much can you truly learn in school? However, this item is regulated by the clan and must remain undisclosed to you until you awaken, lest you neglect your studies entirely. Nevertheless, despite your lack of diligence, at least you have not strayed from the right path." Wu Jiang's comment about Wu Wei not having gone astray was indeed a candid observation, as Wu Wei had previously contemplated relying entirely on his father's influence. In the Age of Lords, even a mere 1,000 or 10,000 ordinary lords living off scraps posed a far greater threat than the former. Under normal circumstances, the use of extraordinary abilities is prohibited on Earth, as is the summoning of any life forms within one's territory. These rules are underscored by countless blood-soaked precedents. The moment he stepped into the trading hall, he was enveloped in a myriad of fog, which dissipated moments later to reveal a luminous screen before him. The options were clear: purchase, sell, rent, lease, barter. After selecting the purchase option, Wu Wei conducted a targeted search for knowledge capsule and subsequently chose the sole shop that offered it. As for the other functionalities, he decided to explore them at a later time. Once the fog swirled again, Wu Wei found himself within the shop. Before him stood a counter, behind which lay an endless array of capsule cabinets. "Hello, what type of capsule do you require?" inquired the attendant, a stunning woman clad in a black cheapao. The transaction was straightforward. Wu Wei handed over 2 cards to the attendant, who then produced a capsule and instructed him to consume it on the spot, citing confidentiality requirements. Wu Wei asked no further questions and promptly swallowed the capsule. He remained motionless for a moment, while the attendant, accustomed to such occurrences, waved her hand, causing the water from a cup to levitate into Wu Wei's mouth. Another impatient one. Does he not fear choking? As the liquid flowed in, Wu Wei gradually regained his senses, his mind brimming with a plethora of knowledge, making him feel as if he were the most brilliant individual in existence. Given his low spiritual attributes, he resolved not to swallow another knowledge capsule hastily in the future. In truth, the knowledge capsule was not particularly mystical. The memories it imparted were akin to books inscribed within his mind. However, merely grasping the knowledge did not equate to the ability to apply it flexibly. The foremost item was the innate spiritual treasure, Tao Enlightenment Stone. Tao Enlightenment Stone. Type: innate spiritual treasure quality, golden legend. Function 1. Foundation, attributes and growth of territory heroes and citizens are enhanced, with the increase varying according to the territory level. Function 2. Enlightenment, once daily. One may meditate before the Enlightenment Stone, with a moderate chance of significantly boosting level experience, a small chance of greatly enhancing skill experience, a minuscule chance of obtaining other rewards, and a high probability of no gain. When practicing Xianxia techniques or legacies, there is a high likelihood of a substantial increase in level experience, a moderate chance of a significant boost in skill experience, a small chance of other rewards, and a minimal chance of no results. Introduction: the Enlightenment Stone, an innate spiritual treasure from the world of Xianxia, tends to favor those who resonate with it. Having chosen this innate treasure, Wu's subsequent development path is relatively defined. He shall pursue the Xianxia route. The treasures he selects henceforth are primarily intended to complement the Enlightenment Stone. Upon placing the fist-sized Enlightenment Stone within his territory, it swells and transforms into a colossal rock that towers over Wu's domain. Wu invites Tsang Ingmeng and the cultivators to test its effects while he attends to the remaining treasures. Qingsheng Cave Heaven is a treasure he selected to enhance the environment of his territory. Qingsheng Cave Heaven. Type: Cave Heaven quality, golden legend. Function 1. The concentration of spiritual energy within the territory rises dramatically, as the cave heaven converts stray energies from the void into spiritual energy to infuse the territory. Function 2. All individuals within the territory gain a level in their Xianxia skills. If the territory level is 0, it defaults to 1. Wu immediately activated Qingqing Cave Heaven. after which the small stone tablet transformed into a grand stone stele beside the Enlightenment Stone, inscribed with the 4 ancient characters for Qingqing, Cave Heaven. As the stele settled, wisps of white mist began to rise within the territory, gradually increasing in volume. With the abundant spiritual energy, the air felt noticeably fresher. Wu inhaled the ethereal mist and sensed a swifter growth in his cultivation. Without further hesitation, he first placed the Hanhaijinga within the territory, followed by the 2 complementary manuals, Tianbing Zhantian and Tianjiang Zhantian, into the Hanhaijinga. Wu chose the Hanhaijinga for its capacity for storage. Other library-type constructions either enhance cultivation speed or increase confidentiality levels. While not without merit, they do not align with his current needs. Hanhaijinga, building quality, Golden Legend level, 1-0-5000, function, allows the skills and legacies stored in its collection to be used an unlimited number of times. Collection slots, 3 gold, 9 orange, 27 purple, 81 blue skill. Jizushi Shumi. The Hanhaijinga contains a spatial array that expands its capacity 100-fold. But it can only store books. Hanhai. The collection slots of each level within the territory double. Wu was quite satisfied with the Hanhaijinga possessing 6 gold slots at level 1. Even as higher level techniques and skills accumulate in the territory, he need not worry about a lack of space for their storage. As for the 2 complementary cultivation manuals, Heavenly Soldier's Battle Code and Heavenly General's Battle Code, they were specifically prepared by Wu Wei for the future military units of his territory. Unlike methods that lean towards offense, defense, or agility, the 2 chosen manuals exhibit a balanced development across 5 dimensions. Their greatest strength lies in their versatility, making them applicable to the vast majority of military units. The Backway Army can utilize them just as effectively as the Weiwu Army. Chapter 67. Farewells and Reunions regarding the Liangyi Wanning Formation. It was Wu Wei's selection for a defensive array. Initially, Wu Wei had discovered a more advanced version called the Liangyi Weichen array. However, the staggering price of 198 points rendered it unattainable for him, forcing him to settle for the next best option. The Liangyi Wanning Formation resembles a model of territorial architecture. After examining the array flags and the array plate in his hands, Wu Wei proceeded to deploy them within his territory. Produced by the Void Treasure Land, installation was guaranteed. Though after-sales support was not included, countless array flags were positioned around the territory, and then the array plate ascended into the air, with the symbols of Tai Chi and Liangyi flashing momentarily within the domain. Liangyi Wanning Formation Type, Array Quality, Golden Legend Function, Solar Slaughter Array, Lunar Guard Array. Wanning Confinement Array Energy Consumption, dependent on activation intensity, minimum activation consumption, 12 source energy crystals per hour. Consumption is related to the territory's extent. Description. The Liangyi Wanning Formation is a replica of the Liangyi Weichen array. Despite being a quality imitation, its power should not be underestimated. Wu Wei was quite satisfied with the array he had chosen. The array's function within the territory is fundamentally akin to the protective grand formations found in Xinxia novels, primarily utilized to delay unexpected situations. Of course, it also serves as a trump card for delivering a fatal blow when necessary. Wu Wei directly connected the energy supply of the array to the Lesser Sumeru realm, eliminating the need to constantly monitor energy consumption. As long as the territory possessed source energy crystals, the array would remain operational. The standard consumption of 12 source energy crystals per hour was not considered excessive. After managing the income from the treasure site, Wu Wei briefly communicated with a few heroes from his territory and relayed a message to his father back on Earth. Previously, amidst a seemingly endless array of treasures, he had sought the most suitable item for his territory. Wu Wei truly had no idea how long he had spent searching, and now, with pressing matters finally addressed, the fatigue in both body and spirit surged uncontrollably. The next day, upon rising from his bed, the first thing Wu Wei beheld was a message from his father. Truly, the artificial structures were remarkable, not only interfacing directly with the Lord's panel, but also providing pop-up notifications. Wu Wei sighed and rubbed his forehead, finding the resemblance to certain software from his past life uncanny. Celestial Altar Notification. Your father has sent you a message. Upon opening it, Wu Wei found a farewell message from Wu Jiang, accompanied by a resource card. Having chosen the path of the warlord, it is imperative to remember one fundamental truth. In the void, preserving one's life takes precedence above all else. Resources are not to be squandered in leisurely selection. I have allocated a modest sum of 1 million source energy crystals for you, which should suffice for your initial endeavors. It is not that I wish to leave you wanting. The balance law imposes limitations, restricting the amount to a mere 1 million. Ensure that you procure sufficient items for self-preservation. The knowledge capsules should provide insights into what is most effective. Remember, in the void, your survival is paramount. Wu Wei found himself momentarily choked with emotion as he absorbed the brief, yet poignant farewell from his father. Every sentiment was encapsulated in those few terse words. Meanwhile, Wu Jiang, already en route to his former battalion, grappled with profound reluctance. Although he had long distanced himself from military life, certain attachments remained inescapable, particularly the concern for his child. Initially inclined to rely entirely on his father, His son had emerged from the novice trials invigorated and driven. As a father, Wu Jiang experienced a duality of joy and trepidation, elated by his child's accomplishments and newfound ambition, yet fearful that his offspring might meet a fate akin to that of his mother, lost in the void. Within a tea house in the city of Luyun, a young man clad in black and a portly middle-aged gentleman engaged in a game of chess while savoring their tea. "Surely, what we are doing is not right," the middle-aged man remarked. "Every supreme talent must first endure a separation from their parents. Thankfully, my own parents had passed away before my awakening." The middle-aged gentleman, clearly a poor player, ceased to make any further moves as the game descended into chaos, shifting the conversation to another topic. There is nothing detrimental about it. Liberating them from parental oversight enables them to flourish more rapidly and safely. Furthermore, reuniting their parents is indeed a cause for celebration. The young man in black remained unfazed by the middle-aged man's decision to halt the game, instead savoring his tea. "Well, it seems this lad is unlikely to make any significant moves for quite some time, regardless of whether he ventures far or meets his end in the void. My mission is accomplished." As the middle-aged man prepared to depart, he mused, "In the void, dying anywhere is inconsequential, as long as it is not at the hands of the other races." Unable to resist, the portly gentleman pressed further. "What, then, is the purpose of our plan 7284? After its refinement, few seedlings have fallen to the hands of the other races. Yet, the mortality rate remains alarmingly similar to my own era." The man in black rose, replying, "The destined tribulations, if not found within, lie without. To put it plainly for you, fat money, if they perish outside, it reflects their own inadequacies. If they are inexperienced yet reckless, who else would perish? If they die at home, it is our failure as guardians. The circumstances of home lead to their demise outside, revealing our own shortcomings as protectors." At this, the portly gentleman chuckled. "No wonder you are so invested in refining this plan. You are the most dedicated guardian among us." The man clad in black could only watch as a rotund individual with a mischievous grin vanished from his sight in an instant. How swift he was. No wonder he had evaded death in the past. The traces of the laws gradually faded from the void. A supreme being, accustomed to guarding his domain, cast a glance towards a departing father, then back at the spatial anchor point left by his son on Earth. "I hope, dear boy, that you managed to survive and reunite with your parents." Following the execution of the contingency plan, apart from the initial phase requiring the involvement of two supreme beings to address the anomalies, the subsequent steps were largely detached from his purview. It was hardly befitting for a supreme being to revolve around a high school student yet to graduate. With the departure of the two, all that remained in the tea house was a game of chess in disarray and several tea bowls, some empty, some filled. Chapter 68. The test. Wu Wei felt no sense of disquiet. He vaguely recalled that Wu Jiang had also served in the military. In truth, individuals of this era had developed a relatively strong capacity for acceptance regarding the demise of loved ones amidst the process of arrival, falling into the boundless void. It could not be said that such occurrences were commonplace, yet they had become somewhat accustomed to it. The rationale was simple. After witnessing numerous deaths, acceptance naturally followed. The boundless void was not akin to the treasure trove Wu Wei had previously visited, where danger was non-existent and treasures awaited selection. The arrival in the boundless void was not part of the conventional monster slaying and leveling up process. Rather, it was the unexpected that constituted the standard experience. Gazing out at the rising sun, Wu Wei suddenly remembered that after completing the newcomer trials, he still had classes to attend. Furthermore, he would need to report his trial results to the school. Of course, whether to speak or how much to divulge was entirely a matter of personal choice. On his way to school, Wu Wei encountered numerous fellow seniors, all sharing the same academic plight. However, the expressions on their faces varied significantly. In classroom 2 of year 3 at Lu Yunsen Middle School, their homeroom teacher stood silently at the podium, evidently waiting for the students to assemble. In contrast, the students below were far from as composed as their teacher. Intense discussions filled the classroom, and as Wu Wei entered, many of his classmates were so engrossed in their conversations that they barely noticed him. Only Jin Xiaoping, who shared a desk with Wu Wei, greeted him directly upon his arrival. "Brother Wei, what is the situation? Did you make it through?" "My luck was rather average this time. I couldn't defeat the enhanced monsters during that 15-day period, but it doesn't matter much since I'm not pursuing the war side anyway. Although I missed out on the void rewards, the defensive rewards and monster chests I obtained earlier were quite decent." Before Wu Wei could respond, Jin Xiaoping continued to chatter like a rapid-fire barrage. "I made it through. The rewards were satisfactory. Once inside, my luck was somewhat favorable, and my talents exceeded expectations." Just as Jin Yuqian was about to inquire further, their homeroom teacher finally spoke up. "Everyone is here. I want to ramble on. After awakening, the entire third year will undergo reallocation into new classrooms. Classes will be divided into fast and slow tracks. This is not a matter of discrimination. The pace and focus of teaching differ between the two. You may choose your track, and adjustments can be made later. Do not let pride hinder your learning. The fast track for the war side is Class 1, and the slow track is Class 2. In the agricultural side's accelerated class, Year 3 Class 3, In the agricultural side slower class, Year 3 Class 4, after the division of classes, Wu Wei naturally had to temporarily part ways with Jin Xiaoping. Unfazed by the astonished gazes of his classmates, Wu Wei calmly walked into the newly assigned Year 3 Class 1, in stark contrast to the previous square-shaped high school classrooms. This one resembled a university lecture hall with tiered seating. Furthermore, the number of students had significantly increased from the previous 30, with nearly 500 now crowding into Year 3 Class 1. After all, who among those aspiring to be lords on the war side would initially consider themselves inferior? The classroom, though somewhat cramped, exuded a vibrant atmosphere, with early arrivals taking their seats while others stood, under the watchful eyes of all. A bespectacled gentleman with golden-rimmed glasses ascended to the podium. Facing the skeptical glances from a considerable portion of the audience, the gentleman smiled and began. There is no need for doubt. I am the mentor for the war side. My name is Su Yan. It seems we have quite a crowd here today. Most of you must have chosen the war side. However, if I may say so, your confidence is commendable. On the contrary, I fear that many of you will not survive the first void incursion. Su Yan's words, laced with a smile, managed to unsettle many in attendance. Although no one stood up to confront him directly, the whispers circulating below were far from friendly. What does he know about surviving the first void incursion? Someone muttered. Is this really a teacher? What kind of teacher speaks of their students like that? Standing at the podium, Su Yan was acutely aware of the murmurs beneath him, yet the smile on his lips widened further. It appeared that everyone had considerable faith in their own abilities. Very well. Let us commence our first lesson, a clear assessment of your own strength. As he spoke, he conjured 3 portals in the air, each labeled Hero, Unit Types, and Tower Defense. Connect your Lord's heart to any one of these portals. Passing 1 is satisfactory, 2 is excellent, and if you pass all 3, I have a reward for you. As for those who cannot pass even 1, I suggest you transfer to Class 2, though that is merely a suggestion. Moreover, do not worry about any information leakage. I cannot see your circumstances within the portals. I can only determine whether you have succeeded or not. This is an official teaching tool, and we teachers only possess the right to use it, not ownership. Wu Wei chose the Tower Defense portal first. Upon entering, he found himself on a flat expanse of land, where a prompt echoed in his mind. He could connect with his Lord's heart and select defensive towers from his territory to invest in. As a simulation, these towers would not consume his own source energy crystals, nor would they sustain damage. After connecting with his territory's heart, Wu Wei selected all the defensive towers in a long line. He played boldly. As for why he did not question the truthfulness of the teacher's words, Wu Wei had gleaned much information about new lords after their novice trials from the knowledge capsule. This includes the official teaching tools. In past incidents of genius downfall, a significant portion of the leaked information originated from the very teachers responsible for their guidance. One can easily surmise that in a realm teeming with deities and divine beings, the issue of educating future generations would not be taken lightly. Wu Wei gazed upon the 100 or so goblins wielding knives, guns, and clubs, fervently charging towards his defensive tower. The intensity was quite standard. Wu Wei deliberately delayed before allowing the sole purple defensive tower of his territory, the Tesla Coil Tower, to open fire. The others remained passive. With the crackling sound of electricity, Wu Wei's tower defense challenge was successfully completed. Next came the Hero Challenge, which offered a broader array of options. Given the multitude of hero types, the testing methods varied significantly. Chapter 69, Rewards and Announcements. After contemplation, Wu Wei opted for the Battle Hero and summoned Yufei. The Battle Hero test proved to be even simpler than the previous tower defense test. On a modest field, Yufei faced a level 5 chief class orc. Following Wu Wei's command, Yufei took some time to defeat the orc. This average level test posed little pressure on Wu Wei. After a considerable delay, Yufei dispatched the orc as instructed. Without further ado, he chose the final portal, the troop type. Confronted with 50 green quality human sword and shield soldiers, the elite troops swiftly dispatched them as if slicing through vegetables. After completing all tests, Wu Wei sat expressionless in his seat. After a while, most students gradually finished their evaluations. Some pretended to remain unfazed, while others hung their heads in disappointment. Once all had concluded, Su Yan, standing at the podium, addressed the class. 18 students passed 3 challenges, 35 passed 2, and 72 passed 1. A total of 125 students achieved passing marks. For those who wish to remain here, I will not force you to leave, but I suggest you seek a more suitable place for your studies. Faced with Su Yan's indifferent recommendation, many students, having been tested during the trials, realized their own limitations. Some wisely transferred to Class 2, while others stubbornly remained in Class 1, convinced that they would learn the most in the advanced class. As they observed a portion of their peers gradually exiting the classroom, the bespectacled Su Yan finally commenced his formal lecture. Unlike previous classes which merely imparted knowledge, he waved his hand, placing sets of artificial building models on each student's desk. If anyone is missing any pieces from their set, please retrieve them, Su Yan said with a smile. These are not state-issued. They're a privilege of our school. Take them if you can. I will teach you your first lesson in the arena. In the expansive lecture hall, Only scattered spatial anchors remain to attest to the presence of individuals. Upon returning to the territory, Wu Wei, accompanied by several heroes, entered the arena. Once inside, he was struck by the familiarity of the interface, reminiscent of games he had previously played. Options such as match, simulation training, combat assessment, and custom room were readily apparent. Just as Wu Wei prepared to explore these functionalities, a message materialized before him. Suyin invites you to join custom room. Luya number 3. Class 1 of the senior year combat classroom. Would you like to join? Naturally, Wu Wei chose to accept. And he found himself within a room populated by more than 100 individuals, including the teacher, Su Yin. I have observed your recent performances, Su Yin announced. And rest assured, your rewards shall be ample. Following his words, 18 beams of light soared toward the 18 members of the team. Subsequently, all eyes converged upon these individuals. Among them, some held their heads high, reveling in the attention, while others appeared visibly uncomfortable under the scrutiny. Wu Wei, however, felt little intrigue in their display. Such preliminary tests yielded little insight. A month hence, during the next arrival, many would experience profound transformations in strength. He held 2 cards recently bestowed upon them by Su Yin. One was a simple resource card worth 10,000 source energy crystals, while the other was an information card containing various recruitment notices from companies and factions. This information card also included an additional 2,000 source energy crystals. A cursory glance revealed the stringent conditions and inadequate rewards offered. The better opportunities were scarcely distinguishable from servitude. The initial investment for a lord was somewhat tolerable. Yet Wu Wei found the offerings beneath his notice. The companies promoting these opportunities exhibited a lack of generosity. Their small-mindedness belied their ambition to attract talent. These information cards were sponsored by external enterprises, encouraging those interested to consider employment with the companies recommended by the school. The resource card is my personal reward for you, Su Yin stated. Allow me to advise you. Do not be blinded by these trifling gains. Our Lord's lifespan extends well beyond a mere century. With that, he refrained from further promotion, merely fulfilling the school's obligations. Su Yin briefly elucidated the situation to the students, subtly reminding them of the reality. Clearly, he held little fondness for such tasks, thrusting promising individuals into the service of external companies, a task only those with compromised principles could undertake. Yet, he was merely an ordinary teacher, unable to dictate the school's governance. Following this, Su Yin began to introduce the students to the crucial core structures of the Warside Lord, namely the 10,000 Races Arena. This arena, while not truly connecting the myriad races, served as a venue for human interactions. However, in an era where the paths of lordly development were exceedingly diverse, referring to it as a gathering of all races was not entirely inaccurate, as various species could indeed be encountered within. Angels, demons, undead, orcs, dark creatures, and the bizarre. All races that humanity has encountered in the boundless void have, to some extent, their own lords of recruitment. In recent years, an increasing number of lords have diverged from the traditional path of humanity. The various tools, structures, and legacies associated with the conventional human route have become prohibitively expensive. Often, venturing onto uncharted paths enables many to progress further, much like the notion of not knowing whether one can embrace tentacles unless one dares to try. The human system is inherently free, and although Wu Wei struggles to comprehend why many male lords are so enamored with tentacles, he expresses his respect. Although Wu Wei has absorbed information about the arena from knowledge capsules, he becomes quite earnest during Su Yan's lectures. Official information is often too rigid and inflexible, necessitating the incorporation of experiential insights. Chapter 70, An Experience of Death. The primary function of the arena of all races, aside from providing opportunities for your territory's heroes and troops to engage in combat, is to allow you to gain experience in confronting a myriad of different races. Do not wait until your arrival to encounter them for the first time. In the arena, you can freely configure your battle-ready forces and defensive towers. However, the more configurations you make, the higher the cost of deployment. Therefore, it is advisable to conduct targeted training. The matchmaking feature randomly pairs you with opponents whose strength is comparable to your configured troops or defensive towers. Victors are fully reimbursed for the source energy crystals expended during the battle, allowing you to engage without financial risk if you are confident in your victory. Conversely, simulated training permits you to create your desired adversary for combat, but regardless of the outcome, the associated costs must be paid. Upon reaching level 20 and exiting the novice phase, you will unlock ranking. At that point, you will discover the magnitude of the power disparity between individuals of the same type and level. The power assessment feature is free for your initial use, with subsequent assessments incurring fees based on your territory's level. Su Yin provided either detailed or cursory introductions to the various functions of the arena before allowing them to choose power assessment, ensuring they gain a clear understanding of their overall combat capabilities. In Wu Wei's acquired knowledge, power assessment bears resemblance to the novice trials. The arena will spawn monsters corresponding to the strength you select to attack your territory. Due to the existence of defensive towers, most territorial defense battles are inherently stronger than encounters. Thus, this method is employed to test the limits of your territory's combat power. Each territory level corresponds to 4 classifications: adequate, good, excellent, and limit. Achieving the adequate level signifies that your territory's power does not significantly lag behind the minimum power required for that level, allowing for further elevation of your territory's rank. Conversely, failing to meet this standard suggests that advancing in level may not be prudent, as your power may not keep pace. If you attain the excellent level, you may opt for the next tier of testing. Upon entering, Wu Wei opted for the extreme strength corresponding to the 7th level of his territory. However, the monsters that emerged in the arena proved to be rather lackluster, with only a few thousand 7th level vampires, many of which were not even elite. Engaging them felt insufficient to even satisfy a minor craving. After successfully completing the extreme testing for level 7, Wu Wei persevered through the assessments for levels 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14. While it was not without its challenges, the combined prowess of high-quality heroes, troops, and defensive towers allowed him to prevail despite the considerable level disparity. However, during the testing for level 15, Wu Wei encountered a setback, not due to the destruction of his territory, but because a spellcasting monster of the curse type appeared alongside the regular foes. Even within the confines of his territory, Wu Wei was directly cursed to death. This curse was not a mere mental erosion, and the chaotic pointers showed no signs of reaction. At the moment his gaze met that of the monster, he felt himself gradually dissolve into a thick, viscous liquid. Before reaching level 20, the death of a lord was irreversible. Thus, as Wu Wei emerged from the combat assessment, the sensation of his body transforming into a putrid substance lingered, as if it had just transpired. Cold sweat streamed uncontrollably down his forehead, soaking his back. Clearly, he was not alone in this experience. The vast majority of students who materialized in the custom room appeared pale and filled with dread. Confirming that they would not truly perish, most lords opted to challenge the highest difficulty they could manage. Standing nearby, Su Yan watched with a smile as the students emerged, their faces ashen with fear. The terror of life and death could only be comprehended by those who had lived it. Aside from expelling a few overly reactive students who had nearly succumbed to social embarrassment, Su Yan remained silent, observing with an amused demeanor. Eventually, he spoke. How many of you did not emerge from death? Only a handful raised their hands, a clever choice. Su Yan clapped his hands and remarked, I suggest you all experience dying during the combat assessment. This is a rare opportunity where you will not truly die after death. Once you master the power of heroes at level 10, you will become the pinnacle of your territory's combat strength. It will not be until you reach level 20 and complete the transition from novice to intermediate lord that you can truly integrate with your territory, achieving the state where the territory endures and the lord does not perish. Dying a few more times during the combat assessment will decrease your chances of dying in the future. Su Yan then turned to the remaining few dozen students, still reeling from their experiences, and cheerfully inquired, So, how does it feel to die? How did you meet your demise? Slashed by swords, punched to death, bitten, or perished by spells? How does the sensation of death feel? As Su Yan spoke, the audience found it increasingly difficult to maintain their composure. As newly awakened lords, the experience of perishing in the very first lesson is indeed extraordinary. The purpose of combat assessment is to provide a clear understanding of one's limits, and death serves as the most indelible means of memory. Su Yan gathered those overly reactive students back into the room and posed his inquiry to the assembly. How do you believe one can most effectively evade demise during the descent? Some opined that one must fortify oneself and their territory to become formidable. Others suggested that possessing astute reasoning is crucial, particularly in restraining one's desires at critical moments, avoiding the ensnarement of greed during the descent. Additionally, some asserted that self-awareness of one's capabilities is essential. If you cannot prevail, it is wise to flee. There is no necessity to engage in a futile struggle during the monthly descent. Su Yan nodded in agreement as he listened, a smile increasingly evident upon his visage. All spoke wisely. It seems that death instills a modicum of rationality in novices. How amusing. It is far more effective to convey these lessons post-mortem. Over a century ago, when instructing your seniors on how to avoid perishing in the void, those individuals were prideful, believing the void to be a resource for lords, treating each descent as a hunting expedition. Before reaching level 20, encountering misfortune in the void could result in instantaneous death. Allow me to impart this final piece of wisdom. In the void, unforeseen events invariably precede any gains. Class dismissed. Chapter 71, The First Match. He selected Yu Fei and 1,000 Beihai troops in the configuration. The price for deployment, amounting to an astonishing 15,000 source energy crystals, left him somewhat astounded. Truly exorbitant. No wonder Su Yan previously described the arena as a veritable gold pit for war-oriented lords. It would be manageable if victories were frequent. However, if the win rate is low, such expenses are burdensome. Wu Wei communicated with Yu Fei through the Lord's heart, instructing him and the Beihai troops to prepare for battle. Meanwhile, he embarked on his inaugural match in the arena. After a brief matchmaking period, Wu Wei found himself in a standard combat arena, a medium-sized map featuring terrain with elevation differences of less than 200 meters. Wu Wei and his matched opponent observed their respective forces from a suspended vantage point, akin to a divine perspective. On the flat plains, the two armies materialized, positioned 10 kilometers apart. In stark contrast to the dark-armored Beihai troops, the opposing forces appeared refreshingly verdant. A contingent of 2,000 long-eared elves wielding longbows and 2,000 hulking trants formed a strikingly evident front and rear tactical style. Since the lord selected during matchmaking was non-interventionist, both lords merely observed their troops' maneuvers from above. While Wu Wei still exhibited some unfamiliarity in his first match, the opposing lord, evidently an experienced strategist, recognized the anomaly of the black cavalry. A single-type troop of 1,000 was unexpectedly matched against his mixed force of 4,000. Upon both lords initiating the battle, the previously restrained troops on either side commenced their advance simultaneously. Under the tremors caused by the colossal trant, Yufei led the Beihai army effortlessly to locate the enemy's main forces. After conducting a meticulous reconnaissance, they identified a relatively vulnerable point and launched a direct assault. Faced with high-damage archers positioned at the rear and a formidable front line of robust warriors, there was no hesitation. They aimed to eliminate the rear ranks. However, it was evident that the matchmaking mechanism of the arena was not to be underestimated. During the charge of the Beihai army, in addition to the concentrated fire from the elven archers, the trant began to unleash its binding vines, attempting to immobilize the Beihai soldiers. Yet, the warriors of the Beihai army were not easily ensnared. The thick vines that should have firmly restrained them suddenly became feeble and ineffective upon contact. This peculiar phenomenon was a manifestation of the Beihai army's resistance to negative status effects. The lord battling against Wu Wei realized that once the binding vines of the trant were effortlessly broken by the black-armored cavalry, the outcome of the match was likely sealed. The consequences of cavalry breaching the rear lines were all too apparent. Although her elven archers possessed commendable quality and some close combat capabilities, it ultimately depended on the opponent they faced. Yufei led the charge, tearing through the trent's defenses, akin to a tiger among sheep. Nevertheless, throughout the entire battle, the output from the opposing archers remained relentless. The elves that had been forced into close quarters drew their short swords to engage, while the remaining archers continued their unceasing barrage. By the time all the elves and the trant were vanquished, the Beihai army had suffered over 300 casualties. The cavalry unit proved formidable indeed. A melodious voice reached Wu Wei's ears, yet both sides remained shrouded in hidden status, merely labeled as unnamed. In today's arena battle, had it not been for the Beihai army's enhanced resistance to negative effects bestowed by Yufei, which countered the trent's control skills and allowed for a decisive incursion into the rear ranks, Wu Wei mused that it would have been challenging to predict the final outcome of the battle. Although neither side could discern the quality and level of the opposing forces in the arena, the circumstances allowed for educated guesses. If the matchmaking mechanism operated based on apparent strength, Wu Wei surmised that the elven forces were likely to possess a low probability of being purple-tiered and a high probability of being orange-tiered. Otherwise, it would have been improbable for them to inflict significant casualties on the Beihai army even after they penetrated the rear formation. Additionally, it was likely that their levels exceeded those of the Beihai soldiers by a considerable margin, estimated to be around levels 15 to 20. Furthermore, the opposing side had a highly skilled hero commanding their troops. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for the elven archers to transition from longbows to short swords to engage in blocking maneuvers as the Beihai army advanced. This matchmaking was intriguing. A daily battle would suffice. As long as victory was achieved, it would be a free acquisition of high-quality combat experience. Most importantly, such intense battles would further mature the nascent soul of the Beihai army. Although Wu Wei understood from the knowledge capsules that breakthroughs in military soul development could not occur within the arena, the experience gained was invaluable. However, within the arena, one can significantly conserve both time and resources. After casting a glance at the clock, which indicated it was already past 5 in the afternoon, Wu Wei decided against further attempts at exploring other functionalities. At the dining table, he conversed with several heroes of his domain about the events of the day. It is noteworthy that the recent yields from the territory have been nothing short of monumental. Not to mention the various treasures Wu Wei had retrieved from the Void's treasure trove. Just the source energy crystals alone amounted to 1 million. A veritable fortune for a novice lord. Furthermore, there were numerous spoils from the novice trials that had yet to be addressed. The pressing issue at hand was how to judiciously assimilate all these gains and bolster the strength of the territory. To Wu Wei's surprise, when the topic of enhancing the territory's power arose, all suggestions pointed towards him first augmenting his own strength. Upon reflection, this made sense. Given the current state of the domain, the most vulnerable point was indeed himself. This was no longer the novice trials, and there was no need to fret excessively about rapidly elevating the territory's level leading to dire consequences. Thus, the question of how to enhance Wu Wei's own strength was, in fact, rather straightforward. He opened his territory panel. Territory level 7, 8, 8, 9, 9, 10. As the void crystals dissipated, Wu Wei's territory began to expand rapidly. Although not as extensive as the previous single expansion of 10 square meters, it nonetheless increased by over 20,000 square meters. Notification: your territory level has reached its limit. Please utilize world fragments to surpass this threshold. Chapter 72, The Power of Heroes. Upon upgrading the territory level, Wu Wei promptly elevated his lord level to level 10 as well. With several tens of thousands of void crystals expended, he swiftly addressed the most significant shortcoming of his domain. As for unlocking the level 10 territory cap, he would simply need to validate his identity at the Lord's office the following day to gain access to purchase a world fragment. 3,000 source energy crystals could be exchanged for one world fragment, which would allow him to break the limitations of his territory's core. This was part of the universal benefits afforded to lords in this epoch, particularly for level 10 lords, as acquiring world fragments independently was a daunting task. For higher level lords, dividing the essence of a small world into countless fragments could yield world fragments that facilitate the breakthrough for level 10 lords. In achieving the level 10 breakthrough, quality took precedence over quantity. Hence, Earth had long ago opened the exchange privileges for world fragments when leveling up to 10. After unlocking the first combat power ability of the Lord, Heroic Power, Wu Wei could now freely switch to the panels of any hero within his territory. Notification: Heroic Power can load a template quantity of 1. Please select your hero: Yu Fei, Sophia, Song Ying, Dream, Iron-Eating Beast Cub, Dabao. Upon switching to Dabao's panel, the level 7 Dabao boasted an impressive physical attribute of 140 points. In the next moment, he felt an unprecedented transformation coursing through his entire being. The blood and energy within him surged uncontrollably, enhancing his organs, muscles, and bones exponentially. The sensation of possessing countless physical attributes left Wu utterly astounded. He felt as if he had morphed into a superhuman. If he were to encounter that previous adversary again, he wouldn't merely fear being cursed, he could effortlessly obliterate its head with a single punch. Exhilarating, Wu unleashed a white energy sword into the sky. He then gathered the small creature, Daba, into his arms, grinning as he remarked, "How can such a tiny bear possess such immense strength?" He affectionately patted Daba's 2 round black ears while reveling in the hundreds of times amplified power coursing through him. It wasn't just an enhancement of attributes. Wu had also simultaneously acquired Daba's auspicious talent. At long last, he was no longer plagued by misfortune. Ying Ming, come quickly and see how my luck stands now. After embracing Daba's template, Wu felt as though the burdens of misfortune had lessened. It was well known that in the void, luck held tremendous significance. A fortunate lord might resolve minor issues and reap substantial rewards, while an unfortunate one might find their efforts barely compensating for the energy crystals expended. The boundless void naturally adhered to its laws of balance. However, the scales were not necessarily of equal length. All were deemed equal, yet some were more equal than others. After observing Wu, Song Yingming concluded that even with Daba's template, Wu was not hindered by his original misfortune attributes. Thus, under the influence of auspicious, Wu's luck was now comparable to Daba's. Upon hearing this, Wu joyously buried his head into Daba's belly, while the little bear, forced into his embrace, gazed around in despair. Observing the cheerful faces of those around him only deepened Daba's glum expression, resembling a small bitter melon. The plaintive cries that ensued only heightened Wu's excitement. Although his master had grown stronger, why was a small bear being used to celebrate? Were not the 2 mistresses nearby more appealing? Daba's grumblings caused Sophia, who had been watching with amusement, to blush. Among those present, only Sophia possessed the ability to comprehend language nuances. Without the benefit of her language spells, she alone understood the meaning behind Daba's plaintive whines. With her cheeks flushed, it seemed she had come to a decision, as her small hand clenched into a fist for encouragement. After thoroughly cuddling Daba, Wu engaged in a conversation with Yu Fei and Song Yingming regarding the status of their territory. The first topic was the innate spiritual treasure, the Enlightenment Stone. As per Song Yingming's insights, the effects of the Enlightenment Stone were remarkably potent. Many warriors within the ranks of various cultivation factions experienced nearly a full level increase in their experience after their first use. Some amassed substantial skill proficiency, while others even discovered new skills. Furthermore, as part of 2 distinct systems, the Enlightenment Stone could elevate the level experience of troops under the Lord's domain. Even the enhancement of their cultivation within the realm of cultivation could be achieved. Many practitioners, upon their initial enlightenment before the Stone of Comprehension, successfully transcended the barriers of chi refinement, emerging as foundational cultivators. The efficacy of this phenomenon is evident. Moreover, the feedback provided by Yu Fei to Wu Wei further underscores the potency of the Stone of Comprehension. Numerous soldiers of the Beihai army, having embarked on the study of the Heavenly Soldier Battle Classic, directly bypassed the initial stages of chi refinement during their first encounter. These warriors, enlightened before the stone, emerged with cultivation at the mid-stage of chi refinement, generally elevating their levels by 1 rank. Furthermore, both Yu Fei and the Beihai army, while cultivating the golden quality Heavenly Soldier Battle Classic and Heavenly General Battle Classic, experienced an increase in attributes, including a greater reservoir of spiritual energy compared to others practicing the Sitting Forgetting Sutra. Later, When Wu Wei inquired about the specifics of the battle with the elves that day, Yu Fei earnestly recounted their encounter in the arena. It is worth noting that throughout the entirety of the novice trials, the Beihai army had never faced such grievous losses. Firstly, the arrows of the elven archers were indeed both swift and precise, exhibiting formidable lethality. Many arrows were even synchronized in their release, one arrow prompting a Beihai army soldier to block, swiftly followed by another aimed directly at a vital point. Secondly, the speed of their mounts proved inadequate. During their attempt to breach the enemy's defenses, they suffered significant losses from the enemy's ranged firepower. Originally, the superlight speed of their steeds sufficed for the Beihai army's needs, but with the escalation of the enemy's strength, it became apparent that the Beihai army's mounts required an upgrade. Chapter 73, Exceptional Combat Power. Beyond the mounts, the issue of equipment loomed larger. Currently, the Beihai army donned green-quality armor and weapons. The next tier of blue-quality equipment demanded 1,000 source energy crystals per piece, a burden that, even with various consumption-reducing attributes, Wu Wei found difficult to shoulder for an entire army's rearmament. The exorbitant costs, increasing tenfold with each tier, were indeed outrageous. However, the lords naturally possessed solutions to this dilemma. Among the agricultural lords, many specialized in various fields, including those focused on forging. Their territories were predominantly geared towards the craft of weapons and hero equipment. Wu Wei learned from knowledge capsules that among the human race, there existed forging lords capable of creating spirit treasure-grade artifacts. These forging lords often possessed a myriad of traits and treasures, some enhancing the upper limits of forged products, while others could reduce forging costs. Wu Wei planned to anonymously commission a forging lord who could diminish these costs through the trading hall. By transferring forging rights, the respective territory could assist Wu Wei in crafting the necessary troop equipment. As for whether the final product would be purple or orange in quality, that would ultimately depend on market prices. As for golden quality troop equipment, Wu Wei dared not entertain any notions at present. The exorbitant price, multiplied by the thousands of troops from the Backlash army, was a burden far beyond what he could currently bear. In contrast, the consumption from the cultivator forces was relatively minor. Their primary weapon required high quality to ensure the effectiveness of spells, while the remaining gear, whether robes or accessories, served primarily supportive roles. As Wu Wei, along with Yu Fei and Song Yingming, deliberated on the allocation of the remaining resources, Sophia and Debeo exchanged blank stares. Lost in their own thoughts, Debeo contemplated which of the bamboo shoots to indulge for dinner, while Sophia pondered matters she had long prepared for. Given that the heroes of the territory were unable to utilize knowledge capsules, Wu Wei aimed to impart new knowledge to them while discussing plans for fortifying the territory, rather than merely assuming the role of a listener as he had previously. After a simple wash-up, he prepared to settle into a peaceful night's rest. In the twilight between slumber and wakefulness, he suddenly felt something soft and slippery burrowing into his bed. The fragrance of grass and would quickly reveal the identity of his unexpected visitor. Was it the little white rabbit coming to him? A flushed face peeked out from beneath his covers, and Wu Wei noted that her ears were nearly crimson. If she could still contain herself, he might have started to question his own orientation. During their skirmishes, his formidable physical attributes had allowed him to dominate Sophia. The little white rabbit had presented herself willingly, only to be thoroughly devoured by a certain gray wolf. By the following dawn, around 5 or 6 o'clock, Wu Wei tucked a blanket around Sophia before preparing to rise. Noticing her tousled hair, he gently untangled it strand by strand before quietly leaving the room. The notion of the little white rabbit pretending to sleep was utterly unfounded. Whether the elven maid would awaken before dinner remained uncertain. Wu Wei was quite pleased with his combat prowess from the previous night. The exceptional endurance brought by his over 1,000 points in physical attributes was no jest. Had the elf not succumbed, the battle could have continued. He planned to freshen up before attending today's classes. The lack of sleep was trivial in the face of his robust physique. For him, sleep had transformed into a habitual act rather than a necessary respite for a normal person. Of course, there were drawbacks to adopting Debeo's template, such as his absurdly low mental attributes. Unbeknownst to him, the events of the previous night had been observed in detail through divine perception. A pair of resentful eyes watched him from a distance as he walked further away. On his way to breakfast, Wu Wei felt as though he were being scrutinized from behind. After glancing back a couple of times and finding nothing, he proceeded under the morning sun into the classroom of the 3rd year, Class 1. The instructor today was not the bespectacled Su Yin from yesterday, but rather the burly vice principal from Luyu No. 3, a man of impressive physique. Standing at the podium, despite being viewed from above by over 100 students seated on the steps, he commanded attention effortlessly. However, in terms of presence, Wu Wei could only perceive the man before him as someone exalted high above the clouds, while they remained mere mortals traversing the ground. Once the last individual took their seat, the burly man waved his hand decisively. In that instant, everyone present felt as though they had transcended the confines of the classroom and found themselves amidst the ethereal realm of drifting clouds, their desks and chairs transforming into billowing wisps of vapor. Yesterday, Teacher Su Yin should have encouraged you to reflect deeply on your own worth. Is there anyone among you who still believes that venturing into the boundless void is merely an opportunity to gather treasures? The burly man's voice, surprisingly, did not match his imposing physique. His deep, intellectual tone starkly contrasted with his rugged exterior. Noticing the collective silence and the shaking heads among the crowd, he nodded slightly and continued. Now, let us discuss what circumstances make one most susceptible to perishing during the descent into the void. The ensuing discourse on this topic was far more animated than the previous day. Who among us has not heard tales from parents or relatives about their near-death experiences in the void? Terrifying colossal beasts, indescribable eerie creatures, and supreme assassins lurking in the shadows. Most of the genuine threats to a lord's life do not arise from monsters on the battlefield. The true horrors lie in those entities capable of mental manipulation or assassins who can eliminate a lord in the blink of an eye. In Chapter 74, Clouds of Flowing Mist, as the group recounted the harrowing tales of their parents or older siblings, Wu Wei listened with rapt attention. Ever since his mother vanished into the infinite void, he had rarely dared to venture into such perilous realms for over a decade. Nor had she shared her past experiences with him. Upon their release, a series of holographic images materialized before them, including one depicting the indigenous people penetrating a territory and delivering a fatal blow to a lord. Although Wu Wei was uncertain how these holograms were obtained, considering that the individuals involved had long since returned to the void, it was undeniable that the school's display served as an effective warning. Initially, many new lords, who believed they could face dangers akin to those their relatives had encountered, now appeared as wilted as overripe eggplants. The scenes within the images led them to doubt their own survival. Observing the reactions of the crowd, the burly man nodded in satisfaction. Newly awakened lords, especially those aligned with warfare, must cultivate humility and patience, particularly for those who had successfully endured the novice trial for 20 days. Many would become excessively arrogant upon their first official descent, only to be swiftly humbled by the infinite void. And unlike the school, the void does not charge tuition. Thus, the early courses are designed to stabilize students' mental states and equip them with a foundational ability for self-preservation. As has been observed, the majority of early deaths in the void stem either from mental control or delayed reactions. After his speech, the burly man conjured a mass of flowing clouds before him, which subsequently dispersed into countless clusters, soaring toward all the students. The moment Wu Wei made contact with one of the cloud masses, a message surged through his heart as a lord. Prompt: the celestial artifact, Clear Spirit Flowing Cloud, projects a phantom and transmits the secret technique Flowing Cloud Diagram. Do you accept? Wu Wei finds the learning experience in the era of lords remarkably convenient. Students need not engage in rote memorization. Upon mastering the essence of the lord, the powers bestowed by this essence facilitate the digital processing of knowledge and information. A comprehensive system of knowledge can be inherited through knowledge capsules, even encompassing the secret techniques before him, allowing for instant comprehension. The moment Wu Wei chose to accept, a vision of white clouds floating in the vast sky materialized before him. He opened his lord panel. Wu Wei, loading the great treasure template. Race, human. Level, 10. Constitution, 1140. Spirit, 24. Skills, Flowing Cloud Diagram. Flowing Cloud Diagram. Skill quality, blue. Skill level, 1. Attribute, flowing clouds drift between the heavens, enabling the visualization of their form, enhancing one's sense of crisis response, and mastering the alignment of mind and body in an instant. Description, a secret technique designed to bolster crisis management capabilities. This is a simplified version of the secret technique contained within the Lord's celestial artifact. However, in critical moments, one can visualize the essence of the celestial artifact, swiftly regaining control over mind and body. Clearly, this is a life-saving secret bestowed upon the new lords of Flowing Cloud City by their lord, rather than being exclusive to the 3 factions of Flowing Cloud. For novice lords, such a technique is of utmost necessity. Perhaps this is also the origin of the name Flowing Cloud City. After all, not every new lord possesses Wu Wei's fortuitous luck, allowing him to face the encroaching remnants of the evil god with equanimity. He even managed to deliver a near-fatal counterattack against the resurrected entity. The vast majority of lords, in their initial stages, find themselves at a loss when confronted by such insidious, mentally driven entities. Not only do they struggle to vanquish their foes, but they also stand little chance of fleeing. Much like the ordinary citizens of Wu Wei's territory on the 20th day of the novice trial, they unwittingly succumb to mental erosion, becoming thralls or mere sustenance. Fortunately, Wu Wei did not possess this secret technique at that time. He believed that had he had any form of resistance, the boundless void might have simply exchanged his opponent for a more formidable adversary. Had a shadow assassin struck him down, he would have had no effective means of counteraction. Now, however, Wu Wei feels that his neck is harder than high-grade steel. A typical blade would shatter upon contact, leaving his neck unscathed. In the process of descending into the boundless void, one must avoid the folly of overconfidence. When the flowing cloud diagram warns of imminent danger, one ought not to greedily fixate on treasures. Otherwise, even a golden life-saving technique would be of no avail. Though he is the vice principal, Wu Wei finds the teaching prowess of the imposing figure before him commendable. He has covered nearly every aspect necessary for the audience, save for the direct exhortation to approach their descent into the boundless void with utmost sincerity. Subsequently, the robust man manifested a shadowy image of a drifting cloud, inviting all to contemplate its essence. A modest cloud floated above the crowd, exuding a refreshing and ethereal aura. After 2 attempts, Wu Wei realized that his visualization of the drifting cloud only bore a semblance to its form, lacking any trace of the cloud's delicate and spiritual charm. Reflecting on his choice of the clumsy bear template, he hastily switched to a different one. While the bear's robust physique proved advantageous in combat, it was ill-suited for comprehending esoteric techniques. Upon adopting the template of Tsang Ying Ming, Wu Wei swiftly conjured the cloud's ethereal grace, and the experience points for his skill began to rise steadily. As the visualization of the cloud grew increasingly indistinct, its spiritual resonance became ever more elusive. Wu Wei's skill level for drifting cloud diagram rapidly ascended to its cap of level 10. Regarding the matter of surpassing this limit, he planned to head directly to the Lord's Manor after class to exchange for world fragments. The reason for not going before class was clear. The staff at the Lord's Manor operated on a strict 9-to-5 schedule with weekends off. Visiting outside of these hours would only result in being turned away by the guards. Chapter 75, World Fragments and Compensation. After class, Wu Wei abstained from joining his classmates in their discussions and alliances, instead making his way directly to the Lord's Manor. Upon confirming his identity, he entered the office area through a side entrance. At a window, after a brief verification process, he successfully exchanged 3,000 energy crystals for a small piece of world fragment. Holding the fragment in his hand, he examined it closely. Though no larger than a fingernail, it possessed an exceptionally high intrinsic essence. The world fragment was a shard that had emerged from the cataclysm of the world's destruction. For the Lords, it represented a vital material for transcending level limitations. Wu Wei pressed the diminutive fragment to his forehead. As the heart of the Lord sensed the presence of the fragment, it surged with an overwhelming desire to consume it. Naturally, Wu Wei did not hesitate, allowing the heart of the Lord to commence the devouring. The world fragment then transformed into luminous points, merging seamlessly with the heart of the Lord. Once the fusion was complete, the heart of the Lord signaled to Wu Wei that he could continue to elevate his level. After this straightforward and uncomplicated breakthrough, Wu Wei prepared to leave the Lord's Manor. However, as he exited, he unexpectedly encountered a classmate. Wu Wei, are you here at the Lord's Manor? Have you really reached level 10 already? Isn't your heart of the Lord white? Wu Wei was somewhat taken aback by Chu Jian's inquiry. Having been classmates prior to his awakening, their relationship was amicable, though not particularly close. Just as you suspected, I came to exchange for a world fragment. I had a stroke of luck during the trial, and my gains were decent, Wu Wei responded, opting not to elaborate further, chuckling lightly as he prepared to move on. After all, it was not unheard of for someone to reach level 10 right after the novice trial. After the reallocation, Class 1 of the 3rd year has already ascended to level 10. After all, not everyone possesses the abundance of high-quality defensive towers and units that Wu Wei has to upgrade. At this moment, Wu Wei feels like a crystal of void, wishing he could divide it into 8 segments to spend. Even though the unit upgrades can be supported by the Enlightenment Stones, the costs for upgrading the territory's buildings and heroes are by no means insignificant. Are you here to exchange for fragments as well? Wu Wei inquired curiously, glancing at his classmate before him. He recalled that Chu Jian's Lord Heart was blue. Could it be that he had indeed reaped great rewards from the novice trial, elevating himself to level 10? After all, unless the Lord himself divulges the state of their territory, it is quite challenging for others to comprehend. No, I came to collect the national compensation, Wu Wei noted, observing the slightly bitter smile on Chu Jian's face, feeling a twinge of sympathy. The nation and the race provide a considerable resource for the military lords after their demise, intended to support their remaining relatives. Wu Wei remembered that both of Chu Jian's parents seemed to have perished together. Thus, this compensation could only be claimed once Chu Jian awakens, before becoming a lord. The various resources in the compensation are of no use. Instead, it becomes a case of innocent bystanders bearing the brunt of misfortune. Even if the city has decent public safety, the overt scams are easier to guard against than the covert machinations of relatives, which a mere child cannot easily navigate. Otherwise, one might unexpectedly receive a notification of their father's demise. Whether awakened students attend school becomes somewhat irrelevant. The key knowledge imparted post-awakening is what truly matters. Therefore, most students still arrive at school punctually, although classes are essentially limited to 1 per day. Afterward, everyone is free to pursue their interests. Those inclined toward warfare might frequent the arena, while those drawn to agriculture might spend time familiarizing themselves with the prices of various items in the marketplace. Alternatively, they might peruse forums to glean tidbits and anecdotes from other lords. The freedom to do as one pleases, even to lounge in their territory for a nap, is largely unregulated. In the age of lords, the paths for development are remarkably diverse. No one will make decisions for the fledgling lords. They are free to choose their own paths. The nation and their kin provide basic support, and the school offers encouragement and advice. Beyond the necessity of being a good person to some extent, No one restricts the choices and actions of the students. It is indeed a liberating experience. Upon returning home, Wu Wei tidied his room a bit before entering his territory. Initially intending to indulge in some bear-like antics with Dabao, he instead encountered Sophia in the planting area. Silently, he approached her from behind, wrapping his arms around her waist and holding her closely. Why not sleep a little longer? Sophia nestled silently in Wu Wei's embrace. After a moment, she whispered in his ear, "This morning, after I woke up, Sister Ingming brought me breakfast. While I was eating, she said I was sneaking food." Master, what does sneaking food mean? Wu Wei found himself at a loss. He actually lacked the ability to navigate such a situation. In his previous life, he was on the verge of evolving into a grand sorcerer. After becoming a lord, he found himself surrounded by either overly eager elven maids or princesses from celestial realms who were subtly vying for his attention. Wu Wei was utterly perplexed during his novice trials when Song Ingming inadvertently proclaimed that she would inevitably belong to him. The subsequent analysis she provided on why she could only be his, ranging from the dynamics of power to the psychology of rulers, left him in a state of bewilderment. Were it not for the blush adorning her cheeks, he might have suspected they were bound for a political marriage. Ultimately, he discovered that the princess had merely let something slip, stubbornly maintaining her facade. His aspirations for pure love had been thwarted by the harsh realities of society, leaving him feeling defeated. The pursuit of genuine affection seemed as absurd as a martial artist unarmed entering World War II. Wu Wei resolved that he must never recruit female heroes again and decided to seek wisdom from the forums on how predecessors handled such situations. As Wu Wei pondered these matters, Dabao climbed to his feet, tugging at his trousers with its tiny paws, yearning for his attention. With Sophia occupying his lap, it hesitated to leap directly into his embrace. However, it soon became clear to Wu Wei what Dabao's intentions were. At Dabao's request, Sophia granted Wu Wei the ability to understand its language. Dabao's subsequent words left both Wu Wei and Sophia in a state of amused disbelief. Chapter 76, The World of Transactions. I want a little female bear. Dabao's high-pitched voice caused Wu Wei to burst into laughter. What kind of partner could such a small bear desire? Seeing me makes you want one, doesn't it? Come, let me check your development first. As he spoke, he had Sophia lift Dabao into her arms. Just as he was about to reach out for a closer inspection, Dabao wriggled free from Sophia's embrace, its cheeks flushed with indignation as it glared at its audacious lord. How can there be such a perverse human? It resolved to eventually test the tactile sensations of the black and white adorable beasts. To placate Dabao, Wu Wei assured it that when the time came for recruitment, he would certainly assist in finding a little female bear. However, he struggled to discern how to identify the gender of pandas based solely on appearance, particularly since the distinguishing features were not visible in their round forms. It was time to attend to serious matters. Wu Wei prepared to approach the Enlightenment Stone for his first attempt at understanding the path. Sitting cross-legged before the enormous stone, he soon felt an inexplicable energy surging through his meridians, bypassing all obstacles and directly reaching his dantian. Without needing to comprehend the intricacies of seated meditation, his internal cultivation began to operate autonomously under the guidance of this energy. Simultaneously, the scale of his lord level continued to rise steadily. The treasure capable of substituting the void crystal is of paramount importance to the lords. The void crystal, a resource obtainable solely from the boundless void, is held in the deepest contempt by many second-generation lords. For the offspring of some top-tier powerhouses, other resources, be it golden barracks or golden heroes, can be procured directly through trade, with no shortage of advanced hero equipment and troop armaments. Unlike Wu Wei, who, despite commanding a top-tier golden troop, finds himself inadequately equipped with golden weaponry. However, the void crystal is an entity that cannot be acquired without traversing the boundless void. It is utterly impossible to obtain even a fragment otherwise. An hour later, having completed his cultivation, Wu Wei examined his lord panel. His mastery of the Sitting Forgetting Sutra had reached the 5th level of Qi refinement, with progress towards upgrading to level 11 at just over half. Satisfied after leaving the Enlightenment Stone, Wu Wei sought out Song Ingming, deliberately ignoring the resentful gaze of the princess. He took her along into the Heavens Trading Hall, preparing for a significant procurement. Upon entering the trading hall, guided by the information from the knowledge capsule, Wu Wei chose the official trading world. Indeed, it is a world in itself. Each trading location within the hall embodies a different realm. Even the seemingly modest shop where Wu Wei had previously purchased the knowledge capsule is, at its core, a world, merely manifested in different forms. To connect to the universal trading hall, being a world is a fundamental criterion. After meandering through the official trading world, Wu Wei felt a profound sense of admiration for the strength of humanity in the present age, even from the perspective of a novice lord. The treasures visible to him were as numerous as the sands of the Ganges. The trading world he selected was styled in a low-technology series, reminiscent of Earth in his previous life. Upon entering, it felt as though he had stepped into a commercial street from that bygone era, with countless merchants flanking both sides. The treasures displayed in the windows truly opened his eyes. He strolled along with Song Yingming, akin to a couple enjoying a leisurely outing. engaging in conversation as they explored. In the technology sector, offerings range from colossal cosmic constructs and annihilation weapons down to a simple rifle and a bullet. In the realm of fantasy, there were foundational texts on celestial techniques and ordinary magical artifacts. As for the higher-tier treasures, Wu Wei surmised that they certainly existed within the official inventory, but his insufficient level prevented him from perceiving them. The official trading world prides itself on having an extensive array of resources. Wu Wei believed that anything he could conceive of would likely be found here. However, the prices were exorbitant. Treasures in the official world bore two price tags. One was the full price settled purely with source energy crystals, while the other allowed for half payment through merit or military achievements, with the remaining half to be settled with source energy crystals. For someone like Wu Wei, who lacked the requisite merit privileges, the official trading world was merely a place for observation. Attempting to sell items would be exceedingly unprofitable. As for conventional trading venues, Wu Wei was well aware of them. After departing from the official trading world, he guided Song Yingming to the Void Merchant Trading World, a favored destination for many lords. The Void Merchant Trading World emerged alongside the artificial structure known as the Celestial Trading Pavilion. Wu Wei gleaned from the knowledge capsules that this pavilion was created by a supreme being. Subsequently, another supreme being posited that merely having a venue for trade was insufficient. There was a need for individuals to facilitate communication between the trading parties. Thus, the profession of Void Merchant was born, representing the pinnacle of the merchant path. Becoming a Void Merchant is the aspiration of countless lords of the merchant lineage. While they may lack prowess in combat, when it comes to the circulation and utilization of treasures, as well as the trade of resources, they are unequivocally the foremost experts. Upon choosing to enter the Void Merchant trading world, Wu Wei found himself amidst swirling mists, confronted by three distinct options illuminated before him. One was the internal trading world of the Void Merchants, accessible. Another was the celestial trading world of the Void Merchants, access denied. And the final option was the Earth trading world of the Void Merchants, accessible. After a fleeting glance, he resolutely selected the Earth trading world. Once again, the mists enveloped him, and after opting for a low-tech aesthetic template, Wu Wei found himself strolling along a shopping street reminiscent of the official trading world. However, unlike the official trading world, the shops lining the street were not conventional stores. They were individual trading spaces. The signs above the shops conveyed the nature of their trades: long-term high-price acquisition of various innate and acquired spiritual treasures, prices that will undoubtedly satisfy you. Selling various mid to low-quality marine troop barracks. Come sincerely, or be dismissed. Acquiring a resurrection spell from a light-based priest. Foolish inquiries will be ignored, serious offers only. High-quality scarlet flame grass for sale, quality verifiable, long-term acquisition for those with reasonable prices. Song Yingming, entwining her arm with Wu Wei's, gazed at the myriad of signs around them. The expansive street was occupied solely by the two of them. Wu Wei had initially intended to search directly, but recalling the melancholic gaze of the lady beside him, he decided to accompany her for a while longer. Chapter 77. Knowledge on Scam Prevention regarding the Lord of the Evil Gods. Soon, Wu Wei began to regret his decision to accompany a woman on her shopping expedition, a choice that rarely proves to be wise at any time. He felt that this discomfort was more psychological than physical. His foremost task was to find a suitable advancement for his heroes, as class advancement is a crucial aspect of a hero's combat prowess, especially given the diverse skills that come with it. These advancements could significantly aid them in navigating the complex and ever-changing circumstances of the boundless void. As he sifted through the extensive search results, Wu Wei began to filter them out. He eliminated those of too low a quality, discarding items of gray and white grades, as their upper and lower limits were unsatisfactory. For instance, the white grade class advancement item, the Arena Coach's badge, was largely unappetizing for high-quality heroes, and such items dominated the filtered results. The price of several thousand source energy crystals was deemed a fair value. However, how could Wu Wei, with a fortune of millions, settle for a mere white grade class change item? For the selection criteria, he set the minimum quality to blue, yet upon reflection, he chose not to impose any upper limit. As for the path, he selected the Xianxia side, and after opting for the Enlightenment Stone, the direction he intended to pursue became evidently clear. Although the orange and gold grade class change items on the Xianxia side were beyond his financial reach, merely gazing upon them was a feast for the eyes. The golden class change item, the true disciples' sword of the Heartless Sword sect. Transaction requirement: 800 million source energy crystals, or barter. Wu Wei could only covet it from afar, as such top-tier class change items were still out of his resource capacity. Lost in his longing, Wu Wei suddenly recalled that he possessed several valuable items himself. He revoked his previous selection criteria and turned his attention to the evil god side. Comparing the prices of items, he looked disdainfully at his own golden grade weapon, Whisper, and the blood essence of the flesh evil god. As a golden weapon, Whisper was compared with similarly attributed weapons. The price of a level 20 golden weapon on the evil god side hovered just above 1,000 source energy crystals. Most level 20 golden grade weapons on the evil god side range from 500 to 2,000. After all, Heroic weapons do not grow in power with level like unit-based weapons. They have a defined range of usability. Even the most powerful level 20 golden weapon would approximate the strength of a purple weapon when one reaches levels 50 or 60. In contrast, the level 20 equipment he had previously observed, whether on the Xinxia or martial Dao sides, started at a base price of 3,000 for golden grade weapons, often peaking around 8,000, with some exceptional items reaching even higher values. Wu Wei could only lament the abundance of affluent second-generation heirs. Although repeated ownership would slightly diminish the enhancements, they could still fetch around 70 to 80% of their original price. However, in terms of direct enhancements, he discovered that the equipment from the Xinxia side did not surpass that of the evil god side by a significant margin. This merely highlighted the substantial impact of market supply and demand dynamics on item pricing. The number of human lords choosing the Xinxiao path was simply overwhelming. Given that both types of equipment were of golden quality, one would not expect such a vast disparity. As for the negative implications of the evil god side equipment, this was a trivial matter for many lords aligned with the evil god. There were even instances where some evil gods attempted to exert mental control over those lords, only to find themselves subjected to counter-control. Disheartened, Wu Wei closed the filter for evil god weapons and glanced once more at the prices within the evil god sequence. The prices were steep, with numerous items listed for over $1 billion. However, he found himself uncertain about how to proceed with the sales. Compared to equipment, transactions concerning the evil god sequence were markedly fewer. Acquiring various items from the evil god sequence, whether through source energy crystals or barter, was feasible, but he was adamant that the potion sequence from the positive side should not be involved. The organization of malevolent deities is acquiring various sinister god sequences while simultaneously recruiting talented lords aligned with these dark entities. This organization offers direct access to ancient sinister god sequences awaiting you. They are in pursuit of sequences capable of attaining divinity, energy crystals, or trade through barter. However, they do not seek incomplete sequences of their followers. For a complete sequence of tentacled aberrant gods, the price is set at 5 billion energy crystals. With no private negotiations entertained, interested parties are to bid directly. Wu Wei attempted to inquire about the prices across various trading rooms dedicated to the acquisition of sequences. During his initial inquiry, he was abruptly interrupted by the trading house, which informed him that any message sent required a name. Naturally, Wu Wei could not employ his real name. After some contemplation, he entered the name Taoist Wu Wei. Whether the name was already in use was of little consequence. Given the billions of lords on Earth, if uniqueness were a requirement, what normal names could possibly exist? Moreover, each identical name would be accompanied by a number, ensuring clear distinction. He sent the information regarding the blood and flesh abyssal god's blood essence to all acquisition rooms. Blood and flesh abyssal god's blood essence. Type: inheritance item description. A legacy from a relatively weak flesh-based abyssal god, recommended solely for use by lords of the abyssal kind. For only they understand how to contend with such entities. After inquiring about the price, some sought to recruit him into their own abyssal organizations, while others made legitimate offers. However, compared to individual trading propositions, the bids from these organizations were notably lower. After all, Wu Wei's item was among the most common among abyssal gods, and the description explicitly stated its lack of power. Consequently, the offers from the abyssal organizations rarely exceeded 100 million, predominantly hovering between 80 million and 100 million. They were clearly attempting to push the price down to its minimum, and Wu Wei was in no rush to sell. Observing the trading information, he noted that the number of acquisitions far surpassed the number of sales. Additionally, the remaining sales listings often featured exorbitant prices or stringent conditions, indicating a clear seller's market where there was no need for haste. As for private trades through direct messages, they were fraught with potential pitfalls. For instance, one lord affiliated with the Abyssal faction proposed a price of 200 million energy crystals, along with a bonus artifact, but insisted that the artifact be collected from his territory. Wu Wei dismissed such offers without a second thought. The anti-fraud guidelines from his knowledge capsule specifically warned against such abyssal lords, highlighting that what was promised as 200 million energy crystals could easily result in him receiving a mere 2. These were lessons learned from the misfortunes of predecessors. Reporting requests to law enforcement while on another's territory seemed futile. How could one present evidence? Typically, one would have to silently endure the loss. It was common knowledge that engaging in transactions with abyssal lords without entering their domains was a prudent practice. Chapter 78. The dreadful prices of the barracks. After perusing the numerous offers for a considerable time, Wu Wei ultimately resolved to refrain from making a sale for the time being. After all, this item represented his most valuable acquisition in the novice trial beyond the treasures he had unearthed. The more desperate one is to sell, the easier it is to be manipulated. This small piece of wisdom was not lost on him. Wu posted a trading message for the crystallized source energy he had acquired. After listing the Blood and Flesh Evil God series, he specified several items he wished to exchange, with the highest priority being high-quality class-changing items. For instance, he sought minor class-changing items from the Xinxiao realm, particularly those inclined towards magical abilities. He also expressed interest in uniquely functional territory building models, specifically stating that he only required models of purple quality or lower. During previous testing, Wu had confirmed that purple buildings could be upgraded to golden quality under the effect of universal renewal. Although this upgrade process had minor issues, the ability to enhance was paramount. The price difference between purple and orange territory buildings in the market was significant. Wu even included requests for treasures that reduced the forging costs of troop equipment and territory building models. He listed everything that pertained to territory needs which required substantial investment to reinforce, hoping that both parties might find mutual interest. After all, trading in the marketplace did not expose his information. As for his original plan to engage in extensive purchasing, Wu's intent remained intact after selling the golden quality level 20 evil god weapon, Whisper, for 1,000. First, he needed to procure some farmland for his territory. Even with strong production boosts, the few fragmented earth plots he possessed could not sustain him for long. Even a warlord should strive for self-sufficiency. No one could predict how long they would remain in the boundless void. The expenditure was not excessive. For modest transactions, Wu went directly to a chain store focused on agriculture. He acquired 20 white quality territory buildings, farmland, for 5,000 source energy crystals each, totaling 10 source energy crystals. He also purchased a purple quality territory building, Spirit Field, for 75 source energy crystals. Wu intended to use this building for breeding after its upgrade. It was important to note that spirit seeds bought from the trading hall usually came with a limited number of harvests, after which new seeds must be purchased. Naturally, he disliked being repeatedly harvested, especially since his territory was not devoid of citizens capable of cultivating plants. With a high-quality farming building, he believed that with patience, he would eventually reap rewards. "Sir, take care, and I wish you a safe journey," sweetly bid the maid as Wu departed from the chain store. Observing the nearly 1 million source energy crystals he had exchanged for his acquisitions, Wu felt a surge of pride. That 1 million source energy crystals represented all that his father had left him, prompting him to ponder why he only had such limited resources. Considering his father had not ventured into the void for over a decade, it was understandable that his liquid assets were scarce, likely having given him all the cash. Perhaps he thought that 1 million source energy crystals would suffice for a fledgling lord. Unexpectedly, in comparison to the transactions that often reached into the billions, Wu felt that he had not spent excessively. Subsequently, Wu intended to procure a high-quality barracks. Upon witnessing the staggering prices of purple-quality barracks, which soared into the tens of millions, Wu Wei wisely decided to temporarily relinquish his pursuit. He quietly amended his barter proposal for the selling of the Abyssal God sequence by adding a stipulation. Priority would be given to purple-quality human barracks with superior attributes. Unlike equipment, which can be reused, barracks are essentially permanent fixtures within one's territory. The stark contrast between long-term and short-term investments is vividly reflected in their prices. As for the orange barracks, their exorbitant costs come with myriad requirements. Such structures are primarily employed by major factions to recruit prodigies, akin to when Wu Wei awakened the Lord's heart, while Li Xiaoming awakened her orange Lord's heart. Should she align herself with a particular faction, she could potentially be granted access to such resources after a thorough evaluation. However, this investment carries significant risks, as the fate of these talented individuals is uncertain, with the possibility of them perishing in the boundless void at any moment. Yet, without taking risks, how can one attract top-tier talents? Nurturing a single exceptional individual could compensate for numerous failed investments. It is a classic case of having to give up something to gain something. Wu Wei found himself both amused and exasperated by the venture capital landscape of this lord's era. Setting a high price for an orange barack would serve as a promotional tactic for his faction. If someone were to actually purchase it, it would yield substantial profit. As for the scarce golden barracks, the demands were strictly barter-based. Upon encountering a request for an artifact, Wu Wei promptly closed the interface. Acquiring a suitable barack embryo for personal upgrades was far too advantageous. Purchasing a finished product from the market would be sheer folly. After adding a few promising purple-quality barracks to his favorites, Wu Wei directed his attention elsewhere, primarily focusing on enhancing the living conditions within his territory. He planned to consider defensive towers last, specifically looking for those with unique characteristics. Simply increasing the number of defensive towers was not a judicious approach. Moreover, under the influence of universal renewal, his territory would at least boast orange defensive towers. With an excess of towers, Wu Wei doubted he would ever break free from the constraints of achieving immortality. Instead, he aimed to select suitable towers for reinforcement, subsequently prioritizing the enhancement of existing towers levels. If the levels were too low, even orange towers would be ineffective. The strength of a defensive tower is intrinsically linked to its level. While defensive towers may not possess the same growth potential as heroes, they start with a significantly high base, making it imperative to upgrade them to match the territory's level as swiftly as possible. The more he contemplated, the more Wu Wei felt that his current stock of void crystals was woefully inadequate. With just over 200,000 void crystals, a single upgrade to level 10 for a golden territory structure would deplete his resources entirely. Such poverty. Chapter 79. massive construction in the subsequent purchases, Wu Wei did not acquire much. He procured a livestock building for meat supply, along with relevant animal offspring. Additionally, he visited a civilian shop associated with territory construction to acquire a white-quality blueprint for residential housing. Although Liu Heir had the capability to construct residences without the appropriate blueprint, the resulting buildings would lack levels and would not be recognized by the void. Wu, naturally, could not trigger universal renewal through upgrades. After a shopping spree, he found that the time spent was even shorter than when he accompanied Song Yingming on her shopping excursions. For men, shopping is straightforward. They head directly to what they wish to purchase, and if the price is right, they buy it without the unnecessary detours that often lead to nothing being bought. Observing without purchasing typically occurs only when men are financially constrained. As for women shopping, Wu decided to allow Song Yingming to take Sophia next time, having already shared the necessary permissions with her. Accompanying women on shopping trips is tolerable for a short duration, but prolonged exposure feels akin to pure torment. A certain princess, linking arms with Wu, wore a bewildered expression, seemingly perplexed by the speed at which he conducted his transactions. Usually, she handled all matters within the territory, yet when it came to shopping, his actions were remarkably swift. After all, it involved transactions worth billions. How could it conclude so quickly? She couldn't help but wonder if other billion-dollar dealings were executed with such alacrity. Nevertheless, recalling the images that had haunted her sleepless night, the princess retained confidence in Wu's prowess. Wu led Song Yingming out of the trading hall. For now, their shopping escapade had come to a close, and he intended to make use of their recent acquisitions. First and foremost, he placed 20 farmlands within the planting area of his territory. After upgrading, these combined with the 5 existing, fragmented earth plots formed a robust planting zone of 55. As for the solitary spirit field, Wu decided to set it aside for special use. Spirit field, building quality, purple excellence. Level, 10400. Function, planting. Single breeding limit, 1 seed. Skill, spirit essence. The spirit field contains spiritual energy that can nurture higher-level crops, with a 10 probability of elevating white-quality crops to green quality, and a probability of 30 for green to blue, with an upper limit of purple quality. The higher the original seed quality, the lower the probability of enhancement via spirit essence. Description, a field used for breeding. While its attributes were fairly standard, Wu was unconcerned with its current statistics. He valued its capacity to enhance crop quality. After accumulating 400 void crystals, the roulette and chaotic pointer reappeared. After a brief search, Wu located the solitary golden area. The path from purple to gold was unique, as his previous tests had revealed. Moreover, the upgraded golden structures seemed to possess strength superior to that of orange, albeit with relatively singular attributes. For instance, the recently upgraded golden territorial structure, Spirit-Infused Earth. Spirit-Infused Earth. Building quality, golden legend. Level, 2010000. Function, planting. Single breeding limit, 100 seeds. Skill, spirit essence. The spirit field contains spiritual energy that can nurture higher-level crops, with a 100 probability of elevating white-quality crops to green quality, a 30 probability for green to blue, and an upper limit of gold quality. The higher the quality of the original breed, the lower the probability of enhancing its quality through spiritual essence. Conversely, the greater the concentration of spiritual energy within the territory, the higher the likelihood of quality improvement. Introduction. The land utilized for breeding can reach a maximum level of gold. Wu Wei was quite pleased with the effects of this enhancement. Although it primarily serves as a mere reinforcement, it introduced an ability that augments the probability of quality improvement in accordance with the concentration of spiritual energy. The extent of this enhancement truly justifies the golden quality of the structure, resulting in substantial gains. Previously, Wu Wei had little appreciation for high-quality territorial buildings. He understood their exorbitant cost, but lacked a concrete scale for reference and comparison. After all, upgrading once elevates a structure to orange, leaving only a single tier to the coveted gold. A recent visit to the trading post illuminated the staggering expense of such items. Wu Wei lamented that the territorial buildings he had evolved could not be traded. Otherwise, he could have made a fortune as a middleman. After enlisting Sophia and Moira to oversee the breeding operations within the territory, Wu Wei proceeded to place the breeding grounds according to the design proposed by Song Yingming. He selected a standard orange-quality breeding facility from the myriad options available in the wheel. The outcome was rather unremarkable, providing enhancements to the growth rate of livestock and the difficulty of breeding. As for the architectural blueprints for residential buildings, Wu Wei entrusted them to Liu Heir, directing him to organize the residents to construct in the newly designated living area. Naturally, he refrained from using source energy crystals for direct exchanges. Instead, he instructed Song Yingming to purchase materials from the trading post, significantly reducing expenses. By the time dinner approached, the newly constructed residences within the territory were completed. Wu Wei was curious to see how they would transform upon upgrading to orange quality. After the upgrade, he discovered a plethora of housing styles on the wheel: high-tech smart buildings, quaint wooden cottages, and expansive luxurious mansions. After much contemplation, He ultimately did not choose any of these options. The technological designs were incompatible with the developmental direction and style of the territory. The wooden cottages were too small, and in the future, if residents formed families, they would undoubtedly find them inadequate. As for the vast mansions, the territory's space was not yet ample enough to accommodate such grandeur. His final selection was a 3-story house occupying approximately 150 square meters, adorned in an ancient style. Surrounding it was a modest courtyard enclosed by a wooden fence, spanning about 50 square meters. Setting aside other considerations, Wu Wei personally favored this type of architecture. Having been troubled by housing issues in his past life, he resolved to change that as a lord. All houses would be distributed free of charge. Moreover, it was not only the residents who would benefit, the soldiers would also receive adequate accommodations. Wu Wei believed no one desired to live in dormitories indefinitely, and if someone did, they were welcome to do so. He did not impose a mandate for residing in larger homes. Furthermore, when alone, one might stay in a dormitory. But what would happen when families formed? It was unreasonable for children to also reside there. By pre-allocating housing, he assured that those who followed him would have their basic needs, food, clothing, and shelter, adequately met. As for travel, the territory was confined to this expanse, with little else requiring assurance. In a realm where a single individual is allocated a spacious area of 150 square meters, the prospect of forming a family entitles one to an entire suite, a 3-story villa complete with a small garden. The sheer generosity of this arrangement is overwhelming, evoking a profound sense of gratitude within Wu Wei, who finds himself murmuring phrases like benevolent lord and exquisite leader. As a former laborer in the bustling city of Jincheng, he vividly recalls the frustration of earning a meager salary while grappling with exorbitant housing prices. The burdens of renting not only drained his finances, but also left him feeling rootless, devoid of a sense of belonging in the urban expanse. However, should anyone present him with a 150 square meter home, or even a grand 500 square meter standalone villa with a garden upon marriage, the notion of urging him into matrimony would be rendered unnecessary. Since graduating high school, Wu Wei's singular ambition has been to find a life partner. Upon completing his university education, he felt it was time to marry. How could he possibly remain single for so long? In Chapter 80, The Toast, Song Ingmeng stands beside Wu Wei, observing him as he appears momentarily entranced, murmuring about home ownership, happiness, and sweet delights that verge on the diabetic. She struggles to comprehend his musings. Yet, Wu Wei does not dwell excessively on the past. Rather, poignant memories from his previous life resurface involuntarily as he transforms a quaint wooden cottage into a magnificent mansion. Upon reviewing his attributes, he finds himself exceedingly satisfied with the enhancements. One attribute accelerates his cultivation speed, while the other allows for a modest expansion of space. The original 200 square meter house, occupying only 50 square meters externally, experiences a practical 1-to-4 spatial augmentation. It is a manageable yet advantageous development, especially since expanding the territory is no simple task. Wu Wei perceives that the fortune bestowed upon De Bao significantly influences various aspects of his endeavors. He even senses an increased likelihood of encountering desirable areas on the roulette of fate, and when he does, they seem particularly fitting. Regrettably, De Bao will not receive a room in this distribution. However, he can reserve a space next door, for it is unseemly to sleep amidst the bamboo grove daily. The onlookers, both subjects and troops, gaze eagerly at the magnificent house Wu Wei has conjured. Who would prefer to reside in a modest wooden cabin when such splendid accommodations are available? Although the Bei Wei army is absent, several cultivators, who face fewer restrictions, have gathered to witness the spectacle. Some even volunteered to assist in the construction of the house earlier. After completing the first dwelling, Wu Wei summoned the crowd to announce his housing distribution plan. This is the first grand house built in our territory, and it will serve as a model for all. You may tour it shortly. Although the audience did not fully grasp the concept of a model house, they intuitively sensed that Wu Wei did not intend for them to inhabit it, which left them somewhat disheartened. Such a spacious abode could comfortably accommodate 10 individuals. Yet they were left wanting. Yet, Wu Wei's subsequent declaration ignited a chorus of cheers among the gathered crowd. From now on, each individual shall receive 1 floor, and those who form families will be granted an entire suite. Once all the houses are completed, everyone shall partake in the distribution, regardless of the circumstances. A habitable domicile is always of paramount importance. No one would begrudge the joy of acquiring a larger and more splendid residence. Amidst the jubilant cheers, a cultivator from the crowd posed a question that had long lingered in his heart. My lord, will we also have a share in the housing allocation? He then joined in the clamor, his voice rising above that of the ordinary folk. In his previous life, when the clan faced peril, cultivators were subjected to a militarized upbringing from their school days. Having lived in dormitories since childhood and then continuing to reside in barracks upon enlisting, the yearning for freedom was a common sentiment. Every individual craves their own space. As for the resources required for construction, they were relatively insignificant to Wu Wei, considering that the edifices were of a simplistic white design. Rather than purchasing models, they were constructed by hand, complemented by the territory's various consumption reduction attributes. Ultimately, the total expenditure amounted to roughly the cost of the farmland acquired today, around 100,000. Enhancing the quality of life and bolstering combat prowess were of great significance to Wu Wei. Moreover, the insights gleaned from the knowledge capsule indicated that, in a conventional trajectory, it was imperative to treat one's subjects with kindness. The rationale behind this was linked to higher realms, knowledge that was absent from Wu Wei's foundational knowledge capsule. Naturally, certain unconventional lords followed distinct paths, including those who operated without subjects or troops. After dinner, while taking a leisurely stroll, Wu Wei indulged in the thrill of construction. It was refreshing to engage in such activities without the pressures of earning a living or navigating social intricacies. Being a civil engineer, building houses proved to be quite enjoyable, especially when it was for his own benefit. There was no grand aspiration to create 1,000,000 spacious rooms. Rather, it was about crafting a singular abode. With the extraordinary physical attributes bestowed upon him by De Bao, Wu Wei worked with remarkable speed, earning the admiration of the surrounding populace, which brought him immense satisfaction. As his housing allocation policy spread throughout the territory, the zeal of the residents was almost overwhelming. They were eager to complete the work swiftly so they could inhabit their new homes. However, Wu Wei had to intervene, urging them to temper their enthusiasm and prepare for rest. After all, life was long, there was no need to rush. Taking their time would lead to a brighter future. With a light sheen of sweat upon him, Wu Wei entered the spring pool, where Sophia awaited, ready to provide a massage that stirred a delightful anticipation within him. Having recently concluded his tenure as a magician, he was somewhat enamored with the pleasures of life, looking forward to a playful interaction with his elven maid. To his surprise, Sophia deftly evaded his touch. Wu Wei mused, puzzled by this change in his once amiable and affectionate elven maid. Just as Sophia was about to speak, a voice interrupted her. Master, I may not be very available in the coming days. Wu Wei was genuinely taken aback, pondering whether elves too experience their own cycles. Upon receiving confirmation from Sophia, he had no choice but to quell his anticipations. If a more indulgent experience was off the table, he would settle for a more modest one. Though not as gratifying, the experience still proved pleasurable, especially with Sophia's increasingly adept massage techniques. Pure bliss. Emerging from the spring pool clad in a robe, Wu Wei returned to his chamber and ignited the lamp. As the light spread, he discovered that he was not alone in his room. The princess sat at a small table, adorned in resplendent phoenix crown and flowing robes. A pot of wine and 2 white porcelain cups lay before her. Wu Wei was acutely aware of her identity and quickly deduced the reason behind Sophia's unusual behavior earlier that day. In stark contrast to her previous regal demeanor when summoned in full palace attire, the sight of this delicate young lady stirred an undeniable intrigue within Wu Wei, who had a penchant for contrasts. However, since the young lady had already set the stage, Wu Wei refrained from appearing overly eager. At this moment, Song Yingming was not as she had been upon her summoning. Her once commanding gaze now softened, flushed with a tinge of shyness, and her eyes betraying a hint of allure and anticipation. As Wu Wei seated himself across from her, Song Yingming lifted the wine pot and poured the liquid into the cups. The act of toasting felt clumsy and tinged with nervousness between them. After setting down the cups, their gazes met once more. Husband, the beauty's trembling voice served as a signal. Chapter 81, Practical Instruction. Wu Wei reached out, first removing the heavy phoenix crown, then lifting the princess into his embrace. He chose to ignore the silk robes trampled beneath his feet and the voice suggesting to extinguish the light. The following day, Wu Wei found himself sprawled across the grand bed on earth, lamenting the disadvantages of being male. Despite his robust physique, he struggled to exert dominance. In contrast, Song Yingming, who had initially been overwhelmed by his prowess to the point of near tears, eventually regained her composure and contemplated reversing their roles. Wu Wei could hardly tolerate this and unleashed his full combat potential, managing to pin her down. Realizing time was slipping away and class was imminent, he hastily prepared himself. On the 3rd day of lessons, the instructor on stage taught essential skills for Lords of War. Prior to awakening, the students could not ascertain the characteristics of their future lordly hearts. Thus, the school focused primarily on general education. Specific skill training was reserved for post-awakening. For instance, the female instructor, with her high ponytail and striking demeanor, was now demonstrating tactical maneuvers. Yet, her teaching style was less graceful than her appearance suggested. She gathered all the students into the arena, initiating a battle. Each student could select any ordinary unit below level 10, while the teacher chose an equivalent ordinary human unit. Both sides would field 100 units, and the teacher would deem it a victory if half of her units fell in battle. Initially, the students brimmed with confidence, convinced that their chosen units would easily overpower the ordinary human soldiers. They believed that not only would they win by half, but annihilating the entire opposing force would pose little challenge. However, the outcome left their faces bruised, yet under the guidance of their female instructor. The 100 human soldiers epitomized the prowess of deities of war. 50 sword and shield warriors complemented by 50 archers transformed the battlefield into an impregnable fortress of steel. Regardless of the configurations or ratios the students chose for their factions, they were utterly vanquished. The 100 human soldiers, under the adept control of their teacher, moved as a singular entity, with many students unable to eliminate even 10 of the instructor's soldiers before their own forces were completely annihilated. Most students had relied on human units during the novice trials against monsters, leading many to believe that their failure after 20 days was not due to their own shortcomings, but rather the supposed frailty of the human troops. However, the instructor provided a practical lesson through her battle demonstrations. All the units were of ordinary quality, and some students had even selected factions with slight advantages. After all, racial attributes do exist, and even a unit of the same quality can possess slightly superior attributes. Yet, the final outcome starkly contrasted with their theoretical assessments of power. It became evident that the combat effectiveness of human troops was far more robust than they had presumed. With this level of skill, you dare remain in this class? I suggest you head to the second class to strengthen your fundamentals. Could an ordinary quality mage's spells break through the shields of the sword and shield warriors? What were you thinking? As for cavalry charges, 100 cavalry could indeed break through, but your execution rendered that possibility null and void with your abysmal formation. Did you not see my forces growing in number? Unable to penetrate the formation, you are merely fish in a barrel. Utilize the cavalry's speed to encircle and disrupt the formation. That would have provided an opportunity. While the instructor mercilessly dominated the students, her words flowed continuously, offering occasional guidance, but also indulging in outright mockery, depending on the performance of her pupils. Reactions varied among the students. Some scrutinized the battlefield intently, while others dismissed the value of ordinary quality troops, believing they could simply crush their opponents with higher tier units later on. After thoroughly overwhelming half of the students, it was finally Wu Wei's turn. At this point, not a single student had managed to inflict half the required casualties. Initially, Wu Wei considered opting for a lower-tier substitute from his territory's troops, but after observing the performances of his classmates, he decided to play it safe. In terms of ordinary quality troops, units like the Beiwei army, which could excel in various roles, were not unheard of. But versatility came in two forms. One type mastered all skills, whether in melee or ranged combat, while the other was simply a jack of all trades, master of none. As for the white-quality cultivators, Wu Wei thought they were likely weaker than the mages chosen by previous students, as early-stage cultivators tended to lack strength. When it came time to select his advantageous unit, Wu Wei had already formulated a plan in his mind. Upon his turn, he chose 100 centaur archers, armed with bows and arrows. The centaur archers possess remarkable mobility, rendering the arrows of human archers less likely to hit their mark. Their extensive range of ranged attacks allows them to diminish the enemy's strength without engaging in close combat. However, under ordinary quality, the centaur archer exhibits a conspicuous weakness, their frail physique. After all, with comparable quality, every strength naturally comes with its corresponding weakness. Nonetheless, the racial attributes of the centaurs surpass those of humans, and the range of their bows extends further than that of their human counterparts. At such times, the prowess of the commander in maneuvering becomes paramount. After all, the ammunition for ranged units is finite when not on their own territory. Maximizing the effectiveness of limited ammunition to inflict the highest possible damage is typically a fundamental lesson for archer-type leaders, many of whom possess enhancements in this regard. Once one ventures into the boundless void for exploration, the simplicity of merely playing tower defense like in the novice trials is no longer applicable. Engaging in combat beyond one's territory is an unavoidable reality. As the battle commenced, Wu Wei contemplated drawing the teacher's ammunition to the edge of the human archer's range. If the opponent's ammunition ran low, he could unleash a flurry of attacks as a ranged unit. However, the female teacher was a seasoned strategist, not easily ensnared by such trivial tactics. She refrained from engaging until the appropriate distance for lethal damage was reached. Wu Wei, on the other hand, did not resort to excessive measures, such as enhancing his capabilities with a template like Yufei. He merely adjusted Sophia's panel to bolster his mental attributes slightly, focusing primarily on meticulous control. Subsequently, he managed to eliminate 50 human troops while meticulously managing his ammunition consumption. After completing the task, Wu Wei chose to surrender. With the boost to his mental attributes, the exertion was not overly taxing. One could only remark on the teacher's consummate skill. He barely managed to complete the task only when his resources were nearly depleted. The students watching from below were largely mesmerized. There had been other classmates who opted for cavalry-type units to counter the challenge, yet none had chosen centaur archers, a hybrid unit. Consequently, the lack of synergy between riders and mounts in lower-quality cavalry units proved to be exasperating during control. Furthermore, others lacked sufficient mental attributes to sustain high-intensity micromanagement. The combined negative effects rendered the cavalry strategy rather ineffective. Chapter 82. Merely white. A clever choice indeed. What led you to select the centaur archers? Moreover, there should be a hero with commendable mental attributes. Your command frequency is quite impressive. It seems this cohort has some promising talents. The teacher's words made Wu Wei scratch his head. Could he admit that he had encountered centaur-type creatures during the novice trials, particularly those with bovine features? Were it not for the absence of such unit options within the realm of ordinary quality, he would have simply opted for them and ceased operations altogether. Completing tasks merely through self-detonation would have sufficed. His experience during the novice trials had relied on the high range of defensive towers to resolve matters. Wu Wei reluctantly devised a rationale, yet it appeared quite fitting to everyone around, as they were well acquainted with the circumstances. As for the heroes with high mental attributes, he chose not to elaborate, as such matters are often difficult to articulate. Whether attributing his fortune to mere chance or the generous endowments of his elders, there would inevitably be some discomfort among listeners. Thus, remaining silent was the wisest course of action. When not actively participating, Wu Wei was immersed in observing the battles through the lens of the Yu Fei template. To the legendary general, who had faced countless adversaries, the current skirmish was akin to a child's play. This sentiment was shared not only by the students, but also by the instructors. In the presence of a commander of golden quality, distinctions seemed negligible. Wu Wei was confident that should he employ the Yu Fei template, he could easily decimate an enemy force of 100 with a mere 50 cavalry. In fact, if losses were disregarded, he believed that 30 could accomplish the task of total annihilation. His reluctance to utilize the Yu Fei template stemmed from two motives: to conceal his own deficiencies and to validate his capabilities. Ultimately, the results were commendable. After witnessing Wu Wei's success through this method, many others expressed a desire to attempt the same. However, their outcomes were far from satisfactory. Either they mismanaged their positioning and fell within the effective range of enemy archers, or they squandered excessive ammunition, failing to meet the required casualties. Many students were not even at level 10. Their low mental attributes hindered them from executing precise maneuvers, as Wu Wei had. Consequently, the instructors seized the opportunity to swiftly conclude the exercise. Not long after, Wu Wei and two others completed the tasks set by their instructor, yet no rewards were bestowed. The teacher, having conducted a thorough review with everyone, announced the end of class. However, the students did not rush to depart. Instead, they utilized the battle space sanctioned by the instructor to continue their skirmishes. Others began to discuss the various strategies employed during the engagements. Who is Wu Wei? I haven't heard of him among the awakeners of the high-quality Lord's Heart. I was in the same class as him before the division. He previously awakened a white-quality Lord's Heart. What? A white Lord's Heart can be that formidable? Most students engaged in the discourse were astonished, while the subject of their conversation had already vacated the room, making it impossible for them to pay their respects. However, their curiosity thrived undeterred by his absence. It seems that none among us have the awakening of an orange-quality Lord's Heart, like Li Xiaoming. Indeed, I was in the same class as her, after her awakening. She was taken away, and we have not seen her since. Could she have been assassinated? No. I heard that our school has a new principal, extraordinarily powerful, and Li Xiaoming is receiving individualized training from him. The students' gossip had little to do with Wu Wei, who abstained from the battles and discussions purely out of disinterest. After acquiring the knowledge capsule, he had gained a substantial understanding of his own power level. He had already surpassed these newly awakened novices, and engaging in battle with them would only result in a one-sided rout. Upon returning to his domain, Wu Wei cast a glance at the still slumbering Tsang Yingming and sent her a portion of lunch, conveniently taking care of his own meal as well. In the time that followed, Wu Wei primarily wandered through the trading hall, perusing the sales information for the Evil God sequence. Although there were some reasonably priced items, such as the 1.3 billion source energy crystals or various barter transactions, he found nothing particularly suitable and decided to leave things as they were. As for the class transition items, he resolved to first acquire a few of lower quality, knowing that higher quality transitions of the same type could effectively cover the lower ones. For instance, the golden quality class of the Heartless Sword Sect's true disciples could entirely encompass sword cultivator transitions of lower than golden quality. While a small portion of cultivation would be wasted during the transition, the proportion was minimal, barely exceeding 10%, which he found acceptable. With a clear objective in mind, Wu Wei headed to the specialty shop on the immortal side to check the prices, only to abandon the idea in favor of personal transactions. The prices for the immortal side were outrageously inflated, and he pondered how so many opted for that route. The white and green quality transition items he had casually disposed of in the boundless void had collectively yielded only a few tens of thousands of source energy crystals. A significant portion of those who chose to tread alternative paths did so because the mainstream options were prohibitively expensive. He understood well why certain paths became mainstream. Yet as long as the ceiling of the alternative routes was not excessively low, pursuing them could indeed facilitate the attainment of longevity. The personal listings for transition items varied widely, and after a thorough search, Wu Wei discovered a promising offering: a purple quality transition item for the human general class. Token of the Imperial Guard leader, priced at 2 million, accepting trade for purple quality orc physical transition items, orc commander, or orc sword saint. This trade caught Wu Wei's interest, especially since he possessed a purple transition item, blade remnant of the orc sword saint. However, due to market conditions, The prices of the two purple transition items were not quite equivalent. After inviting the seller for a face-to-face discussion, he encountered a brawny man. After both parties examined each other's trade goods, Wu Wei proposed to cover the 300,000 source energy crystal difference. The man countered with 500,000, and they ultimately settled on an additional 400,000. After all, orc transitions were a relatively mainstream path, and their prices were not particularly low. In Chapter 83, The Cage of Consciousness, regarding the class transitions for Tsang Yingming and Sophia, Wu Wei opted to purchase directly. The two purple transitions from the immortal side collectively cost nearly 5 million source energy crystals. Subsequently, he sold off some of his unnecessary equipment and assorted items. Though this amounted to only a fraction of his expenditures, it still represented a considerable sum. The next day, while walking to school, Wu Wei encountered Jin Yuqian. The plump little Jin rushed up behind Wu Wei and patted him on the shoulder, his face alight with excitement. "Brother Wei, I heard you've already reached level 10. How impressive. Yesterday, I sold a batch of enchanted fruits, earning over 2,000 source energy crystals. Unfortunately, the price of farmland is exorbitant. Otherwise, I could expand my cultivation scale, thereby increasing my monthly income. Those selling spirit seeds are insufferably greedy, which infuriates me. Otherwise, I could have purchased another plot of farmland next month to enhance my agricultural area." Jin Yuqian incessantly chattered beside Wu Wei, who, with a smile, patiently listened to his friend's ramblings. This fellow is quite the talker, yet Wu Wei finds no annoyance in him. "Are you not considering a merchant's path? Why have you turned to farming?" Upon hearing this, Jin Yuqian shot Wu Wei an exasperated glance and retorted, "Who says a merchant cannot engage in agriculture? Blending paths is quite a common affair. Is it not true that you have no farmland in your domain?" As he spoke, Jin Yuqian made exaggerated expressions, clearly skeptical that Wu Jiang had left anything for Wu Wei. He knew well of Wu Jiang's formidable prowess. Even scraps left behind by the old lord could significantly expedite the development of a new lord. "My father did leave me a few things, but merely a trifle. Hardly sufficient." Wu Wei's words resonated with Jin Yuqian, who quickly chimed in, "My dad is the same. He refuses to provide me with any startup capital, insisting that a merchant must earn their first pot of gold to truly begin. Bah, it's just the old miser's tendencies resurfacing." Wu Wei found himself at a loss for words, as familial matters were delicate. Moreover, if he were to mention that Wu Jiang had bequeathed him $1 million, Jin Yuqian would likely become infuriated. As they reached the school entrance, they parted ways, each heading towards different areas. Wu Wei had initially intended to pursue the path of agriculture, for not everyone is equipped to acquire resources through combat amidst the void. Most individuals gradually accumulate resources, and the agricultural route can indeed allow one to enjoy a prosperous existence over millennia. However, having been granted an opportunity, Wu Wei would naturally not revert to a mundane life. Day by day, he diligently attended classes, seldom missing the daytime sessions. After awakening, the value of the courses had significantly increased compared to those before. As for the heroes of the territory, the two female heroes were either perusing forums or browsing the trading post. The plethora of intriguing posts and abundant information on countless forums would take centuries to fully explore. Visiting the trading post had become a daily necessity, even supplementing Daba with a variety of bamboo species. Meanwhile, Yufei spent his days immersed in the arena. For Wu Wei had allocated 300,000 source energy crystals for his battle expenses. The progress of the spirit of the Bakwei army was also quite encouraging. Daba, on the other hand, primarily indulged in a cycle of eating and sleeping within the bamboo grove. Wu Wei and the inhabitants of his territory lived simple yet fulfilling lives. And in the blink of an eye, over 20 days had passed. Although the malevolent god sequence he had listed for sale still lacked suitable buyers, Wu Wei remained undeterred, resolute in seizing the opportunity presented to him upon his arrival. Particularly following the first descent, the school is set to conduct a simulation test. Although Wu Wei is not particularly concerned about the rewards of the simulation, he certainly does not intend to miss the opportunity of descent. On the 30th day after the novice trial concluded, Wu Wei awoke in the morning and patted the quilt beside him. Emerging from the bedding was a disheveled fairy maid, her eyes still heavy with sleep, peering out with a look of delightful confusion. "Wake up, it's time for descent preparation." Wu Wei found himself at a loss, pondering how, after breaking through that initial barrier, these two girls had become increasingly combative. They sought him out for sparring every night. Though he possessed commendable physical prowess, it was hardly feasible to engage in such relentless confrontations. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that male characters typically excelled in explosive damage, while their female counterparts thrived on sustained damage. Even if he managed to defeat one in a single bout, she would be back to her vibrant self the very next day. With a resigned shake of his head, he gently urged Sophia, "Let us go, breakfast awaits. After we eat, we shall prepare to set off." There was little to arrange within the territory. The Bakwei army engaged in battles at the arena daily, maintaining an impeccable state of readiness. The cultivators, upon learning of the impending descent, also ensured their spiritual energy remained fully charged. Before embarking on their expedition, Wu Wei resolved to upgrade one of the defensive towers within the territory. This was the orange, mental disruption tower that had emerged on the 20th day. He assured himself he had not forgotten. He merely wished to celebrate the impending descent with an upgrade. Transitioning from orange to gold, the selection of golden areas was extensive, vastly different from the solitary golden area available when upgrading from purple. Wu Wei meticulously observed each golden area within the 5-minute countdown. He had diligently studied the various designs and specific attributes of defensive towers in recent days. Particularly focusing on those from the Xinxia genre, he swiftly identified his target. In a modest golden area, the central feature was a massive stone base, upon which rested a solitary small cage, insufficient even to contain a sparrow. Nevertheless, upon seeing it, Wu Wei chose this defensive tower without hesitation. He recognized it as a premier control-type defensive tower, belonging to the Xinxia category, and it would be unreasonable not to acquire it. Mystical Tower, Mind Control Cage. Building Quality, Golden Legend. Level 2, 010000. Universal Renewal is cooling down. It can be triggered again after reaching a certain level. Function: activate the Mind Control Cage, controlling the target's mind and body with formidable strength. Applicable only to a single target. The control duration is contingent upon the target's mental and physical strength, lasting a maximum of 60 seconds. Energy consumption, 1,000 source energy crystals per second. Attack speed, 5 minutes per instance. Attack range, 3,000 meters. Skill: extended delay. The next activation of the Mind Control Cage can double the control duration from the base judgment time, with a cooldown of 3 hours. Skill: extreme burst. The next activation of the Mind Cage secret technique will double in strength, with a cooldown period of 3 hours. Introduction: a control ability comparable to halting time. One can only hope that one's adversary lacks such prowess. Chapter 84, The First Formal Descent. Wu Wei gazed upon his very first golden quality defensive tower, a wave of satisfaction washing over him. After all, he was acutely aware of the exorbitant market value of such an item. Remarkably, he had acquired this defensive tower almost without cost. This formidable golden quality single-target control tower, particularly from the Xinxia genre, is valued in the hundreds of millions. To put it simply, the exchange rates within the Evil God sequence still possess a tangible price. Yet for the orange resurrection structures, as long as Wu Wei refrains from setting an outrageous price, it is virtually impossible for them not to sell. It is important to note that these structures cannot be purchased with source energy crystals in the official trading world. They can only be exchanged for special resources such as military achievements. Such items, characterized by their minuscule supply and immense demand, primarily exist for bartering with similarly rare treasures, with market prices merely serving as a value designation. However, the two active skills of this defensive tower are somewhat unrefined. Terms like super long delay and extraordinary burst do not quite align with what one would expect from a defensive structure. Nonetheless, the base of the Mind Cage secret tower is cylindrical, rendering it functional. Strength is what matters. The nomenclature is of little significance. Although he lacked the time to meticulously compare dozens of Golden Region defensive towers to determine the most suitable one, selecting the Mind Cage secret tower was undoubtedly a wise choice. Upon completing the preparations for the descent, Wu Wei opted to activate the domain's 2 instruments dustless formation. Countless array flags emerged before receding into the surroundings. The power of the formation now enveloping the entire territory. For heroes and 2,000 troops gathered before him, while the citizens stood at the entrance of their small courtyard, gazing towards their lord. Indeed, over the past 20 days, Wu Wei's citizens had successfully completed the construction of the planned small courtyard. Wu Wei opened his lord's panel, his focus honing in on the descent option. He selected descent. A notification appeared. Detection of the territory's first descent imminent. Please confirm the territory name before proceeding. It was noted that the current territory level was 10, with available suffixes, village, town, and at level 20, the suffix, city. Wu Wei uttered the name he had long prepared for his territory, Wu Wei Immortal Town. While it sounded somewhat pedestrian, there was no alternative, initially. He had named his domain, Wu Wei Dao Domain. However, the suffix of the territory is closely tied to its level, emphasizing a strict hierarchy. Though the city level suffix is unlocked at level 20, this suffix is the limit for most lords. The information Wu Wei gleaned from the knowledge capsule indicated that he lacked the requisite level and was uncertain of how many levels were necessary to adopt the desired name. He needed to reach level 20 swiftly. Wu Wei Immortal City sounds far more appealing than Wu Wei Immortal Town. As he pondered this, he decisively selected Descent once more. In a moment, the territory of the untroubled Immortal Town vanished into the boundless void. At that instant, no spatial anchor points remained on Earth, and the only connection to the planet lay between Wu Wei, the Lord, and Earth itself. Should Wu Wei meet his demise, the entire territory would drift through the void, akin to countless fragments of space. The origins of the Lord profession remain shrouded in obscurity within human history. Yet, the exploration and understanding of this vocation have continuously advanced. Initially, many believed that this profession, which inherently possessed spatial attributes, belonged to an internal world system. However, It was later revealed that it indeed constitutes an internal world system, albeit one of greater power. The key to this strength lies in the relationship between this profession and the void. Throughout humanity's evolution, they have encountered races within the internal world systems, whether it be the divine realms of deities, the heavenly domains of angels, or the abyssal realms of demons. At their core, these are all manifestations of the internal world system. However, the most significant flaw of such systems is their poverty, an acute scarcity of resources. The development of an internal world necessitates far more resources than those required for individual prowess. Although entities within the same realm often possess greater strength, even capable of combat beyond their tier, the substantial resource consumption implies a need for more extensive conquests and explorations within the void. Such endeavors are fraught with the risk of catastrophic blows. In the quest through the boundless void, one cannot ascertain whether the discovered entity is a rich repository of resources or a formidable force capable of annihilating one's race. The path forward may involve either cautious, gradual development or a bold, rapid ascent, striving to grow stronger than the impending dangers. Ultimately, it is a gamble with one's life and the fate of one's people. The reasons behind humanity's acquisition of the exceptionally formidable lord profession remain elusive. However, lords can seize resources to enhance their own strength. It is not solely the war-oriented lords who descend into the void. Both combat and agricultural lords represent distinctions in their chosen paths. For instance, one may embark on a radical expedition, intending to sustain war through warfare, while another may proceed steadily, focusing on acquiring void crystals during each descent, relying on agriculture for other resources. Nevertheless, all lords must venture into the boundless void to seek their paths forward. The possibility of cultivating deities within their territories does not exist. Unlike other professions, lords require void crystals as essential items for self-enhancement. These crystals can only be obtained by descending into the boundless void, establishing a connection with it. This connection serves as both a tremendous advantage and a profound constraint for the lords. In Wu Wei's understanding, the benefits significantly outweigh the drawbacks. Upon choosing to descend, Wu Wei remained ever vigilant, invoking the secret art of the flowing cloud diagram. Such a descent is not a novice trial. Even landing in the maw of a slumbering demon god is a possibility. Chapter 85. The Yellow Sands and Exploration. However, reflecting upon my reliance on De Bao's fortunate charm, I surmised that my inaugural descent should not be fraught with misfortune. The surroundings gradually came into focus, and the disorienting sensation of weightlessness dissipated in an instant. Upon raising my gaze, I observed that, while the external landscape appeared desolate, it did not seem overtly perilous. The expanse of yellow sands beyond my territory illuminated the realization that I had likely arrived in a desert region. The dim, yellowing crescent moon suspended in the sky harmonized beautifully with the sandy terrain. I glanced at my timer. It was 8:30 in the morning. Nevertheless, given that I had arrived in the boundless void, the irregularity of celestial bodies became a rather commonplace occurrence. Fortune smiled upon me. In the past, I had genuinely feared that my ill fate would lead me directly into the jaws of a demon. Thankfully, I had to bow, this little harbinger of good luck. Unlike the 20 days spent with novice trials, my official arrival in the boundless void was devoid of any time constraints. The longer a territory remained in this vast expanse, the more susceptible it became to the attention of certain terrifying entities lurking within the void. As a lord descends, regardless of whether to a world fragment, a shattered continent, or a ruin, the most conspicuous characteristic of such locales is the incompleteness of the world's barrier. While this fragmented barrier facilitates the lord's arrival, it simultaneously leaves them vulnerable to the prying gaze of malevolent beings. Moreover, the longer a lord lingers in the boundless void post-arrival, the more pronounced the conflict between their vitality and the encroaching despair of the new world becomes, rendering them increasingly susceptible to the scrutiny of these entities. Such menacing presences not only exist beyond the realms of the world, but may also manifest within the very realm to which the Lord has descended. Generally, the longer a Lord remains, the more formidable the approaching threats become. Thus, Lords typically endeavor to maximize their exploration within a limited time frame upon arrival, striving for the greatest yield before hastily retreating. Of course, for those capable of confronting powerful and terrifying entities directly, immense rewards could be reaped. Yet, few dare to take such risks. Gazing upon the vast expanse of yellow sands, the undulating dunes made it challenging to ascertain the situation outside. Fortunately, the radar within my territory indicated no nearby enemies. I promptly assigned Yufei to command 2 battalions to initiate the pre-arranged exploration procedures. Following my orders, Yufei deployed the 2 battalions according to our prior arrangements. From the Beiwai army, 500 soldiers remained stationed at the camp, while the remaining 500 ventured out to explore in groups of 5. The configuration of the cultivator battalion varied due to differing spiritual root attributes. Yet each team's allocation ensured a balance of offensive, defensive, mobility, and stealth capabilities. In the unfamiliar environment of the boundless void, it was crucial that no weaknesses were too pronounced, Otherwise, countless descents could lead one to encounter monsters that completely countered their strengths. With the troops fully prepared, upon Yufei's command, all members formed into exploration teams and set forth in all directions. Before long, the figures of the crowd vanished behind the undulating sand dunes. Meanwhile, Wu Wei remained seated within the territory, accompanied by several heroes. While fallen soldiers could be resurrected through the Hall of Souls, the loss of a human would signify the end for everyone within the realm. As for the heroes, each one possessed a slightly enhanced exploration capability compared to a small group. However, as the primary combat force for the territory, the death of even a single hero would compel Wu Wei to consider an early conclusion to this incursion. During the waiting period, he alternated between observing the resurrection queue at the Hall of Souls and monitoring the radar. It would be disingenuous to claim he felt no anxiety during his first official descent. Song Yingmeng placed her hands upon Wu Wei's shoulders, gently kneading them as she spoke reassuringly. There is no need for worry. The troops of our territory have undergone brief reconnaissance training with the Yu family army and will encounter no issues. Wu Wei instructed Song Yingmeng to keep an eye on the Hall of Souls while he gazed into the distance at the sand dunes. The inhabitants of the territory, however, appeared rather unperturbed. Those responsible for tending to livestock continued their duties, while others tended to the fields. Most of the residents, summoned to the realm before Wu Wei concluded his novice trials, had already perished at the hands of the resurrected beings, and thus, their spirits were surprisingly buoyant. With their lord's protection, they felt secure. If the lord were to perish, they would follow suit, for their loyalty was unwavering. According to their accounts, a small oasis lay approximately 11 to 12 kilometers southeast of the territory. Yet, apart from the bones of some wild beasts, no other living creatures were observed. Moreover, the water source in the oasis appeared on the verge of drying up. To avoid conflict, they refrained from venturing deeper into the oasis. Exploration within the territory adhered to a dual standard of time and distance. Wu Wei entrusted the task of gathering and compiling information to Yu Fei and Song Yingmeng. Ultimately, the information relayed to him encompassed various locations as well as a rudimentary map covering an area of roughly 50 kilometers around them. While the map was quite simplistic, its details were remarkably thorough. In addition to scattered small oases, there was a small city constructed of sand and earth, which held the potential for hidden treasures. Regarding the monsters, the exploration team encountered several sand scorpions lurking beneath the dunes. They emerged to attack, but retreated into the sand after being dispatched. Wu Wei, along with Yu Fei and Song Yingmeng, devised a route that would allow them to pass by as many small oases as possible along the way. As for the final destination, it was naturally the aforementioned sand-constructed city. Fortuitously, there existed a significant exploration point within 50 kilometers of the landing site. It is worth noting that there were times when an expedition could traverse dozens or even hundreds of kilometers without yielding any results. In terms of selecting the expedition members, Wu Wei had been well prepared. After all, it was not uncommon for lords who ventured outside to find their territories plundered. Should all the residents perish, the buildings of the territory would be utterly destroyed. It is important to note that once resurrection structures are destroyed, the resurrection marks of the populace cannot be preserved. Death, in such instances, is irrevocable. Regarding the military aspect, Wu Wei has retained a force of 200 cultivators to safeguard his home, serving as a contingency against unforeseen circumstances. After all, the myriad defensive towers are not merely for show. Having 200 individuals stationed is a prudent measure. As for Yu Fei, Sophia, Dabao, and the remaining troops, they accompany him on this venture. Chapter 86, The Guardians of Sand. Wu Wei is not cowardly. Rather, he possesses a profound fear of death. As discussed in class, a lord who fears not for his life is not a commendable leader, and in this regard, Wu Wei is undoubtedly an exemplary lord. Observing the distant sand dunes, he gestured grandly, leading a battalion of nearly 2,000 individuals forth. Should a lord fail to reach level 10 and unlock the power of heroes after the novice trials, their development enters a sluggish phase, primarily due to the lord's inherent weakness. However, the treasures of the boundless void are largely discoverable and collectible only by the lord himself. The connection between the lord's vocation and the boundless void appears excessively intimate in Wu Wei's view. Many unique entities within the void can only be collected through the heart of the lord. Otherwise, not even a stone or a handful of sand can be taken away. Lords lacking hero power are particularly susceptible to unforeseen perils during their explorations. Thus, the more timid may choose to engage in a slow-paced tower defense game within their territories, awaiting level 10 and the unlocking of hero power before venturing into the unknown. The duration of this process is contingent upon the lord's fortune. Encountering aggressive monsters may result in a swift demise, whereas, like Wu Wei, stumbling upon untamed lands might require numerous attempts. Along the way, the small oases yielded little in terms of rewards, only an assortment of minor creatures. After vanquishing them, Wu Wei stored the treasure chests within his lord's space. Traversing through an array of sand dunes, Wu Wei and his companions arrived at the outskirts of a small sandy town. He switched to the hero power template of Kanjing Ming, sensing the oppressive aura of twilight. it is likely that this city will soon be engulfed by the encroaching sands. The efficacy of the divination technique far surpasses that of ordinary single-target detection skills. Not only does it allow for singular detection, but it also possesses a sensing capability. Wu Wei could perceive the vague circumstances within the city, alongside items left behind that could be sensed by the heart of the Lord, thereby discerning their approximate locations. The presence of signs of civilization strongly suggests the existence of relics, which are often detectable by the heart of the Lord. In the vision granted by the divination technique, these items shimmered with a faint glow of civilization. As for the monsters within the city, Wu Wei remained uncertain of their existence. However, he surmised that they would be no match for his over 1,000 warriors. Gradually approaching the nearest relic of civilization, he noted that many of the sandy structures crumbled beneath their footsteps. Positioned centrally among his companions, Wu Wei meticulously surveyed his surroundings. This small town, constructed of sand and earth, cannot be said to have weathered the ravages of time. It is merely a landscape strewn with remnants of walls and ruins. As he walked, Wu Wei observed the scarcity of intact buildings. However, one point left him somewhat perplexed. Upon entering the sandy little town, he noticed the absence of the swirling sands that danced atop the dunes outside. The dust upon the ground was solely a result of their passage. Strangely, there were no merchants leading camels through the town. Aside from the sound of footsteps, an eerie silence enveloped the area. At that moment, Wu Wei would have preferred a monstrous creature to emerge from the dilapidated buildings of this small town and attack him. After all, in the boundless void, the unknown is the most terrifying of all. As they approached the site of the first relic of civilization, a soldier from the Beihui army reported the discovery of something strange ahead. Wu Wei advanced to the forefront, gazing at a sandy soldier statue at the street's entrance. Holding a long spear, uncertain whether it was a living being or a mere effigy. In the next instant, the statue provided him with a definitive answer. The sandy soldier took a step forward before halting, revealing another sandy soldier statue behind it. These statues advanced slowly, taking a step and then pausing for a moment before moving again. Wu Wei surmised that they might be battle automatons left by this civilization, though there was also a considerable probability that they were entities transformed from creatures succumbing to the void. From the knowledge capsule, Wu Wei learned that when a novice lord descends, it is highly likely they land in a dying world or on fragments of worlds, as these realms have completely lost the ability to prevent their entry. Unable to obstruct the lords, they were even less capable of halting the encroaching forces of the void. As for the nature of the beings before him, when in doubt, consult the art of divination. Guardian of Sand with long spear race, Sandfolk. Void transformed level, 8 skill, Sands of Transformation. Transforms into a puddle of quicksand to evade lethal damage for 3 seconds. Upon reverting to humanoid form, restores 20 maximum health points. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Description: in life, he was a loyal guardian of the Desert Empire, and even after being altered by the powers of the void, he continues to defend his realm. An 8th level creature was not particularly formidable. Wu Wei exchanged glances with Yufei, who understood and promptly directed a soldier from the Beihui army to advance. It was worth noting that with the acquisition of the Insight Stone in their territory, the upgrade rate of their troops had been quite impressive. Most had already reached levels 7 or 8. It was unlikely that the Sandy Guardian before them was a mere illusion of Anubis. Upon receiving orders, a soldier from the Beihui army did not approach recklessly. Instead, he retrieved his bow and arrows from his back. The sound of the arrows slicing through the air was followed by the Sandy soldier puppet's head bursting apart. Yet, it did not fall. Instead, it transformed into a puddle of sand, only to reconstitute its form after 3 seconds, turning its head toward the direction from which the arrow had come. In the next instant, a barrage of arrows shattered it into fragments. Utilizing the high spiritual attributes and consciousness of Kanjing Ming, Wu Wei discerned the location of their core. The core resided in the abdomen, at the dantian. Though further kills would provide additional clarity, soon, Wu Wei would realize that his assessment was indeed correct. However, the slaughter was far from trivial. After the first Sand Guardian fell to a hail of arrows from the Beihui army, Wu Wei sensed a profound transformation within the city. The pervasive gloom began to dissipate, replaced by a surge of anger laced with a hint of surprise. The anger was understandable. After all, being disturbed at the brink of oblivion would naturally incite fury. But what was the source of the surprise? The arrival of friends from afar? Is it not a joyous occasion? Chapter 87, The Disc and the Void. Wu Wei found himself perplexed by the city's unexpected metamorphosis. Meanwhile, the Beihui army had dispatched a small squad to eliminate the patrolling sand soldiers at the street's entrance. Previously, Wu Wei had refrained from opening the treasure chests dropped by the sand scorpions, deeming them unworthy. However, the treasure chests from these sand soldiers warranted exploration. He casually opened one, receiving a prompt. Open treasure chest, obtained 8 source energy crystals, 3 void crystals. After confirming that he was indeed not suffering from misfortune, he lost interest in opening such trivial chests. Instead, he resolved to gather them for a grand opening after the descent concluded. He had previously invested a considerable sum in purchasing an array of bamboo flavors for it. Thus it seemed only reasonable to open a few more chests. Throughout the journey, he encountered no formidable foes. Even the number of sand soldiers was rather limited, merely the size of a patrol squad. Wu Wei placed the dozens of chests dropped by the slain monsters into his lordly space. After a brief while, he led his companions to a relatively intact structure. Before him lay a building radiating the brilliance of civilization, though this splendor was visible only to him. The heart of the Lord automatically sensed the structure, its walls of sand exuding a shimmering glow. Desert training ground. Description: a training ground located in a border town of the Desert Empire, where one can undergo trials of civilization and receive its legacy. Accept the trials of the desert, and depending on the results, receive various rewards. Wu Wei immediately recognized the source of the civilization's glow before him. This was a common occurrence for lords descending into the boundless void. Remnants of various civilizations often housed structures that could bestow trials. The rewards varied significantly, and not all were necessarily beneficial. Rewards could range from models of territorial buildings to equipment imbued with the characteristics of the current civilization. It was not unheard of for a lord to encounter a sealed fragment of a demonic soul as a reward. Lords would weigh their circumstances and decide whether to engage with these remnants for trials or legacies. This was because not only were the rewards unpredictable, but the interaction with the civilization's glow could also provoke terrifying gazes upon them. When the heart of the Lord interacted with the world of descent, the Lord's abilities would be temporarily diminished. Thus, as lords explored the boundless void, they needed to be judicious with their time and discerning in their rewards. Wu Wei contemplated the civilization's glow before him. He ultimately resolved to trigger the luminous civilization of the building before him. Indeed, he lacked a barracks, and this might just present an opportunity. Although the prospects for suitable rewards were uncertain, having arrived, it seemed remiss not to take a look. As for using force to completely annihilate the structure, Wu Wei was certainly capable of that. However, in such a scenario, even if treasures were discovered post-destruction, it was highly probable that he would be unable to resonate with the Lord's heart. The void has its own rules, just as the Lord's heart adheres to its principles. Until one achieves sufficient strength, adhering to the rules is essential for maximizing benefits. After undergoing the trial of the civilization's radiant glow at the desert training ground, the once tightly shut gate suddenly swung open. Upon entering with his companions, they found the training ground to be far larger than they had anticipated. The expanse was empty save for a towering platform upon which sat a statue of a figure clad in armor, sculpted from yellow sand. Once Wu Wei and his companions had fully entered, the gate abruptly closed behind them. The statue on the platform turned its gaze towards Wu Wei, who, at that moment, received a prompt from the Lord's heart. Prompt: do you accept the trial of the illusion? Yes. Having chosen to step through the door, Wu Wei naturally would not hesitate further. In the next instant, the Lord's heart and the building's luminous civilization flickered simultaneously. The surroundings appeared to rewind, as the once shattered border town rapidly regained its former glory and stability from long ago. As a frontier town, it not only housed border troops to safeguard the empire's territorial security, but also served as a bustling trade port, where merchants from various races and nations converged to conduct commerce. Ascension is but a ruse. The cosmos and stars are mere illusions. Only the yellow sand remains eternal. Wu Wei listened to an enigmatic voice intoning these words as a colossal disk materialized in the distant sky. The disk rotated, unleashing a tremendous beam of energy that pierced the heavens. The blinding radiance rendered it nearly impossible for the onlookers to gaze directly at it. Yet, darkness soon enveloped the entire world. The sun vanished, the moon disappeared, and the stars faded without a trace. It was as though a shroud of black fabric had been draped over the celestial dome. After a brief moment of chaos, the citizens of the city quickly restored order under the stabilizing force of the imperial soldiers. Oil lamps, which might not have even been lit on a typical night, flickered throughout the town. Still, the populace anxiously gazed at the disk, especially the subjects of the Desert Empire. They were acutely aware that the radiant disk in the sky was the sacred artifact of their great emperor, the nation's treasured sand disk. Although the prior brilliance had been too dazzling to discern what had transpired, their collective anxiety did not wane with the unknown. Rather, as time progressed, their concern gradually morphed into panic. This unease escalated until peculiar creatures began to appear near the city. The vision of the illusion faded away at the moment the bizarre beings emerged. Just ahead, with neither body nor tail. The author of this illusion ought to be taken out and punished, Wu Wei remarked with exasperation. In the initial part of the illusion, he found himself somewhat perplexed by the situation, yet he could infer that a considerable force was attempting to engage in some frivolity, which likely resulted in chaos. However, the peculiar creature that appeared at the end of the scene was instantly recognized by Wu Wei as a void larva. These diminutive beings, omnipresent in the void, are akin to the abyssal demons found in the bottomless chasm, representing the most rudimentary form of existence. Formed from the aggregation of wandering energy within the boundless void, they are the most frequently encountered void creatures by the lords. Each larva possesses a uniquely contorted appearance, with no two resembling one another. This is due to the inherent nature of the void energy that constitutes them, ensuring that no two void larvae are identical. Furthermore, upon evolution, they develop into entirely distinct forms based on their original energy composition. Encountering a void creature during his first official descent was indeed fortunate. Wu Wei gazed at the void monster on the screen with a sense of delight, although it currently represented the environment. Its presence indicated that this somber world would likely still harbor void creatures. Chapter 88, The Desert Border Defense Force. The void creatures are treasured by most lords. Do not misunderstand. It is not a matter of depravity, but rather that the probability of void creatures yielding void crystals far surpasses that of monsters in the native worlds. The lord's demand for void crystals is virtually insatiable. After all, void creatures are the primal beings of the void, and a high yield is to be expected. However, void larvae typically serve as sustenance for other void beings. Indeed, compared to the arduous task of absorbing errant void energy, these energy aggregates are far more convenient and palatable. Yet not all void larvae are merely food. Wu Wei had come across a post in a forum where a lord claimed to have witnessed a void larva larger than his native world, gnawing at the world barrier of his realm. The beings of the void all originate from void larvae, but the endpoint of their evolution remains a mystery. The imagery in the illusion transitioned from the moment the void larva appeared, no longer resembling a fast-forwarded film, but rather unfolding at a normal pace. Simultaneously, a notification appeared in the lord's heart. Please eliminate the void creature that destroyed the small town. Wu Wei understood the implication of this message. Was he truly expected to contend with these void larvae? He recalled the patrolling soldiers he had previously encountered, who were around level 10. The regular border troops would undoubtedly be stronger than the patrol units. Surely, they could handle a mere void larva. Then, Wu Wei witnessed a multitude of void creatures emerging along the skyline. However, at that moment, he finally spotted the Desert Empire's border defense force atop the modest walls of the small town. Desert Border Soldier, level 18, slightly abridged. Desert Border Archer, level 20, slightly abridged. Desert Border Sorcerer, level 23, slightly abridged. As for the commanding general, he was akin to the yellow sand sculpture witnessed by Wu Wei upon entering the training ground. A formidable leader warrior, boasting an impressive level of 35. Wu Wei refrained from immediately engaging in battle, instead observing the clash between the indigenous forces and the void creatures from a distance. Initially, the desert border troops were decisively overpowering the void larvae. However, these larvae were merely cannon fodder, likely driven to the front lines by more advanced void beings to draw fire. Yet, the subsequent void creatures also failed to breach the border troops. While they inflicted considerable casualties, they never managed to surmount the not particularly high yellow sand walls. The strength of the desert, perhaps? The system is quite unique. Wu Wei, intrigued, watched the fierce struggle unfold before him. Archers and mages stood atop the yellow sand walls, and he could distinctly see their arrows and spells ceaselessly in flight. The yellow sand beneath his feet was in constant motion, while frontline warriors, upon sustaining injuries, would directly cover their wounds with sand, swiftly returning to their original state. The combination of unending firepower from the rear and self-healing frontline troops was undeniably formidable. Although it appeared strong, Wu Wei had little interest in these units. Their limitations were too pronounced, essentially exclusive to the desert system. Once removed from the desert, these troops would likely be rendered ineffective, and the power of the yellow sand did not manifest from thin air. Amidst the unrelenting battle on the front lines, Wu Wei observed the gradual decay of the buildings within the city. Once the power of the yellow sand was siphoned away, the structures could no longer support their own weight based solely on structural integrity. Confronted by seemingly endless void monstrosities, even with the aid of the yellow sand, the defending soldiers found it insufficient, especially with the emergence of relatively advanced void beings. A sudden burst of purple light materialized above a desert border soldier's head. He then betrayed his comrades, swiftly decapitating the archer behind him with a single strike. The purple light then divided, reassembling the archer's head and body, but the archer, now under the influence of the purple light, aimed his longbow at his erstwhile allies. Doom Mirage, this skill was exceedingly effective against these low magic resistance foes. Witnessing the skill's impact, Wu Wei relayed the information to all. While void creatures lacked a definitive form, skills were categorized. Doom Mirage. Attribute. Void creatures inflict terrifying illusions on their targets, dealing magical damage every second for 10 seconds to a single enemy. If the target is slain, the illusion spreads to the nearest enemy, inflicting magical damage anew for 10 seconds. Description. A magical plague, where breeds with insufficient magic resistance cannot withstand the damage of a single skill, rendering quantity irrelevant in its presence. Observing the swift collapse of the desert border troops, Wu Wei understood it was time for him to take action. After all, it was merely an illusion. He instructed Yu Fei to command the troops while he and Dabao charged directly towards the front lines. As for Sophia, her constitution does not allow her to race alongside those two monstrous beings with thousands of attributes. Regarding the vast numerical disparity with the void creatures, Wu Wei chose to disregard it entirely. The premise of a numerical contest is that the quality of both sides must not differ excessively. The advancing Beiwei army slaughtered various void beings with an ease akin to slicing through melons. After all, the monsters that even these desert border troops could defeat were hardly formidable. Wu Wei transformed Daba into its combat form, its 3-meter length allowing Wu Wei to sit comfortably atop. Then, they began to gallop forward with wild abandon. What a thrill! It was only after Wu Wei learned to ride this beast that he truly appreciated its ferocity. With a broad back providing ample space, the shock-absorbing quality of its bear-like paws was exceptional. As for Daba's short legs, they were notably alleviated in combat form, ensuring that Wu Wei's feet would not touch the ground. He drew a long spear from the combat space, though he was not particularly skilled with it. Its primary function was to overpower the enemy. With attributes exceeding 1,000, Wu Wei felt that even his green-quality spear was nearly overwhelmed by his strength. As the spear struck, the void creatures encountered were often shattered into fragments by the tremendous force. Those ahead of Daba were primarily sent flying by its charge, landing as indistinguishable masses. Chapter 89, Teleportation, Imperial Capital. The void beings capable of decimating the border troops appeared as mere trifles before Wu Wei and the Beiwei army. Wu Wei, riding Daba amidst the encirclement of void creatures, reveled in the chaos, while the Beiwei army formed ranks to systematically eliminate the threats. Beneath the long spear, no void creature could escape its fate. It was somewhat regrettable, he mused, that if this were not an illusion, the numerous void creatures they had slain would undoubtedly yield a wealth of void crystals. After Yu Fei delivered the final blow to the last void creature, the entire illusion collapsed in a resounding shatter. Wu Wei gazed at the floating architectural model before him, grasping it and inspecting its attributes. A blue barracks building with multiple templates available, it should fetch a handsome price. However, Wu Wei had no intention of utilizing it himself, as it did not align with his system. As Wu Wei stored the barracks model in his lord's space, the heart of the lord informed him that his gaze value had increased. The more frequent the interactions, the more susceptible one became to the terrifying gaze. Nevertheless, Wu Wei paid little mind to it, continuing onward with his companions toward the locations of other civilizations' radiance. Upon encountering enemies, Wu Wei felt a renewed sense of confidence. Moreover, the enemies that appeared now were generally within their capability to handle. The subsequent actions could thus be expedited. The following civilizations' radiances presented no significant trials, primarily remaining in the form of treasure chests. If one desired them, they were readily provided. Of course, an increase in gaze value was inevitable. Wu Wei opened a treasure chest containing the radiant essence of civilization amidst the ruins of a building. Upon opening the treasure chest, Wu Wei acquired 323 void crystals and 525 source energy crystals, alongside a green quality magic skill book titled Sandstorm Minor. Aside from the void crystals, the haul could be deemed scarcely beneficial. Most of the time, the returns from the lords are merely meager, particularly from these seemingly generous treasure chests. Wu Wei had never anticipated unearthing anything of great value from within. Along the way, the remaining patrolling sand soldiers did provide him with a few kill chests. The subsequent 2 civilization radiances were similarly modest in their offerings, yielding only a collection of blue-green equipment and skill books. As for the steadily rising gaze value attributed to the acquisition of civilization radiance, it was of little concern to Wu Wei. The rate at which the gaze value increased was not particularly significant for a lord. What mattered more was whether they could flee with their territory when terror struck. This was of considerable importance, of course, barring the possibility of directly vanquishing said terror. Previously, while employing the art of prognostication, Wu Wei had observed a total of 5 marks of civilization radiance within this small city. Now, he and his companions were at the final location of civilization radiance. The most brilliant among them, the teleportation array within the small city. It appeared that this desert civilization had a commendable grasp of spatial technology. Initially, Wu Wei had presumed that the dimensional capabilities of the training ground stemmed from the emergence of civilization radiance. However, it seemed to be an inherent ability of this desert empire. The teleportation array, though not particularly large, exhibited no damage to its intricate patterns. Wu Wei endeavored to sense the civilization radiance before him with his lord's heart. The final teleportation. Civilization radiance type, quest type. Description: all citizens of the desert empire on the borders of the empire cast their gazes toward the capital, regrettably missing the opportunity to witness what had transpired, as the capital severed its connections to all other cities after the heavens darkened. However, after a considerable duration, the teleportation unexpectedly restored its connection, and no one knew what had occurred. They sought someone to investigate on their behalf. Quest requirement: pass through the teleportation array. Quest reward: territorial building, one-way teleportation array. Wu Wei pondered over the task prompt before him, not particularly concerned about what might occur once they arrived. His primary apprehension lay with whether the teleportation process would encounter any issues and if it could accommodate all of his over 1,000 companions. Yet, having come this far, it was imperative to give it a try. Wu Wei engaged in discussion with his companions regarding the challenges they faced, particularly the cultivators. As anticipated, a cultivator promptly volunteered to scout ahead. Regarding the matter of relaying information, the self-nominated wood element cultivator produced a small green wooden figurine from his pocket. After handing it to Wu Wei, he explained that if he were to perish during his journey, the wooden figure would swiftly decay into a withered branch. Whereas if all went well, the figure would remain largely unchanged. Without further ado, Wu Wei instructed the wood element cultivator to proceed ahead and scout the way. After the wood-based cultivator activated the teleportation array, Wu Wei located the control console not far from it. The lower part of this console was constructed from yellow earth, while the upper portion was disc-shaped. Upon switching to the Kanjiing Dream template, Wu Wei probed the disc with his divine sense. Please enter the teleportation key. A crackling sound followed. Authorization granted. Please enter the teleportation destination. He selected the only remaining dot on the teleportation map. However, a message appeared indicating insufficient energy for the long-distance transfer. Wu Wei's face stiffened. It felt like a cruel joke, informing him of the energy deficiency. Who knew what type of energy they were utilizing? Just as Wu Wei lamented the situation, a hole unexpectedly appeared in the control disc, clearly designed for him to input energy. With a mindset of desperation, he tossed in 2 energy crystals. These energy crystals served as a universal currency and energy source among the human race, widely accepted across numerous worlds and species. Nonetheless, the likelihood of compatibility between the energy systems and the crystals was quite low. Fortunately, the teleportation array of this desert empire civilization was not particularly choosy. After inserting 1 energy crystal, the teleportation indicator changed to an operational status. He then called upon the cultivator prepared for reconnaissance, giving him 10 energy crystals to see if the teleportation arrays on both sides could connect. Subsequently, Wu Wei directly manipulated the array, sending the brave explorer to the capital of the desert empire. One hand rubbed the now shrunken bare head of Daba, while his gaze was fixed on a wooden figure held in the other hand. After waiting for 10 minutes, the wooden figure remained vibrantly green. Using the technique of gazing at the aura, Wu Wei perceived no danger emanating from the teleportation array. He believed he had conducted enough preliminary investigations. The possibility of immediate lethal danger was significantly diminished. It was highly likely that this was a one-way teleportation array, or that the permissions for the teleportation array at the capital had not been granted. Upon confirming that the teleportation speed reached 10 individuals per minute, he waved his hand, signaling everyone to line up for transfer. Yu Fei was the first to proceed to maintain order, while Wu Wei and Daba stayed behind until the end. 3 hours later, the group gathered around a massive teleportation array. In Wu Wei's hand was the reward for his recent task, a territorial structure known as the one-way teleportation array. This structure was solely dedicated to teleportation, albeit with a limited range and one-way functionality. Nevertheless, as a prototype, it held great potential. Low emotional intelligence. What is this? It's utterly worthless. High emotional intelligence. There is significant room for development. The future looks bright. Wu Wei stored the building model in his lord space. After stepping down from the teleportation array, Yu Fei approached him to report on the situation. In stark contrast to the small border town where patrolling soldiers were visible, the grand capital of the empire was astonishingly deserted. However, it was possible that the others had not ventured too far, as the backbone of Wu Wei's territory had not yet arrived. Wu Wei glanced at the teleportation array, which was dozens of times larger than the small town. Using the heart of the Lord to sense the surroundings yielded no response. Expanding the range of perception, Wu Wei discovered an exceptionally radiant civilization, glow shimmering brightly within his sensing range. It is noteworthy that even a remote border town possessed a total of 5 civilization glows. However, in the capital, which ought to be more prosperous, only one was present. When oddities arise, there is often something amiss. Regardless of the nature of this anomaly, Wu Wei felt compelled to investigate. After all, having arrived, it would be imprudent to depart without further inquiry. As for Wu Wei's ability to sense his own territory through the heart of the Lord, he could indeed perceive it. Yet the sensation was far from that of a mere few dozen kilometers. He estimated it to be at least 1,000 kilometers away. Thus Wu Wei, accompanied by his companions, made their way towards the location of the sensed civilization glow. The capital of this desert empire was not in a state of decay like the border town, nor was it crumbling under the vibrations of their footsteps. Buildings constructed of sand and earth were scattered at varying heights along the roadside, presenting a unique aesthetic, provided one could overlook the eerily silent atmosphere of the streets. Upon reaching the site of the civilization glow, they beheld a magnificent palace. In the square before the palace stood an altar, beneath which was a statue of a deity holding a circular disc. As Wu Wei approached the altar, the statue turned its gaze towards him. In that moment, he witnessed the surrounding scenery shatter like a fractured mirror, revealing a scene of even greater desolation than that of the border town. Aside from the altar, there were almost no structures remaining. Only piles of sandbags remained, clearly the remnants of collapsed buildings. Each sandbag bore the marks of battle, scattered with fragments of weapons and armor. Wu Wei directly engaged with the civilization glow using the heart of the Lord, acquiring traces of its civilization, the sealed monster lair. Type of civilization glow, dungeon. The void army that invaded the capital of the desert empire was sealed here at the cost of lives by a remorseful ruler wielding a sacred artifact alongside all his subjects. Upon opening the dungeon, one must eradicate all monsters within to receive substantial rewards. Wu Wei gleaned a rough understanding of the narrative from the description of the civilization glow. It spoke of a bewitched emperor, brainwashed by notions of immortality or ascension, who had unwittingly created a breach in his world's protective barrier, leaving his realm vulnerable to the lurking void creatures outside. It is crucial to note that the world barrier typically favors the strong within and weakens the external forces. Had it not been for the Desert Empire's foolish ruler, who opened a hole in his world's barrier, even the ravenous void creatures would have been thwarted by the protective shield and would not have led to such annihilation. One could only ponder whether any nations or races still survived in this world. However, the barriers of the world have shattered, even if one can survive for a moment. Ultimately, they must follow the entire world into the void. Wu Wei, with a sense of helplessness, glanced at the altar before him, realizing that the treachery of this world's underlings is far more insidious than the dangers of the void. As for the dungeon, it must be opened. Whether the abundant rewards mentioned in the introduction are truly significant remains uncertain. The instant Wu Wei chose to commence the dungeon, the only relatively intact altar in the capital of the Desert Empire erupted into fragments. Concurrently, countless void creatures surged toward Wu Wei and his companions. The variety was so immense that Wu Wei found it difficult to describe. Fortunately, their levels hovered around 20 to 30, with no excessively powerful entities present. However, a considerable number of elite creatures were mixed in, alongside a smattering of boss monsters. Nevertheless, in light of the combat prowess Wu Wei had brought forth, the scene before him was manageable. A level 21 wolf-like void creature charged at the gun formation of the Beihai army, only to be impaled by a spear thrust from an 8-level Beihai soldier, who then flung the creature's corpse into the horde of advancing monsters. The struck creatures, along with their nearby companions, abandoned their charge, instead turning to feast upon the carcass of the wolf-like void monster. For them, evolution takes precedence. The deceased companions serve as the finest sustenance. Especially in the absence of the looming lord behind them, these void creatures could scarcely suppress their primal instincts. The military formation of the Beihai army exhibited both lethality and resilience, particularly when arranged as infantry. With a defensive boost of 200, they transformed into an indomitable iron barrier, one adorned with vicious spikes, dark, sturdy, and elongated. Even elite monsters could scarcely withstand 2 strikes from their spears. Meanwhile, the rear ranks of the cultivator forces were versatile combatants. Fire and wind mages collaborated to unleash a miniature fire tornado. The wind fueled the flames, amplifying their ferocity, rendering their destructive power far superior to that of individual spells. This not only bolstered the frontline Beihai soldiers, but also inflicted damage upon the void creatures, while simultaneously healing the warriors of the Beihai army. Though the soldiers could recover on their own, it would demand a considerable expenditure of stamina. Chapter 91, Ida Francis. Wu Wei originally intended to remain in place, prepared to witness the Beihai soldiers display their prowess. However, the emergence of monsters from behind ruthlessly interrupted his amusement. One by one, Sand People mages, wielding their staffs, began casting spells in unison. Elite Court Mage of the Sand People, race, Sand People, void level, 25, slightly, description, Court Mages corrupted by the void. Under the cover of the frontline void creatures, the subsequent mages had already commenced their incantations. Even for the Beihai soldiers, being bombarded by a regiment of mages would prove challenging. However, there was no cause for concern. Wu Wei would intervene. He swiftly switched templates to Sophia and instructed Daba to guard him closely. After all, transforming into a fragile form inevitably instilled a profound sense of insecurity. Like a tank suddenly transformed into a fragile mage, the vulnerability was quite alarming. As for Sophia herself, Wu Wei intended for her to serve primarily as a formidable artillery piece, diminishing the number of void creatures. After all, with only 1,000 personnel on their side and devoid of defensive towers, they relied solely on Sophia as a humanoid bastion to deliver substantial area damage. Upon switching templates, Wu Wei felt the abundant spiritual energy surging within him. Although curious, he noted that Sophia, traditionally a magic-oriented hero, surprisingly experienced an increase in spell potency after transitioning to a cultivation profession. Perhaps spiritual energy was more attuned to the skills she wielded than magical power. Nonetheless, this minor detail did not impede Wu Wei from unleashing his abilities to align with Sophia's talents and characteristics. He had specifically found a class change item labeled Inner Disciple of the Manhwa sect. While Wu Wei seldom altered Sophia's template, the execution of her skills was seamless. As if these spells had been employed countless times before, the spiritual energy within him began to flow in a specific manner, prompted by Wu Wei's intent. Skills such as Silver Moonblade, New Moon Strike, and Moon Shadow Flicker were unleashed one after another from his hands. The moonlight inflicted substantial damage on the court mages of the Sandman tribe. Some were severed in half by the Moonblade. Others were reduced to mere grains of sand by the moonlight, and some simply vanished upon the moonlight's descent. Wu Wei was astonished by the potency of the spells he had cast. While he had observed Sophia's attacks on the void creatures with a sense of detachment, he realized the damage was indeed formidable once he engaged directly. Moreover, these spells not only boasted great power but also exhibited remarkable speed, although they consumed considerable mana, necessitating some management of his resources. It must be said, the class change he chose for Sophia was indeed commendable. As he executed these lunar spells, Wu Wei distinctly felt Sophia's innate talents providing a significant enhancement to her magic. The prowess of a combat-oriented hero was undeniably showcased at that moment. Standing before Wu Wei, the transformed Daba stared with two pure black eyes, entirely focused on him rather than the void creatures being held at bay by the BIWI army. Daba watched in astonishment as streams of moonlight erupted from Wu Wei's hands, precisely striking the rear-line mages behind the numerous void creatures blocking their path. The missile-like effect of Wu Wei's lunar spells left Daba wide-eyed. In fact, Daba stood upright like a person, momentarily forgetting all fours, even attempting to wave its hands. My master is this formidable? Why was I unaware of this before? The little bear was astounded. Daba suddenly felt that being a mage held more promise than being a warrior. Not only was it powerful, but it was also stylish. Alas, the little bear's innate talent precluded it from such an opportunity. On the battlefield, aside from those court mages directly vanquished by Wu Wei, a portion of the remaining mages succumbed to the backlash from interrupted combined spells due to the deaths of their comrades, collapsing to the ground and uncontrollably spewing yellow sand. Wu Wei single-handedly neutralized the enemy's firepower. The remaining tasks were entrusted to the cultivator troops, although, due to their levels and hierarchy, only a select few cultivators with wind and thunder spiritual roots could engage the enemy mages. Their combat prowess would experience a qualitative enhancement. With the influence of the Enlightenment Stone, Wu Wei was confident that such a day would not be far off. At that moment, several spears of flowing sand erupted from beneath the altar, piercing through the ranks of the Beihui soldiers. Subsequently, the source of the attack emerged from the breach in the seal. Adorned with a crown and wielding a disc, he appeared almost eager to flaunt his identity. Ida Francis, race, Sand People of the Void level, 37 class, Desert Prophet, abridged, description, erroneous attempts have brought unavoidable destruction to his world, his empire, and his people. Wu Wei remarked, half in disbelief, that he had expected a formidable high-tier creature from the void, yet here was this figure as the finale. As he spoke, he unleashed a reserve card. The Avatar of the Moon, activated, revealing a Valkyrie silhouette wielding a crescent moon behind him. This explosive skill had been deliberately reserved to guard against potential threats. As for Sophia's Avatar of the Moon, it was kept in case of unforeseen circumstances. Wu Wei's strategy was grounded in stability. He observed the former emperor before him, his face contorted and his body suffused with purple-black void energy, advancing step by step towards the military formation. In response to this traitor of the world, Wu Wei condensed moonlight into a lunar blade. Once the Avatar of the Moon was released, Wu Wei was no longer the fragile mage he once was. With a decisive, lunar charge, he appeared behind the foe. In the next instant, his lunar blade struck towards the back of the neck. Although his blade was parried by the disc in hand, it mattered not. Moonstep. Silver Moon's Judgment. Countless ethereal judgment blades pierced through the body, elegantly dissecting it into delicate slices, a manifestation of violent beauty. Wu Wei felt undeniably magnificent. Glancing down at the still struggling remnants of flesh, he swiftly extinguished it entirely with moonlight. It was only when a sizable loot chest emerged from the remains that Wu Wei ceased his onslaught of lunar power. He collected the chest, seizing the opportunity while the moon's descent lingered. After vanquishing all the sealed monsters, Wu Wei gazed at the colossal treasure chest materializing atop the shattered altar, directly claiming it into his lordly space. He hoped for an abundance of rewards within. Raising his gaze towards the nearby structures, now unrecognizable, he decided to lead everyone towards the teleportation array. Upon arrival, Wu Wei was pleasantly surprised to discover that the control console's permissions had been unlocked. In contrast to the ruins surrounding the palace, several buildings still stood near the teleportation array, albeit precariously. Were it not for the absence of wind in these desert cities, Wu Wei felt certain that a strong gust would send these edifices crashing down. However, the core of the teleportation array lies in the intricate patterns etched upon the ground, and its damage is not exceedingly severe. Although the current landscape starkly contrasts with the bustling structures that surrounded him upon his arrival with Wu Wei. The functionality of the teleportation array is what occupies his thoughts most fervently. Chapter 92, The Temptation of Homecoming. Observing the slightly damaged yet not critically impaired teleportation array before him, he felt compelled to make an attempt. The outcome of this endeavor left Wu Wei both astonished and elated. The pleasant surprise came from the cancellation of the teleportation array's access key, while the disturbing revelation was that the array, though somewhat damaged, appeared precarious. In ignorance, he felt no trepidation. However, confronted with the sight of the flawed teleportation array, even the thought of utilizing it sent a shiver down his spine. Setting aside the potential unknown dangers that may lie ahead, Wu Wei's resources within his lord's domain were insufficient. His storage contained merely 3 days' worth of provisions for his companions, and many supplies had already been consumed on-site to make room for the treasure chests. He pondered whether the damage to the teleportation array might result in a catastrophic rupture during transport, leading to a grievous fate. Wu Wei acknowledged that in the void, anything is possible. If he were to succumb to fear, he might as well remain in his territory indefinitely. Nonetheless, as the moment of teleportation approached, he instinctively heightened his perception, activating the flowing cloud map at maximum intensity. Upon reaching the edge of his domain, Song Yingmeng emerged to greet them alongside the domain's troops. Once inside the territory, Wu Wei prioritized the treatment of the injured warriors, while the others took turns to rest. Although their excursion had not been prolonged, the intensity of the battles had been considerable. During their respite, he seized the opportunity to cleanse the blood and grime from their bodies in the spring pool, expending source energy crystals to maximize its flow. He also instructed Sophia to prepare additional food for the residents responsible for their meals. After the rigors of battle, a refreshing bath followed by a hearty meal was essential, striking a balance between labor and leisure. Upon returning to the territory, Wu Wei felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. It was worth noting that the grand formation of the domain had remained active since their arrival, providing him with instantaneous response time even in the face of impending threats. The multitude of defensive towers surrounding the territory further fortified Wu Wei's sense of security. He stored all the treasure chests within the small Succubi realm, retaining only the large reward chest and another for himself to open. While Wu Wei indulged in a moment of glee over the countless treasures within the small Succubi realm, he suddenly sensed the presence of someone encircling him. Without needing to look, he recognized it was the princess, as Sophia's stature was more pronounced, and the sensation of her softer collision against his back was unmistakable. Although this princess did not match the elves in size, her elasticity was remarkable. Wu Wei remained silent, allowing the beauty to embrace him. "Will you take me along next time?" Song Yingming's words caught Wu Wei off guard. In his mind, such a statement seemed more fitting for Sophia to utter. It is noteworthy that, apart from the moments spent in bed at night, Song Yingming has consistently embodied the image of the Grand Steward within her territory. Virtually everything, save for matters concerning the Beihui army, requires the meticulous planning and oversight of Her Highness the Princess. Wu Wei predominantly assumes the role of a decision-maker. For instance, regarding the construction of dwellings for the residents, Song Yingming harbors a desire to gradually advance towards openness, allocating resources based on the quality and skills of the populace. Wu Wei, however, finds this approach somewhat unsuitable. Yet, given the minimal resources involved and the spatial advantages afforded by dimensional space, the area occupied remains within acceptable limits. He persuaded Song Yingming to adhere to his perspective. His previous education has shaped a worldview and set of values that diverge from those influenced by the feudal system, which Song Yingming embodies. While he acknowledges the merit in her opinions and is inclined to heed her suggestions, there are certain matters on which they cannot reach a satisfactory consensus. Nevertheless, this is of little consequence. What can be resolved through discourse will be resolved through discourse, and what cannot will be settled through force. Wu Wei possesses considerable strength. Despite frequently being persuaded by Wu Wei's forceful methods within the confines of their quarters, Song Yingming remains obstinately defiant. This unusual behavior has left Wu Wei somewhat perplexed. I observe the names on the Hall of Heroic Souls multiplying. While I can only watch from the confines of the territory, the unknown is the greatest terror, a sentiment shared by most. What else can Wu Wei say? He can merely change the demeanor of the beautiful lady in his embrace, offering her soothing comfort, though further actions are, of course, out of the question during the descent. Should he dare to make grand gestures, the pivotal moment might invoke terror, as the gaze of the observer could inadvertently draw forth dread. The imagery is too beautiful for Wu Wei to contemplate. After soothing the princess, Wu Wei retrieved 2 large chests he intended to open himself. He loaded the heroic templates of the great treasure. First, he opened the kill treasure chest. Upon opening it, he acquired 9,756 void crystals and 22,875 source energy crystals. He also obtained a purple quality territorial building, the Disc of Sand, and a purple job transfer item, the Ring of the Desert Prophet. This essentially yielded everything he possessed. Both the purple territorial building and the purple job transfer item hold significant value. The scarcity of void crystals is primarily due to this entity being transformed by the void, and it is presumed that the degree of transformation is still low. He instructed the small realm of Succubi to categorize the obtained items accordingly. Wu Wei then proceeded to open the reward chest of the Civilization Radiance. Upon opening it, he received 187,562 void crystals and 195,047 source energy crystals. He acquired a one-time building blueprint, the Ascension Altar, a magical scroll, the Mirage, and a quest scroll titled The Truth of the Yellow Sand Moon. Chapter 93, Frightening Quest Reward. The Truth of the Yellow Sand Moon. Type, quest scroll status, unopened. Quest description. The once resplendent stars and the anxious sun have vanished without a trace from the heavens after the world barrier was breached. The originally radiant moon had transformed into a dim yellow, its unusual surface perhaps concealing the truth of the world's impending doom. The task beckoned one to uncover this truth. Rewards included the essence of the world, the identity of the child of fortune in the current realm, and chests containing the legacies of all civilizations. A cautionary note warned that the task might involve creatures far beyond the current strength of the territory. Hence, one should proceed with utmost prudence. Accepting the task would significantly increase one's gaze value. Wu Wei gazed at the task scroll before him and, without hesitation, cast it into the corner of his lordly space. Examining the rewards, he felt as though the world's dying will was being bartered. The essence of the world, the child of fortune, the legacies of all civilizations. These were indeed everything one could offer. However, Wu Wei truly did not believe his territory had the capacity to undertake such a world-saving endeavor. The task description suggested an attempt to uncover the truth, yet for him, it was more likely a futile endeavor. One must recognize that the law of the boundless void's balance was omnipresent. Such immense rewards would be met with monsters and dangers that Wu Wei would likely be unable to withstand. He hoped he would not perish in the attempt. For a lord of sufficient strength, such offerings would undoubtedly be invaluable treasures. Regrettably, he was not yet strong enough. Wu Wei expressed his sentiments with a hint of regret. Beside him, Song Yingming gazed at him with curious eyes, evidently unaware of his reasoning. Wu Wei offered no further explanation and simply held up the task scroll once more for her to see. Your approach is quite sound. The dangers corresponding to this reward are beyond what our territory can currently endure, he remarked. He gently tousled the princess's soft black hair and continued to examine the remaining two treasures, a one-time architectural blueprint for the Ascension Altar and a magical scroll for the Mirage. Ascension Altar, type, architectural blueprint usage, 01, description, upon use, it allows for the construction of the Ascension Altar, a building suited for the Desert Prophet class. The Desert Prophet can evolve into the orange quality class of Desert God Envoy using the Ascension Altar. Selling it alongside the Desert Prophet's class change scroll would surely fetch a handsome price. Wu Wei pleasantly stowed away this one-time construction blueprint. Compared to the sinister artifacts of the evil gods, these desert-themed items commanded a significantly higher price, especially the blueprint for the Ascension Altar, transforming from purple to orange. Although the cost remained unknown, it was certainly cheaper than purchasing an orange-quality class change item directly from the market. In high spirits, Wu Wei then turned his attention to the magical scroll. Mirage, type, magical scroll usage, 03, description, upon use. It can conjure a vast illusion within a certain distance based on the user's requirements. When used in desert regions, the likelihood of the illusion being seen through is greatly diminished. It is likely that the illusion observed in the capital of the Desert Empire is a manifestation of this spell. Wu Wei placed the scroll conveniently within his lordly space, pondering that it might yield unexpected results at some point in time. Taking the princess's hand, he exited the small realm of Succubi. The territory was bustling with activity. The warriors, having completed their cleanup, shared tales of the sights and monsters beyond their domain. They reminisced about the once thriving desert city and the treacherous emperor of the Desert Empire, as well as the various creatures lurking in the void. They spoke of their lord's formidable combat prowess. Wu Wei listened intently as a cultivator warrior recounted his own valiant exploits, only to be swiftly dispatched by Wu Wei in an instant. The speed of that encounter left everyone momentarily stunned. All they could see was a radiant beam of moonlight dancing upon the battlefield. When they finally grasped the scene, it was Wu Wei collecting the fallen under the moon's glow. Subsequently, Wu Wei's relentless slaughter amidst the horde of monsters during the moon's ascent left the onlooking cultivator warriors in awe and admiration. He was almost bashful from the praise. What you don't know, he began, is that before I entered the fray, a multitude of mages emerged from their seals. Their combined spells were cast from a distance, and only those of us attuned to lightning and wind could retaliate. However, our numbers were scant compared to the overwhelming foes. We all braced ourselves for an onslaught of magic, but our lord's skills obliterated half of them instantly, their combined magic turning against them. And I was able to single them out one by one. Those mages were left sputtering in the dust. Ha ha ha. A thunderous cultivator, clad in a robe, excitedly shared his observations with a companion, though he failed to notice the growing shadow upon his friend's face. The healing spell hovering over the wound suddenly flickered, causing the previously loquacious individual to shiver in pain. You think your lightning strikes so far? You think you can accompany our lord outside the territory? Lamented a disgruntled water mage, his tone tinged with annoyance. Wu Wei observed this amusing exchange among the warriors without intruding. He smiled broadly and made his way towards the edge of the territory. Before dining, he needed to attend to the Sands of the Disc, a purple-grade territorial structure. Sands of the Disc, building quality, purple excellence. Function, replicates any defensive tower of purple quality or below within the territory for a duration of 1 minute, with a cooldown of 5 minutes. Energy consumption is determined by the replicated defensive tower. Skill, Sands of Reshaping. Upon the destruction of the Sands of the Disc or the replicated defensive tower, a new tower is immediately recreated with a cooldown of 12 hours. And reshaping does not consume source energy crystals. Description: the damaged Sands of the Disc has lost its once proud offensive capabilities, now merely possessing imitation and reshaping functions. If you can restore it, you will discover the true might of a national treasure. I wondered how such an extraordinary sands of the disc in the illusion could transform into a mere defensive tower in my hands. It turns out to be a damaged version. I wonder if it can regain its former glory upon upgrading. Wu Wei recalled seeing the treacherous emperor wield the sands of the disc for offensive purposes in the illusion. He found himself within a phantasm, clearly observing countless mages channeling energy into the sand disc, which subsequently created a small breach in the world barrier. While the actions of the treacherous emperor were undeniably foolish, one could not deny the formidable power of the sand disc. It is important to note that the indigenous inhabitants of the world generally lack the capability to breach the world barrier, even from its internal weak points. This is a decision made by the world's will for self-preservation. Even such a nebulous consciousness as the will of the world possesses an instinct to seek benefit and avoid harm. Were it not so, any top-tier powerhouse could, in a fit of madness, create a hole in the celestial dome. Perhaps beyond that breach lies a swarm of void monsters, a terrifying prospect indeed. Even if a true powerhouse sought to ascend and escape the world barrier, the world would adjust the strength of the barrier based on the dangers present in the surrounding void. If no danger is perceived, it would weaken the barrier to allow restless elements to exit. Conversely, in a situation like the one Wu Wei found himself in, where the environment was rife with voracious void monsters, the world would proactively strengthen the barrier to ensure safety. However, when faced with a scenario where the entire nation utilizes a treasured artifact to strike at the weak point of their own world barrier, there is indeed no defense against such an act. If the world were to become personified, it would likely curse the treacherous emperor for generations. In Chapter 94, The Sand Disc, Wu Wei speculated that the world might also be attempting to eliminate the treacherous emperor of the Desert Empire through means such as skewing fortune. However, the Desert Empire's formidable national strength made it difficult to contend with them in the arid expanse. Pulling his thoughts from such musings, Wu Wei opted for an upgrade. He easily located the glimmer of gold within the wheel. Without hesitation, he acknowledged that after the purple upgrade, there was only a single golden region, and he directly adjusted the chaotic pointer. Sand Disc, Building Quality, Golden Legend, Level 2-0-1-0-0-0-0. Universal Renewal is on cooldown, can be triggered again after reaching a certain level. Function, allows the convergence of any two ranged attacks within the territory, amplified by the Sand Disc for an attack, currently at a multiplier of 102. There is a limit to the ranged attacks that can be converged. The higher the building's level, the greater the upper limit for each ranged attack. Energy consumption, 1,000 source energy crystals per converged attack. Attack range, determined by the attacks being converged. Skill, Shifting Sands. The Sand Disc can mimic defensive towers of gold legend quality or below, with an indefinite duration. Those skills cannot be used. All other attributes mirror those of the mimic defensive tower. If the level of the mimic defensive tower exceeds that of the Sand Disc, the attributes of the Sand Disc's mimic will be proportionally reduced. Skill, Reshape. Upon the destruction of the Sand Disc or the copied defensive tower, a new defensive tower is immediately replicated, with a cooldown of 12 hours. Description, the complete form of the Sand Disc, the true power of a national treasure. The Sand Disc, after its evolution, stands as a formidable defensive tower. The initial design, which consisted of a circular sandy pillar supporting a disc, has transformed into a magnificent inverted arch base, with the disc now suspended above it, reminiscent of the Sun's disc. It is indeed extravagant. These golden defense towers resemble monstrous entities. In front lies the mystical tower of the mind prison, while behind stands the disc of sand. These towers of golden quality are undeniably remarkable. Aside from their exorbitant cost, Wu Wei couldn't help but exclaim. Initially, he had anticipated a mere defensive structure akin to a transformed eggplant from the game Plants vs. Zombies. However, the upgraded version boasts a terrifying power. It can gather ranged attacks and unleash them simultaneously, amplifying their damage. As the level of the disc of sand increases, Wu Wei believes that, should he desire, he could create a small breach in the world barrier. The disparity between the disc of sand, which could amass countless attacks from the mages in the illusion, and his own version, capable of gathering merely 2 attacks, is vast. Wu Wei remarked that this is merely fundamental mechanics, as the strength of worlds varies drastically. However, after the transformation through the Lord's profession and the void, the structures in his possession would undergo either enhancement or diminishment. A high-level world's axe for chopping might surpass the divine axe of a deity from a lower-level world. The creatures he encountered were predominantly below level 40, indicating that the tier of this world is evidently low. It is entirely reasonable for the territorial structures he possesses to appear weaker in this realm. Moreover, the disc of sand is anything but weak. Wu Wei found that the majority of the offensive capabilities of his territory's orange defensive towers fell short of the disc of sand's potential. Only the electromagnetic railgun, with its exceptionally high single-target damage, could exceed the disc of sand's limits. Wu Wei felt remarkably fortunate after loading the template of the great treasure. Although he contemplated upgrading the disc of sand, he restrained himself. The upgrading of territorial defense towers must be re-evaluated after the emergence of this new golden tower. A judicious allocation of each void crystal is essential to maximize the enhancement of the territory's combat strength. In the evening, after enduring intense battles, Wu Wei felt somewhat fatigued. He dozed off while soaking in the spring pool. Stepping outside his door and glancing up, he saw the dim yellow moon still hanging above, while lights illuminated the territory. After stretching lazily, Wu Wei checked his timer. It was already 7:30 in the morning. With no classes to attend, he cursed the early hour. After his grumbling, he began to wander around the territory. Yesterday, both the warriors and he, along with several heroes, had undergone rigorous combat. Coupled with the exceedingly generous rewards from the task scroll, Wu Wei had not even considered starting a new task the previous day. However, today, the warriors who could recover were mostly healed, while those who could not would likely take some time to fully recuperate. After breakfast at the Yapingxuan, Wu Wei began to ponder how to manage his time moving forward. Before Wu Wei's arrival, he had prepared numerous tools for resource gathering. However, within a 50-kilometer radius of his territory, aside from a small town, there was nothing but sand. He had not discovered any resources acknowledged by the Lord's heart. Wu Wei decided to extend his exploration distance. If, after surveying an area of approximately 100 kilometers, he found no exploitable resources, he would be inclined to abandon the endeavor. After all, the harvest from this expedition had already proven to be quite bountiful. It was entirely reasonable that no resources could be found in the desert. Not every sandy expanse is rich in oil or minerals, as is the case in North Africa. Before departing, he was determined to give the task scroll in the corner of the space a try. Chapter 95. Better to unclog than to block. After assigning the exploration tasks to Yu Fei, Wu Wei took on the role of supervisor within the small Sumeru realm. His oversight fell upon the despondent De Bao, who, upon seeing Wu Wei, had initially been enthusiastic about their interaction but now resembled a wilted eggplant. Mechanically opening the myriad of treasure chests scattered throughout the realm, Wu Wei did not merely observe, he assisted De Bao in the endeavor. Together, they toiled for several hours to open all the treasure chests. Wu Wei had initially thought that De Bao's halved mental attributes would not significantly impair his abilities, considering De Bao was a physically enhanced beast. However, the disparity became evident when they began opening chests. Utilizing mental strength to open chests was quite convenient. But with De Bao's meager 10 points of mental energy, it would take until tomorrow to open the tens of thousands of chests. Despite the arduous process, the rewards were remarkably gratifying. The void monsters, which had been the focus of Wu Wei's thoughts, finally emerged from the sealed dungeon beneath the altar in the capital. Moreover, they belonged to a type that was plentiful and filling. Had these monsters not surged forth from the seal, the area requiring defense would have been considerably smaller. Otherwise, facing a horde of monsters that outnumbered Wu Wei and his companions tenfold would have made victory attainable, but at a far greater cost in casualties. In total, they opened 28,000 treasure chests, yielding approximately 50 void crystals and around 30 source energy crystals. Due to the sheer volume, they amassed a variety of weapons and equipment ranging from gray to blue, along with scattered territorial buildings and an assortment of peculiar items. It was evident that sorting through everything would take considerable time. Exhausted, Wu Wei and De Bao emerged from the small Sumer realm, only to find the residents of their territory carrying an array of crops toward them. Upon closer inspection, Wu Wei noted not only staple foods such as potatoes, corn, and rice, but also a variety of fruits and vegetables, from large watermelons and winter melons to small cherries and grapes. Wu Wei had procured nearly every edible and delectable plant available, purchasing a substantial amount of seeds from the trading post to cultivate within his territory. Although the quantities of these fruits and vegetables were not vast, they sufficed for satisfying his culinary cravings. Wu Wei approached the laboring residents to greet them, noticing a 15 or 16-year-old boy effortlessly shouldering a large winter melon on each side. Faced with Wu Wei's inquiry, the crowd appeared astonished. Was it not entirely natural to possess a measure of strength after diligent cultivation? Although their skills were not particularly advanced, the benefits of training, robust health, and immunity to ailments seemed quite ordinary. Upon hearing the explanations from his subjects, Wu Wei realized that they had indeed been practicing for about a month. During his interactions with them, his heightened physical attributes sharpened his perception, allowing him to notice many details he had previously overlooked. Some individuals exerted themselves to the utmost, while others exhibited a tendency towards lazy formalism, pretending to work hard. They would fill large sacks with grain halfway, and then roll up the empty portion. Do not question why Wu Wei's perception was so acute. Those who slacked off were often acutely aware of the sloth of others. He chose not to directly criticize or punish this small group of subjects. The selfishness inherent in human nature should not be suppressed. An ancient wisdom has long conveyed to posterity, it is better to guide than to stifle. This principle applies not only to water management, but also to the governance of people. It appears that private ownership must be gradually established. Whether the slothful subjects continue their idleness is of little concern to Wu Wei. What truly matters to him is that those who are diligent receive their rightful rewards, just as those who shirk their duties should not enjoy the same benefits. For instance, The fruits and vegetables available were evidently insufficient to meet the needs of all his subjects. This necessity for private ownership becomes apparent in such circumstances. Otherwise, if some are lazy while others toil, and yet all are given equal shares, it would inevitably lead to a culture of complacency, which is unacceptable. History has borne witness to such scenarios, and Wu Wei is determined not to allow them to recur in his domain. Wu Wei took 2 conveniently edible oranges for himself and procured a large watermelon for Dabao. As he pinched a segment of the orange and savored its sweetness, he observed Dabao burying his entire head into the watermelon. The crunching sounds were amusing. Had it not been for the stark contrast of Dabao's black and white fur, Wu Wei might have thought he was raising a small pig. He watched as Dabao's originally mottled face became stained with the bright red juice of the watermelon, and after finishing, the little creature attempted to rub against him. Amused yet exasperated, Wu Wei lifted him by the scruff of his neck to clean him up. However, the results of their explorations were less than satisfactory. The terrain was too barren, which was to be expected in the border regions of the Desert Empire. After compiling the reports from the soldiers' expeditions, it became evident that the farther they ventured from the small border town, the less likely they were to encounter anything of interest. Even small oases were virtually non-existent. It was nothing but sand as far as the eye could see. Moreover, as they traveled further, sightings of not just humans, but even sand scorpions became increasingly rare. Meanwhile, Wu Wei observed the countdown on his lord's panel. The negative trait of Wu Wei within the territorial characteristics had activated when he took action the previous day. However, the effect was minimal, only a reduction of 1 in his bonuses, with a recovery time of 24 hours. At that moment, Wu Wei had forgotten about this aspect and, during the battle at the altar, realized that if he had refrained from intervening, the warriors of the territory are likely to have numerous souls awaiting revival in the Hall of Souls. As for the trigger of Wu Wei, it is of little consequence whether it was due to Wu Wei frolicking on his combat form of Dao Bao, or whether it occurred during the altar battle. Over the past several days, Wu Wei has gained a substantial understanding of some of the conditions that activate Wu Wei. Much like when the inhabitants transported the produce from the cultivation area into the small Sumeru storage, if Wu Wei were to organize and arrange this task, it would invariably trigger the negative effects of Wu Wei. Each organization would provoke a trigger, and he could even do the transporting himself. However, he must refrain from leading the inhabitants in such endeavors. The same principle applies to the construction of buildings in the territory. Wu Wei can personally engage in the work and utilize the characteristic of all things renewed to upgrade, yet he must not assume the role of project manager or contractor. Regarding such matters, Wu Wei is always content to remain idle. As for the melancholic gaze of a certain princess, he can only choose to selectively ignore it. In truth, Fort Songyingming, managing such a small territory with so few people presents little pressure. She understands that due to the nature of the territory, there are many tasks Wu Wei cannot undertake. However, she is left to manage the majority of the affairs of the territory herself. As for Wu Wei, the lord, he either observes Yu Fei in the arena or leisurely wanders the myriad forums. Everyone possesses their own quirks, especially considering she is a woman. Naturally, regarding this situation, Wu Wei has fully inherited the wisdom of his predecessors. He either takes her along for a stroll, which incurs minimal expense, mainly for small purchases such as daily necessities lacking in the territory, focusing more on spending quality time together. Alternatively, he could simply assert his dominance at night. Though it may be tiring, this method proves both economical and practical. Chapter 96, A Search Without End. The following day, Wu Wei noticed that the effect of Wu Wei had vanished from the territory panel. After ensuring that the troops and heroes were prepared, he retrieved the task scroll from a corner of his territory's space, The Truth of the Yellow Sand Moon. This scroll contained an introduction to the task and its rewards. Yet the specific content of the task remained unwritten. It was evident that the particulars would only reveal themselves upon acceptance of the task. Had Wu Wei chosen the agricultural path, he would be cherishing the opportunity for stable farming at this moment, aiming to cultivate more crops during the temporal disparity between the void and earth to increase his income. However, from a war-oriented perspective, the gains from farming are still rather meager compared to the rewards from exploration and combat, especially considering the existence of the gaze value. One must remember that when terror strikes, it does not consult the Lord first. The image of the flowing cloud map appeared in Wu Wei's mind, confirming the operational status of the 2 instruments' 10,000 attraction formation within the territory. He hesitated no longer and tore open the task scroll. Prompt: You have used the task scroll, The Truth of the Yellow Sand Moon. Prompt: The task objective is to construct a temporary building and ascend the heavenly ladder. Prompt: The celestial ladder will be automatically constructed over a span of 24 hours. Upon its completion, please ascend the ladder to enter the month of Yellow Sands and ascertain the truth behind it, which will mark the completion of the task. After receiving the assignment, Wu Wei witnessed a plethora of construction materials materializing in a vacant area of his domain. These materials, seemingly both tangible and ethereal, began to autonomously assemble themselves without any human intervention. Once a foundation was established, a ladder emerged from the earth, rising majestically. What an extraordinary sight! This structure could potentially reach the moon. Wu Wei observed the ladder, capable of accommodating 10 individuals, as it extended upward with remarkable speed. However, doubts lingered in his mind about its practicality. Even if it could indeed reach the moon, would he and the inhabitants of his territory truly ascend it? Not to mention the fear of heights. Would there even be air at the top? Shortly after the foundation of the ladder was completed, Wu Wei realized that the next 24 hours would not be easy. Scattered rifts in space suddenly appeared around the territory. The number of red dots on the radar began to multiply. Ascending to a vantage point, Wu Wei beheld an array of monsters approaching from all directions. These creatures exhibited a variety of forms. Upon investigating their information, Wu Wei learned that these were all races that once existed in this world, now reduced to cannon fodder due to the corruption of some void-dwelling monstrosity. Among the advancing beasts were entities strikingly similar in appearance to humans, save for a gigantic horn protruding from the top of their heads, often larger than their own heads. The majority were beast-like creatures. Boom, boom, boom. Without Wu Wei needing to issue commands, the defensive towers of the territory sprang into action. The first to unleash its wrath was the trusty Model 122 rocket artillery tower. Subsequently, various defensive towers displayed their prowess. In contrast to the vibrant activity of the orange towers, a golden tower remained still, with no opportunity for it to demonstrate its capabilities. Another tower transformed, composed of sand, into a Model 122 rocket artillery tower. However, being merely a two-tiered sandy disk, it could only unleash the power equivalent to that of a two-tiered Model 122 rocket artillery tower. Observing the performance of these two towers, Wu Wei promptly dismissed his thoughts of rapidly upgrading the defenses. The rocket artillery was performing admirably. Why change it? In comparison to yesterday's battles in the wilderness, relying on the territory's defensive structures, the heroes and warriors faced no significant pressure. Even as monsters continued to pour forth from the spatial rifts, the battles felt more manageable. The creatures approaching the territory ranged from level 1 and 2 to those of levels 20 to 30. However, not every monster defeated yielded a kill chest. Wu Wei watched as several monsters were obliterated by a single 122mm rocket, yet not a single kill chest materialized on the ground. It is evident that a significant portion of these creatures resembles summoned entities, thus their demise does not yield treasure chests. However, this time, Wu Wei has no intention of deploying the Beiwei army into battle. The nature of the surrounding void rifts remains unpredictable. The nearest rift lies merely hundreds of meters from the territory, while the more distant ones are entirely invisible. All that can be seen is a horde of monsters charging towards the territory from afar. Shells, bullets, and rockets rain down, accompanied by frost mist, fiery rain, and golden spells. The defensive towers have erected a formidable barrier of firepower around the territory. This is the exhilarating satisfaction that a warlord experiences from their conquests. Although Wu Wei claims to be opening treasure chests alongside the creature, it is ultimately the creature that unlocks the majority of them. With only a solitary bear partaking in the act of opening chests, Wu Wei gazes at the hard-won sight of a level 28 majestic bird, flapping its wings as it swiftly descends towards the territory. Just as he prepares to issue a command, he observes the sand disk, which had transformed into a rocket turret, reverting back to its original form. Subsequently, two beams of light connected the electromagnetic towers within the territory to the sand disk. In a flash of brilliance, two high-velocity projectiles seamlessly merged into one, striking the descending bird and obliterating its head into a mist of crimson. The projectile penetrated the bird's body, causing the remnants and its two wings to descend slowly to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The majority of its form remained intact, save for the absence of its head. Chapter 97, Purple Eyes and the Toad. Wu Wei watched as the treasure chest from the kill was stored away, his gaze lingering on the sand disk that had just executed the attack. He pondered how it managed to fuse two solid projectiles together, a feat that defied his understanding of physics. Over the course of the next several hours, the monsters advancing towards the territory fluctuated in number, yet overall, they posed no significant threat. Wu Wei observed the ladder stretching endlessly into the sky, attempting to discern its essence, but found nothing tangible, while it appeared to exist. It felt like a mere veil of light, devoid of substance. As he surveyed the scattered minor creatures around the territory, an inexplicable thought crossed his mind. Was the intensity of this task truly so minimal? Despite the considerable quantity and quality of the incoming monsters, their lack of coordinated command rendered them nothing more than a disorganized mob. By the 22nd hour of the ladder's construction, the spatial rifts surrounding the territory gradually began to close. Only a few scattered monsters continued to traverse the distant sand dunes, delivering treasure chests to Wu Wei. Furthermore, he noticed that as the ladder ascended, the dim yellow moon grew increasingly luminous. This peculiar transformation kept Wu Wei's senses heightened, prompting him to urge the soldiers to eat and rest to restore their conditions. Meanwhile, the defensive towers consumed hundreds of thousands of energy crystals during these 20-plus hours. Even with a judicious allocation of firepower, it can be said that while the quality of these defensive towers is high, their consumption is equally substantial. Fortunately, Despite the multitude of summoned creatures that do not yield treasure chests upon defeat, the number of kill chests within the petite realm of Succubi is indeed astonishing, nearing a staggering 100,000, with numerous chests still remaining. The exchange of source energy crystals for treasure chests has occurred 100 times for Wu Wei. Thankfully, he decided to experiment with this task scroll. Otherwise, he would have missed out on this monumental bounty. Reclining in a chair within his territory, Wu Wei's top mind easily wandered into fanciful thoughts as he observed the time drawing closer to the 24-hour mark, with no trace of monsters appearing in the vicinity. Rising from his chair, he directed his gaze straight towards the ladder extending above. As the countdown approached its conclusion, an unexpected event transpired. In the moment the ladder made contact with the yellow moon, a colossal grayish-white eye emerged upon its surface. As the eye slightly opened, a mesmerizing hue of purple revealed itself. Staring at the ladder and the moon, Wu Wei found himself momentarily dazed upon witnessing the emergence of that purple color. In an instant, he began to mentally engage with the flowing cloud diagram. The appearance of this eye had made it abundantly clear to him why the rewards for this task were so bounteous. He could distinctly sense the vast chasm of essence that separated him from that purple-eyed being, a disparity greater than that between a human and an ant. Just then, another message from the heart of the Lord caught Wu Wei off guard, yet his curiosity compelled him to discern the nature of the impending terror. The next moment, what once appeared to be an intact firmament was abruptly shattered. The dunes surrounding the territory began to part rapidly, fissures erupting across the earth, painting a scene reminiscent of an apocalyptic event. However, as Wu Wei beheld the colossal beast that had breached the heavens, his initial reaction was not one of terror. Instead, he perceived that the creature enveloping the sky seemed to exert less pressure upon him than that which the eye had instilled. This terror seemed to pale in comparison to the dread evoked by the entity upon the moon. Several heroes gathered around Wu Wei, having sensed the ominous presence as well. "Shall we not flee?" Sophia inquired anxiously, voicing the shared concern among them. The monsters that had appeared were clearly beyond their reach. Not to mention the eye above the yellow moon. Even the gigantic toad-like beast looming above could easily flatten their territory. After tearing through the firmament, the beast remained eerily still, seemingly immobilized as it gazed upward. The cataclysmic scene around them gradually subsided. The toad-like creature fixated intently on the orb that had manifested within the murky yellow moon. The inhabitants of the territory could acutely sense its emotions of curiosity and trepidation, though predominantly they felt the overwhelming pressure stemming from the disparity in life levels. Perhaps the emergence of the toad-like beast had provoked the purple eye, or perhaps the countdown of the ladder's construction had finally reached its conclusion. The grayish-white eye suddenly widened completely, replaced by a vibrant purple that filled the entire iris. A beam of violet energy surged downward from the moon, penetrating the colossal beast's body and striking fiercely at Wu Wei's territory. As the dust settled, a vast chasm remained, plunging to depths of thousands of meters. The moment the purple eye opened, Wu Wei, utilizing the warning abilities bestowed by the flowing cloud diagram, vanished along with his entire domain in the blink of an eye. The makeshift ladder and foundation constructed within his territory were left exposed upon the sandy surface, reduced to mere ashes by the violet ray, echoing a lament from the world itself. As for the eye on the moon, the toad-like colossal beast, and the world on the brink of destruction, Wu Wei felt little concern. Confronting the eye on the moon was akin to inviting his own demise. In an instant, he re-entered his territory, observing the slight damage inflicted upon the two instruments' 10,000 pull array. A pang of regret washed over him, although the damage was minimal. Repairing such formations required a considerable financial outlay. Fortunately, this destruction was merely the residual impact from the toad beast's appearance. Had the violet ray struck directly, both he and his territory would have been vaporized. Gazing at the countdown on his lord's panel, descent option at 29 days, 23 hours, and 59 minutes, he felt no need to linger in that desolate desert, which offered nothing but sand. The presence of something even more terrifying made him wince at the mere sight of that eye. A tremor coursed through him that he could not suppress. Yet, this was precisely what Wu Wei desired. Such a presence provided him a glimpse into the magnitude of threats capable of obliterating his domain. The slight risk involved was an inevitable part of the descent into the void. Chapter 98. Honest and Reliable. The harvest this time was indeed bountiful. The multitude of treasure chests promised a significant yield of void crystals. Wu Wei found himself in dire need of these crystals, required for various purposes. Even without the substantial pressure from upgrading troop types, the demand remained high. The quality of the buildings within his territory was exceedingly elevated, fully justifying the void crystals necessary for their upgrades. However, the scarcity of these crystals was undeniable. Even during descents, their production was outstripped by the source energy crystals. Fortunately, Wu Wei encountered numerous void-related creatures, leading to a promising estimate of void crystal income. Offering a pineapple-flavored tender bamboo shoot to his little companion, he felt a twinge of guilt at the creature's sorrowful gaze. Nonetheless, these treasure chests were for it to open, an astonishing total of 723 chests. Upon receiving the data feedback from the miniature Sumeru realm, Wu Wei's first thought was the impressive haul. His second thought was the realization that his little companion would soon face a hefty task. As for how to reward it, Wu Wei promised to promptly find a little female bear for his dear companion. The speed of urgency is contingent upon Wu Wei's fortune. Should he encounter a young iron-eating beast during the hero recruitment, he would undoubtedly seize the opportunity, even if its role overlaps with that of Dabao. The unique creatures of the mountains and seas, once they mature, will undeniably become the pinnacle of territorial strength. Thus, recruiting such a being into his domain would be devoid of any loss. After a brief tidying up, he made his way towards the school. Although Wu Wei had spent 3 to 4 days in the void, only an hour had elapsed on Earth. He was eager not to miss the first round of assessments today. At Lu Yun Sanzhong, the journey to school was particularly bustling. Many students flocked together, engaging in lively discussions about their recent experiences in the void. Wu Wei, however, was disinterested in joining their chatter and hastened to Class 3, Year 1. Inside the classroom, voices of discussion filled the air. Some feigned disappointment while subtly boasting, others spoke boldly, and a few sat quietly, deeming the chatterers as rather foolish. Such is the vast array of human expressions. Upon taking his seat, Wu Wei overheard a few classmates, whose names he did not know, recounting their experiences. I landed near an abandoned mine, where I encountered low-level skeletons. After dispatching them, I found white-quality iron ore and green-quality fine iron within. Unfortunately, my troops are not adept at mining, and before my gazing value activated, I managed to extract little. Once the gazing value was reached, a colossal dragon suddenly appeared in the sky. Fortunately, I fled swiftly, or I would have been incinerated by its fiery breath. A buzz-cut young man animatedly shared his stroke of luck with those around him. A nearby female student seamlessly joined the conversation, gazing at him with admiration. Chuatao, you are truly fortunate. To land in such a place on your first arrival, those mineral resources must have been quite rewarding. Unlike me, who found myself next to a swarm of insects, gaining nothing and losing numerous troops. Wu Wei found the girl rather plain, yet her manner of speaking was somewhat pretentious, which was rather off-putting. Upon hearing her words, the buzz-cut boy puffed up, thumping his chest and declaring, "The minerals I collected must be worth over 10,000 source energy crystals. I will certainly recruit some new troops for you. We students should always help one another." For Wu Wei, 10,000 source energy crystals were not enough to procure anything of significance. It was uncertain whether his territorial defense towers could even withstand a full barrage. Yet for novice lords, that sum represented a fortune. Not everyone is blessed with a capable father like Wu Jiang. Many students' parents are low-ranking agricultural lords with meager monthly incomes, making it challenging to provide substantial support for their children. Such matters, where one is willing to engage and the other to endure, typically do not invite interference from outsiders. If the two individuals were to unite, procreation would merely serve to contribute to the human race. The law permits marriage and childbirth after the age of 18. Naturally, should anyone be unable to wait, it is not entirely unfeasible. There have been instances where 2 newly appointed lords appeared with their 2-year-old child to register their household, and no enforcers would apprehend them. After all, they are contributing to humanity. As Wu Weijing sat comfortably in his seat, indulging in idle gossip, Chu Jian unexpectedly took a seat beside him and greeted him, saying, "Wu Wei, how was your harvest during this incursion? I have obtained quite a few valuable items. With some digestion, I could easily reach level 10. This time, my domain has descended upon a dilapidated sect in a world of cultivation, brimming with numerous artifacts related to the practice. Upon visiting the trading post, I discovered that the items from the cultivation realm are indeed of great worth. However, during the final terrifying onslaught, I faced creatures capable of mental domination, and I nearly did not escape. Thankfully, the school taught us the flowing cloud diagram. Chu Jian is the sort of person who either remains silent or, once he begins to speak, cannot be halted." After he finished recounting his experiences, Wu Wei briefly shared his own circumstances. "I was fortunate as well. The monsters were of moderate strength. I tackled a minor instance, and the rewards were satisfactory." Wu Wei's words were characterized by a commitment to honesty. As for the terms he employed, such as moderate and satisfactory, their interpretation was of no concern to him, for he is known as the honest and reliable young lord. Chapter 99, The New Principle. Chu Jian and Wu Wei exchanged casual remarks, particularly regarding the unsettling events that transpired when the threshold of gaze culminated in terror. Confronting such horrifying entities, which exist beyond their realm of existence, instilled a lingering sense of dread in everyone. After all, it was a moment when the lords were perilously close to death. However, not every lord possesses the strength or fortune to endure the void when terror descends. As the two conversed, they overheard the discussions of a nearby man with a buzz cut, revealing that many had experienced misfortune. For instance, some found themselves in swamps devoid of civilization and resources, plagued instead by an abundance of mosquitoes and leeches. Others suffered from insufficient strength. One lord discovered a level 15 boss monster at the entrance to his domain immediately upon arrival, and he dared not engage in combat. The stakes were simply too high, for even warlords exhibit tendencies of both aggression and caution. Not everyone is inclined to seize every opportunity at the cost of their lives, especially these novice lords lacking resurrection structures. If their troops and heroes were lost, not only would they need to re-recruit at great expense, but the newly enlisted would merely be level 1 novices. The subsequent costs for leveling up, acquiring skills, and adjusting class transitions and equipment would be nothing short of a bottomless pit. Each individual's experience in the boundless void was unique. The vastness of the void is truly immense. It dwarfs the billions of lords on Earth, rendering even a single splash insignificant in its enormity. How intriguing! You've reached level 10 in your novice trial, and the rewards from this recent manifestation are rather substantial. It is essential to achieve commendable results in the upcoming assessments. However, a sudden remark from Chu Jian left Wu Wei at a loss for words. He could hardly express his disdain for the school's testing rewards. Though he had paid some attention to the assessments, the meager prizes he encountered extinguished his interest. The rewards, ranging from a few thousand to tens of thousands of energy crystals, along with some unique bonuses for the top few participants, might serve as decent incentives for the new lords in the school. Yet, for Wu Wei, the risk of exposing his true capabilities was simply not worth it. Should he choose to participate, it would be akin to a superior civilization overpowering primitive beings. He doubted there were any students in the school capable of posing a challenge to him, even though the school's confidentiality measures were quite rigorous. He preferred to avoid risks outside his control unless the rewards were truly enticing. After a lengthy discussion among the students in the classroom, the door suddenly swung shut. A remarkably handsome young man ascended the podium, radiating an intangible aura that commanded the attention of all present. Upon his arrival, the chatter ceased, and every student dutifully returned to their seats, Wu Wei included, though he found the young man peculiarly unsettling. He sensed that the man's gaze lingered upon him. Yet upon closer inspection, it appeared he was surveying the entire classroom. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhou Ling, the newly appointed principal of Luyan High School, the striking young man announced. His words ignited a fervent curiosity among the students. The previous principal, an elderly man with a white beard, had been replaced. Their new principal was extraordinarily handsome. Some even fantasized about bearing his children. What a peculiar situation, changing principals so close to the college entrance examinations. That fleeting glance exchanged between them had already sparked thoughts of names for their future offspring. Despite the whirlwind of thoughts swirling in their minds, the students found their bodies unresponsive, compelled to remain seated and attentive. Zhou Ling surveyed their reactions with satisfaction before continuing. After the first manifestation, 2 among you have been permanently lost to the void, which indicates a commendable level of caution during your arrival. With this declaration, the overwhelming presence that had enveloped the students dissipated, yet they remained seated in a state of obedient stillness, unwilling to be the first to break the silence. Is no one curious about which 2 students have vanished? Zhou Ling inquired, prompting 2 students near the vacant seats to finally voice their concerns. Wasn't Renshu elevated to level 10 in the novice trial? He even showed me a fragment he absorbed when he went to claim the world shards. I heard his family has some influence, and they provided him with ample resources after the trial. How could he simply disappear? Kai Shinran has also vanished. I had thought he might have been unwell and unable to attend school, yet here we are. He was a lord of blue quality, previously expressing aspirations to vie for a position among the celestial deities, dismissing any notion of fate with the remark that his life was his own to command, not to be dictated by the heavens. The atmosphere in the classroom abruptly transformed into a cacophony, as just a day prior, he had been sitting beside me, laughing and conversing. In a fleeting moment, he has been consigned to the boundless void. Let us refrain from discussing unforeseen circumstances. The very term unexpected implies a minuscule probability. Among the assembled students, many may surpass these 2 in strength, yet it is likely that there are just as many who do not. My first piece of advice to you all is this. Even the most adept swimmers can find themselves drowning. As long as one is not directly involved, one can only wish for good fortune in their future as lords. Zhou Ling's inaugural lesson for the students of Class 3 was notably brief and to the point. Wu Wei observed Zhou Ling's face, which perpetually bore a semblance of an enigmatic smile, and he couldn't help but feel a desire to challenge this individual. However, recognizing the high probability of defeat, he quickly dismissed the thought. After imparting the first lesson, the dashing new principal led the students from the classroom to the school auditorium. Upon their arrival, many students from the entire senior year were already present. Yet, the atmosphere among the different classes was strikingly disparate. The 2 combat classes exhibited a wide array of expressions. Some remained composed, others were anxious and flustered, while a few appeared to be retreating. In stark contrast, the agricultural classes were engaged in animated discussions, many wearing smiles as they shared their harvests. One student boasted that their recent gains would allow for the expansion of their territory, while another claimed to have discovered a native crop seed in the void. In this age of lords, each individual possesses their own choices, provided they can bear the costs of such decisions. Once all the students were settled, the handsome principal took his seat at the head of the stage. As before, the moment Zhou Ling exuded his aura, the students fell silent, resembling obedient children. Moreover, Wu Wei sensed a distinct difference in Zhou Ling compared to when he faced those fearsome entities in the void. In the presence of beings capable of extinguishing his life, he felt acutely aware of the vast chasm between levels of existence. However, facing this new principle elicited an inexplicable and peculiar sensation, one that perplexed him even more than the infinite series he had encountered in his previous studies of advanced mathematics.